After dialing Lin Shirqing's cell phone, it was a man's voice, a very obscene man's voice, which made Yi Feng frown. "Hello, I'm looking for Lin Shirqing." Yi Feng didn't care about anything else, and said directly. "Hey, I'm looking for classmate Lin." A wretched man's voice came. "Who are you? Which department? Which class? Classmate Lin is not here. If you need anything, just ask me." When Yi Feng heard it, "Your sister, why isn't Lin Shirqing here? You still have Lin Shirqing's phone, okay?" To deal with this kind of old man, he knew it was not a good thing as soon as he heard it, so Yi Feng was not polite, and cursed, "What kind of bird are you? Birdman, you. The other party spit out a mouthful of water immediately, and Yi Feng never expected Yi Feng to curse directly. "Not a birdman? Sorry, I accidentally insulted the birdman." Yi Feng's words made the other party vomit blood for 3 liters. If Yi Feng is in front of him now, he must let him know what it means to respect teachers and respect morals, and to be virtuous. Unfortunately, Yi Feng is too lazy to talk too much with the other party. He just needs to find Lin Shirqing. "Where is Sister Lin? I have something to do with her." He didn't think anything would happen to Lin Shirqing. After all, this is Yanjing, who would dare to touch the direct descendants of Yanjing's Lin family here? Maybe she accidentally left her phone somewhere while she was doing something. Sister Lin? The other party was a little surprised at once. This address is a bit intimate, and he saw that the note name on the phone was only the word Yi Feng. He really didn't see anything. In order to prevent accidents, if you run into someone you shouldn't mess with, the other party coughed, and still said in a slightly obscene voice, "Then you come to the office of the School of Economics, she is here." After speaking, I hung up the phone. Let Yi Feng go to his place. That wretched man will not only be able to see who Yi Feng is, but also act accordingly. If Yi Feng doesn't have some backstage background, he must find the place back. It was the first time he encountered such a situation after coming to Yanjing. To call him a birdman, it was so rude. But he didn't know what kind of ferocious person Yi Feng was that he was about to meet. According to the location that the man said, Yi Feng ran along the way, and the campus scenery along the way was beautiful. Of course, for many people, the best scenery is not the weeping willows by the lake, nor the small stone road with green steps, but the beautiful women who come and go. Yi Feng was the only one who turned a blind eye to all the girls along the way. He was simply the strangest thing among boys and the best fighter among strangists. Halfway through, Lin Shirqing called again. "Xiaoya, that person didn't say anything to you just now, did he?" Lin Shirqing's tone was a little nervous. "No, I'm going to his place now, and you are going to his place too?" Yi Feng asked. "Well, I went to get a few documents just now, and the phone fell on his desk." Lin Shirqing explained with some embarrassment. "He is the new head of the Department of Economics this year, and he is also your counselor this semester. Don't have any conflicts with him later." As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng instantly felt pain in his ass. Is that wretched man his counselor for this semester? After being admitted to Yen University, Yi Feng, Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan, and Obi arranged different colleges. Yi Feng and Zi Jianlan were in the same class of the School of Economics, while Su Menghan went to the School of Foreign Languages, and Obi went to the well-known Huaguang School of Management. As a man who wants to help Yi Feng build a business empire, Obi has made a good start. Those who graduated from Yanda Huaguang School of Management will all be elites in the workplace. Yi Feng walked all the way towards the School of Economics, thinking that Lin Shirqing told him not to conflict with the counselor, but he didn't know that he had already scolded him as a birdman. But it's no wonder Yi Feng, who made that man so wretched, and secretly used Lin Shirqing's phone. When he came to the building of the School of Economics, he walked towards the door, but suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards the building of the School of Economics from another road. It was the short-haired beauty Zhang Xinyan. Hey, what a coincidence. Yi Feng was surprised. What happened today? Such good luck. As soon as Zhang Xinyun saw Yi Feng, her face immediately changed. Without saying a word, she hurried into the building of the School of Economics and entered the elevator. She really didn't dare to see Yi Feng, because Yi Feng had seen the innate ghost mark on her face. Although Yi Feng didn't say anything, he must have despised her, right? Now she no longer has any hope for others, and she keeps a respectful distance from playboys like Yi Feng. However, when the elevator door closed, Yi Feng followed in first. "What are you doing running so fast? I won't eat you." Yi Feng smiled and waved his hand to greet her. Zhang Xinyun seemed to be frightened all of a sudden. She ran to the corner of the elevator, clasped her hands tightly in front of her body. She didn't even look at Yi Feng, feeling uneasy. What a coincidence. This Yi Feng must be following her. Zhang Xinyun thought in her heart that she had no affection for Yi Feng, and she didn't notice that Yi Feng and her went to the same floor. There were only the two of them in the elevator. After Yi Feng greeted her and saw that she didn't respond, he shook his head and didn't say much. "It seems that this girl is very wary of him, and I'm afraid she will have to use a beauty trick. Well, let Su Menghan or Zijianlin get in touch with her. As long as the two can become good friends, that's enough." The elevator started with only two people, making Zhang Xinyun feel uneasy. In front of Yi Feng, who had seen her true face, the coldness on her surface had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a kind of bewilderment, which made people think of it at a glance. "Hold it in the palm of your hand and take pity on it." "You." Zhang Xinyun thought about it, and finally made a sound, without the coldness before, but rather cute. "Why are you following me?" "It's really a coincidence that I didn't follow you." Yi Feng spread his hands wonderingly. "I'm here to do something. By the way, which department and class do you belong to?" Faced with this obvious inquiry question, Zhang Xinyun chose to be silent, lightly brushed her refreshing and natural short hair, and said nothing. The thin clothes highlighted her slender figure, and her face became more and more obvious when viewed from the side. Delicate and beautiful, if there is no innate ghost mark on the left face, she will definitely be the first-class beauty in the world, and she will be the best in the world. Soon, the elevator opens. A stunningly beautiful woman wearing a snow-white V-neck short sleeves and dark blue denim shorts just happened to be standing outside the elevator. It was Lin Shiqing. "Hey, what a coincidence, you two came together." Lin Shiqing's star-like eyes looked into the elevator. Seeing Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun coming up together, she couldn't help showing surprise. Why did these two get together? Not long ago, she even sent a text message to Yi Feng, some information about Zhang Xinyun. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng moved so quickly. Lin Shiqing's eyes towards Yi Feng gradually filled with admiration. When Yi Feng saw Lin Shiqing standing outside the door, he smiled and said, "Hello, Sister Lin, quickly take me to report. I'm in a hurry, I have to go back." It is not an easy task to master Taiji swordsmanship and integrate Taiji swordsmanship into void swordsmanship. Yi Feng must seize all the free time to do it. Moreover, he still has to comprehend the third layer of the Qian immortal art, and he has to widen the meridians and increase the upper limit of his cultivation anytime and anywhere. The task is heavy. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Shiqing twitched her lips. "Sister, I have already done it for you just now, and now I just happen to introduce you to your class tutor." When Yi Feng heard this, he felt that this beautiful woman was really virtuous. She even helped him with the registration process, which saved a lot of time. "This is Yanda's campus card and bank card. I paid the tuition fees for you." Lin Shiqing took out 2 cards and handed them to Yi Feng. "It's really troublesome, Miss Lin." Yi Feng chuckled, took 2 of them at once, and threw them into the dragon sword ancient ring. To him, the tuition fee of a few thousand yuan is really nothing, but Lin Shiqing helped him settle it, which is enough to show that Lin Shiqing is still very good to him. Seeing that Yi Feng took the campus card and bank card in one hand, and the 2 cards disappeared in a blink of an eye, Lin Shiqing seemed a little surprised. Where did he put them? Of course, she didn't ask about these things. She knew that Yi Feng's abilities were rather mysterious, and now even the National Security Bureau was doing its best to crack and investigate some things about Yi Feng. Zhang Xinyun looked at Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing's familiarity, and heard that Lin Shiqing had paid Yi Feng's tuition fee, so she couldn't help casting a contemptuous look. To ask a woman to help pay the tuition, this Yi Feng is too useless. Zhang Xinyun curled her lips, then thought of herself again, couldn't help but shook her head, and walked towards the counselor's office of the School of Economics. Lin Shiqing glanced at her back inexplicably, and then looked at Yi Feng strangely. Didn't you come together? Why doesn't she speak? Well, let's talk about it later. Yi Feng scratched his head. Of course he was embarrassed to say that his relationship with Zhang Xinyun was not good, and he was still a little stiff. By the way, which class is she in? Seeing Zhang Xinyun walking away, she opened an office door and walked in. Yi Feng asked. I just wanted to tell you that she is also from the School of Economics and is in the same class as you. Lin Shiqing smiled, with an ambiguous look on her pretty face. You're lucky, another big beauty. Come on, I'm not interested in her because she's beautiful. Yi Feng was telling the truth. His eyes narrowed, he swept his consciousness, and found the office that Zhang Xinyun had entered, and found that besides Zhang Xinyun, there was only another bald middle-aged man in that office, with a face full of smiles. The wretched man, that must be Yi Feng's counselor, the wretched man who just answered Lin Shiqing's phone call? Just as Yi Feng thought about it, he was a little curious about what Zhang Xinyun was doing, so he got out of the elevator, and stood in the corridor with Lin Shiqing, observing the office with his divine sense. Mr. Yuan, hello, I am Zhang Xinyun, a freshman from the International Trade Department of the School of Economics this year. I would like to ask, how should I apply for a work-study program? Zhang Xinyun entered the office, first took a look around, and then said hello to the wretched middle-aged man, and then revealed her purpose. My family is a bit difficult, and the tuition fees are probably. When Yi Feng heard it outside, work-study? He still couldn't pay the tuition fee. It seems that this girl's family conditions are not very good. That's why Yi Feng knew why this girl had a look of contempt and a little envy when she heard that Lin Shiqing paid him the tuition fee just now. Hearing Zhang Xinyun's words, the originally lazy and wretched middle-aged man's eyes lit up immediately. Tsk tisk. The wretched man looked Zhang Xinyun up and down carefully, and suddenly said, This year's freshman? Not bad. Why do you have this hairstyle? Take a look at it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyun bit her lip and shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Yuan, that would be very inconvenient. What's the inconvenience? The wretched man said regretfully, Since you can't do it, then I won't force you. Come here, and I'll tell you about the work-study program in detail. After finishing speaking, he looked at Zhang Xinyun with a bit of lust. For a wretched old pervert like him, a poor girl like Zhang Xinyun is the best target. And Zhang Xinyun is so beautiful, if she can be taken care of. Hey hey hey. Yuanbu smiled evilly after thinking about it. The name Yuanbu was chosen for him by his parents, which means that he will learn broad and profound in the future, which is a homonym for broad and profound. Appointed Yanda as a counselor. Without sufficient cultural knowledge base, it is impossible to enter Yanda as a counselor. Looking at Yuanbu's wretched smile, Zhang Xinyun hesitated a little, and didn't dare to step closer. What's the matter with you? Come here, do you still want to work and study? Seeing that Zhang Xinyun didn't move, Yuanbu couldn't help scolding. Without my help, would you be able to pay the tuition fee? Where did you come from and go back to? Zhang Xinyun knew what he wanted to do just by looking at him, but is she like that? I'm sorry, since Teacher Yuan doesn't want to help, then I'll find another way. Zhang Xinyun's expression turned cold. She didn't want to maintain that respectful attitude towards such a person with malicious intentions, which made her feel disgusted. Wait, do you want to leave when you come? Yuanbu's expression also turned cold. He stood up and stared at Zhang Xinyun, and gradually walked to the door and locked the door. One of our responsibilities as counselors is to help students who have difficulties. Now Zhang Xinyun is in trouble. How can I sit idly by when difficulties arise? The latter words were righteous words, but it's a pity that Zhang Xinyun already knew who he was, so naturally she wouldn't be moved. Teacher Yuan, please respect yourself and step aside. Zhang Xinyun came to the door, but seeing Yuanbu blocked the door, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. Why is this wretched guy so disgusting? She wasn't very scared, after all, she was born with supernatural power, it was basically impossible to use force on her, she was just worried about the tuition fee. What if I can't make up the tuition fees and get kicked out of school? She was admitted to Yanqing University with great difficulty, so she couldn't just live up to her father's expectations and go home in despair. Just as she was thinking this, Yuanbu stretched out a hand towards her chest lustfully. Zhang Xinyun's complexion changed, and she immediately wanted to teach the old pervert a lesson, but at this moment, there was a bang. The office door was suddenly violently kicked open from the outside, and the thick wooden door hit Yuanbu's back, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground, a wild dog gnawed on him. As a teacher, you actually do something like block girls in the office. I think you want to get out? Yifeng's cold voice came directly from outside the door. When Yifeng appeared, Zhang Xinyun was immediately taken aback. She wasn't afraid of Yuanbu at first, but Yifeng's move would relieve her of an urgent need. After all, if she personally dealt with Yuanbu, if she still can't pay the tuition fee, she might be expelled from school. But now that it is Yifeng who is doing it, there seems to be room for negotiation. Oops. Yuanbu fell to the ground and both teeth were knocked away. He immediately cried out in pain and stretched out his hand tremblingly to point at Yifeng, who was at the door. Who are you? My name is Yifeng. Yifeng said lightly. You're that kid. Yuanbu was furious. This kid first scolded him on the phone as a birdman, and then kicked the door violently here, causing him to fall and be eaten by a dog, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He checked this Yifeng just now. He is the next freshman of his school of economics to be managed by him, thinking that he can't deal with him anymore with such a kid. It's a pity that he didn't find out the relationship between Yifeng and Lin Shiqing, otherwise he would not dare to get angry with Yifeng no matter how much courage he had, most likely it was flattery and flattery. So what if it's me? Yifeng raised his head and smiled at Zhang Xinyun who was standing in front. How about having a meal with Zhang Xinyun? I think you have the right to know about yourself, so I just want to tell you something, that's all. Zhang Xinyun's face turned red when she heard this. Is this a date? Zhang Xinyun shook her head again and again. I'm sorry that I'm different from you. I don't have the time to be like you and gossip everywhere. In her eyes, the current Yifeng has undoubtedly upgraded from a playboy to a violent playboy, but the image in her eyes still hasn't changed. Yifeng was a little puzzled when he heard it. Too wronged. Even if Yuanbu is offended now, isn't it because of her, Zhang Xinyun? Of course Yifeng didn't say these things, otherwise he would appear to be stingy, but in fact he really didn't take this matter to heart. It's just Yuanbu, let alone beating him or killing him, so what? Yifeng would not be afraid of such a wretched middle-aged man. Yuanbu tremblingly climbed up from under the door panel, glanced at Yifeng with hatred and seriousness. Yifeng, you violated the school rules and disciplines, and Yuanbu has the right to report and criticize serious ones, and you will be expelled from school, but if you admit your mistakes and have a good attitude, maybe I will. I will help you. Acknowledgement. When Yifeng heard a sneer, he took 2 steps forward and slapped him with 2 slaps. Slap. After the 2 crisp sounds, Yuanbu's face swelled into 2 red patches of pig's head. You. Yuanbu stretched out his hand tremblingly and looked at Yifeng with disbelief. He wanted to fight back, but when he saw Yifeng's cold look, his hands and feet became weak and he couldn't strike. He feels. What am I? Yifeng snorted softly. I warn you that Zhang Xinyun is mine. If you dare to move a finger of her, I will kill you with a knife. Effective against threats like ordinary people. As soon as Yifeng said this, Yuanbu trembled and felt like this person is crazy in his heart. Yuanbu gulped his saliva and shook his face, glanced at Zhang Xinyun, who was on the side with a sinister look in his eyes. This chick belongs to Yifeng. The best thing is, I'm going to fuck his woman. Looking at his eyes, Yifeng suddenly knew what this wretched man was thinking, and snorted coldly. He stepped forward and lifted his collar. How dare you make a bad idea and seek death? Yifeng kicked Yuanbu in the stomach, kicked him flying and fell on the sofa in the room. Then Yifeng stared at Yuanbu's eye hypnosis. In the future, you have to follow what Zhang Xinyun says. Do you understand? If you understand, just obey. Yifeng's hypnotism is the most useful for this kind of wretched ordinary person, and it has an immediate effect. Obey. Yuanbu immediately responded, accompanied by howls from his stomachache. This meal was severely beaten by Yifeng, but after the hypnosis, he felt a spiritual fear of Yifeng and never dared to do anything to Yifeng again. Bad idea. You. Zhang Xinyun was at a loss seeing Yifeng showing off his power. Why is this boy so violent? Is it true that even the counselor dares to beat him? Isn't he afraid that the school will expel him? Suddenly she turned her head to the side and saw the top-ranking elder sister standing at the door just now at the elevator entrance. She couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Who is she? Zhang Xinyun didn't know about this yet. She only knew that Lin Shiqing must be from a rich family and helped Yifeng pay the tuition. Student Zhang, if you want to find a part-time job, maybe I can help you. Lin Shiqing greeted Zhang Xinyun with a smile like a flower and said, why don't you promise Yifeng to have a meal with us? In the future, you and him will be classmates and get to know each other first. Saying this sentence made Zhang Xinyun vigilant. She and the top-ranking Yujie in front of her didn't know each other. Why would the other party offer her love for her? Forget it, Miss Lin. After Yifeng dealt with Yuanbu, he turned around and shook his head. If she doesn't want to, let's not force her, but I have to emphasize it. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhang Xinyun. I have no ill intentions to say goodbye to you. After Yifeng finished speaking, he winked at Lin Shiqing and walked out of the office at the same time. Xiao Zhang, this is my mobile phone. You can write it down. If you have any difficulties, you can find me directly. Seeing this, Lin Shiqing naturally took out her mobile phone and wrote down the number for Zhang Xinyun. During the process, Lin Shiqing looked at Yuanbu, who was lying on the sofa and howled, but couldn't do anything to Yifeng, and shook her head helplessly. After thinking about it, I decided to call him and ask someone to send him to the hospital. After Yifeng and Lin Shiqing left, Zhang Xinyun looked at Yuanbu, who was crying in pain and felt that staying here was too suspicious, so she left quickly. Just came downstairs to the entrance of the School of Economics building and looked out, but saw Yifeng and Lin Shiqing just now being blocked by another beautiful woman, so she couldn't help but pay attention. Sister Yifeng, Lin managed to find you guys with great difficulty. She must honor you by inviting you to dinner this time. The beautiful little bird looked at Yifeng and Lin Shiqing with full expectation, as if she was very grateful to them. This made Zhang Xinyun despise Yifeng even more. This kid is really helping other beauties everywhere and then letting them back up. It's a pity that Zhang Xinyun is not that kind of person. For many freshmen, the beginning of school is the busiest time, and they also have to prepare for military training. However, this kind of busyness of Yanqing University students is mostly joyful, because they have come to Yanqing University, the #1 institution of higher learning in the country. However, for Yifeng, this is not something to be proud of. It's just that he is also very busy now. Even if he walks with Lin Shiqing on the road, he can be blocked by people. Please eat. The little beauty who blocked the two of them had bright eyes and white teeth, and said with a bright smile. If it wasn't for Yifeng's good memory, he might not even remember who this little beauty is. When the jewelry exhibition was held in the expo center before, Yifeng once kicked Tian Yuliang out, which can be regarded as indirectly helping the little beauty in front of him, that is, Lu Yingying from the Lu group, and finally succeeded in cooperating with Lin Shiqing, and made a lot of profits at the exhibition. Originally, Lu Yingying just went to Lin Shiqing with the mentality of giving it a try, but she didn't expect to succeed, and all of this had to rely on the help of Yifeng and Lin Shiqing, which Lu Yingying always remembered. It's just that Yifeng has been very busy a while ago, and it was difficult for Lin Shiqing to make an appointment, so he didn't show up. Now, Lu Yingying deliberately came to Yanqing University to find the two, and finally came across the scene of the two walking together, and immediately ran over to invite the two to have dinner together. Looking at Lu Yingying, who was smiling with bright eyes and bright teeth, Yifeng felt that if she rejected her, it would be a kind of desecration to her beauty. Little Yi? Lin Shiqing didn't answer the other party directly, but aimed her beautiful eyes at Yifeng, making it clear that she wanted Yifeng to make a decision. Wait, I'll make a call. Yifeng didn't make a decision right away, but made a gesture of waiting, took out his mobile phone and called Xiaoyu. If Xiaoyu had already packed up, Yifeng would want to go back now, lest Xiaoyu pack up by herself in conflict with the other girls when Dao Scar went back to King Fengyuan. After asking for a while, Yifeng realized that Xiaoyu was still far from packed. The girl had a lot of things, and probably had to finish her lunch in Zhao's Villa Park before moving all her things to King Fengyuan. In this case, Yifeng felt relieved and sent a text message to Su Menghan and Long Waner, saying that they would not go home for lunch today. Let's go, I'm just free. Yifeng smiled, and said to Lu Yingying, who was wearing a shirt and short skirt. Lu Yingying has graduated from university and is now a department manager under the Lu Group. Of course, due to the successful cooperation with Lin Shiqing before, Lu Yingying's status in the group has also risen all of a sudden. For the Lu Group, which was going from bad to worse, the cooperation between Lu Yingying and Lin Shiqing was like sending charcoal in a timely manner. Many people in the group were overjoyed, and they naturally looked at Lu Yingying with admiration. Thank you for the face, then come to our Lu family. Lu Yingying breathed a sigh of relief, smiled brightly, and then wanted to introduce the two of them to the restaurant of Lu's group for dinner. No need, let's find a place to eat outside the school. I'm afraid Xiaoya still has something to do in the afternoon. Lin Shiqing stopped Lu Yingying from speaking at the right time, and took the lead in making a decision. When Lu Yingying heard this, of course she could only agree. Yifeng secretly praised Lin Shiqing in his heart for being sensible. He is simply the best wife in his career. Of course he doesn't want to go to the restaurant of Lu's group to eat. Isn't it just for a meal? Why does he need to travel so far? Hearing that the two accepted Lu Yingying's invitation, Zhang Xinyun, who was watching from the side, despised Yifeng even more, and she accepted the beauty's invitation. Zhang Xinyun, do you want to come together? Yifeng sensed Zhang Xinyun's expression. He laughed and asked. Zhang Xinyun's complexion changed, and she hurriedly left. For her, eating at the same table with Yifeng was like seeking food from a tiger and seeking death. She had better go back earlier, and the matter of tuition fees could not be resolved. Lin Shiqing looked at Zhang Xinyun's short-haired and slim figure, and showed a meaningful smile. Do you want to leave just like that? It's not that easy. Yuanbu was severely beaten by Yifeng, which was naturally captured by video surveillance. On Yifeng's side, Lin Shiqing can help him solve it easily, but Zhang Xinyun's side is not so cheap. When the school finds trouble with Zhang Xinyun, Lin Shiqing can be sure that Zhang Xinyun will definitely call her and ask her for help. In this way, even if Lin Shiqing helped Yifeng get on Zhang Xinyun's line, she could also see that Yifeng seemed to have plans for Zhang Xinyun. Although I'm not sure what it is, but it's definitely not for her beauty. This point, Lin Shiqing can be sure. After Yifeng agreed, Lu Yingying seemed very happy. Although she didn't go to the Lu's group's restaurant with her, as long as Yifeng is willing to pay her respects, it will be a great success. Last time I really thank you too. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't be able to do anything. As Lu Yingying walked, she smiled gratefully at the two of them. That's nothing. Yifeng waved his hand and smiled, I just drove away those who didn't like it. Well, we are already a cooperative relationship now, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me directly. Lin Shiqing was even more smiling, but there was a trace of sadness in the depths of her eyes. In her heart, she was not willing to eat this meal, nor was she willing to make friends with anyone in the Lu group, but now that the Lu group's situation is not good, it would be of great significance to the other party to send charcoal in a timely manner. If Lu's group still has a chance to rise in the future, then Lin Shiqing's investment this time is meaningful, otherwise it will be in vain. Lin Shiqing doesn't like this way of thinking, but as a direct descendant of the Lin family, she has to think about it this way. She quietly glanced at Yifeng, thinking that it would be nice to be like Yifeng, she can do whatever she wants, and she doesn't have to think about such complicated family relationships, she is really happy. Just this one. After walking outside the school for a while, Lin Shiqing pointed to a tea restaurant and said to the two with a smile. Yifeng took a look, Chi-Chi Tea Restaurant, isn't it the one opened by Xiaoqi who came last time? He had no objections, but Lu Yingying seemed dissatisfied with such an informal place. But this is the place Lin Shiqing chose, and she can only agree with it with a smile. For Lu Yingying, where to eat is not important, what is important is what to talk about with Lin Shiqing while eating. As for Yifeng, she felt that it was dispensable, after all, her Lu group relied on Lin Shiqing and the Lin family, not Yifeng. In Lu Yingying's eyes, Yifeng is at best a playboy with some background, not a capable and courageous person. The three of them walked into the tea restaurant, Lin Shiqing asked and found out that Xiaoqi hadn't come. Look at you, it must be because of Xiaoyu that Xiaoqi is not here. Lin Shiqing said to Yifeng with some complaints. Yifeng was a little embarrassed when he heard that. What's the matter with Xiaoyu, what's the relationship with Xiaoqi? Just as the three of them were choosing their positions, a familiar figure in the tea restaurant suddenly came into the eyes of Yifeng and Lin Shiqing. It was actually Lin Xuanhuan, who had become an idiot before and was cured by Yifeng. As soon as Lin Xuanhuan saw Yifeng and Lin Shiqing coming in, he immediately stood up with a smile on his face. Ever since Lin Rendian went to Qingfeng Huyuan to apologize to Yifeng last time, Yifeng's reputation has been well known in Yanjing, and Lin Xuanhuan has never seen Yifeng, the benefactor who broke him out of his idiot state. In his heart, Lin Xuanhuan was still very interested in Yifeng's magic and was very grateful, but under Lin Rendian's restraint, he never dared to see Yifeng again. Yifeng let Lin Rendian suffer such a big loss and lose such a big face. Lin Rendian certainly wouldn't let his son go to see him. But at this time, the encounter at Chi-Chi Tea Restaurant made Lin Xuanhuan happy. Finally, I have a chance to truly thank Yifeng. Why are you here? Seeing her younger brother here, Lin Shiqing asked, strangely. I came to look for Xiaoqi because she didn't come here all day for some reason. Lin Xuanhuan said with some regret. When Yifeng heard this, he secretly laughed in his heart. This kid has recovered from being an idiot, but he still misses Xiaoqi forever. Let's just sit here. Yifeng ignored Lin Xuanhuan and directly chose a seat for four by the window and sat down. Lu Yingying acted according to circumstances and sat down opposite Yifeng, leaving the seat next to Yifeng to Lin Shiqing, and Lin Shiqing sat down next to Yifeng without any hesitation. To Lin Shiqing, Yifeng is quite a close friend now, it's okay to sit and eat together. Seeing this, Lin Xuanhuan said something to his friend, then sat down beside Lu Yingying and looked at Yifeng with grateful eyes. Brother Yifeng, you are so amazing, you finally saw us drinking today? No thanks. Yifeng shook his head, of course he is not afraid of drinking, but Su Menghan hates the smell of alcohol, so he is usually unwilling to drink. Lin Xuanhuan was a little disappointed when he heard it, but he didn't care too much, and continued to say cheerfully, "Brother Yi Feng, I have always admired you. When will I treat you to dinner alone?" In Yanjing, the number of people who can make Lin Xuanhuan say this sentence is less than one hand. This makes Lin Xuanhuan's friend sitting at the other table very surprised. Who is the young man in the black shirt who made Lin Xuanhuan say alone if you invite him to dinner? This is a rare honor in Yanjing. Let's just forget about the meal and you and your dad don't mess with me. Yi Feng said lightly. Where will? Lin Xuanhuan was a little embarrassed. Then I have something to tell you. Yi Feng thought of something and suddenly said with a half-smile, the first time we met was when O's Antiques smashed a piece of white jadine young fish, remember? Remember. Lin Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Just remember. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Didn't you ask Uncle O to pay you 3 times the compensation? Now that I tell you that the white jadine young fish was not broken by me, but by your 2 servants, do you believe me? Believe it, of course believe it. Lin Xuanhuan's expression became serious when he heard it. Those 2 guys are always causing trouble when they are out on weekdays. I have fired them a long time ago. Where is Uncle O? Yi Feng said lightly. I will personally apologize tenfold. Lin Xuanhuan said categorically. His appearance made the college students who knew him well on weekdays full of surprises. Only one of them, who usually hangs out in a relatively high-end circle, recognized Yi Feng's identity and knew that Yi Feng was really an awesome guy. Originally, many people thought that Yi Feng could only rely on Lin Shiqing to show off his power, but since Lin Rentian personally came to apologize to Yi Feng, no one in the entire Yanjing upper class thought so anymore, and they all listed Yi Feng as one of the people who must not be provoked. The Shen family didn't believe in evil and joined forces with the Tai Chi Hall to attack Yi Feng, but the result was still. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Yi Feng finally smiled when he heard Lin Xuanhuan's words. To him, the triple compensation of millions is of course nothing, but that time Oa was forced by Lin Xuanhuan to pay 3 times the compensation because of an unrelated matter, which must have brought a great shadow to Oa's heart. Yi Feng brought this up now, to ask Lin Xuanhuan to apologize and make up for Oa's psychological trauma. After all, he is one of the few people who truly care about Yi Feng, and Obi has now become Yi Feng's blade technology. One of the company's managers, Yi Feng, should help him settle the old scores. Since Lin Xuanhuan is willing to repay 10 times, that would be great. Yi Feng did not focus on the other party, but glanced at the little beauty Lu Yingying who was sitting opposite him. Although Lu Yingying has already stepped into the workplace, she looks like a small bird and is not as glamorous as Lin Shiqing, the mature Yujia feigner. Her eyes are watery, always with a refreshing smile, and her beautiful legs are crossed under the table carefully not to touch Yi Fengqiong. Her nose is slightly petite and cute. From time to time, she looked at Yi Feng shyly, but more often she looked at Lin Shiqing, a business elite among the descendants of Yanjing's Lin family. Soon the order was served. Yi Feng was enjoying the chicken wing meal with peace of mind, while Lu Yingying and Lin Shiqing chatted, and after a while, they talked about the issue of business cooperation. I suggest you to cooperate with Yi Feng on this matter in the future. The Blade Technology Company he founded has strong funds, and maybe we can negotiate some win-win projects with Lu's group. As Lin Shiqing was talking, she just said this and turned the conversation to the company Yi Feng founded. This made Lu Yingying start cooperating with Yi Feng. She glanced at Yi Feng, who was eating and drinking, and couldn't help swallowing. Although this kid seems very bold, can he start a company? Lin Shiqing asked her to cooperate with Yi Feng. Is there any special purpose? Will it trap her? Lu Yingying thought of all these questions all of a sudden. She didn't know how to answer them. Don't worry, Daofeng Technology purchased all kinds of precious medicinal materials a while ago, and the total investment is several hundred million. Compared with Lu's group, although it is nothing, it is still qualified to cooperate with Lu's group, isn't it? Lin Shiqing smiled and continued. Lu Yingying was finally able to answer the conversation and said quickly, I don't mean to look down on Daofeng technology, it's just that I need to discuss with the board of directors to decide on the cooperation. That's natural. Lin Shiqing smiled slightly, but she felt a little disdainful in her heart, because Lu Yingying made it clear that she looked down on Yifeng. If she went back to discuss with the board of directors, it would probably be nothing. After all, Daofeng technology is just an empty shell and has not done any business. Yifeng listened to the conversation between the two and didn't pay attention, but took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Xiaoyu and Obi respectively. Let Xiaoyu and Obi come and talk to you, blade technology is now under their control. Yifeng smiled, and these words surprised Lin Shiqing and Lu Yingying at the same time. This kid actually handed over the company that took out hundreds of millions of dollars at will to others. Yifeng originally thought about asking Lin Shiqing to manage the company, but then he thought that he is a member of Yan Jinglin's family. His own business is too busy, so how can he have time to help him manage the company? Therefore, Ob has been researching Lin Shiqing's assistant before, but he can't come up with any tricks to make money. But now that Xiaoyu and Yifeng don't have to worry about these troubles. After a while, Xiaoyu packed her things and was called by Yifeng when she was halfway through packing. Of course, it was Dao Scar who sent her off. Come. Xiaoyu and Obi came to Chi Tea restaurant almost at the same time. Dao Scar stopped and waited outside. When the two came in together, they saw Yifeng, Lin Shiqing, Lu Yingying, Lin Xuanhuan and others sitting by the window, and Xiaoyu's younger sister Xiaoqi was naturally following them. At this time, Xiaoqi's mood is not to mention how entangled. Just this morning, she was about to come to Yanda to see the situation of the tea restaurant, but she saw her sister Xiaoyu went home to pack her things and said that she would move out. Xiaoqi suddenly became a little curious and asked where she was going to move. Xiaoyu didn't say anything clearly. It's just that Xiaoqi is not stupid. Looking at Xiaoyu's face full of happiness, she saw a silver BMW parked outside the villa. Isn't it Yifeng's? Xiaoqi thought of something all of a sudden, feeling a little unbelievable, wondering if my sister hooked up with Yifeng. It's not scientific. She knew Yifeng before, but until now they have nothing to do with each other. Now Xiaoyu. The more Xiaoqi thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. In order to verify that she helped Xiaoyu pack up for a while, she ran to the tea restaurant with Xiaoyu. Little B, you said that someone will pay 10 times the compensation to my family. As soon as Obi entered the door, he laughed loudly and looked at Lin Xuanhuan, who was sitting diagonally opposite Yifeng. At first, he felt that Yifeng called him over the phone and said that it was Lin Xuanhuan who wanted to pay 10 times the compensation. Of course he didn't believe it, but Yifeng was never a person who liked to joke, so he was dubious. At this time, I came in and saw that Lin Xuanhuan seemed to be very respectful and sat diagonally opposite Yifeng, which gave Obi some confidence. Could it be that Lin Xuanhuan really wanted to pay him 10 times the compensation? That would be more than 10 million yuan. He is not afraid of making a fool of himself anymore. What is Yifeng afraid of? He yelled at the whole tea restaurant. Whether they knew Lin Xuanhuan or not, they all looked at him strangely. Who is this young white-headed boy who is arrogantly provoking Lin Xuanhuan here? He doesn't want to live. Some people can understand Yifeng's treatment of Lin Xuanhuan. After all, Yifeng is so powerful that even Lin Rendian came to apologize to him in person. Of course, Lin Xuanhuan is not an opponent, but it is normal for him to be a head shorter. But the boy with white hair in front of me dares to talk to Lin Xuanhuan like that. Although Obi didn't mention Lin Xuanhuan by name, they all heard that it was Lin Xuanhuan who said that he would pay 10 times the repayment, so it must be Lin Xuanhuan who said it. For a while, many people were waiting to see Obi's jokes. Dare to talk to Lin Xuanhuan like this? And Obi's move made Yifeng feel a little bit dumbfounded. It seems that Lin Xuanhuan forced OA to pay 3 times the compensation, which made OB very suffocated. At this time, he can finally vent his anger. Contrary to everyone's expectations, after hearing OB's words, Lin Xuanhuan didn't become angry from embarrassment, but looked stunned, then reacted and stood up. "It's me, Brother O. The last time I was at O's Antiques, I was wrong and I apologize to you first." Lin Xuanhuan grinned. "As for the tenfold compensation, I'll send it to Uncle O later." To him, it's just an apology. If it can make Yi Feng happy, that's the best thing. You know, even his father is forced to apologize to Yi Feng. He apologizes to Yi Feng's friends, so it's nothing. Woolen cloth. But what he said surprised some people around him. No way, when did the third young master of the Lin family become so talkative? Even Obi himself was a little surprised that the third young master of the Lin family was not right. How could he be so obedient? He originally thought that even if Lin Xuanhuan was willing to pay 10 times the compensation, he would argue with him for a long time, but he didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. Now Obi doesn't care about 10 times the compensation. After all, Yi Feng spent hundreds of millions to buy him a lot of precious medicinal materials. Although hundreds of millions of money has never been seen by him, but it is Yi Feng's money, he naturally won't mess around and spend it all on buying medicinal materials. He doesn't know what Yi Feng wants those precious medicinal materials for, but since Yi Feng ordered him to follow naturally. So many precious medicinal materials were consumed by Yi Feng not long after they were bought. It seemed mysterious, but Obi also didn't ask why Yi Feng has been mysteriously changing since the last incident. Obi felt sure. Something happened to Yi Feng, but I don't know what it is. Earn a line. Ob nodded in astonishment. To him, 10 times the compensation is a trivial matter. What he cares about is Lin Xuanhuan's attitude of apologizing. Now that the other party's attitude is so good, he naturally won't pursue anything with the other party. Obi knew in his heart that Lin Xuanhuan's apology to him was entirely because of Yi Feng. Without Yi Feng, there would be no him now. He believes that as long as he follows Yi Feng all the way, the final achievements will definitely exceed his imagination, and he must help Yi Feng create enough value. Helping Yi Feng manage the Blade Technology Company well is what he should do now. After today, Obi, who was apologized by Lin Xuanhuan, was suddenly remembered by other people around him. This incident also spread in the upper circles, so that Obi began to emerge in the upper echelons of Yanjing. And the business of the tea restaurant is still going on. Blade Technology now has 10 million yuan left in the end, you can use it. Yi Feng got up and walked outside while casting a magical fairy voice to Xiaoyu and Obi. The money is not much, but it should be enough to start a small business. Discuss with the people of Lu's group if you have any good ideas. Investment is fine, but we must remember that we cannot do things that go against our conscience. He left the matter here to Lin Shiqing, Xiaoyu, and Obi, but they wanted to go outside and chat with Dao Scar for a while. Clear. Ob nodded immediately. Xiaoyu nodded softly, her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Feng, and then moved to Lin Shiqing, with a sour expression on her face. The marriage contract between Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing is well known to everyone, although neither party has that intention, but there is always such a relationship. This made Xiaoyu look a little worried. As for Xiaoqi beside her, she felt like a lamb bumping into Yi Feng in front of her. She finally made up her mind. When Yi Feng was about to walk out of the tea restaurant, Xiaoqi hurriedly followed Yi Feng. The lively little beauty stopped Yi Feng at the door. What's wrong? Yi Feng looked at Xiaoqi, who was a little nervous in front of him with a smile and asked. My sister and I will go live with you. Xiaoqi was a little hesitant when the matter came to an end, but seeing Yi Feng smile, she mustered up the courage to express her determination. Forehead. Yi Feng wondered what this little beauty wanted to do. Yi Feng was vaguely aware of Xiaoqi's affection for him, but he didn't take it seriously. Only when Xiao Yu offered to sacrifice herself, Yifeng thought of Xiao Qi, but he just thought about it and passed it. Didn't expect that now Xiao Qi would offer to live with him, isn't that cheating? Let Long Wan'er and Su Menghan know that Yifeng hooked up with the two Xiao sisters all at once. Don't go. Yifeng didn't think for too long and said directly. Why? Xiao Qi suddenly stared at Yifeng with her big eyes full of anger. I want to watch over for my sister. If you do something wrong for my sister in the future, I will cut your penis for her. This sentence immediately made Yifeng sweat coldly, and made Xiao Yu, who happened to be sitting down in the tea restaurant and was about to talk to Lu Yingying, puzzled for a while. Why is this little girl making such a mess? Then I can't let you go. Yifeng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He is still young and doesn't want to be cut off. I don't care if you don't let me go, I'll just go over and tell your woman that you want to rape me. With all her energy, Xiao Qi stared at Yifeng covetously. When Yifeng heard that cold sweat broke out all over his body, he spread his hands helplessly. Then move here with your sister. Oi. Xiao Qi finally laughed. Unexpectedly, with a little trick, it succeeded. Unexpectedly. She thought that Yifeng would be very determined not to let her go. Now it seems that Yifeng is still easy to talk to, but Xiao Qi is a little dissatisfied in her heart. She went. For example, Lin Xuanhuan comes to this tea restaurant every day just to have a drink with her, but the third young master of the Lin family is really notorious and has spoiled many girls in his daily life. Xiao Qi has no good impression of him. On the other hand, although Yifeng already has a lot of women, he didn't abandon any of them. Yifeng is different from others. This is the conclusion that Xiao Qi came to after following Lin Shiqing all the way. The brief conversation between the two of them decided that Xiao Qi and her sister would live in the villa of Yifeng Qingfeng Heyuan from now on, and the villa of Yifeng would almost be full. Yifeng reckoned that if Zhang Xinyun was added, the villa would not be able to accommodate other people. When Lin Xuanhuan in the tea restaurant heard the conversation between the two, his heart went straight to him, so he fell in love with Xiao Qi, who was going to live with Yifeng soon. Yifeng is too affectionate. Lin Xuanhuan thought hard. It would be inappropriate for him to pursue Xiao Qi anymore, but he wasn't depressed either. It's just that the hard work these days has been in vain. Xiao Qi can't chase after that, just change the target. Lin Xuanhuan thought that today is the first year of his freshman year. With his status as the third young master of the Lin family in Yanjing, whoever he chooses, there is a high possibility of chasing him. Lin Xuanhuan is such a person. For him, women are just for fun. If you can't catch up with him, just change to another one. After making a decision, Xiao Qi happily returned to the tea restaurant to take care of today's affairs of the tea restaurant, while Lin Shiqing, Xiao Yu, Obi, and Lu Yingying began to discuss cooperation. Lin Xuanhuan gave way to Obi and Xiao Yu, returned to his original seat, and continued to eat and chat with his classmates, but from time to time he turned his attention to Lin Shiqing's table while chatting. It's too funny that Lu's group wants to cooperate with Yifeng's so-called blade technology company. Lin Xuanhuan thought so in his heart. He really knows Yifeng's company too well, but last time he made a few $100 million through Lin Shiqing's exhibition, and then used all of it to buy precious medicinal materials, and now his assets are running low. It is too difficult to use this little money to do business, and although Lu's group has gone from bad to worse recently, the thin and dead camel by Medafeng Technology Company will never be looked down upon by the Lu family. Even if there are not many resources that Lu Yingying can use in the Lu group, even if she cooperates with Yifeng for the sake of Lin Shiqing's face, it will be difficult for her to participate in a real profitable project. Under such circumstances, it is undoubtedly very difficult for Dafeng Technology to invest in any project. At least the other directors of the Lu group must strongly oppose it. Although Lin Xuanhuan is a fool, he is still a bit talented in business under the training of Lin Hongchuan since he was a child. Some facts can be seen. Unless Yi Feng can come up with more funds, no one will be optimistic about this cooperation. But Yi Feng has always been a person who can create miracles. Lin Xuanhuan thought in his heart that now he has started to worship Yi Feng a little blindly, so he is not as optimistic about blade technology as others. Maybe this company will develop into a giant in the business world in the future. When Yi Feng came outside the tea restaurant, he didn't go to find out what the people inside were talking about. Instead, he found Dao Scar, who was guarding outside, and asked him and the other 8 brothers about their cultivation. Brother Yi, I'm able to perform all 3 sets of Azure Sex martial arts now, and the same goes for their 8 brothers. Dao Scar said with a little pride, it's just that my cultivation base is not high. Except for my 5-year cultivation base, they have only been cultivated for more than a year. If they really fight against people in the martial arts world, they will definitely not have much advantage. Don't worry about the problem of cultivation, as long as the upper limit of cultivation is raised. Yi Feng shook his head and said, I will find a way to get some treasures from heaven and earth to improve your cultivation. Even when the 1,000-year-old black ice in Zijianlan wakes up, it can provide 10 years of cultivation every once in a while, which is extremely precious to anyone. Even Su Feiying can absorb the aura of heaven and earth within 1,000 years of profound ice, and her cultivation level has doubled to 110 years. If Su Feiying, who had been cultivated for 100 years, could lift 1,000 caddies with one hand, could lift 2,000 caddies with 110 years of cultivation. After 50 years of cultivation, the changes that every 10 years of cultivation bring to the cultivators are obvious. From today, you must start actual combat exercises. Yi Feng said to Dao Scar with a solemn expression, I will be your training object so that you will be more calm when you encounter a strong enemy in the future. Yes. Scar nodded solemnly. He and the 8 brothers can only compete with each other at ordinary times, and they have never met any strong people. It's great that Yi Feng is willing to be their actual combat training object. Dao Scar thought that if he went up with the 8 brothers, he should be able to defeat Yi Feng, right? Scar has never seen a real martial arts master, so he doesn't know the difference in strength among martial arts players. Even if the 9 of them add up, it's impossible for Yi Feng to be the opponent of Yi Feng now. You know, Yi Feng can kill even a master who has been around for 30 or 50 years, let alone them who are novices who have been around for 5 or 10 years. After explaining to Dao Scar some questions encountered in the process of cultivation, the conversation among the people in the tea restaurant has reached the last moment. The Lu Group has the most advantage in the pharmaceutical industry, but because the top-notch young master of the Lu family wanted to steal more pocket money for private use, a scandal involving counterfeit medical equipment caused the reputation of the Lu Group among the public to plummet. Medical devices and medicines are all used to save patients' lives. Lu's group actually produced counterfeit products, which is simply insane. In addition, the accumulated competitors over the years have secretly targeted the Lu Group, and within a year, the business sales have been reduced by 50%. For Yi Feng, if he hadn't just started his career or he didn't want to rely on the power of the Lin family, he definitely wouldn't have chosen a partner like Lu's group. And for the Lu Group, they would not choose such a wonderful company as Daofeng Technology to cooperate with. Although Yi Feng has quite a lot of prestige in the current Yanjing, in the business world, it is definitely not dependent on one person to do a good job. Lin Shiqing pushed Lu's group away from Yi Feng, which showed that the Lin family would not lend a helping hand in this matter. Under such circumstances, it would be useless for them to recruit a blade technology company with no capital at all. Whether it is funds, contacts, social relations, or brand, blade technology has no bright spots. Moreover, Xiaoyu was very strong in the conversation with Lu Yingying, and she rejected everything that might harm the interests of Daofeng Technology. Under such circumstances, the Lu Group can't take advantage of it, and it is even more impossible to cooperate with Daofeng Technology. Lu Yingying pursed her lips and thought about it. She personally has no objection to cooperating with Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng's identity is obvious to all, and his performance in Yanjing in recent days is also remarkable. But the stubborn old Lu group will never agree. At most, I can only let the jewelry branch I manage cooperate with blade technology. As for other aspects, I have to go back and report to other directors. Lu Yingying finally came to this conclusion. That's enough. Xiaoyu smiled slightly. If Lu Yingying goes back to report, the rest of the Lu group will definitely not agree, but as long as Lu Yingying is personally inclined to cooperate, it will be a good start for Daofeng Technology. Xiaoyu didn't like the company name Blade Technology in her heart, but it was chosen by Yi Feng. Casually, she didn't say anything. Lu Yingying personally only has a say in the jewelry branch of the Lu group, and the market value of the jewelry branch is only 5% of the entire Lu group. Lu Yingying is also a risky gamble. If Yi Feng is really strong, then she is betting right. If Yi Feng is in tragedy, she will definitely follow the tragedy. Just now, her status in Lu's group has improved, and her status has plummeted. I believe Yi Feng will not let you down. Lin Shiqing smiled gracefully at the side. As for the specific plan of the cooperation between the two parties, it is of course impossible to discuss it here. When Yi Feng came in, they had just finished talking, and when they heard that they might want to enter the jewelry industry, they thought of Zhu Yichun from Fei Ling Chui Diamond last time. Would be more than happy to ask that guy a little favor if necessary. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Yi Feng hopes that we can cooperate happily. After thinking about it, Lu Yingying stood up and stretched out her silky and delicate hands to Yi Feng. Although she felt that Yi Feng didn't understand business, Yi Feng was still the leader of Daofeng Technology, so she had to give face. Will do. Yi Feng shook hands with her lightly, then let go of her small and tender catkin, which made her a little surprised. If other men in the business world have the opportunity to shake hands with her, they will definitely not let go like Yi Feng. Even if they don't take advantage of the opportunity, they will hold hands for a while to show their sincerity. Lu Yingying shook her head. Yi Feng is not a businessman, so there is no need to be so particular about him. It's just that this makes Lu Yingying a little bit worried. Is it really a good thing to cooperate with Daofeng Technology? Don't invest in it when the time comes and lose everything, then it will be a tragedy for her. Lu Yingying. Well, since you have chosen to cooperate, you should trust them to go back and report to the higher authorities. Lu Yingying gritted her teeth and made a decision. Then she left and Lin Shiqing just received a text message. Student Zhang Xinyun was found by the School Discipline Inspection Department. Lin Shiqing looked at the text message and raised her head to look at Yi Feng. When Yi Feng heard this, he was a little surprised why Lin Shiqing was still paying attention to this matter. I saw that you seemed to be very interested in her, so I paid attention to it. How about Xiaoya? Go and have a look. Lin Shiqing blinked, seized the opportunity. Immediately, Yi Feng was even more impressed with Lin Shiqing. Let's go together. Yi Feng doesn't know what the school's disciplinary inspection department is or where they are, so he can only be with Lin Shiqing. As for Xiaoyu, she was dragged away by Xiao Qi and continued to go back to Zhao's villa to pack her things. The two sisters will be staying in Qingfeng Garden tonight, which is an extremely important day for the two girls. As for Obi, he went back after chatting with Yi Feng for a few words. He has just started his freshman year and he has a lot of things to do on his own. He will be needed when the cooperation with the Lu group starts. There is a department in Yanqing University called the Disciplinary Inspection Department, which is dedicated to inspecting violations of regulations and disciplines in the school. For example, students beating teachers is the management of the Disciplinary Inspection Department. If you are not careful, you may be expelled. Although Zhang Xinyun didn't beat people directly in the surveillance video that was called, it was the cause of Yuan Bu's beating, and maybe he was an accomplice. Because Lin Shiqing said something, the people in the disciplinary inspection department did not dare to trouble Yifeng, but Zhang Xinyun is a teacher without any background. It will definitely have a bad influence if the rumor spreads out, so someone must take the blame for this matter. Zhang Xinyun didn't know that she helped Yifeng take the blame. She was sitting in the office invited by the disciplinary inspection department. There was a cup of green tea on the table, but she was not in the mood to drink tea, but looked nervously at the two middle-aged men sitting opposite him. The office is not big. One of the two middle-aged men is smoking a cigarette and looks close to 50 years old. His hair has started to fall out, and he is carefully looking at the documents in his hand. The one next to him is younger, but also in his 40s, wearing thin-rimmed glasses, is constantly looking at Zhang Xinyun with admiration in his eyes. Obviously he is also attracted by Zhang Xinyun's beauty. The two middle-aged men are both members of the disciplinary inspection department of Yen University, and they feel that this matter is a bit tricky. Yuan Bu is a counselor who just came to Yanda University. He is not a powerful person like a professor, but after all, he is a staff member of Yanda University. Now he is being beaten up in his office. If this incident gets out, it will deal a big blow to Yanda's reputation. The most frustrating thing is that the one who hit Yuan Bu was Yifeng, who has attracted the attention of the whole Yanjing recently. This kid is not simple. Even Lin Rentian, the president of the Yanjing court, came to apologize to Yifeng in person, which shows Yifeng's strength. Who dares to touch such a kid? And judging from the situation of his beating Yuan Bu, this Yifeng is completely reckless in doing things, or in other words, he is not afraid of any serious consequences in doing things. The people in the disciplinary inspection department didn't dare to mess with Yifeng too much. As long as he didn't engage in serious activities like murder, the disciplinary inspection department would just turn a blind eye and close their eyes. This made the people from the disciplinary inspection department focus on the other person who was present at the time, Zhang Xinyun, who was the trigger of the whole beating incident. What is your relationship with Yifeng? The man in his 50s with a cigarette in his mouth looked up at Zhang Xinyun after reading the information in his hand. It doesn't matter. As soon as Zhang Xinyun heard Yifeng's name, she immediately said in disgust, how could she hear this name everywhere? Then why did he suddenly appear when you were talking in Yuan Bu's office? The cigarette man asked again. How do I know him anyway? I don't know him. Zhang Xinyun thought that Yifeng beat Yuan Bu. As long as she insisted that she didn't know Yifeng, she would be fine. But she didn't expect the fact to be exactly the opposite of what she thought. If she had something to do with Yifeng, the people in the disciplinary inspection department would be afraid, but since she has nothing to do with Yifeng, it would be best to use it as a scapegoat. That's right, we know. Both middle-aged men breathed a sigh of relief. Then please answer, what were you doing in Yuan Bu's office at that time? Man with glasses asks like a prisoner. Zhang Xinyun was very uncomfortable being asked, but she still replied, I went to apply for a work-study program. Who knows about Yuan Bu? What can he do? The middle-aged man wearing glasses interrupted her words with a contemptuous smile. Could it be that he wants to tease you because he sees you beautiful? Can you listen to me? When you come to Yanqing University, you have to abide by the school rules and disciplines here. The attitude and behavior of the contradicting counselors are very bad, you know? As for the facts at that time, the surveillance video is very clear, but the middle-aged man didn't want to explore this, just let Zhang Xinyun take the responsibility. Such a beautiful girl is really reluctant to fire her, maybe she can make some unspoken rules. Thinking about it, the man with glasses licked his lips and looked at Zhang Xinyun with a slightly wretched expression. Looking at each other's eyes, Zhang Xinyun was puzzled and wondered why all the people in Yanjing were so lustful. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of beauties in Yanjing. She didn't know that there are many beauties in Yanjing, but how can ordinary people have a chance to get them? Some high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen even take care of more than a dozen young and beautiful women by themselves. In today's atmosphere of power, only money and quick success, ordinary women will not look at ordinary people who have no power or money, let alone beauties. Zhang Xinyun scoffed at the statement of the middle-aged man wearing glasses, but she didn't dare to explode. She could only hold back her anger and said, "The old man did the right thing, not to mention that Yifeng rushed in by himself when I didn't do anything." Is rushing in like it is now? In the middle of her speech, she was suddenly interrupted by another young man's voice, and then a figure in a black shirt rushed in from the office door. It was Yifeng. Who? The middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth reacted. He turned around and saw Yifeng rushing in first. Lin Shiqing, who was still standing and smiling at the door, couldn't help being surprised. "Do you know what this place is? How dare you trespass?" In addition, the man with glasses didn't see clearly who broke in for a while, and suddenly stood up, pointed at Yifeng's nose and cursed, "Believe it or not, I will fire you later." The man with hair loss who was smoking a cigarette slapped him on the head, "Clean your glasses, and see clearly before you speak." He really wanted to strangle the man with glasses to death. This guy usually watches too many movies. Myopia is more than 1000 degrees, and he looks blurry with glasses of 500 degrees. Yifeng was standing at the door of the office. He couldn't see who he was. The strange thing is that this guy is very good at seeing beautiful women, walking on the street. His eyes are always dangling on beautiful women. The man with glasses couldn't help being surprised when he heard the boss's words. He quickly wiped his glasses, looked carefully and finally found that the person standing at the door was Yifeng in black shirt. This frightened him to death. What the hell actually provoked Yifeng? "Let's get out." Seeing the two of them, Yifeng didn't want to say anything more to them, so he raised his chin and signaled them to go out. Two middle-aged men ran out of the office in a hurry, leaving space for Zhang Xinyun, Yifeng, and Lin Shiqing. Yifeng, who had to personally apologize to Lin Rentian, didn't dare to say anything more. The disciplinary inspection department of Yen University sounds very intimidating, but in fact it doesn't have much power, so the two of them won't fight Yifeng. It would be different if it was replaced by the Central Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Why is it not too late? Yifeng turned his head and looked at Zhang Xinyun and smiled. "Why are you here again?" Zhang Xinyun's pretty face darkened. "I didn't expect Yifeng to follow again. Is this guy a stalker? If I don't come, you will either be fired or they will make unspoken rules that you don't want me to come." Yifeng was surprised. Zhang Xinyun has nothing to say. She actually knows the purpose of these two people from the disciplinary inspection department, but she still has a glimmer of hope that the other party is not as bad as she imagined. But it's a pity that what the man with glasses said and the meaning in his eyes had already revealed that kind of meaning, which shattered her fantasy. "Okay, now as long as you promise me a small matter, I will help you settle this matter, otherwise you can stay here." Facing the uncompromising Zhang Xinyun, Yifeng used a rascal's trick and said cheaply, "Think about your father, think about your dream of coming to Yanjing. There is no one else who can help you now, and if I leave, you will be alone and helpless." "It's..." Zhang Xinyun subconsciously asked, "What small things do you promise?" She emphasized on the word little, that if it's really a trivial matter, it's okay to agree to Yifeng. "Hear me tell a story." Yifeng said that of course he wanted to seduce Zhang Xinyun carefully. As long as Zhang Xinyun agreed, Yifeng would have set a trap and waited for her. Dealing with beautiful women must be rogue. And when Zhang Xinyun heard that Yifeng wanted her to do such a thing, she couldn't help being moved, but she was afraid of being tricked and hesitated for a while. Seeing Zhang Xinyun hesitated, Lin Shiqing walked into the office to help her and said, "What are you still worried about? You see, I have an engagement with Yifeng and he hasn't touched me so far, so he is not the kind of person you imagined up." Yifeng was a little embarrassed when he heard it. "What do you mean he never touched her?" In fact, he has touched her many times and even deeply felt the majesty of her chest. Of course, those were not intentional and were not counted by Lin Shiqing. Now he is helping Yi Feng to speak like this. Consider it, consider it. When Zhang Xinyun heard this, she looked at Lin Shiqing suspiciously. She only heard Yi Feng call Sister Lin and Lin Shiqing called Yi Feng Xiaoya before, and she thought they were siblings, but she didn't expect that they were an unmarried couple with a marriage contract. If you inquire about this matter in Yanjing, there is nothing to doubt. Lin Shiqing continued to speak with a sweet smile. My name is Lin Shiqing, and I am the chairman of the Yen University Student Union. I can still talk at Yen University. You can do Xiaoya a favor and I can help you with Yuanbu's matter. When Zhang Xinyun heard it, she suddenly realized that after a long time, it turned out that Yi Feng was relying on Lin Shiqing to help her settle this matter. She thought Yi Feng himself had some power. That's fine. Zhang Xinyun didn't continue to be stubborn. She glanced at Yi Feng and recalled how many times she met him by chance today. Yi Feng told her about ghosts, which made her a little interested. It would be great if the ugly black mark on her face could be removed. Seeing Zhang Xinyun nodding, Yi Feng finally showed a smile. I'm going to tell the people in the disciplinary inspection department that you should go first. Lin Shiqing smiled at the two of them very caringly, then turned around and went out to find someone from the disciplinary inspection department. Yi Feng turned around and left. Zhang Xinyun followed without hesitation. Now that the decision is made, there is no need to hesitate any longer. Follow along to see what Yi Feng wants to do. Zhang Xinyun felt that with her natural supernatural power, Yi Feng definitely couldn't do anything to her. There must have been an accident by the Weiming Lake. The two walked and came to the bank of Weiming Lake again. Yi Feng felt that this place had a nice view and was a good place to chat, so he brought Zhang Xinyun here naturally. The shade of the big trees by the lake is shaded by the bushes, and pedestrians pass by from time to time, embellishing the calm lake with vitality. Why tell stories here? Zhang Xinyun stood still and was blown by the wind. Her short hair was a bit reluctant to come to this place, because Yi Feng saw the marks on her face right here. That was the secret she didn't want others to know. The story is short. Yi Feng didn't answer her question, but said on his own, once upon a time there was a girl with the same innate ghost mark on her face as you. As soon as Zhang Xinyun said this, Zhang Xinyun's face changed. What is the innate ghost mark? Does it mean the mark on her face? How does Yi Feng know that it is called the innate ghost mark? But she's much more serious than you, because she has that mark on not only half of her face, but both sides. Yi Feng continued to talk, and Zhang Xinyun no longer cared about the surrounding environment, but was directly attracted by what Yi Feng said. Has Yi Feng ever met someone like her? What happened to that girl? Having such marks on both sides of her face will definitely make her miserable and unable to live. Just as Zhang Xinyun thought about it, Yi Feng went on to say, but she's different from you. She doesn't hide the marks on both sides of her face, and the people around her don't despise her, but respect her abnormally. You know why? Zhang Xinyun felt a little unbelievable when she heard this. A girl with ghost marks on both sides will not be despised, but respected by others. How is this possible unless she was born into a community of special beliefs? Zhang Xinyun thought about it and expressed her own thoughts. Only girls like that in such groups, tribes, or mountain villages will be regarded as gods. No. Yi Feng smiled and shook his head, because she doesn't live in this world but lives in another world where strength is the most important thing, and a person with an innate ghost mark on her face will definitely become a powerful giant in the future. Hand for rain. The little girl he was talking about is the most powerful innate ghost in the world of cultivating immortals. That noble existence has been worshipped by people since she was born. Even her biological parents regarded her as a god, and sent her to the most powerful sect in the area, rising like a comet, and now she has controlled a huge territory in the world of cultivating immortals, becoming a great emperor, the empress of misfortune. In Yifeng's eyes, Zhang Xinyun, as long as he works hard to cultivate and cultivate, he will forge another legend of innate ghost spirit like the Queen of Heaven and Ghosts. The former heavenly misfortune queen drove thousands of souls by one person to destroy a large sect that was once one of the top 10 immortal sections. That battle shocked the world, and weeping ghosts and gods marked the real rise of innate ghosts and spirit monks. The soul, driven by the congenital ghost and spirit body, is not the same as soul cultivation. Soul cultivation is cultivated little by little. Every mixed cultivator is an individual with independent thinking, but the congenital ghost spirit body is not the same. Just find the soul of the dead monk and send it to him. It can restore half of its fighting power before death. The stronger the innate ghost body itself, the greater the number of souls it can control, and eventually tens of thousands overwhelming. What Yifeng said stunned Zhang Xinyun on the spot. There are really people like that in this world. Yifeng is not from Earth, right? But the young man in the black shirt in front of him is not from Earth, where else could he be? He said these words as a joke to comfort her. I thought she was a 3-year-old so easily deceived. Thinking of this, Zhang Xinyun couldn't help laughing out loud. Yifeng, your ability to make up stories is quite strong, but what's the use of telling me these things? Well, that's how it should be. Yifeng also smiled. Girls are only beautiful when they smile more. Seeing that Yifeng suddenly changed the subject, Zhang Xinyun became angry. I don't like to laugh at you. What can you do to me? Did you come to me just to tell that boring story? Of course not. I just want to tell you that you can also become like her, revered by all people and surpassing all other creatures in the world. Yifeng looked at the opposite side across the lake and said calmly, this world is far from being as simple as you imagined. Do you want to see a living ghost? Come with me and you can see it. Due to the strength of the Huiyun demon lord during his lifetime, his soul after death can also be seen by the naked eye. Let Zhang Xinyun believe that she will understand everything once she sees the soul of the fire cloud demon master. For Yifeng's words, Zhang Xinyun feels like a fairy tale. This world is not so simple, so it's not like that. And to see a living ghost. Zhang Xinyun can't figure out what this means. Since it's a ghost, isn't it already dead? So it's still alive. Although she was puzzled, she had to say that Yifeng's words successfully aroused her curiosity. Where to go to see too far? I'm not interested. Zhang Xinyun stared at Yifeng, trying to see some special expression on his face, but she didn't see anything except indifference. She went with Yifeng. What she thought about the most was to expose Yifeng's lies. By then, there would be no living ghosts. Let's see what else he has to say. Intellectually speaking, what Yifeng said is too unbelievable to believe, but on the other hand, her intuition tells her that what Yifeng said is true. There is really a girl like her with ghost marks on both sides of her face that eventually becomes the admiration of thousands of people. There really are some living ghosts, and the ghost mark on her face is what attracts ghosts. She decided to check it out. Anyway, if Yifeng wants to deal with her, there is no need to use this kind of lie to her, and she doesn't need to worry that Yifeng wants to harm her. Find a place where no one is around and I can release the ghost to you. Yifeng smiled faintly, his consciousness spread towards the surroundings, and soon he found a teaching building not far away, which was deserted and overgrown with weeds. Come with me. Yifeng walked towards the back of the teaching building. It's not easy to finally convince Zhang Xinyun. Waiting to tell her a little bit about the world of cultivating immortals will almost allow her to embark on the journey of cultivating immortals. Subduing the soul of the fire cloud demon lord is Zhang Xinyun's first goal. Zhang Xinyun followed Yifeng without hesitation. And a man and a woman walked towards the back of the teaching building, and some students along the way looked at them with ambiguous expressions. In that direction, it was a famous field holy place at night. Although Yanda is very strict, there are always some people who take the risk of being caught to find excitement. At night, there are couples behind the teaching building. Of course, there must be no daytime. It's just that someone seems to be breaking this convention now. A man and a woman actually walked towards that place in broad daylight. For a while, many people became interested and wanted to follow the past. Soon the figures of Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun disappeared from behind the teaching building, and a group of attracted students followed, but soon they found that there was no one behind the teaching building. It looks like a desolate and overgrown weeds. It's not scientific. Obviously saw a man and a woman coming behind here. A group of people searched for a long time but did not find anything suspicious, so they could only leave angrily. Knowing that the couple must have played tricks, they walked around in a circle from behind. Cheating. When a group of students who were attracted by curiosity left, Zhang Xinyun, who was standing behind the teaching building, had a look of surprise on her face. She probably also knew that the group of people just came to find her and Yi Feng. Maybe they wanted to capture them alive for a field battle, but why she and Yi Feng were standing here, but the group of people couldn't see them as if they were blind. Just now I played a trick to trick them away. Yi Feng spoke lightly, and swept his consciousness around, and found that a group of people had finally left the entire teaching building. No one would disturb them from the back of the teaching building, and there was not even a single surveillance camera within the range. Blindfold. As soon as Zhang Xinyun heard this word, she wanted to laugh and couldn't help but think of Journey to the West. There is such a thing in this world. But before she could ask anything, a heat wave suddenly swept over from her front, just like walking outside from an air-conditioned room in hot summer. This made her vigilant all of a sudden, but when she raised her head, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. What's the situation? A translucent humanoid fire bull, with a height of 4 meters. Humph, boy, what else do you want to say to me, fire cloud demon? As soon as the demon Lord Huiyun appeared, he immediately roared angrily, this great demon will not surrender to you. However, Yi Feng ignored him and pointed to the fire cloud demon lord and introduced to Zhang Xinyun, this is the fire cloud demon lord, of course it is the dead fire cloud demon lord, you can treat it as the soul of the bull demon king. Yi Feng knew that Huiyun demon lord is the descendant of the ancient bull demon king, so just such an introduction let Zhang Xinyun know what is in front of him most intuitively. Oh my god, it's a living soul. It's still a monster and a flame bull demon kings. The temperature of the oncoming heat wave let her know that all of this is true and not just something Yi Feng messed up to play with her. Zhang Xinyun couldn't help but opened her small mouth and stretched out her jade hand, wanting to touch the soul of Demon Lord Huiyun. Demon Lord Huiyun immediately noticed the short-haired beauty beside Yi Feng. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when Zhang Xinyun reached out to him, he suddenly became vigilant. This woman doesn't feel right. Just as he was thinking this, Zhang Xinyun's hand had already touched the outer flames of his soul body, which made him tremble all over. Not good. Huiyun Demon Lord felt something and gave a roar without even thinking about it, and quickly backed away, but was restrained by the soul-binding altar and couldn't leave too far away. It's the innate ghost spirit, the innate ghost spirit. All the flames on the Huiyun Demon Master's soul were extinguished quite a bit at once. Innate ghosts have a fatal attraction to anyone's soul, but once they are really attracted to them, it is the end of the soul, because from then on, the soul's consciousness will be obliterated, leaving only the fighting instinct and obeying the innate ghost's conscious existence. For the Huiyun Demon Master who has cultivated for 100 years, he naturally knows what an innate ghost is. And he also knows how unlucky it is to meet a monk with an innate ghost in his current state. After death, there will be no peace, and people will control them for thousands of years and be slaves for thousands of years. Yi Feng resealed his soul into the Shroud of Souls while the Fire Cloud Demon Lord roared, and the heat wave disappeared, and the whole back of the teaching building returned to normal. Zhang Xinyun stood there in a daze. As soon as she stretched out her hand, she could feel a violent throbbing in her chest. Fear. Zhang Xinyun felt a sense of fear in the heart of the huge fire bull monster just now. Innate ghosts can easily feel all soul emotions, including fear, joy, sadness, anger, etc., just as easy and simple as human breathing. Is the huge fire bull monster soul afraid of her just now? Zhang Xinyun was in a daze, for a long time unable to speak. After seeing the soul of the fire cloud demon lord with her own eyes, Zhang Xinyun felt that her worldview had been strongly impacted. Originally, although some people said that she committed a ghost, she just scoffed at it and didn't take it to heart, but this time Yi Feng proved that she did commit a ghost. What the hell is that? There is such a thing in her body, and this thing is inherently fatal to the soul and can be used to control the soul. How could such a fantasy thing happen in the real world or in her own body? Why do you believe it now? Yi Feng looked at Zhang Xinyun's bright eyes wide open and smiled. Zhang Xinyun couldn't help swallowing her saliva, looked at the location of the disappearing Huiyun demon lord's soul, then turned her head to look at Yi Feng and nodded subconsciously. Since this is the case, all problems will be solved. Yi Feng smiled like a wretched uncle holding a lollipop to lure little Loli. I have a way to make the innate ghost mark on your face disappear, but you must listen to me. If Yi Feng said this to Zhang Xinyun before throwing out the soul of the fire cloud demon master, Zhang Xinyun must have thought he was joking and teasing her, so she would sneer at it. But now Zhang Xinyun has to admit that Yi Feng is indeed different from ordinary people. He knows a lot of things that ordinary people don't know, and he has also come into contact with living souls. Now that Yi Feng said that he can make the innate ghost mark on her face disappear, she can also accept this statement, but Yi Feng would not be so kind to help her in vain. What's your purpose in helping me like this? Zhang Xinyun couldn't help but ask aloud. Her experience since she was a child made her believe that there is absolutely no charity for no reason in this world, and she doesn't need such a charity, she has to give something to feel at ease. It's nothing. Listen to me this month and do me a favor. I'll leave in a month and I'll leave it as you like. Yi Feng said lightly that he just wanted Zhang Xinyun to subdue the soul of the fire cloud demon lord so that he could become a powerful force under his command, so that when the martial arts conference comes a month later, his ability to deal with various crises will be much stronger. He is confident that Zhang Xinyun will be reluctant to leave after a month. After all, this beauty's life can be said to be dark in the past. If she lives in the villa, she will definitely be full of love. Sure enough, there is a purpose. A flash of disappointment flashed in Zhang Xinyun's heart, but it doesn't matter. As long as Yi Feng can really make the innate ghost mark on her face disappear, let alone a month, it will be fine for a year, as long as Yi Feng doesn't have any evil intentions. At this time, Zhang Xinyun finally became a little afraid of Yi Feng, because she can now be sure that it was not an accident that she could not beat Yi Feng by the Weiming Lake, but because Yi Feng's strength was indeed stronger than her natural divine power. But because of this, she didn't back down, but she felt relieved. Yi Feng is stronger than her. It was useless when he wanted her to help him, but he risked being misunderstood several times to get close to her. It can be seen that Yi Feng is not the kind of heinous villain. What should I do? The coldness in Zhang Xinyun's voice has decreased a lot and she asked Yi Feng. Easy to live with me first. Yi Feng turned around and walked outside. I will teach you what to do in the future. Zhang Xinyun thought it wrong at first, but she quickly put her thoughts behind her. If Yi Feng wanted to do something to her, would it be so troublesome? Okay. Zhang Xinyun pursed her lips lightly and then nodded. I'll take care of the tuition for you. Yi Feng smiled and waved his hand without looking back. Pack up your things, I'll pick you up tonight. Zhang Xinyun stood in the distance and watched Yi Feng leave, feeling that her life was about to change. What will life be like in the future? Now Zhang Xinyun can't imagine it, but soon she knows that what will greet her will be a magnificent scene. After getting Zhang Xinyun's matter settled, Yifeng left Yanda University and ran straight towards the Zhao's villa park. Last time, when Lin Rendian took people to the Zhao's house to force a marriage, Yifeng followed Lin Shiqing to the Zhao's villa park, so he knew it was where. Yifeng felt that he had abducted Xiao Deqing's daughters and had to meet them or something, otherwise it seemed too unreasonable. But when he came to the outside of Zhao's villa park, he found a group of people standing at the entrance of the villa park, stopping Xiaoqi and Xiaoyu, who wanted to go out. The silver BMW was parked outside the villa park, and Scar was protecting Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi, preventing some people from approaching them. Yifeng stepped forward. "Xiaoya, what's going on?" Seeing Yifeng approaching, Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi's eyes lit up immediately, and Scar next to the two women also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "It's nothing, some wild dogs came to bite people." Xiaoyu said lightly that she had a large bag of packed things that could not be taken out of the villa park. Yifeng saw with a glance that the group of people blocking the two women included people from the Xiao family and some from the non-Xiao family. "I don't know where they came from. Bitch Renjia went out with you but died in a bar, you must be responsible for that." One of the short and fat women blocked her nose and tears in front of Xiaoyu and scolded Xiaoyu loudly. "You two can't go anywhere without clarifying things today." Another middle-aged man with vicissitudes on his face was also firmly blocking the door, refusing to budge. Even with Scar around, it is not appropriate to use force to drive these people away, because the other party is taking advantage of it. If you beat the other party up and then walk away, wouldn't Scar and sister Xiaoyu become villains? Let's leave this matter and settle it slowly. Xiao Deqing in the crowd frowned and said that he was very helpless for the daughters Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi who insisted on leaving. Why did the two girls suddenly decide to live at Yifeng's house? Although Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi didn't say they were going to live at Yifeng's house, just by looking at the Scar and the silver BMW, everyone knew that this matter must have something to do with Yifeng. Xiao Deqing faintly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that something happened to Yifeng and his daughters? Yifeng, who was walking not far away, already knew what was going on after listening to everyone's gossip. The police told them that Zhao Renjia was killed in a bar. The details are still under investigation. How can they accept it? They came to Xiaoyu immediately. After all, Zhao Renjia went out with Xiaoyu last night. What else to solve? Yifeng walked over with big strides and said calmly, "That kid Zhao Renjia took the blame on himself, he deserves to die, and he deserves to die." He pushed away the surrounding crowd and came in front of Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi, and his appearance changed the faces of everyone present. Yifeng didn't feel sorry for Zhao Renjia's death. Xiaoyu had already told him very clearly about the situation at that time. The boy Zhao Renjia asked her out just to get her drunk and send her to Miao Qiguang of the Miao family. Considering what Zhao Renjia has done in the past, he is an unlearned and incompetent bad boy, and he has never repented. It is a waste of food to live on the money given by Xiaoyu, and even use it to pick up other girls. For this kind of person who died at the hands of the Fire Cloud Demon Master, Yifeng only wanted to say 3 words, a good death. Now that Zhao Renjia's family is here to block Xiaoyu, Yifeng certainly won't give them a good look. If the other party keeps making trouble, Yifeng doesn't mind giving them some color. Let's see. Who are you? Do you owe Renjia money so you want him to die so much? As soon as Yifeng came over, the short, fat middle-aged woman suddenly got up and pointed at Yifeng's nose and cursed. When she called Xiao Deqing and the rest of the Xiao family, their expressions changed a little. The others gloated a little, while Xiao Deqing frowned. Zhao Renjia's family went bankrupt in the early years, and now they haven't been able to get back up. Living in Yanjing can only be regarded as a little bit better than ordinary people. Under such circumstances, they can't get in touch with the upper class at all. They are completely on the same level as the Xiao family, so when Yifeng appeared, Zhao Renjia's family members couldn't recognize Yifeng's identity. But the Xiao family knew Yifeng's fierce methods. The last time Yifeng poisoned Lin Rentian in front of everyone at the gate of their villa park, Lin Rentian forced Lin Rentian to come to apologize to Yifeng in person, and this incident also shocked the entire elite circle of Yanjing. Wouldn't it be even worse for Zhao Renjia's family to face Yifeng's arrogance now? Don't get excited. Xiao Deqing reminded the short and fat woman. The vicissitudes of life. Man next to the short and fat woman is Xiao Deqing's early friend and helped Xiao Deqing when the Xiao family was in trouble, but then he failed to manage and went bankrupt. Xiao Deqing didn't want to see his friend being taught by Yifeng, so where would he put his old face, and he would be too sorry for his old friend. Xiao Deqing wanted to persuade Zhao Renjia's family to go away first, and then he had a good talk with Yifeng. In addition, he had to ask him about his daughters. Why did he go to live with Yifeng for no reason? But he just said something to the pudgy woman and the pudgy woman didn't appreciate it at all. Can I not be excited? It's not your daughter who died, of course you are not excited. The short and fat woman stared at Xiao Deqing bitterly. If your daughter hadn't procrastinated and refused to marry Renjia, would such a thing have happened? So it's all your fault. Your precious daughter must ask her to pay us compensation. Yifeng walked over step by step and felt a little funny when he heard this. What this short and fat woman thinks now is not to seek justice for Zhao Renjia, but to get someone to compensate her, which is too weird. If it was Yifeng, the first thing he thought of was to find the murderer. Of course, it's not that Zhao Renjia's family doesn't want to find the murderer. It's because the police are too strict and ordinary people can't find it. And Yifeng had already sent a message to Zhao Baiyu before, explaining a random reason why the death of Zhao Renjia and Miao Qiguang made Miao Xinqiang of the Miao family tremble with anger. Of course, the police listened to the investigation results of the National Security Bureau, so Yifeng has long been freed from suspicion. Although Yifeng clapped his hands for the death of people like Zhao Renjia and Miao Qiguang, but the two really didn't kill him, so he didn't have the slightest psychological burden. It's okay to pay compensation. Yifeng glanced at the short and fat woman. How much compensation do you want? 1 million. The pudgy woman stretched out one finger without even thinking about it, then felt wrong and it turned into 3 fingers, 3 million. The vicissitudes of life on the side. The middle-aged man watched her movements, listened to her words, couldn't help but hit her. This woman is too stupid, right? The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Deqing, who kept winking at him, almost knew what it was now. How dare you ask for compensation? However, the short and fat woman was hit by her man, but she thought that the man thought she had said too little and quickly stretched out a palm. 3 million is just our mental damage. The total cost is 5 million, otherwise I will go to the court to sue you. Your dead son is only worth 5 million. Yifeng listened to the short and fat woman's words and despised her more and more. If it was him who killed his son, no amount of money from the other party would make him stop. It would definitely make the other party want. Can human life be measured by money like this? Yifeng's words made the short and fat woman stunned. 5 million is still less. Since the decline of their family, all their property has not even reached 1 million, and if they sell the property in the outer ring together, they have no place to live. The cash deposit is still less than 6 figures, and any business is losing money. If you have 5 million, at least your family will have no worries about food and clothing. As the saying goes, from poor to rich, it is difficult to change from rich to poor. The Zhao family was still very rich before, but it has been in a slump since bankruptcy. The most important thing is that his son Zhao Renjia is still unlearned and incompetent. It has become even more difficult to rise again. Then, 10 million. The pudgy woman asked tentatively. Now not only Yifeng, but also Xiaoyu, Xiaoqi, and Daoscar despise the short and fat woman. After the woman is dead, does the son only have money in his heart? Enough. On the side, Xiao Deqing took advantage of Yifeng's silence and decisively and severely stopped the short and fat woman from continuing to mess around. Old Zhao, you go back first, I'll tell you about the things here. While talking, he said to the vicissitudes of life middle-aged man extremely softly, you can't afford to mess with this Yi Feng, for the time being. Although it was in a low voice, the words were of course heard by Yi Feng intact. What is he? The vicissitudes of life, the middle-aged man was a little surprised and asked cautiously. Miss Lin's fiancé last time Lin Rendian provoked him and finally apologized to him in person. What do you think he is? Xiaodeqing asked softly. Upon hearing this, the vicissitudes of the middle-aged man finally understood that Yi Feng was definitely not someone they could provoke. Okay, ma'am, let's go back and wait for news from the police. The vicissitudes of life, the middle-aged man pulled the short and fat woman's clothes and said in a low voice. The short and fat woman is not without eyesight. Listening to the conversation between Xiaodeqing and her man, she understood that it is completely useless for her to mess around here now. Then, let's forget about the compensation. The voice of the pudgy woman suddenly became much lower. The changes of the few of them were all looked down upon by Yi Feng, but at the same time, they felt a little sad. This is the true portrayal of the weak in this society. If he has no strength, not only he, but also Su Menghan and others have been eaten up by others. None left. Of course there's a reason pudgy women are so scared. More than 10 years ago, their family was still very rich, but at that time they offended a senior official in Yanjing, and ended up giving their company small shoes in terms of policy, and finally bankrupted their company. If Xiaodeqing hadn't pulled them at the critical moment, I'm afraid their current situation would be even worse. This made short and fat women and middle-aged people with vicissitudes of life feel a kind of psychological fear of high-ranking and powerful people, but the Yi Feng in front of him was the existence that made Lin Rendian come to apologize in person. Wouldn't it be as simple as playing games if Yi Feng wanted to punish them? Although they didn't want to just give up on their son's death, they really didn't dare to say anything more when facing Yi Feng. After the short and fat woman compromised the vicissitudes of life, the middle-aged man dared not bring others to make noise, took his wife and a few relatives, and wanted to leave. But at this moment, Yi Feng's figure in a black shirt stopped in front of them. You. Young Master Yi, we dare not disturb Zhao Renjia's death, has nothing to do with Miss Xiaoyu. The short and fat woman was startled and quickly explained. Yes, Zhao Renjia is looking for death, of course it has nothing to do with Xiaoyu. Yi Feng said lightly, but don't you feel reconciled to leaving like this? The hearts of those who said this jumped, even if they were not reconciled, what could they do? Could it be that they could still ask Yi Feng for advice? Joke. In their eyes, getting into trouble with a rich family like Yi Feng is the most difficult thing to do. Adults may think about social influence or something, but young people are the most impulsive. If they continue to suppress their whole family, wouldn't it be even worse? However, to their surprise, after stopping them, Yi Feng casually threw out a bank card. I have 5 million here, you take it away. Yi Feng really gave them money. This scene shocked everyone around. Scar was stunned on the spot. Brother Yi just gave 5 million to someone. Xiaoyu is also a little strange. Yi Feng is not such a kind person in her understanding. Xiaodeqing and other members of the Xiao family were even more stunned. They couldn't believe that the young man in the black shirt in front of him was still such a strong young man when he faced Lin Rendian back then. However, in Yi Feng's opinion, this move is what he has to do. Although the other party's behavior is disgusting, I have to say that if it wasn't for him, Yi Feng, the Huiyin demon lord wouldn't have turned into him, and returning to Yanjing would not have caused Zhao Renjia's death. This is a knot in his heart. And Yi Feng doesn't like to bully the weak. If the other party has been strong, stubborn and unreasonable, then Yi Feng will definitely show them some color, but since the other party is consciously retreating, Yi Feng feels a little bit sorry. 5 million is already half of the assets that Blade Technology Company can take out now, but in Yi Feng's eyes, this is still a small amount of money. If the other party is his enemy, no matter how pitiful or weak Yi Feng is, he will not soften his heart, but the people of the Zhao family have nothing to do with Yi Feng. From now on, there will be no intersection. The middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of life stretched out his hand tremblingly and took the bank card that Yi Feng gave him. He couldn't believe it. 5 million is definitely a huge sum of money for him now. Before their company went bankrupt more than 10 years ago, their total assets were tens of millions, but they offended a high-ranking official and brought down their company. Since then, as soon as he has capital, he has started a business and tried to start from scratch, but he always fails. Now the incompetent son died and was paid 5 million. It seems that these assets can be used to try to do some business again. The middle-aged man thought in his heart that he was always unwilling to live his whole life as a son and never come back. Thank you. The tone of the vicissitudes of the middle-aged man trembled a little. Nothing. Yi Feng waved his hand, let's go, but even if you get rich in the future, you must remember that if you are like that boy Zhao Renjie doing nothing all day long, your wealth will be ruined. Well, thank you young Master Yi. The middle-aged man finally recovered from the shock and excitement and nodded solemnly, if there is such a day, I, Zhao Zhufeng, will definitely repay young Master Yi. Of course he will not return the money to Yi Feng because he needs the money too much, so he only keeps this gratitude in his heart. As for the virtues of his son Zhao Renjie, he certainly knows what happened to him, and that dude Miao Qiguan who died in the bar now is nothing more than that. Xiao Yu, a girl, really has no suspicions, but they couldn't find anyone else to make a complaint about, so they came to Zhao's house. 5 million, even Xiao Deqing, who has a good relationship with him, would not give it to him at will, because Xiao Deqing's use of the property of the Xiao family must be approved by other members of the Xiao family, and others will definitely not. Now that he has received the compensation, he will naturally leave, but Zhao Zhufeng, the vicissitudes man, has Yi Feng firmly in his heart. Why are you so kind all of a sudden? Xiao Yu greeted him and stood beside Yi Feng and asked with a smile. It's not kindness, it's just. Yi Feng smiled helplessly. It was about the Huiyun demon lord. He felt a little guilty in his heart. During the journey of practice, the most taboo is to have knots in your heart. Yi Feng's heart was originally kind, but because of the law of the weak in the cultivation world, he could only kill and decisively deal with the enemy, and he could only be ruthless. Now Zhao Zhufeng is not his enemy, but a disadvantaged group in society, so Yi Feng deeply hides his sympathy. Heartbeat. If you don't help the other party today, but forcefully drive the other party away, then Yi Feng will definitely feel uncomfortable. 5 million is 5 million. Although it is half of Blade Technology's available funds, it is very easy for Yi Feng to earn 5 million. Have Xiaoya agreed with your father? Yi Feng took Xiaoyu's tender little hand without any scruples. This made Xiaoyu's face turn red. Although she has a cheerful personality, she is now in front of her family and relatives. If Yi Feng just held her hand like this, wouldn't the whole family know about it? As expected, Xiao Deqing's face immediately changed when he saw Yi Feng's movements. He finally understood why Xiao Yu wanted to live with Yi Feng, so the two already had that level of relationship, but what about Xiao Qi? Not even Xiao Qi. Xiao Deqing had long heard that Yi Feng lived with several beauties in King Fengyuan's villa, and had relationships with 2 of them. No way, let the daughters move in like this, wouldn't it be a sheep in the mouth of a tiger? Xiao Deqing's face became serious all of a sudden. Even if he faced what Yi Feng should fight for, he would not back down. Yi Feng just wanted to settle this matter so that there wouldn't be so many troubles in the future. And looking at Xiao Deqing's expression, Xiao Yu knew that something was wrong and her father was angry. Hey Uncle Xiao, let's take a step to talk. Yi Feng smiled and waved to Xiao Deqing. Xiao Deqing looked at Yi Feng and Xiao Yu's intimacy with a serious face and gradually nodded. On the other hand, Xiaoqi was very upset when she saw this situation. My sister is so cunning. It's so immoral to be so silent with Yifeng. I'll be back soon, don't worry. Yifeng patted Xiao Yuexiang's shoulder and said with a smile. Well go. Xiao Yu nodded slightly worried, don't quarrel with Dad. She glanced at Yifeng and Xiao Deqing. The thing she was most afraid of was that they would quarrel. Xiao Yu used to respect her father very much. Now that Yifeng is someone she likes, if they quarreled, she would definitely feel very uncomfortable. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yifeng smiled. If he wants to take his daughter away, of course he has to talk to her, and he is also confident that he can persuade Xiao Deqing. The two walked aside. Uncle Xiao, I like Xiao Yu. Before Xiao Deqing could ask Yifeng, he said it directly. Which step has it developed? Xiao Deqing lit a cigarette, didn't look at Yifeng, but stared at the silver BMW on the side of the road and asked calmly. What was supposed to happen happened. Yifeng coughed and said truthfully. Then what are you going to do? Xiao Deqing frowned. You are Miss Lin's fiancé, Qingfeng Heiyuan, and you have two of them? This matter has spread throughout Yanjing. Of course I'll go to the end with her, don't worry, Uncle Xiao, I'm not a person who starts in chaos and ends up giving up. Yifeng said. Humph, isn't it the same when you want to hug left and right, isn't it the same? Xiao Deqing snorted softly and looked down upon Yifeng's words. Yifeng was a little puzzled, but he couldn't tell Xiao Deqing that there really was no such thing as monogamy in their world of cultivating immortals, but everything was based on strength. Now that China is a society ruled by law, if Xiao Deqing doesn't come up with something convincing enough, he will never let Yifeng take away a pair of beautiful daughters. Of course different. Yifeng's expression became serious. If they don't want to, I won't force them. Since they are willing to be my women, I will protect them for the rest of my life. Xiao Deqing was taken aback by what he said. How dare this kid say that? Nowadays, if people have multiple women, who would dare to speak so openly? Besides, when Lin Shiqing is his fiancée, most people would never dare to have anything to do with other women. But Yifeng didn't mind. Obviously, this son acts in a unique way, so there are two possibilities. The first is that Yifeng has a mental illness, and the second is that Yifeng has something to rely on. It is naturally impossible for Yifeng to be mentally ill, otherwise how could Lin Rendian, who is in power in the Lin family of Yanjing, apologize to a neurotic in person? That's the second kind. Apart from Yanjing Lin's family, what other backgrounds does Yifeng have? Xiao Deqing made such a guess, but he still couldn't think of what kind of backstage Yifeng would have. Naturally, at his level, he still doesn't know such things in the martial arts world. Xiao Deqing didn't speak, just frowned and smoked a cigarette, thinking about something until he finished smoking one cigarette, and then put out the cigarette end. As long as they don't object, my father, can't stop them. After hearing this, Yifeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi are very disobedient on weekdays. Otherwise, Xiao Deqing would not have said such a thing. Indeed, neither Xiao Yu nor Xiao Qi seem to be the kind of people who would be obedient. If they were, even Xiao Deqing couldn't stop the decision they made. It's just that Xiao Deqing's words seem to include Xiao Qi. Yifeng was wronged. Yifeng just wanted to be with Xiao Yu and never thought about what would happen to Xiao Qi. It seems that in Xiao Deqing's mind, living in Yifeng's villa in King Fengyuan meant becoming his woman. Yifeng was puzzled, but he couldn't refute it. After all, it's hard to talk about this kind of thing with his father. Uncle Xiao, I promise you that as long as I, Yifeng, live for a day, I won't let the two of them get hurt in the slightest, and no one in the entire Xiao family will be able to bully you. In the end, Yifeng made a promise to Xiao Deqing. I believe in you, you have to remember that this is your promise as a man. Xiao Deqing seemed to have aged several years all of a sudden, with a smile on his face, he patted Yifeng's shoulder twice. These 2 strokes used all his strength, which seemed to represent the responsibility of Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi being handed over to Yifeng. On the body. There's nothing else he can do as a father in this situation. Even if he wants to fight Yifeng, he knows that he can't fight Yifeng, so it's better to let go than make Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi, who are caught in the middle, suffer. What he thinks about the most on weekdays is the fate of Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi's sisters. Originally, he didn't like Zhao Renjie very much. After all, who would like a lazy person? If Xiaoyu really follows the other party, she will suffer 100% in the future. Now that Zhao Renjie is dead, Xiaoyu has found Yifeng, making Xiao Deqing feel relieved. After all, Yifeng is much better than Zhao Renjie in many aspects. As for Xiaoqi, just let her like her. This little girl has always troubled Xiao Deqing because she is too naughty. Now I followed Xiaoyu to Yifeng's side, and with Yifeng's care, there shouldn't be any trouble, right? Yifeng looked at Xiao Deqing carefully. His face was shrewd and capable, but there were already some wrinkles, which made Yifeng unable to help but think of Yi Wendian, his cheap grandfather after his rebirth. Everyone will grow old one day. It's just that some people can leave eternal legends in the world when they get old. More people can't leave much traces in this world until the end of their lives. Everything disappears. How sad this is, even the day when the cultivators grow old is foreseeable. Forever young is just a distant dream even in the world of cultivating immortals. Leaving in the silver BMW from Zhao's Villa Park, Yifeng's mind quickly became active. Because he is about to face a problem that the villa is full. He lived with Su Menghan, Long Waner and Shu Shu in his villa before, and then added Zi Jianlan, and now Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi sisters are added, plus Zhang Xingyun is picked up at night, and the 6 bedrooms upstairs are full. I had to convert one of the study rooms into a bedroom to live in. If it were an ordinary person living with so many beauties, it would be like waking up with laughter and sleep. However, for Yifeng, this also means that the villa has many beauties. Since they live here with him, he must ensure the safety of all of them. Yifeng sent sisters Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi back to Qingfeng Huyuan to help clean up, then went out and let Scar carry them to Yanda University. Yifeng would be too lazy to take a car if he was alone, but since he has to help Zhang Xingyun with her luggage, it's better to go by car. As for the storage ring, of course he won't use it so frequently in front of ordinary people. And when the silver BMW stopped at the gate of Yanmen, the sky was already getting dark and night will come soon. Evening sunset, old tree. Zhang Xingyun walked out of the dormitory with a small bag and looked up to see such a scene. Gorgeous. She couldn't help standing still, raised her hand to cover her beautiful eyes, and looked at the sunset in the distance. Such a beautiful scenery is rarely seen in Yanjing, which made many students linger along the way, and Zhang Xingyun, who just came to Yanjing on the first day, was also attracted by it. Just in this wonderful picture, it is suddenly dotted by a shooting star. That meteor came from outside the sky, flashed a faint blue light from a distance, pierced the southeast sky, and caught the eyes of countless people. Zhang Xingyun also put the shooting star in her eyes, her beautiful eyes lit up and immediately made a wish in her heart. She grew up under the care of her father since she was a child, but otherwise she encountered the disgust and contempt of everyone else. If it weren't for her father, she might not be able to persist. So her biggest wish is to be able to learn something and finally earn enough money to honor her father. That's what she's wishing now. Bitch, stop for me. Suddenly, an angry and irritable voice came from a side intersection. Hearing this voice, Zhang Xingyun's originally warm face immediately turned cold. Why is it this annoying guy again? She raised her head and looked towards the edge of the intersection, and she saw a boy with a non-mainstream hairstyle standing at the intersection wearing slippers and dressed like a street gangster. And behind him were several boys who also looked very attractive, all staring at Zhang Xingyun covetously. Some students passing by looked at the clothes of these people and whispered such words as national defense students and bullying people again. Get out. Zhang Xinyun didn't give the other party any face because the other party blocked her way out of Yanda, so she walked up with a small bag and a cold face. Grass brothers, beat her up for me. The non-mainstream person who just spoke up waved his hand and rushed towards Zhang Xinyun with hatred in his eyes. When we got closer, Zhang Xinyun found that the other party's eyes were still swollen like a panda, and she couldn't help but sneered, before the injury heals, it will cause trouble again. This is unorthodox because she ran into a girl in her dormitory on the way back to the dormitory after parting with Yi Feng. The first time I saw Zhang Xinyun, this non-mainstream person was attracted by her pure beauty. After sending away my girlfriend, I confessed to Zhang Xinyun and wanted to use strong threats, but Zhang Xinyun beat me up. After being beaten, the non-mainstream immediately ran back to call someone. National defense students are a special group at Yanda University, known for their unity, but they are also a bit barbaric and unreasonable. Once someone is bullied, the entire National Defense Student Brigade will flock to them. At Yanda University, no one is willing to mess with them. It's just that Zhang Xinyun doesn't care who the other party is trying to tease her now. Seeing the other party rushing over, Zhang Xinyun kicked out without even thinking about it, and then swept her elbow across the side twice, knocking the non-mainstream to the ground again. She really dares to beat Brother Biao. The few defense students brought by the non-mainstream were immediately angry when they saw this. They didn't want to hit women at first, but now they can't stand it anymore. Brothers are being bullied. The opponent is a beautiful girl with good skills. Can they just sit back and watch? A group of people rushed towards Zhang Xinyun. It's a pity that Zhang Xinyun has been cultivating for 10 years, because of her innate ghost spirit. In the eyes of her family, relatives, and herself, she is born with supernatural power to deal with a few strong national defense students. She doesn't take it seriously at all. Bang bang bang. She knocked all the opponents to the ground, picked up the small bag again, past the wailing crowd, and walked towards the gate of Yen Gate. Bitch, stop. A girl's scream came from her at this time. Zhang Xinyun looked up and saw her roommate Lu Zixia, the girlfriend of that non-mainstream boy, staring at her with her hands on her hips. Lu Zixia has a round face and doesn't look very good, but her figure is not bad on the one hand, but when compared with Zhang Xinyun, it is like a chicken and a phoenix. The gap is so huge that I can't bear to look directly at it. What do you want? Zhang Xinyun glanced at the other party and asked lightly. You hit my boyfriend and asked me what I wanted. Lu Zixia pointed at her with a look of hatred on her face. You are still my roommate. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. I must report to the school to expel you. Zhang Xinyun's face became colder when she heard this. Obviously it was Lu Zixia's boyfriend who went to harass her, but she taught her a lesson, and now she seeks someone to take revenge, and she taught her a lesson. What does it mean to beat her boyfriend? If it weren't for her strength, she would have been molested by the other boyfriend. And this Lu Zixia always said that she would be expelled. Is it really so capable? My dad is the vice dean of the School of Economics. It's just a matter of firing you. Lu Zixia stood proudly and looked at Zhang Xinyun contemptuously. She had already investigated this Xinyun in front of her and had no background. In the morning, she offended the counselor Yuan Bu from the School of Economics. Now beating her Lu Zixia's boyfriend is too big a crime. Not to mention the fact that her boyfriend is a national defense student is enough for Zhang Xian to accept, and even Lu Zixia doesn't need to reveal her father's identity. Not to mention that her boyfriend seems to be somewhat related to the boss of some newly rising gang in Yanjing. People who mess with him never end well. Women are no exception. From Lu Zixia's point of view, her roommate Zhang Xinyun must end up miserable. Maybe she will be taken by her boyfriend. No matter how much a woman can she beat the real underworld? Is it fun to bully others? Zhang Xinyun's complexion changed, and she asked softly if she was fired. Wouldn't it be impossible to fulfill her wish to honor her father? Why are these powerful and rich second-generation officials and rich people so unkind and press on others step by step? Obviously the other party provoked her. It's not bullying you, it's you looking for it yourself. Lu Zixia saw Zhang Xinyun's complexion changed and immediately became elated. I don't know from which remote provinces and cities the girl who came to the capital would dare to fight her and beat her boyfriend. For Lu Zixia, bullying others was commonplace in middle and high school. Today, I found someone to bully on the first day of reporting at Yenqing University. I am very happy. Who made Zhang Xinyun so beautiful? Lu Zixia felt deeply inferior at first sight. Although she has a good figure, her appearance is really not flattering. She used to bully those pretty girls in high school. The non-mainstream national defense student is the boyfriend she made in high school. Whenever she encounters something, the first thing she does is to ask her boyfriend to give her a head. She was notorious in high school. She never thought that her boyfriend wanted to molest Zhang Xinyun on his own initiative, but he was beaten up. She thought that Zhang Xinyun was so nervous that he suddenly hit her boyfriend. This kind of violent girl looks like she has a mental problem. Thinking so, Lu Zixia looked at Zhang Xinyun, who had short braids in front of her, with a smug expression on her face. Her father is the deputy dean of Yanda School of Economics, and Zhang Xinyun is just an ordinary student in the School of Economics. It is too easy to expel her. Apologize to us now, and pay some medical expenses. This is the end of the matter, otherwise I will definitely tell my father to let him fire you. Lu Zixia glanced over and said arrogantly. Yan University students who passed by looked at Lu Zixia, who had a good figure but could not bear to look straight at him. Each and every one of them felt a little bit annoyed that this girl was so arrogant because her father was the deputy dean of the School of Economics of Yan University. It was too embarrassing for Yan University. And the beautiful short-haired girl who was bullied by her is too unlucky to be targeted like this even if she doesn't get expelled at the beginning of school. But it's not the first time for Lu Zixia to be surrounded by people like this. She holds her head up high. Not only does she not feel embarrassed, but she is proud of it, because this reflects her nobleness and high grade. Because her father is the vice dean of the School of Economics, she is like a fish in water when she entered Yanda. She felt that if Zhang Xinyun was fired all at once, it would be too unchallenging, so she decided to spare Zhang Xinyun once, not to let her father fire her, but to let her apologize and lose money, so that in the future, she can play with her slowly when bored. Have some fun. How much do you want me to pay? Zhang Xinyun was angry but wanted to leave. But she was afraid that the other party would really ask her father to fire her, so she replied. You hit my boyfriend and his friend, it looks like they were seriously injured, at least you'll have to pay 8,000 yuan. Lu Zixia glanced at the several national defense physiologists who were howling on the ground and said naturally. 10,000 8,000. As soon as this number came out, the students on the side made a booing statement, indicating that these national defense students wanted to bully the short-haired beauty, but the short-haired beauty taught them a lesson in self-defense. The daughter of the vice president actually asked the short-haired beauty to pay tens of thousands of yuan. It really makes no sense. However, they just booed and no one dared to stand up and speak to Zhang Xinyun at such a time. After all, the other party is the daughter of the vice president. If she stood up and offended her, even if she didn't get fired, it would be easy for her to be punished. That's bad luck. I don't have that much. Zhang Xinyun said truthfully that she even needs to work and study to pay all the tuition fees. How could she have so much money to compensate the other party? That's easy to deal with. If you are a poor ghost from the countryside, you can just kneel down and kowtow to me 5 times. How about writing it off? Lu Zixia looked at Zhang Xinyun triumphantly and contemptuously. There is no such thing as cheap in the world at 2,000 yuan, why don't you hurry over here? As soon as this remark came out, the students around felt that the deputy dean's daughter was really top-notch. Zhang Xinyun's complexion also changed again. This kind of condition is something she can't do no matter what. The most important thing is that if she kowtows to the arrogant second generation like Lu Zixia, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the poor? She would rather lose money than kowtow, but 10,000 yuan is really a huge sum of money for her. How can an ordinary student who just entered the freshman year get out of it? Suddenly Zhang Xinyun was in a dilemma. Apologize and kowtow, unwilling to lose money, and it is impossible to ignore it, and afraid that the other party will tell dad to ask the vice president to come forward, and there will be no room for turning things around. Just when she was thinking about it, she glanced out of the corner of her eye and suddenly saw a young man in a black shirt walking on the gravel road not far away. Could it be Yi Feng? Zhang Xinyun's heart skipped a beat. If it was Yi Feng, could you help her with this? But Yi Feng is willing to help her get rid of the congenital ghost marks on her face. She is already very grateful. How can he get involved in such troublesome things? Just as she was thinking, Yi Feng had already arrived in the arena in 3 or 2 steps. I'll give you 1 million, how about you give me 500 clinks? Yi Feng quickly stood in front of Zhang Xinyun and said to Lu Zixia, imitating the tone of the other party just now, there is no such thing as cheap in the world at 2,000 yuan, why don't you hurry over here? The surrounding students immediately admired Yi Feng's five-body attitude. This boy is domineering. When Zhang Xinyun heard Yi Feng's words, she couldn't help but froze. She doesn't know what Yi Feng's identity is. She only knows that Lin Shiqing, who is related to him, seems to be quite powerful, but Lu Zixia is the daughter of the vice president of the School of Economics. No matter how powerful Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing are, it is impossible not to let each other go in the eyes. Yi Feng, who is also a freshman of the School of Economics, actually offended the vice president's daughter because of Zhang Xinyun, which made Zhang Xinyun feel a little moved. And she naturally didn't know that for Yi Feng, let alone the vice dean, even the dean of the School of Economics would not frown when standing in front of him. And when Lu Zixia saw someone standing in front of Zhang Xinyun and said such a sentence to her, her face turned livid with anger. Who are you? This is the first time for Lu Zixia to encounter someone contradicting her. It was because she helped a beautiful woman contradict her. This dealt a huge blow to her self-esteem and couldn't help but ask. I am a classmate of Zhang Xinyun, a freshman at Yi Feng's School of Economics. Yi Feng told the truth. He glanced at the several national defense students who fell to the ground next to him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. As soon as they heard Yi Feng's identity, the surrounding students whispered to each other that Yi Feng was basically doomed. A freshman in the School of Economics dared to swear at the deputy dean's daughter. And Lu Zixia was even more overjoyed that this boy is from the School of Economics, so she is still afraid of a fool. Her father is the vice president of the School of Economics. Lu Zixia's favorite thing is to meet this kind of stunned young man who likes to show off. When she was in high school, when she bullied other beauties, sometimes there would be a flower protector jumping out. But every time the flower protector was beaten badly by her, and finally knelt down and begged for mercy. I never thought that I would encounter such an interesting thing when I just came to Yanjing today. Lu Zixia was not surprised, but happy. For Yi Feng's appearance, she felt happy to hear about it. Unfortunately, she didn't know what would happen to meet her. Student Yi Feng. Have you taken a fancy to the beauty behind you? Lu Zixia had a good time. She glanced condescendingly at Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun. Unfortunately, do you understand the principle of shooting the top bird? Sometimes there is a price to be paid for youthful impulsiveness. But it's because you are young and ignorant. Kowtow to apologize now. Hurry up before it's too late. Yi Feng didn't even hear what Lu Zixia was saying. Xiao Zhang, have you packed your things? You will live with me in my house from now on. Yi Feng didn't turn his head back. He used his wonderful fairy voice to transmit to Zhang Xinyun. Well, but this Lu Zixia. Zhang Xinyun was a little hesitant. There was worry in her beautiful eyes. Now they want to get away. It doesn't seem so easy. Do not take it personally. Yi Feng waved his hand. He didn't care about Lu Zixua's affairs at all. He took out his mobile phone and called Lin Shiqing. Hello, Xiaoya. What's the matter? Lin Shiqing quickly picked up the phone. At this time, she was eating in the school cafeteria. It's nothing. It's just that there is a girl here. She said that her father is the vice president of the School of Economics. He is bullying Zhang Xinyun here. Look. Yi Feng didn't specify what it was. He just mentioned it casually. Well. I see. I'll send a message to the dean. Lin Shiqing smiled. She didn't take this kind of trivial matter to heart at all. Let alone the daughter of a vice president, even the principal of Yanda University was very polite to her. Miss Jinglin. The matters within the School of Economics should be resolved within the School of Economics. So Lin Shiqing sent a message to the dean of the School of Economics. In this way, Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun won't be embarrassed by Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun. As for the situation on the spot, Lin Shiqing believes that Yi Feng will definitely be able to handle it well and will never suffer. Thank you, Miss Lin. Yi Feng is still quite grateful. Lin Shiqing, the top sister, is really good to him now. If it is any other man, I am afraid that she will be beautiful. Now the whole Yanjing, Lin Shiqing is the most important one. The man must be Yi Feng. What kind words are there between us? If there is nothing else, I will hang up first. You are busy with your work. Lin Shiqing's voice is always so clear and sweet. It made Yi Feng's heart move when he heard it. Okay, bye-bye. Yi Feng imitated the sayings of the people on the earth. He said goodbye to Lin Shiqing. He hung up the phone and put the phone in his pocket. It is really inconvenient for things like phones. Because they can't be thrown into the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring storage space. Otherwise, there will be no signal. You can't receive calls or text messages. Yi Feng could only put his phone in his pocket. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng didn't have any scruples anymore. You like to make others kowtow and apologize so much. Yi Feng raised his head and looked at Lu Zixia, who was in front of him. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a sneering smile. I don't like it. It's just that there are always some people who don't have eyes. They provoke people they can't afford. Lu Zixia looked at Yi Feng on the phone and didn't stop him. She felt that no matter how strong a guy like Yi Feng was, it would be impossible for him to find a backer as big as the vice president of the School of Economics. You must know that this is Yanda, the #1 university in the country. The vice president of any college is a respectable figure in all walks of life. Even high-ranking government officials will treat them with courtesy and have extensive connections in all walks of life. You should give this sentence back to yourself. Yi Feng was too lazy to say anything to this kind of person. He grabbed Zhang Xinyun's little hand and wanted to leave. Holding Yi Feng's hand, Zhang Xian Yunqia's face showed a blush. This Yi Feng, why is he so bold? The relationship between the two is far from being so close. It's obviously just a mutual transaction relationship. She subconsciously wanted to break free, but found that Yi Feng's strength was much stronger than hers. Even if she wanted to break free, she couldn't do it. Yi Feng pulled her and walked up to Lu Zixia. Listen well. If you dare to bully Zhang Xinyun next time, it will be like bullying me. As for who I am, Yi Feng, you can go ask your father about it. Goodbye. After finishing speaking, Yi Feng walked away with Zhang Xinyun. Lu Zixia is a girl. Of course she didn't dare to stop the two of them. Leaving aside Yi Feng, Zhang Xinyun's violence alone is not something she can bear. After hearing Yi Feng's words, and seeing Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun's intimate actions, Lu Zixia couldn't help but have some doubts in her heart. Does this Yi Feng really have a big background? She just came to Yanda this year. Of course, she has never heard any rumors about Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing. But there are some seniors and sisters around. From Yi Feng's self-registration number just now, he has some doubts. Could this Yi Feng be that Lin Shiqing's fiancé? Now watching him take Zhang Xinyun away, such a demeanor is even more impressive. Everyone confirmed it. It turned out to be that Yi Feng. No wonder. This kid dared to ignore the vice dean of the School of Economics. He came to confront the vice dean's daughter. Lu Zixia looked around. Seeing the seniors and sisters whispering and gloating, she also felt something was wrong. She quickly took out her mobile phone and wanted to call her father. But when the number is dialed out, I get a prompt that the other party is talking. Please wait a moment. Yi Feng. If this kid has no status, I will definitely fire him. How dare he threaten me like this? Lu Zixia thought bitterly in her heart. Just as she was about to call later, to ask her father Yi Feng's identity, the noble gold iPhone 5S in her hand rang. She looked down. It was her father who called her. She quickly slid the connection button. Hello, Dad. Damn girl. Hurry up and come home to me. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Lu Zixia hadn't said anything yet. The other party was already furious, and scolded her head and face. Lu Zixia was stunned all of a sudden. What happened? It made Dad so angry. She didn't realize it was because of the matter in front of her. After all, Yi Feng made a phone call just now. I can't just let my dad know. But soon her face turned pale. Because her father finally explained Yi Feng's identity to her. Damn girl. Did you offend a freshman named Yi Feng? Hurry up and apologize to him. You don't know who he is. Well, let me tell you. Miss Yanjing Lin has a fiancé, right? This Yi Feng, it's her fiancé. What? Lu Zixia was stunned all of a sudden. This Yi Feng actually has something to do with Yanjing Lin's family. No wonder she didn't take Lu Zixia seriously. Compared with Yanjing Lin's family, she, Lu Zixia, is simply scum. There is a huge gap between a mayfly and a big tree. The deputy dean of the School of Economics of Yanjing University just received a call from the dean saying that his daughter was at Yanjing University provoking the fiancé of Miss Lin's family in Yanjing, and he was taken aback. Yanjing Lin's family is a giant at the national level, even a vice president has no right to speak in front of him. His daughter actually offended the Yanjing Lin family. If it's reasonable, then it's normal. People from the Yanjing Lin family won't be too much, but for his daughter, he knows what kind of person he is. He was spoiled by his mother since he was a child. Even if it was the fault of the other party in the first place, her daughter would never be able to get rid of it. Under such circumstances, of course he immediately called and scolded Lu Zixia. And Lu Zixia stood outside the Yanda dormitory building with a dull expression on her face. If it were someone else, Lu Zixia might still have the idea of fighting with him, but facing the Yanjing Lin family, she is 100% sure that she has no chance of winning. Miss Lin's fiancé will be a person who can influence the political and economic trends of the entire Hua country in the future, which is not comparable to someone like her. Immediately, cold sweat flowed down Lu Zixia's forehead, and she regretted it. Now, let alone asking her to find troubles with Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun, she will probably take a detour when she sees them. People from Yanjing Lin's family shouldn't be so small-minded, right? Lu Zixia thought anxiously. However, she didn't notice that her boyfriend who was lying on the ground watched Yi Feng lead Zhang Xinyun away, but there was a sinister look in his eyes. Obviously, he was very unconvinced by being beaten like this. The most important thing is that he was still beaten. A girl got spanked. This spread is not only an insult to him, but also to the entire National Defense student body. National Defense doesn't like to bully people in their daily lives, but if someone bullies them, they will 100% get it back. Hearing other people's whispering and seeing Lu Zixia dripping cold sweat after answering a phone call, the non-mainstream National Defense student gritted his teeth and thought to himself, isn't there some backstage? No, that is a member of the real underworld. While thinking this way, he quietly sent a text message to his dad. Soon his father replied with a message, I just happened to be eating with Baoshan brother near Yanda, and my father will come over with him to help you out. Only then did the non-mainstream National Defense students breathe a sigh of relief. Facing the real underworld, no matter what background you have, you will definitely hit the street and be beaten up is the minimum thing. He still doesn't know that Yifeng's backstage is Yan Jinglin's family, otherwise he wouldn't dare to think about Yifeng even if he had 10 guts. He limped up and walked towards the school gate together with the rest of the National Defense students. As for Lu Zixia, he didn't want to bother. Originally, he was dating Lu Zixia because of her vice president's father, but now this woman is so useless, why does she care what she does? This woman has a good figure, and it's very cool to turn off the lights on the bed at night. It's a pity that she can't take her appearance out. I'm ashamed to meet people. It's not like the short-haired beauty just now. If you can make her your girlfriend and take her out, you will have more face. The non-mainstream National Defense student thought that he must use some means to get that beauty later. Come on, let's go to the school gate to watch a good show, he said to the other defense students who were beaten. Brother Biao, you called your father. Immediately, someone raised his voice and asked. Yeah, he happened to be having dinner with the boss of the new gang, so he brought someone over later. I want to see how that kid died. The non-mainstream National Defense student known as Brother Biao spoke viciously while not forgetting to act aggressive in front of his classmates. The boss of the new gang is an extremely powerful existence. How can ordinary people ask the boss of the new gang for help? People who can ask the boss of the new gang are considered high-level people in the entire Yanjing. A group of people dumped Lu Zixia and ran to the gate of Yan University. Of course, Lu Zixia will not join them in the fun. For Song Biao, she will definitely pretend not to know him when she meets her boyfriend in the future. It's too embarrassing for a third-year National Defense student and a group of brothers to be beaten like this by a freshman girl, isn't she? Lu Zixia wouldn't want such an idiot as her boyfriend. Yifeng led Zhang Xingyun all the way towards the gate of Yan's gate. Yifeng couldn't go far, so he took the initiative to let go of her soft little hand and said apologetically, I'm sorry, but in order to prevent that girl from attacking you in the future, it's better to pretend to be intimate. Zhang Xingyun was taken advantage of by Yifeng, but she was surprisingly not angry, but she had a strange feeling. It was the first time she held hands with a boy. Even the son of the city party secretary in high school hadn't been able to hold her hand because he saw her. Ignore her. Is this Yifeng also so reckless and frivolous towards other girls? Wouldn't it be dangerous to live with him? Zhang Xingyun thought in her heart that she didn't know where Yifeng lived, but secretly guessed what kind of place a person like Yifeng would live. Yifeng brought the little beauty all the way to the gate of Yan University, but he was still thinking about the blue shooting star in the southeast sky just now. When the shooting star pierced the sky and landed far away, Yifeng felt the ancient ring of the dragon sword in his hand. Wei Wei reacted, but it wasn't strong, so I don't know if it was an illusion. If it wasn't an illusion, wouldn't that shooting star be some kind of treasure? However, now Yifeng only knows that the meteor landed in the southeast direction, and he doesn't know how far away it is. It is obviously unrealistic to go there and check it out, and maybe when the meteor falls through the friction of the atmosphere, there will be no residue left. Yifeng shook his head. The most urgent task now is to deal with the beauties in the villa and teach some of them to become immortals to prepare for the martial arts conference in a month's time. If it goes well, Yi Feng will be able to rise up in 1 month at the martial arts conference in 1 month, become famous in the martial arts and truly establish a force of his own. If that's the case, from then on, no matter who wants to touch Yi Feng's people, he has to weigh whether he can provoke Yi Feng. The two walked to the gate of Yen University, one after the other, and suddenly Yi Feng's consciousness swept away and found a group of people approaching him and Zhang Xinyun aggressively in front of him. It's Brother Baoshan from the new gang. Yi Feng looked a little weird. He hadn't seen this guy since the last time he blasted the ceiling at the Royal Entertainment Club to threaten him. What is this guy trying to do at the gate of Yen University? At the school gate, a group of underworld-like guys caught the attention of a large group of students. The leader is Yao Baoshan, the boss of the new gang. His original glasses were replaced by sunglasses, he was wearing a suit with a cigarette in his mouth, and the big sapphire wrench on his right finger was shining brightly in the setting sun. That sapphire finger was passed down from Du Banglong, one of the former Yanjing's 3 major gangs, the boss of the Black Dragon Club. After Du Banglong's death, it was in Yao Baoshan's hands. Yao Baoshan's ability to form a new gang so quickly and grow stronger has a lot to do with this sapphire big finger. It is precisely because of this sapphire big finger that he can quickly recover the old part of the Black Dragon Club, and thus rise rapidly. Behind Yao Baoshan were several burly men who also wore suits and sunglasses. At first glance, they appeared to be extremely vicious characters. If they fought, they would not be opponents. In addition, there was a middle-aged man with an Ultraman hairstyle, walking with Yao Baoshan. His shrewd eyes were scanning the school gate, as if he wanted to find something. Brother Baoshan, were those girls satisfied last time? Uncle Altman said flatteringly to Yao Baoshan. It's not bad, the brothers are full of praise, that waist, that, but, tsk. Yao Baoshan was beaming with joy, recalling the madness of that night, with endless aftertaste. Song Feixiang, who looks like an Ultraman, is very fond of Yao Baoshan, and he often finds some women for him from somewhere, which is very cool. Because of this, now that Song Feixiang said that his son had been beaten, he happened to be nearby, so he came over to see who was so arrogant and dared to beat the national defense student of Yen University. No matter which short-sighted guy hit Song Feixiang's son, he, Yao Baoshan, would do what he could to help. After a while, Song Feixiang, who looked like Ultraman, received a text message, "Dad, it's the couple in front." To avoid suspicion, Song Biao didn't show up directly, but hid in the dark. He just wanted to wait for the new gang to teach Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun a lesson, and then he would show up with his classmates to show off and regain his position. After glancing at the text message, Song Feixiang stared at him with big eyes, pointed to a couple of men and women at the school gate, and said to Yao Baoshan, "Brother Baoshan, that's them." Yao Baoshan raised his head and squinted his eyes. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after seeing the appearance of the man and woman clearly, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Isn't that man Yi Feng? Last time at the Royal Entertainment Club, the scene of Yi Feng shooting towards the ceiling with a new type of firearm and setting off fireworks in the sky on the roof still often comes to Yao Baoshan's mind. Brother Song, did you admit the wrong person? Yao Baoshan didn't go forward immediately, but asked Song Feixiang indifferently. He, Yao Baoshan, has gone through too many hardships along the way to be where he is today. If the guy who beat Song Biao is too powerful, he will not be able to tear himself apart. Especially when facing Yi Feng, it is absolutely impossible for him to help Song Feixiang and become an enemy of Yi Feng. Isn't that courting death? No, it must be them. My son said they were the ones who beat him. Song Feixiang nodded affirmatively, not noticing the change in Yao Baoshan's face at all. Hearing what Song Feixiang said, Yao Baoshan sighed secretly. This guy's son really has no eyesight, and he actually provoked Yi Feng, a god like this. Now, even Yao Baoshan can't keep him. Seeing Yi Feng's gaze sweeping towards this side, Yao Baoshan knew that he had been discovered by Yi Feng, and it was too late to leave now, so he simply made a decision. Come with me, follow my orders and act, and don't say a word without authorization. Yao Baoshan waved his hand, let his subordinates and Song Feixiang follow behind, and walked all the way towards Yi Feng, who had just walked out of the school gate. Are they from the underworld? Seeing Yao Baoshan's group of people running over, Zhang Xinyun's expression changed. Although she was born with supernatural powers, she had never fought with gangsters. In her impression, everyone in the underworld is vicious and fierce, armed with machetes, pistols, and other weapons. It is definitely not something that one person can resist. Yes, but don't worry, they dare not do anything to us. Yi Feng nodded, and stood there calmly, watching Yao Baoshan rushing over with his people. When Zhang Xinyun heard it, she didn't believe it. Looking at the posture of the gangsters on the other side, it was obvious that she wanted to harm them. If the underworld uses pistols or something, wouldn't they be sad? Could it be that the brother Biao she hit just now had something to do with the underworld? Although Yi Feng was by his side, Zhang Xinyun didn't know much about him yet, so she was naturally very nervous. And the Yan University students passing by, the parents who came to send their children to start school registration, and a few teachers and professors watched Yao Baoshan and others walking towards Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun at the gate of Yan University. All of them showed puzzled expressions on their faces. As the #1 institution of higher learning in the country, Yanda University has always had very few people making trouble at the school gate. What's going on today? It seems that the pair of boys and girls are going to be in bad luck, and I don't know how to provoke such a vicious underworld member. Although a group of people felt that Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun were bound to encounter tragedy, none of them was willing to stand up. In this situation, the others only thought of watching the fun and not being affected by Qiyu, so how could someone come out to make trouble? It's impossible to do this even if you act bravely as a good citizen, because there are 5 people in the underworld, all of them are tall and mighty, and one of them looks like they can beat 3 adults. Unless passers-by form a team and act bravely, otherwise this matter will definitely not be resolved. But if you want passers-by to form a team, unless the sun comes out from the west. And Song Biao, who was hiding in the dark, and several national defense students also paid attention, observing the tense scene on the field. It's not easy to call them all. All of a sudden, several national defense students looked at Song Biao with a touch of admiration in their eyes. Since Brother Biao was able to call the underworld, it was the newly emerged boss of Yanjing who came in person. Brother Biao walked sideways in Yandaning? No, not only in Yanda, but even in Yanjing, not many people dare to mess with the new gang. They looked at Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun, who had just walked out of the school gate and stopped, with eagerness and anticipation in their eyes. These 2 guys must be beaten up by the underworld, right? That's the underworld, not their college students, so they must be extremely powerful in a fight. As Yao Baoshan led the crowd to approach Yi Feng, the tense situation in the arena suddenly attracted the attention of everyone around him. What's going on? How will things develop? Will the boy in the black shirt be beaten like a pig's head by the underworld? Will the short-haired beauty be taken away by the underworld? Is it too horrible to look at? In the middle of the audience, Yi Feng was the only one who was calm and composed, with his usual expression. When he came to stand in front of Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun, Yao Baoshan had a serious and respectful expression on his face, but the new helpers behind him didn't know Yi Feng's identity, and they all felt like they were facing an enemy, because Yao Baoshan had warned him they cannot be underestimated by anyone in Yanjing. Only Song Feixiang, who was walking beside Yao Baoshan, looked smug. Since he joined Brother Baoshan from the new gang, his career and life have been rising steadily. The little college student in front of him dared to beat his son, and it seemed that he was impatient. As expected by everyone around, Song Feixiang stepped forward and pointed at Yi Feng. Boy, do you know that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended? You dare to hit my son, you are full. Looking for shit, huh? It started. The beginning of a fierce conflict caused everyone around to widen their eyes, wanting to see clearly what was going on in front of him. Song Biao and a few other national defense students who were hiding aside looked at Song Feixiang pointing at Yi Feng with high spirits, and all admired him. With Brother Baoshan as the backing, the momentum is really different. However, what made them all feel a little strange was that facing this situation, the short-haired beauty beside Yi Feng looked a little nervous, but Yi Feng himself did not change his expression at all, with a calm expression on his face, as if the person standing in front of him was like a jumping clown. Fuck. Brat, I'm asking you something. Seeing Yi Feng's indifference, Song Feixiang couldn't help being furious. This kid is so calm after beating his son, he really deserves a beating. While cursing, he turned his head, wanting Yao Baoshan to come forward and deal with this annoying kid. But when he just turned around, he found that Yao Baoshan looked at him with a look of sympathy, as if telling him, let him ask for more blessings. Call me Brother Yi. Yao Baoshan didn't even say a word of nonsense, he kicked Song Feixiang behind his knee. His ferocious look combined with his thick body made Song Feixiang kneel down in front of Yi Feng. Song Feixiang was not such a fragile person, but he never expected that Yao Baoshan would attack him suddenly without any warning. Call me Brother Yi. What's the matter with this Nima? When Yao Baoshan almost yelled these words, everyone on the field except Yi Feng was stunned, as if they stopped thinking. What happened? Song Feixiang fell to his knees at once. As the person involved, he could feel the pressure Yao Baoshan put on him the most. But, why did Brother Baoshan attack him? This is so unscientific. The thugs behind Yao Baoshan, who was the closest, were shocked when they saw the situation, and their thoughts turned sharply. They suddenly expected a certain situation, that is, the so-called Brother Yi in front of him was very tough in the background, and even the boss of the new gang Brother Baoshan dare not offend. As soon as they heard the name Brother Yi, several people immediately thought of a saying circulated among the high level inside the new gang, that is, that time someone shot a big hole in the ceiling of the Royal Entertainment Club, and it seemed that it was a kid named Yi. What the hell? Could it be that the boy from Yanda University in front of him was the instigator of that incident? It's unbelievable, at such a young age, you can actually make the Baoshan brothers of the new gang bow their heads. Standing beside Yi Feng, Zhang Xinyun was taken aback by Yao Baoshan's actions. Why did they suddenly start fighting among themselves? He quickly realized that the fat man wearing sunglasses in front of him was calling Yi Feng Brother Yi. No way, Yi Feng is also related to the underworld? An idea popped up in Zhang Xinyun's heart. She felt that Yi Feng was becoming more and more mysterious in her heart. But in the end, the two of them don't have to face the threat of the underworld, and the other party seems to be very respectful to Yi Feng. After this time, there shouldn't be any other short-sighted guys looking for trouble, right? Song Biao and several national defense students who were hiding aside suddenly got up from the grass. This is impossible, right? Song Biao's face was full of disbelief. Didn't his father have a good relationship with Brother Baoshan? Why would Brother Baoshan kick his father to the ground at this time, kneel down towards Yi Feng, and call Yi Feng Brother Yi? Could it be that Yi Feng's backstage was so big that even Yao Baoshan didn't dare to offend him? God, what kind of backstage should that be to have such a deterrent effect? I'm afraid, it must be the top few big families in Yanjing, right? The other national defense students who were flattering Song Biao suddenly shut their mouths, and if they continued to speak, it would be tantamount to flattering the horse's legs, which seemed to be ironic. Even the new gang that has risen recently can't do anything to that kid, that is to say, they were beaten for nothing just now? It's a pity that short-haired beauty is so juicy, and now it seems that they have no chance to get their hands on it. The rest of the people around looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes all fell out of surprise. Originally, they thought that this group of gangsters would have to teach Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun a lesson, but who knew that when they ran in front of them, they kicked a guy who looked like his own and knelt down. What's going on? The audience was silent, and the cool wind blew by under the setting sun, rolling up a large number of fallen leaves, and the scene dotted with the gate of Yin University was incomparably bleak. This is even more true in the hearts of Song Feixiong and Song Biao. Yi. Yi. Song Feixiong trembled his lips, trying to call out the word brother Yi, but he couldn't pronounce it. Forget it, I'm not that old, I don't need others to call me grandpa. Yi Feng waved his hand, this guy called brother Yi, but he couldn't say it out, like he was calling grandpa, it's really embarrassing. Yi Feng wondered, is he that old? Yao Baoshan, listen to me. Yi Feng ignored Song Feixiong who was kneeling on the ground, but raised his head, and warned fatty Yao Baoshan, from today onwards, get your people out of the 3-kilometer range of Yin University, I don't want to watch it when I am in school. To any of the gangsters, do you understand what I'm saying? As soon as these words came out, Yao Baoshan's expression froze, could it not be that Yi Feng did things so terribly? If other people talked to Yao Baoshan like this, even if it was people from several big families in Yanjing, he would dare to negotiate terms with them, but only facing Yi Feng, Yao Baoshan didn't dare to have any other ideas at all. The only way to do it is to follow what Yi Feng said. Because Yao Baoshan vaguely knew that Yi Feng had close ties with Huagua's most secretive department, the National Security Bureau, otherwise it would have been impossible to produce that kind of precision firearm at the Royal Entertainment Club last time. In this way, don't Yi Feng's words represent the country's words? He, Yao Baoshan, dare not follow. Yes, brother Yi. Yao Baoshan immediately lowered his head and took off his sunglasses to show his respect for Yi Feng. And his attitude made everyone around him even more surprised. Yao Baoshan felt that today was probably the second time he had been useless since he came down from Changbai Mountain to Yanjing. The first time was at the Royal Entertainment Club, when Yi Feng stepped on his feet, and it was still in front of all his helpers, which made him lose face. The second time is now, facing Yi Feng's request, he has no choice but to comply. Yi Feng has the strength to propose such a condition. Yao Baoshan is not like some other fools who have no brains. He has already made 120,000 plans for Yi Feng, and listed him as one of the most dangerous people. Since coming to Yanjing, even some senior officials in Yanjing have been polite to him, but Yi Feng didn't give him any face. It can be seen that Yi Feng has nothing to worry about, and he is nothing in Yi Feng's eyes. You know about the Nanchanmen being wiped out before last year, right? Yi Feng looked at the unwilling Yao Baoshan, and added another sentence lightly. In the past, Yao Baoshan probably didn't know anything about Nanchanmen, but since he came to Yanjing and joined the Yanjing underworld, of course he heard about this incident that shocked the entire Yanjing underworld. This made Yao Baoshan's heart tremble. The Nanchanmen's extermination back then, could it have something to do with Yi Feng in front of him? Of course his guess was wrong, but Yi Feng's words were originally meant to scare him, to make him feel a certain fear. And when Yi Feng added this sentence, he naturally used a not-so-strong hypnosis, and implanted a thought in Yao Baoshan's mind. From now on, his subordinates must never enter within 3 kilometers of Yanqing University. From now on, Yao Baoshan will regard this idea as the truth and follow it unremittingly. Yi Feng's small action turned the future Yanda University into a pure place without gangsters. This was something he hadn't thought of at this time, but it didn't make much difference to him. The reason why Yao Baoshan was allowed to do this was that Yi Feng simply didn't want the other party to disturb his life, otherwise seeing this kind of underworld person would be annoying to death, and it would be better if he couldn't see it. As for him, you can figure it out. Yi Feng glanced at Song Feixiong who was kneeling on the ground, waved his hands and said something, and then led Zhang Xinyun to the place where Dao Scar parked not far away. Scar was completely aware of the situation just now, but it didn't appear, because he believed that Yi Feng could easily solve this kind of thing. The most important thing is that now Yi Feng is with a beautiful woman. Of course he wants to give brother Yi a chance to show off. Scar now admires Yi Feng more and more. How many beauties has this silver BMW carried today? Now the villa in King Feng Yin must be full of beauties, right? Brother Yi is brother Yi, someone else would never have such courage. After Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun got into the car, the silver BMW drove away quickly under the control of Scar, leaving Yao Baoshan at the gate of Yen University with his men, and Song Feixiang kneeling on the ground. Song Biao, who was hiding at the side, saw that Yi Feng was gone, and Song Feixiang was still controlled by Yao Baoshan. He couldn't help swallowing, and without thinking, he got up from the grass and prepared to slip away. Although Dad seems to be in danger, what can he do as a student? The other party is the underworld. Where is your son? Call him to me. Yao Baoshan said to Song Feixiang with a gloomy face. He must vent about the loss he suffered from Yi Feng. The best person to vent to is the culprit who offended Yi Feng this time, Song Feixiang and his son. When Song Feixiang heard what Yao Baoshan said, his face darkened immediately, and he thought to himself, Song Biao, thanks to you being my son, why didn't you ask who the other party is when you were causing trouble? This is a tragedy. He immediately called Song Biao, stinky boy, get out of here quickly, or labor and management will go back and cut you up for stew. After saying this, Song Biao, who was just about to run away, suddenly lost his mind. Since he was a child, he was most afraid of this father. Now that the other party is angry, how dare he sneak away? Hastily emerged from the grass, and walked over with a dark face. To Yi Feng, it doesn't matter how Yao Baoshan treats brother Na Biao and his son after he left. He and Zhang Xinyun were sitting in the back seat of the silver BMW. He could feel Zhang Xinyun's inner tension. It seemed that he had never been in such an expensive car before, so he was not used to it. Yi Feng didn't go to comfort her or anything, and when he arrived at Qingfeng Heyuan, Shu Shu would naturally go to comfort her. Yi Feng is now more and more satisfied with Shu Shu, a beautiful housekeeper. Not only is she gentle, warm and considerate, but also gives people a warm feeling at first sight. After Xiaoyu came to Qingfeng Heyuan, she immediately got used to the life here because of Shu Shu. With such a beautiful woman butler, Yi Feng can be said to have nothing to worry about. When the silver BMW stopped at the gate of Qingfeng Heyuan, Yi Feng got off the car first. Zhang Xinyun got out of the car door from the other side, looked around the Qingfeng garden, and felt that this place is quiet and elegant, and it is really a good place to live. In the villa complex, some of the exquisite walls of the villas are covered with ivy, and some are simple and smooth, full of natural atmosphere. Does Yi Feng live in this beautiful place? Recalling the small house she lived in the southern provinces and cities of Huaguo, Zhang Xinyun felt a little emotional. Sure enough, equality does not exist in this world. Even if the country now advocates equality for all, it is far from reaching this level in reality, and it is even impossible from a practical point of view. Got home. Yi Feng turned his head and smiled at Zhang Xinyun. Zhang Xinyun nodded slightly, raised her pretty face, and glanced at the villa complex, bathed in the setting sun, as if in a dream. From today on, is she going to live in this place with Yi Feng? It seems that the environment is too good. When she first arrived at Yanda University, when she took her belongings to the dormitory, she already felt that the environmental conditions in Yanda dormitory were much better than those at home. But when I came here to compare, I found that the Yanda dormitory is still scum. Looking at the expression on her face, Yi Feng knew what she was thinking, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. No matter which world you are in, there is no fair existence. The limited resources determine that people must put in 100% effort to fight for a better life. This is not enough. Sometimes luck can also affect people. The direction of life, or make people's efforts go to waste, or make people reach the sky in one step, and be admired by thousands of people. This is true on Earth, and it is also true in the world of cultivating immortals. However, Yi Feng glanced at the King Feng Yin in front of him, and shook his head. Although this kind of living environment has already surpassed 99.9% of the people in Yanjing, it is still the best when compared with the top ones. The gap is not small. For example, the Yanqi Villa area where Kai Shaohong was located before has a much better environment than King Fengyuan. Finally got home. Yi Feng couldn't help stretching his waist. Now that there are so many beauties in the villa, life in the future will definitely be colorful, right? It's a pity that he is under more pressure, otherwise he would be comfortable. After watching Scar drive away the silver BMW, Yi Feng finally took the short-haired beauty Zhang Xinyun with him and walked to King Feng Yuanzhong's home. The young security guard at the gate of the community opened his mouth wide. This Yi Feng is too flamboyant, right? It seems to bring a beautiful woman back one day, and never repeat the same. Yi Feng ignored the young man and took Zhang Xinyun home alone. Little brat, come here for me. When passing by Yi Wentian's residence, Yi Wentian stood on the balcony, waving at Yi Feng from afar. Then you wait here and don't run around. When Yi Feng heard this, he told Zhang Xinyun to wait outside. Seeing Zhang Xinyun nodding his head, he put the suitcase aside and walked into the villa where Yi Wentian was. In the small pink suitcase were clothes and other daily necessities that Zhang Xinyun brought from the south. Yi Feng originally told her not to bring them, and she could just buy ready-made ones when she came, but Zhang Xinyun couldn't hold back. This girl insisted on saving money. And it would be easier to use his own things, so Yi Feng could let the other party go. At this time, Yi Wentian was sitting on the balcony making tea, and the south of the back room was practicing with his eyes closed. Yi Feng went straight upstairs to find Yi Wentian. Grandpa, what's the matter? Bring another one back? Yi Wentian asked lazily. Ahem, yes. Yi Feng scratched his head and said embarrassedly. That's a ghost girl. Yi Wentian glanced outside the courtyard of the villa, and said lightly, take her in, if people in the martial arts know about it, maybe they will mobilize and surround you. Moreover, ghost girls have always been easy to cause bloody storms in the world. Grandpa, don't worry, I know her details, so I brought her back. Yi Feng chuckled, from now on, she will be our own person, anyone who wants to touch her has to pass my test. Oh, that's good. Yi Wentian sighed lightly. He did not agree with Yi Feng bringing Zhang Xinyun back, but since Yi Feng insisted, there was no other way, and since Yi Feng regarded the other party as his own, then Yi Wentian would definitely treat the other party as his own, usually responsible for protecting them. Of course, the current Yi Wentian is concentrating on protecting the villa. Outside of the villa, he has no skills to take care of it, so he can only rely on Yi Feng himself. In addition, the news that Sima Changfeng was seriously injured has already spread in the world. Yi Wentian pondered for a while, and continued, the Tai Chi Hall will not make any moves within a month. Their losses are too heavy, and the 4 elders who went to the desert are all missing. So within this month, we must be fully prepared for the martial arts conference. How to prepare? Yi Feng asked. The old man will do the rest. As for you, find your master. Yi Wentian stared at him and said. Well, my master can only come back in 3 months. Yi Feng said helplessly. There is no other way? Yi Wentian asked again. Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. I can't help it, but even if there is no master, I might not be afraid of those people in Tai Chi Hall. With Su Menghan, Long Wanner, Zi Jianlan, and Zhang Xinyun around, Yi Feng's confidence in fighting the opponent is still not small, plus Yi Wentian, Nanfang, Dao Scar, and others, the combination is already stronger than the original Inxian faction too much. Such a force already has enough voice in today's arena. Yeah? Yi Wentian didn't know Yi Feng's plan, he just thought that Yi Feng's fighting power was good, but the fighting power of Nanfang, Dao Scar, and others couldn't be improved, and they probably wouldn't be of much use at that time. But he didn't know that Yi Feng's greatest reliance was on Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyan. Zi Jianlan has 1,000 years of profound ice, and her potential is limitless. Zhang Xinyan is a congenital ghost. As long as she can control the soul of the fire cloud demon master, she is equivalent to a cultivator who has cultivated for 50 years, that is, a cultivator who has cultivated for 100 years. For the martial arts people, among other things, the soul of a Huiyun demon lord can definitely compete with Yi Wendian. Of course, there is no need for Yi Feng to tell Yi Wendian about this kind of thing for the time being. After all, he is not sure whether Zhang Xinyan can completely control the soul of Fire Cloud Demon Lord within a month. He can only do his best. I will find your grandfather, when I have time, Tang Xiefeng, and ask him to help. With us two old fellows here, even if we meet someone like Sima Chongfeng again, we don't need to be afraid. Yi Wendian expressed his plan. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded slowly. Regarding the current situation of Tang Xiefeng and Tang Qingling, he probably also understood a lot, and he had long since had nothing to do with the Tang family of the three major forces in the martial arts. Tang Xiefeng has also cultivated for 100 years, and his strength is comparable to that of Yi Wendian. If he comes out to help, it will definitely make many people fearful. Of course, Yi Feng couldn't pin his hopes on Tang Xiefeng, but it's always good to have such a way. When the time comes, one more person is more strength, and Tang Xiefeng, who has cultivated for 100 years, is undoubtedly a great strength. The grandfather and grandson briefly discussed the current situation, and Yi Feng left Yi Wendian's villa, ran out of the yard and returned to Zhang Xinyan's side. I kept you waiting, let's go. Yi Feng smiled and helped her pick up the small pink suitcase. Although Zhang Xinyan was born with supernatural power, Yi Feng, as a man, should be the one to carry the bag. Zhang Xinyan didn't care about waiting for such a long time, nodded, and looked at the villa next door. If she was familiar with it, Yi Feng would definitely not let her wait, but it was her first time here, so of course Yi Feng had to take her back with her. Yi Feng, you're back. As soon as the two of them arrived at the door, Xiaoqi was already waiting at the door, so she hurriedly waved her hand and greeted with a smile. Just now a shooting star flashed across the sky, did you notice it? As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Xinyan who was beside Yi Feng, wondering if this short-haired beauty was the Zhang Xinyan they mentioned earlier. Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan already knew about Zhang Xinyan's existence, and because of Long Wanner's analysis, they learned of Yi Feng's intention to bring Zhang Xinyan back. Looking at it now, as expected, Yi Feng really brought this girl back. Well, noticed. Yi Feng was a little helpless towards Xiaoqi, a chattering little girl, so he could only nod his head. But when he was about to step into the courtyard of the villa, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang twice, and 2 text messages were sent in succession. Yi Feng didn't pay attention at first, he thought it was an advertising text message or something, but when he turned on the phone, he found that it was not the case at all. The text message was sent across the ocean from abroad. There were 2 senders, both of whom hadn't seen each other for a long time. One was Benjamin, a strong white man from the Viper organization, and the other was Medusa, a blonde and enchanting beauty from the Pecan group. At this time, the 2 of them actually sent an encrypted text message that was similar with minor differences at the same time. Yi Feng looked at the messages sent by the 2, and frowned slightly. It turns out that these 2 pieces of information are about the upcoming operations of their respective organizations, and these 2 operations are actually aimed at the same target, the blue meteor that just fell in the middle of the Pacific Ocean not long ago. From nowhere, the Viper organization and the Pecan group both learned some information about the meteor, so they wanted to get the meteor. Because of this matter, Benjamin and Medusa, who were controlled by Yi Feng, sent text messages to Yi Feng. I don't know what that meteor will be. Yi Feng thought for a while, then quickly shook his head. The extraterrestrial objects are so complicated, just guessing like this, how could he possibly guess what it is? This matter seems to have nothing to do with him, he didn't bother to think about it, and he didn't reply to the text message. After all, this kind of text message is easy to be intercepted. Traitor. Since seeing the shooting star, what wish did Xiaoqi make? Yi Feng carried the small suitcase into the room for Zhang Xinyun, and asked Xiaoqi with a smile at the same time. Although Yi Feng was not very familiar with this little girl before, but from now on they will live under the same roof, of course Yi Feng can't be too indifferent to her, otherwise it will be difficult for the little girl to be sad. My wish is related to you. Xiaoqi giggled, put her hands behind her back, stood on tiptoe, looked at Zhang Xinyun and asked, is this Zhang Xinyun's classmate? She is really beautiful. They all say she is a big beauty. Zhang Xinyun blushed when she said this. She didn't know the lively girl in front of her, so she didn't know how to reply. Her name is Xiaoqi, she can be, my sister. Yi Feng introduced Zhang Xinyun. After thinking about it, it's better to treat Xiaoqi as a younger sister. Although Xiaoqi is older than Yi Feng in this life, her sister Xiaoyu is Yi Feng's woman, so it is normal for Yi Feng to call her younger sister. Xiaoqi was not angry when she heard this, but was still in the joy and excitement of being able to live with Yi Feng, and happily welcomed the two into the house. As soon as she entered the hall of the villa, Zhang Xinyun was immediately taken aback by the situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, so many beauties. Because there are more and more people living in the villa, Shu Shu has replaced it with a larger round table so as not to have enough seats for dinner. On the big round table, a sumptuous dinner was already set up, with steaming heat and aroma, which made Zhang Xinyun, who was already hungry, feel hungry as soon as she entered the room. Since Yi Feng hadn't come back, the girls didn't move their chopsticks, but waited around the table, discussing something in private. Whether it is the innocent Su Menghan, the lovely Long Weiner, the mature and plump Shu Shu, the sexy Xiaoyu under the red dress, or the tranquil and elegant Zi Jianlan, Zhang Xinyun is all surprised. Is Yi Feng's house a shelter for beautiful women? If any other man were to come here, he would probably have a nosebleed immediately. It is so tempting. With so many beauties gathered together, most people in the world will never see such a scene in their lifetime. Are you hungry? Yi Feng turned his head and said with a smile to the startled Zhang Xinyun, put your things away first, and pack up after eating. Don't worry, my aunt will help you, and you will sleep comfortably tonight. Saying this, Shu Shu, who was coming out of the kitchen with bowls and chopsticks, smiled softly, we are all here, right? Xiaoya, you have to protect them well, such beautiful little beauties, losing one is enough for you crying. Ahem, that's it. Yi Feng coughed awkwardly, led Zhang Xinyun to the table, and sat down. This was the richest and busiest dinner Yi Feng had ever had in 2 lifetimes since he was born, and it was also the most memorable dinner experienced by many people on the table. The sun was setting and the night was falling, all kinds of beauties on the table were tender and tender. It would have been unbearable for an ordinary man to have a nosebleed. It's a pity that Yi Feng's heart is quite stressed now, and he really doesn't have much time to appreciate the beauties. 1 month later, at the martial arts conference, if he is not careful, he will be ruled out by people from the Tai Chi Hall and the Long family. 3 months later, she went to the ancient temple to rescue Su Feiying. An accident may happen at any time, and it is hard to say whether she will be able to return to the earth by then. In the face of these challenges, Yi Feng must always whip himself to be vigilant, and he must not stop cultivating to broaden his meridians for a moment. Moreover, it is necessary to teach many beauties present to practice immortality together, so as to quickly strengthen the strength of his side. The purple sword orchid has merged into the 1,000 years black ice. Yi Feng must teach her how to cultivate immortals, otherwise she won't be able to exert the power of the 1,000 years black ice. Wouldn't it be a waste? Needless to say, Zhang Xinyun, it is impossible to control the soul of the fire cloud demon master without cultivating immortality. And Xiaoyu, Yi Feng also promised to let her become a cultivator. The last one is Shu Shu. If she can specialize in the healing art and succeed in learning it, it will be much more convenient for Yi Feng and the others in the future. In this way, Xiaoqi is the only girl in the whole villa who cannot cultivate immortality, but there is no way. This little girl is not Yi Feng's woman, she has not shown any talent for cultivating immortality. Yi Feng has no time to pay attention to her for the time being. Let's pass the hurdle after 1 month first, and talk about the rest later. Scar, Nanfeng, and Grandpa, it seems that they are not strong enough to practice martial arts all the time. Why don't you also condense a pill core for them, and then combine the mind of cultivating immortals with the mind of martial arts, so that they can practice martial arts together? Yi Feng thought about it, but quickly shook his head. Martial immortal fellow cultivator, let alone whether it is feasible or not, just combining martial arts mentality and cultivating immortality is enough for Yi Feng's pain. It's better to find a chance, try it yourself first. Yi Feng could only make such a decision. After dinner, Yi Feng helped Zhang Xinyun tidy up her things. The most important thing was that Shushu was there. This kind of housework was quickly done, and people had to feel Shushu's kindness and virtue. After finishing it, Yi Feng suddenly thought, there are now 7 bedrooms in the whole villa, and 7 women live in them respectively. It seems that Yi Feng has no place to live. This made Yi Feng feel a bit like an ancient emperor who flipped the cards at night to decide which bedroom to sleep in. Of course, Yi Feng can only choose 3, that is Su Minghan's room, Long Wanner's room, or Xiaoyu's room. Yi Feng is still a little far away from this goal if he wants to be slept with. After tidying up, Yi Feng started a busy night. He had to tell the 4 beauties about the immortal cultivators one after another. But this really didn't allow them to get together to explain. After all, each of them was in a different situation. Yi Feng took a shower downstairs, changed his clothes and went upstairs, but at a glance, he saw a beautiful woman who had just come out of the bathroom on the 2nd floor, wearing a loose and thin gauze nightdress, exuding a mature and plump charm. It was Shushu, who just came out of the bath. Yi Feng felt a sudden heat in his heart. 2 strings of nosebleeds went straight to his forehead. Shushu, who appeared in front of his eyes, suddenly reminded him of the rare and charming scene with her when he was on the East China Sea last time. He almost couldn't hold it back. Fortunately, his reason overcame his impulse. Since I just met Shushu, let's start with her. Yi Feng made a decision in his mind, and quickly waved his hand. Auntie, wait. Just after taking a shower, Shushu walked out of the bathroom with her hair coiled. When she heard Yi Feng's voice, she couldn't help being stunned. She looked towards the stairs, but saw Yi Feng just coming up, with a bit of embarrassment in her eyes. Shushu quickly realized what she was wearing now, and couldn't help but blushed. What's the matter? She wanted to go back to the room as soon as Yi Feng finished speaking. The nightgown she was wearing just after taking a shower was too thin. It was really inappropriate to appear in front of Yi Feng. Yes, it's a big deal, let's go into the room and talk about it. Yi Feng's expression became serious, and while speaking, he walked from the stairs to the door of Shushu's bedroom, opened the door and stepped in. As soon as Shushu saw this, her face immediately became a little strange. Her pretty face is red, and with the heat from the shower, she looks extremely attractive. Her coiled hair makes her look elegant, and her pair of watery eyes are gentle and agile, making anyone feel a little bit amused. Thoughtful and warm feeling. What did Yi Feng do in her room? Shushu felt a little strange in her heart, but she felt a little guilty. She looked around the corridor and found that there was no one else, so she just flashed back to the room as well. Now that there are so many women living in the villa, Shushu feels that if other women see this kind of thing, it will have a bad influence. Xiaoya, what's the matter? After returning to the room, Shushu locked the door behind her with a stretched hand, and then turned her head while asking. However, when she turned around, she was taken aback by the sight. She stood there in a daze, with a look of disbelief on her pretty face. Yi Feng, who entered her room first, was playing leisurely with a white fireball in his hand. Shu Shu and Long Waner have been by Yifeng's side all the time, so they naturally have some understanding of some of Yifeng's abilities, and Fireball is one of them. However, no matter whether it was the red fireball or the white fireball, Shu Shu didn't know how it came about, and of course she didn't ask much. However, she always felt that it was not easy for Yifeng to release fireballs. At least he shouldn't play with two fireballs like a basketball like he is doing now. Auntie, we have been together for so long, there is something, it is time to tell you today. Seeing Shu Shu's stunned look, Yifeng felt that this beautiful woman was even more charming. If it weren't for the identities of both parties, even Yifeng would not be able to bear it. What's the matter? Before Shu Shu recovered from what she saw, she asked subconsciously. Do you believe that there are immortals in this world? Yifeng didn't say it directly, but asked first. Fairy? Shu Shu was taken aback, walked forward, stood in front of Yifeng and raised her head to look up at him. Why do you ask this? Are you saying that there are immortals in this world? Your master. Not only my master, but even me, Menghan and Waner, are immortal cultivators. Yifeng nodded, affirming Shu Shu's guess. However, we are still far away from the legendary immortals, but even so, we are much stronger than ordinary people. Even people in the martial arts world have the same cultivation level. It is not as strong as us under the conditions. These words can be regarded as Yifeng and Shu Shu have fully confessed without any concealment, and Shu Shu has become the third ordinary person in this world who knows the existence of immortal cultivators. Apart from Long Waner and Su Menghan, only Shu Shu knew about it now, but after tonight, Yifeng must have told all the girls in the villa about it. When Shu Shu heard these words, she fell into a sluggish state again, and there was a hint of disbelief on her beautiful and delicate face. Immortal cultivators, no wonder Yifeng, Su Menghan, and Waner have the strength they have now. I still remember that when I was in the East China Sea, Long Waner had already destroyed her Dantian, but with the help of Yifeng, she produced a whirlwind of true energy, which swept away the strong dragon Moran at once. This must be the method of a cultivator, right? And Yifeng's various inconceivable abilities displayed on a daily basis must also be inseparable from his identity as an immortal cultivator. Shu Shu's mind was clever, and she immediately thought of Yifeng's beautiful master. Such magical methods of cultivating immortals must have been taught by that beautiful master, right? Xiaoya, this matter must be very important, right? Just keep it a secret in your heart, and my aunt won't blame you. Shu Shu is also a person who has experienced big winds and waves. She quickly came back to her senses and looked at Yifeng with puzzled eyes. What's the use of telling my aunt? Yifeng looked at the mature and sexy lady in front of him. Xiefeng was plump, her hips were upturned, he couldn't help swallowing, and then quickly looked away. Now is not the time to look around. Hearing Shu Shu's doubts, he explained, Auntie, now I want you to cultivate together, do you want to? Shu Shu was taken aback again when she heard the words. She felt that the shock that Yifeng had brought to her in the past was enough, but even if everything was added up in the past, it still couldn't compare to the shock she felt today. Not only did Yifeng tell her about the cultivator, but he was also willing to let her cultivate together. Shu Shu was startled all of a sudden. She always thought that she was just a dispensable existence to Yifeng, and it was entirely because of Long Waner that Yifeng took her in, but she never thought that Yifeng would suddenly say such words to her today. It made her long silent heart beat violently, her pretty face was even more rosy, and she didn't know where to put her soft jade hands. She didn't doubt what Yifeng said. One was because of Yifeng's personality all along, but more was because of the various extraordinary things he had shown before. Then, of course I am willing to. Shu Shu hesitated, but also worried, but can I do it? Don't worry, I heard from Waner that you have a good talent in medical skills. From now on, you can mainly practice immortal skills in this area. Yifeng smiled, and comforted him, and these days, isn't your cultivation of the Long family's dragon transformation sutra going well? In fact, cultivating immortals is similar to practicing martial arts, so don't put too much pressure on you. Shushu listened, and nodded gently, then just listen to you, I hope I won't hold you back. Then how come, as long as my aunt starts cultivating immortals, she will definitely help us a lot. Yifeng said with certainty, then raised his right hand. The ancient dragon sword ring on his hand began to flash a pale white light again, and traces of mysterious air began to flow. If you want people on the earth to be able to cultivate immortals, you must rely on the powerful dragon sword ancient ring. Shushu was full of curiosity. Of course, she had seen the quaint ring on Yifeng's hand countless times, but she never knew what it was for. Seeing Yifeng raised his hand now, the simple ring started to glow, he couldn't help but secretly surprised. When Yifeng stretched out his hand and grabbed her soft hand, she was even more shocked. What is Yifeng going to do? To her, Yifeng was her nephew and son-in-law, and she always treated him as a junior. Since Long Wana lost her mother since she was a child, Shushu has always loved Long Wana very much. Ever since Yifeng appeared, Long Wana seemed to be tied to him and could never be separated again. I have always kept a blessing mentality, and have not thought about anything else. But now, when Yifeng held her with one hand, it made her blush even more. She subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but of course she couldn't. Auntie, don't be nervous, it will be fine soon. Yifeng comforted him, closed his eyes, and immediately smelled a burst of fragrance from Shushu's body, which was refreshing, making people feel comfortable and warm when they smell it. This is Shushu's unique smell, and everyone else is different from her, and this smell is even more intoxicating, like the strong fragrance of roses, lingering and unwilling to wake up. The ancient ring of dragon sword in Yifeng's hand exuded a trace of mysterious air, which gradually entered Shushu's body from her jade hand, and gradually circulated the meridians of the whole body, nourishing, and at the same time entered her dantian, slowly condensing a soybean-sized dan nuclear. This is the biggest difference between people on Earth and people in the world of cultivating immortals. With the elixir core, one can cultivate immortality, and what is cultivated is true qi, otherwise what is cultivated is inner qi. The power of the two is twice as different, and the nature is completely different. Okay, Auntie, now you can practice the mind of cultivating immortals. Yifeng opened his eyes and withdrew his hand, he could still feel the remaining warmth in his hand, accompanied by a lingering fragrance, filling the warm bedroom with a charming atmosphere. I feel that there seems to be something more in the dantian. Shushu withdrew her jade hand, and pressed lightly on her flat and smooth belly through the tulle nightgown. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, obviously feeling a little strange. That's called a pill core. If there is no pill core, then you can't cultivate the mind of cultivating immortals, and you can't generate true energy in your body. Yifeng solemnly explained, the true qi of a cultivator is completely different from the internal energy of people in the martial arts. The absolute power that a cultivator with the same level of cultivation can use is twice as strong as that of people in the martial arts. After hearing Yifeng's explanation, Shushu suddenly realized, no wonder Yifeng's 20-year cultivation base is already so powerful now. Plus immortal cultivators must have some mysterious means that ordinary people can't understand. Yifeng can deal with nearly 100-year-old martial arts master is also a normal thing. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng was going to teach Shushu the Star Tomb Ju, letting it replace the Dragon Transformation Sutra that Shushu had cultivated before. Etc. Shushu hesitated for a moment, and asked with some trepidation, did your master teach you your way of cultivating immortals? Good. Yifeng nodded, and then looked at her a little strangely. Auntie asked, what is this for? Then you taught it to me without authorization, will your master be angry? Shushu looked at Yifeng worriedly. When Yifeng heard it, he was worried about this matter, and thought to himself that my aunt is gentle and considerate, even at this time, she always thinks of him. If it were some other people, they would definitely be impatient to ask Yifeng for advice when they heard that there is a way to cultivate immortals. Don't worry, Auntie, it's fine. Yifeng waved his hand, signaling for her not to worry. When the Star Tomb sect reached Su Feiying's generation, she was the only heir left, and when her master passed it on to her, she was asked to carry forward the Star Tomb sect. However, Su Feiying was lazy by nature, so of course she couldn't manage so many trivial matters as the head of the sect, so she simply accepted Yifeng, a talented disciple. Now that Yifeng taught the Star Tomb art, not only would Su Feiying not blame him, but Su Feiying would praise him instead. In the entire world of cultivating immortals, the Star Tomb Ju is only the most basic mental method of cultivating immortals, and the speed of cultivation is only elementary and increases with the years. This kind of mental method is not precious in the world of cultivating immortals. Only the intermediate-level cultivation method of the Mo family in Nanling, whose cultivation speed is twice as fast as that of the primary cultivation method, will make people salivate, and they will bite the bullet and never spread it. Hearing what Yifeng said, Shu breathed a sigh of relief. The round snowy peaks under the thin nightgown and light gauze fluctuated accordingly, full of endless temptation. Yifeng subconsciously glanced at her plump and attractive body, thinking that Shu's figure is really top-notch. Even though she is over 30 years old, there is still no trace of fat on her body, but she looks plump and touching. Living under the same roof with such a beautiful woman, wanting to hold back, is really a test of a man's perseverance and a mental training. I don't know if she will. Yifeng naturally thought, did this beautiful and plump little ant just follow him all the time? It seems unacceptable to switch to another woman, and I will definitely find another husband. Of course, after becoming an immortal cultivator, his mindset must be different from that of ordinary people. Yifeng shook his head, not thinking too much about irrelevant things. The operation method of the Star Tomb art is not difficult, Yifeng just said it once. Shu quickly memorized it, and under Yifeng's guidance, she stopped the operation of the Dragon Family Transformation Dragon Scripture, and began to practice the Star Tomb art. The first time Shu ran the Star Tomb Ju was very smooth. It was even faster than when Su Menghan first started, perhaps because Shu had practiced the Dragon Transformation Sutra for a while before, which made Yifeng look forward to Shu's talent in cultivating immortals. As long as she reaches 10 years of cultivation and tries to comprehend lay on hands, she will be able to see at a glance how talented she is in comprehending immortal arts in this area. As for now, she still can't see it clearly, and can only know some generalities. Auntie, how do you feel? Yifeng looked at Shu sitting on the soft bed, her graceful body under the thin nightgown, and quickly asked. When running the Star Tomb art for the first time, it is natural to have a good posture. Shu sat on the side of the bed with her eyes slightly closed. It feels pretty good. It is indeed stronger than the Dragon Transformation Sutra. It seems that the real energy you mentioned has already begun. But at this moment, under Yifeng's gaze, Shu suddenly frowned beautifully. A few drops of sweat appeared on her snow-white and smooth face, biting her red lips lightly, as if she suddenly began to work hard. This made Yifeng's heart tremble. He quickly stepped forward to support her smooth jade back, and quickly penetrated his true energy into her body to check. Seeing it this way, Yifeng knew it was not good. The Star Tomb art actually conflicted with the Dragon Transformation Sutra that Shu had practiced before. The Dragon Transformation Sutra that Shu practiced before. Although it is only a few months of weak cultivation, it has already produced a certain amount of internal energy in her body. When she first started to practice Star Tomb Ju, she needed to do a small cycle and a big cycle according to the circulation of meridians. It soon conflicted with the original inner qi of Hualong Jing. Yifeng had never encountered such a situation before. Su Menghan was an ordinary person who cultivated immortality directly. Long Wan'er started cultivating immortality after destroying his Dantian. And Zhao Yi and Ling Chen started cultivating immortality after they died. But he never thought that the conflict between inner qi and true qi would be so intense. It was so intense that it would almost explode the meridians in Shushu's body. It turns out that the Dantian meridian is used as the battlefield. Yifeng's true energy penetrated into Shushu's body, and he immediately knew that the situation was not good. The internal energy that was originally deeply rooted in her body began to resist the newly added true energy tenaciously. Fortunately, because the core is in the center of the Dantian, Shushu's Dantian has become the base of true energy, successfully resisting the impact of internal energy on the Dantian. Otherwise, if the core is not preserved, Yifeng's efforts just now will be in vain. Seeing the dripping sweat on Shushu's forehead, Yifeng didn't hesitate and immediately used his true energy to help. His true qi power is much stronger than the trace of true qi condensed by Shushu just now. It does not exist on the same level at all. As soon as Yifeng participated in the battlefield of true qi and inner qi in Shushu's body, he immediately let the whole body. The situation has fundamentally changed. Originally, the inner qi was stably suppressing the true qi. But soon, those inner qi were surrounded by Yifeng's true qi and fled in all directions. It didn't take long for them to be swallowed up. Seeing this, Yifeng felt a little pity. It would be great if these internal qi could be converted into true qi through the core of the pill. Then Shushu's previous cultivation base would not be lost. Now she can only start from zero cultivation base. Start. Improve bit by bit. When Shushu's internal condition stabilized, her beautiful face was already covered with fragrant sweat. The conflict between internal energy and true energy made her miserable just now. But she insisted on not even complaining. Gritting his teeth, he endured it. Now it's finally a lot easier. But before she opened her eyes, she felt her delicate body being hugged tightly. The warmth from around her made her sensitive for a while, and she couldn't help clamping her legs. It's all right. Yifeng's concerned voice reached Shushu's ears. Shushu nodded lightly. The hair on her head was a little loose after experiencing the scene just now. She simply raised her hand and took off the hairpin. A head of hair fell down like a waterfall on her soft shoulders. Just now, Yifeng hugged her fragrant body without even thinking about it, in order to send her true energy and resolve the conflict between internal energy and true energy in the meridians in her body. Now that the matter is settled, he suddenly diverted his attention, arrived on the plump body that was fragrant in the arms. It feels so good. Although Yifeng knew it was wrong, he still couldn't help thinking about it. Especially the pair of round snow peaks that were close to him made him feel a little distracted. Yifeng's hand, which was originally on her shoulder, couldn't help but slid down. It pressed against her chest. Feeling the warmth and softness of his hand, he couldn't help but squeeze it. Xiaoya, you can't go too far. Shushu's delicate body softened under his movement, her hands rested on his chest, preventing him from moving further. She said softly, her beautiful eyes were closed tightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was in a strong psychological struggle among. This soft sentence made Yifeng wake up suddenly, and quickly moved his improper hand away from her body. However, he was still a little unsatisfied. Compared with the other girls, the figure of my aunt is not only not inferior in the slightest, but even more plump and soft. It's a flavor that other young women don't have. This made Yifeng scold himself secretly. He would have thoughts about his aunt. What kind of mentality is this? He hastily let go of Shushu's body and stood up again, only to find that Shushu's snow-white thighs were tightly clamped under the light gauze of her thin nightgown, rubbing against each other constantly, as if she had been a little emotional under Yifeng's movements just now up. This made Yifeng a little embarrassed. I didn't expect her to be so sensitive. However, when I thought about it, this couldn't be more normal. After all, Shushu has been lonely for so long. If it were another woman, I'm afraid she couldn't help but go out to find a man. Little Yi. Shushu murmured softly. Her beautiful eyes opened slightly. The tenderness seemed to make people melt. Is there anything else? If not. Auntie wants to rest first. Well, it's all right. Yifeng nodded and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Auntie. I really didn't mean it just now. Also, go out soon. Shushu gave him a charming look. She covered her plump chest with one hand and supported the soft bed with the other. The soft and lazy appearance almost made Yifeng unable to control it. Yifeng didn't dare to stay for long, turned around immediately, ran out of Shushu's room in 2 or 3 steps, and locked the door behind him. After coming out, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he was blown by the breeze in the corridor. It seems that he should spend less time alone with Shushu in the future. Otherwise, it would be too easy for people to make mistakes when facing such a mature beauty. It's okay. Now Yifeng successfully let Shushu start cultivating immortals. And his task is a bit more arduous. He needs to search for more treasures from heaven and earth, so that Shushu can improve her cultivation level, so as to practice those healing spells. If within a month, Shushu can be raised to 10 years of cultivation and be able to perform lay on hands, then it will be of great help in the martial arts conference 1 month later. With Shushu's talent, the effect of using lay on hands will also be great. It must be much better than Yifeng's display. Next up is Purple Gladiolus. Yifeng swept his consciousness and found that Zijianlin lived in the bedroom diagonally opposite Shushu. At this time, Zijianlin was sitting on the bed and chatting with a little ice sculpture girl with 2 ponytails. The little girl is completely condensed by the cold air. There is only a thin layer of ice gauze all over her body. She looks cute, but she looks a bit like a stranger. Isn't it the image transformed by thousands of years of black ice? Binger. Unexpectedly, Binger woke up again. It's just that the little girl's expression is a bit sluggish. Let Yifeng know that although Binger has awakened, the heaven and earth aura of Qianzai Xianbing has not yet recovered. Otherwise, Zhang Xingyun can absorb it first. 20 years of cultivation. In that way, the confidence in the soul of subduing the fire cloud demon lord will be much greater. Yifeng didn't think about it for long. Anyway, his task tonight is to make all the girls become immortals. Then it's Zijianlin girl. Just right. Yifeng still wants to make an agreement with Binger for 3 chapters. It's not easy to make this little girl obedient. Zijianlin's sister's room door was locked, but Yifeng couldn't be stopped. One move of void swordsmanship made him teleport inside with a swish. The sudden appearance made Zijianlin and the little girl Binger startled. Zijianlin just finished her meal and went back to the room alone because she felt a little unwell. As soon as she returned to her bedroom, she felt chills all over her body. A burst of cold air radiated from her whole body. A little girl was condensed around her. Zijianlin is no stranger to this little girl. She knows her name is Binger, and she has communicated with her before. And last time in the East China Sea, she was released fire poison by the fire cloud demon lord. It was all saved by Binger. In order to save her, Binger had to sleep for several days, and consumed all the spiritual energy she had accumulated in the past 2 months. The sacrifice was not insignificant. And this is just because Binger recognized Zijianlin and made Zijianlin her master. From now on, she will only listen to Zijianlin. This was forced by Su Feiying, Yifeng, and people from the National Security Bureau. If she didn't choose a master earlier and integrate into his body, she might be arrested and sliced for research. No one wants to be caught and sliced for research. As a spiritual treasure, Binger is naturally unwilling. After merging into Zijianlin's body, Binger found that this girl is very good, kind and pure, and she is very appetizing. So as soon as she woke up today, Binger couldn't wait to run out to chat with Zijianlin. It was just that the 2 girls chatted for a while. Suddenly a figure flashed in front of him. It was Yifeng, who had changed into a short-sleeved t-shirt after taking a bath. Binger. Long time no see. I miss you to death. Yifeng smiled, stood by the bed, and waved to Binger as a greeting. You are that evil fellow. When Binger saw Yifeng, she was startled. She thought of the scene on the East China Sea. She exclaimed. When Yifeng heard this, he was suddenly embarrassed. Why on earth did this little girl think he was evil? This is unscientific. He didn't do anything crazy, right? Don't talk nonsense. Brother Yi is very nice. Zijianlin and Binger are already quite familiar. She hastily explained something from the side. I'm afraid that Yifeng will be angry. After coming to Yanjing, Zijianlan bought a lot of clothes, which can be changed at ordinary times. But her favorite is still the purple dress. At this moment, she is wearing a purple dress with lace, which makes her look kind and natural. Very friendly. Tranquil and elegant like a fairy. No. He is an evil man. Binger pouted her mouth and swung her ponytail. She said angrily, get out of here quickly. Faced with Binger's reaction, Yifeng naturally couldn't leave. Anyway, Qianzai Xianbing is already in Zijianlin's pocket. Yifeng is not afraid of her running away, so he pretended to be vicious, and said, I can't go. Even if I want to go, you go. You don't know me, and is it related to Jianlan? Even if she abandons you, she can't leave me. This is a bit hurtful. But in order to completely control Binger and make her more obedient in the future, Yifeng has to say this. As soon as these words came out, Binger immediately burst into tears. She turned her head and stared at Zijianlan. Sister, is that so? Zijianlan is kind by nature. Looking at a little girl like this, she really can't bear to hit her. But after taking a look at Yifeng, she saw Yifeng winking at her. She understood what was going on. Binger, you and brother Yi are very important to me, so you must be obedient in the future. Zijianlan said softly, brother Yi has saved me many times. So what he said is my word. Do you understand? In this way, Binger is not mentally retarded. It is natural to hear it. To Zijianlin, Yifeng is indeed more important. And she, Binger, can only be ranked second. And Zijianlin still firmly thinks so. It turns out that this evil guy in front of me has saved my sister many times. Binger blinked her eyes and looked at Yifeng. She was a little jealous. But because Yifeng saved Zijianlan several times, she still didn't continue to quarrel with Yifeng. Have you heard that? Yifeng smiled, so now you just get out of the way for a while. I have something to do with Jianlan. Hearing this, Zijianlan remembered the time when she was at Yin University during the day. Yifeng told her to wait obediently in the bedroom. It seemed that there was something important to ask her to do. This made her pretty face turn red all of a sudden. Yifeng probably wants to molest her. Her face turned red. Coupled with the purple dress on her body, it has a fresh and elegant taste. Yifeng couldn't help but feel his heart move. She is so beautiful. Although her figure is not as sexy as Shushu's. But her appearance is the most beautiful in the world. Coupled with that quiet and elegant temperament, it is simply unbearable to be profane. And seeing Yifeng like this, the little girl Binger immediately became vigilant. Evil guy. What do you want to do to my sister? If you want to harm her, pass me first. Looking at Binger as if facing a formidable enemy, and Zijianlan's face flushed, Yifeng was a little helpless. He just wants to transform Zijianlan into a cultivator. Is there any need to be so nervous? Don't worry. I won't do anything bad. Ahem. While saying this, Yifeng recalled the scene of the charming little girl in Shushu's room just now, and couldn't help shaking his head. This kind of thing can't happen here in Zijianlan. Otherwise, it's too immoral. Binger, then you can stay outside. Yifeng thought for a while and continued, the things that will happen later may bring Jianlan into some danger. If you are here, you can also watch. Danger. Hearing this word, Zijianlan and Binger were taken aback at the same time. That's right. Because I'm looking for you now. I want you to become a cultivator. Yifeng said with a solemn expression. As soon as these words came out, Zijianlan and Binger opened their mouths wide at the same time. What is a cultivator? Could it be the kind that can become a fairy after cultivation? If it is the 1,000 years Xianbing in the immortal cultivation world, you will not be so surprised to hear this kind of thing. On the contrary, you will know many things that Yifeng does not know. But Binger is the 1,000 years Xianbing on the earth. I have never touched it before. The concept of cultivating immortals. Even in the martial arts world, Binger just learned about it from Zijianlan. Now Yifeng suddenly said the word immortal cultivator. It made the two women's thoughts stagnate at the same time. This is too mysterious. However, Yifeng was not as calm as before facing Shushu. Shushu Kai practiced the Dragon Transformation Sutra for a few months. There was a conflict between her inner qi and her true qi. Now Zijianlan is a martial artist with more than 10 years of cultivation. It must be extremely difficult to transform her into an immortal cultivator. And dangerous process. If you want to get through this process safely, relying on Yifeng's help may not be enough. It is necessary to let Binger assist. After all, the battleground of inner qi and true qi conflict is within Zijianlan's body. It is impossible for Yifeng to use his whole body's true qi to fight. Otherwise, Zijianlan may explode and die. Immortals. Do they really exist in this world? I believe that many people have thought about this question before. But 99.99% of people will laugh and shake their heads when they think about it. This is just an illusion created by ancient people due to their beliefs. It is completely fabricated. How could it be true? But now, Yifeng said, let her become a cultivator. Zijianlan was shocked all of a sudden. But when she recalled all the magical and mysterious methods that Yifeng had used before, she felt a sense of enlightenment in her heart. No wonder Yifeng is so strong. It turns out he is a mysterious cultivator. No wonder you saw such a big flame bull demon outside the islands in the East China Sea. It must be a monster. Only a cultivator can deal with such a powerful monster. Zijianlan recalled that in Kuokang Mountain Cave, the mountain gate of the Yinxian school, Yifeng single-handedly broke into the depths and killed the Kalinzi of the Yinxian school by himself. How heroic he was. Immortal cultivator. It is normal for such a situation to happen. Then master, is she a fairy? Zijianlan couldn't help but hear Su Feiying, whom she had met before. Such an ethereal iceberg beauty. If she is really a fairy, everyone will believe it at once. It is really different from those women in the city. Temperament. No. Yifeng shook his head regretfully, we are all just immortal cultivators. We are still far from being real immortals. Then what about the fire bull from before? Zijianlan asked again. Don't worry about it. The monster has already been dealt with by me and master. Yifeng comforted him. He thought more than that. I'm afraid he will become a comrade in arms in the near future. If it goes well, Zhang Xingyun should be able to surrender the soul of the fire cloud demon lord within a month. After hearing Yifeng's words, Zijianlan was a little relieved. The pressure brought by the fire bull was too great. If it appeared in the city, it would definitely cause great damage. Fortunately, it was killed by Yifeng. Feng solves it. This can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Bad guy. You said you want my sister to become a cultivator. What should I do? Binger on the side was very interested in cultivating immortals. She blinked her eyes and asked. It's very simple. Just condense the dantian in her dantian, and then run our minds in the world of cultivating immortals. Generating true energy in the meridians will do. Yifeng frowned slightly, and then he talked about the nature of true qi and the conflict between inner qi and true qi. He. Are you out of luck? As soon as Binger heard it, she immediately smiled triumphantly. Binger can protect my sister's meridians. When the time comes, I will leave the inner qi to you to clean up. Don't worry about my sister's meridians. Because Binger's body is already connected with my sister's meridians. Merged into one. As soon as these words came out, Yifeng was a little surprised. The body of Qianzai Xianbing was divided into 6 parts, and it actually merged with the meridians of Zijianlin. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Can Zai Xianbing improve people's tenure cultivation level every once in a while? Now is not the time to think about this. Yifeng shook his head and put it behind his mind. He concentrated on thinking about the matter before him. That's fine. It's up to you, Binger. Yifeng said solemnly. He raised his right hand wearing the ancient dragon sword ring. The white light and mysterious air flow began to disperse in all directions, making it look like a fairy tale. Zi Jianlan and Binger secretly praised it when they saw it. It's so beautiful. Ring. I've known Yifeng for so long. It's the first time Zi Jianlan saw the ancient ring of dragon sword so shiny. I didn't expect this simple ring to be so beautiful. Come. Yifeng stretched out his hand and smiled at Zi Jianlan. Zi Jianlan nodded lightly. She also reached out her hand and held Yifeng's hand. She immediately felt a mysterious air flow from Yifeng's hand, gradually flowing through her internal organs and her whole body. Dantian and meridians. Binger and her body are integrated into one body. At this time, there is also a feeling of being nourished. The mysterious air flow slowly spreads over the whole body of the purple gladiolus, making her and Binger refreshed all at once. It is as pleasant as soaking in a hot spring in winter. Here we go. Yifeng's expression became more and more dignified. Soon, the mysterious air flow condensed into a soybean-sized pill core in the purple sword orchid dantian. This process is already familiar to Yifeng, and there will be no mistakes at all. But to Zi Jianlan, having an extra pill core in the dantian is an incomparably miraculous thing. It seems that the connection with nature is suddenly become closer. True qi is the power used to attract the energy of the heavens and the earth. The reason why the cultivators are stronger than those in the martial arts is because the true qi can borrow the energy of the heavens and the earth. But the people in the martial arts can only use the power in their own body. This is a huge difference. Therefore, as a symbol of cultivating immortals, Danha can certainly make people feel more closely connected with nature. Do as I say. Run the true energy gradually generated in the pill core. Yifeng then ordered, and taught Zi Jianlan the operation method of the Star Tomb art. Purple Sword Orchid practiced the martial arts mentality of the Guan sect. She was very familiar with the mentality of operation. After hearing Yifeng's explanation, she immediately started to operate. Soon she was exactly the same as Shu Shu. Her body had been cultivated for more than 10 years. Inner Qi. All of a sudden, there was resistance to the newly generated true qi. Yifeng was careful. He was always paying attention to the situation in the purple gladiolus. At this time, he found that it was true. In the meridians where inner qi and true qi conflict, the surface of those meridians is covered with a thin layer of frost. Although it looks very fragile, but it firmly blocked the power of inner qi and true qi to fight against each other. It protected all the meridians of Zi Jianlan's body. Just as Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and was about to use his own true energy to clear out all the internal energy in Zi Jianlan's body, a sudden change occurred. The true qi that originally operated according to the Stargrave art, under the guidance of the inner qi and frost in Zi Jianlan's body, unexpectedly went in a different route. Yifeng was shocked. Even if it is the basic method of cultivating immortals, its operation route is fixed. If it is changed, it is easy to make mistakes, causing the meridians to burst and even the dantian to be abolished. What is this purple gladiolus doing? Gladiolus! Yifeng hastily shouted. However, Zi Jianlan did not reply. Instead, she pursed her lips lightly. Her elegant appearance was incomparably endearing. Small ice beads began to condense on her forehead, neck, and arms. The tactic is similar. It is also dotted with a little bit of starlight. This is. Yifeng was immediately attracted by this phenomenon. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He held the purple sword orchid tightly with one hand and didn't dare to let go. Purple sword orchid changed the operating route of the Star Tomb art. Nothing happened. Instead, the true energy in the dantian in her body quickly became stronger. This let Yifeng know that purple sword orchid must have comprehended something. Very likely. It was comprehension. A new way of cultivating immortals has been developed. Ask for top. The situation in Zi Jianlan's body surprised Yifeng. This girl is so powerful. I have begun to comprehend another way of cultivating immortals. Yifeng could clearly feel that the true energy in the purple sword orchid's dantian was rapidly becoming stronger. It was much faster than the normal cultivation of the Star Tomb art. This sign was very similar to the rumored sign when the middle-level cultivating heart method was just started. Not only is the cultivation speed of the middle-level immortal cultivation method twice as fast as that of the primary cultivation method, it will also directly allow the practitioner to have 3 to 10 years of cultivation at the beginning of cultivation. As for how much cultivation, it depends on the talent of the practitioner. I heard that Immortal from the Imo family in Nanling is also Su Feiying's fiancé in the world of cultivating immortals. He has cultivated for 3 years since he started practicing. This is the lowest talent. And Immortal's father just started practicing. He has cultivated for 8 years. And it is his father who led the Nanling Imo family to greater glory. It can be seen that his talent is so high. If you really comprehend a middle-level cultivation method, I don't know how high Zi Jianlan's talent will be. Yifeng was a little excited. The middle-level cultivating mentality. This is something that even Su Feiying couldn't possess. And Zi Jianlan was able to comprehend the intermediate-level cultivating mentality by relying on the Star Tomb art and the power of Qianzai Xianbing. Undoubtedly a great surprise. With an intermediate-level cultivation method, it is not impossible to fight against the Nanling Imo family in a given period of time. Yifeng thought like this. He tightly held Zi Jianlan's soft little hand. He could feel that her palm was already full of fragrant sweat. It seems that her comprehension was not so easy. Time passes. Yifeng has been guarding Zi Jianlan's side. Even Binger has retracted into her body. He tried his best to protect her meridians from being destroyed by the conflict between internal energy and true energy. Gradually, the Zhenqi in Zi Jianlan's body became more and more powerful. It gradually reached the same level as the inner qi. When Yifeng met her, she had already cultivated inner qi for 10 years. Now it is less than 11 years old. That's all. That is to say, in this short period of time, she has already possessed 5 years of true energy cultivation. 5 years of true qi cultivation is enough to compete with 10 years of qi cultivation. The two sides immediately launched a fierce competition for the meridians in the purple sword orchid. However, this fierce competition did not last long. Because the true chi of the purple sword orchid cultivation base. Under the influence of the middle-level cultivating spirit, it is still rising continuously. 6 years. 7 years. 8 years. It wasn't until Zi Jianlan had 8 years of true qi cultivation that the fast-running new cultivation method in her body began to gradually slow down and return to normal. 8 years, that is, the same talent for cultivating immortals as Mo Joga's father, the current head of the Mo family in Nanling. This may be due to the contribution of Xianbing for thousands of years. But it is undeniable that Zi Jianlan's road to cultivating immortals will be very smooth. Under the violent suppression of 8 years of true qi cultivation, there is no need for the help of Yi Feng, an outsider. Zi Jianlan has quickly chased and intercepted the inner qi in the body, suppressing them one by one, and rushed to the dantian. Middle. This is the base camp of her whole body's true qi. When those inner qi came to dantian, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. It cringed and was driven into the core of the pill by the purple gladiolus. Swish swish swish. 3 strokes, 5 divisions, 2. After the effect of the pill core, those inner qi were successfully transformed into true qi. It allowed her to improve her cultivation from 8 years to 10 years. If it wasn't for the failure to condense Yinshen and derive divine consciousness, she might be able to reach 13 years of cultivation in one go. It's a pity that so much inner energy cultivation was compressed and wasted. Then, as if going through a big battle, Zi Jianlan woke up dripping with sweat, opened her beautiful eyes, and saw Yi Feng, who was looking at her with concern. "How are you?" Seeing her open her eyes, Yi Feng hurriedly asked. "It's not bad. But there seems to be something wrong with the way of cultivating immortals you taught me." Purple Sword Lauder frowned. She didn't seem to know what happened. "Fine." Yi Feng immediately explained, "What I taught you is the Star Tomb Ju. And you combined Binger's power to comprehend another method of cultivating immortals. It gave you 8 years of cultivation from the beginning. This must be an intermediate level. The way of cultivating immortals is stronger than my master's." Upon hearing Yi Feng say that, Zi Jianlan's eyes widened immediately. Really? She couldn't believe it. It turned out to be an intermediate level cultivation method. This is too incredible. You must know that she has never even seen an intermediate level martial arts method. Now she has comprehended an intermediate level cultivation method. Humph. At this time a triumphant little girl's voice came from the side. It was Binger, which came out from the body of Zi Jianlan again. Hearing the content of the two people's discussion, Binger held her toes high and proudly said, "It's not all because of Binger's help. Sister. The mentality taught to you by this bad guy is too bad. Binger will reform it for you, for a moment." As soon as these words came out, Yi Feng was so angry that he vomited blood immediately. The Star Grave Art is too bad. To be honest, the Star Tomb Ju is indeed the most elementary way of cultivating immortals in the world of cultivating immortals. There are many better ways of thinking than it, but it is difficult to find ways worse than it. It is indeed very bad. But no matter how bad the Star Tomb formula is, it is also the way of cultivating immortals. It is very precious on the earth. Besides, Binger was just a piece of ice. How could she know what kind of way is good or bad? It is obvious that she insisted on adding her own strength to it. In the Star Tomb art. So it has become the current situation. Fortunately, her power does not conflict with the Star Tomb art. Otherwise, Zi Jianlan would be miserable. The consequences would be more serious than the conflict of her internal qi and true qi. If there is chaos behind the operation of the mind, it is not just the meridians bursting, the dantian, the fate of being abolished. It is very likely to explode and die. Of course, Binger didn't realize her mistake at all. Instead, she said cheerfully, Binger wants to give this set of cultivation methods a name. Zi Jianlan is happy now. Naturally, she is very grateful to Binger who helped her, so she nodded and said, you can take it if you want. It's called the Ice Star Immortal Art. Binger tilted her head and thought about it, and then came up with this name. Because this cultivation method is derived from the star tomb art, so it contains the power of stars. Binger, as a treasure of heaven and earth, can naturally feel it. The power of frost and stars is combined. She thought it must be called the Frost Star Immortal Art. Brother Yi, what do you think? Hearing this name, Zi Jianlan didn't immediately nod her head in agreement. Instead, she raised her pretty face, glanced at Yi Feng, and asked about it. Then this is it. Yi Feng also nodded. The name is quite normal. And the name is just a code name. What is really awesome is the cultivation method itself. This is how the Ice Star Immortal Art was born on Earth. It doesn't matter what the name of the Ice Star Immortal Art is. What's important is that it's an intermediate level cultivation method. It's extremely precious and rare in the world of cultivation, let alone on Earth. I didn't expect that Qianzai Xianbing has this function. It's really a big profit. Yi Feng was thinking in his heart, but suddenly realized that he was still holding Zi Jianlan's hand tightly. He quickly let go. Since Zi Jianlan is fine, then holding it tightly is taking advantage. Yi Feng can't be that shameless. Zi Jianlan felt Yi Feng's movement, and her face turned red, but she returned to normal immediately. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yi Feng. Brother Yi, since this is the case, I will pass on the Frost Star Immortal Art to you. She felt that since she learned the Frost Star Immortal tactic, because of Yi Feng, she must pass it on to Yi Feng. And this is exactly Yi Feng's thinking. Whether it is self-cultivation or research, an intermediate cultivation method has very important meanings. However, just as he was about to agree, Binger at the side immediately stopped him. Sister, absolutely not. Zi Jianlan was surprised when she heard the words, why not? Yi Feng also glanced at the little girl who was condensed by the cold air. There was suspicion in his eyes. This little girl couldn't be making trouble on purpose. It seemed that she saw the meaning in Yi Feng's eyes. Binger looked disdainful. Only my sister can practice this Frost Star Immortal Art. Otherwise, if other people practice it, they will not be able to resist the frost, true qi. The meridians of the whole body will be frozen. As soon as these words came out, Zi Jianlan immediately understood what was going on. That's how it was. Since her meridian dantian is fused with Binger, the frost qi condensed by practicing the Frost Star Immortal Art cannot hurt her. But if it is someone else, it must be different. Frost Star Immortal Ju. There are two kinds of true qi that are cultivated. Frost true qi and star true qi. Each has its own magical effect. If you use your own true qi to perform fairy arts, you will naturally bring the power of frost and stars. For example, in the future, if Purple Sword Orchid learns the magic of immortality, then the condensed wings will be covered with frost or starlight. It depends on which part of her true energy is used to perform the magic. Because it is combined with Qianzai Xianbing, the true energy of frost in the current Purple Sword Orchid meridian is very strong. You must know that Qianzai Xianbing is used by top sects in the world of cultivating immortals as the treasure of the town. Naturally, it is extraordinary. Brother Yi should stop practicing. Zi Jianlan said innocently. Yi Feng looked at her eyes, a little helpless. This chick really believes what other people say. But if this is the case, then forget it. Although the middle-level cultivating mind is awesome, it is only a low-level level in the world of cultivating immortals. The Mo family in Nanling only dominates one side. Looking at the world of cultivating immortals, it is nothing. For example, the top sect that has thousands of years of black ice as the treasure of the town. The cultivation method passed down by the sect is advanced. The cultivation speed is twice as fast as that of the middle-level cultivation method. Even the dragon sword ancient ring owned by Yifeng. The dragon sword inheritance mentality represented by the dragon sword is no worse than the advanced cultivation mentality. It's just that I don't know when I can get the dragon sword inheritance method. Yifeng shook his head. Don't think too much about such a long time ago. Now that Zijianlin's affairs are settled, I have to help Zhang Xinyun and Xiaoyu. I looked at the time. It is already past 3 o'clock in the morning. It seems that it took Zijianlin a long time to comprehend the Ice Star immortal art. Julian. I'm leaving first. Take a good rest. Tomorrow I will teach you how to condense the Yin God and derive your spiritual consciousness. At that time you will be fundamentally different from people in the martial arts world. Yifeng greeted Zijianlin, opened the door, and exited the bedroom. After his figure disappeared, Zijianlin in the bedroom couldn't calm down for a long time. After turning off the light, she was covered under the quilt. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the ceiling in the dark. What happened tonight is really unpredictable for her. Until now, it seems like a dream. She has actually become a cultivator. And she can feel it. Although she has only cultivated for 10 years now, it is the same as before Yifeng came in. But now her strength is at least twice as high as before. It is equivalent to 20 years a well-cultivated martial artist. Is this the strength of immortal cultivators? Moreover, with Binger's help, she comprehended the Frost Star immortal art by chance. This surprised her the most. I hope that from now on, I can help Brother Yi more. Purple Gladiolus murmured softly. Sister, you are fine in everything. You just can't rely on others so much. These words were heard by Binger, who couldn't help but sneered. What if he has bad intentions towards you? What if he just uses you? Brother Yi is not such a person. Zijianlin shook her head lightly. A blush appeared on the pure melon seed face. She thought of the scene when she met Yifeng. Along the way, Yifeng was the only one who helped her. But she couldn't help Yifeng too much. If Yifeng had unruly intentions towards her, he would wait until now. What's more, Zijianlin, Long Wan'er and Su Menghan get along very well. I know that Yifeng loves the two girls very much. She even got jealous because of it. Just thinking about it, she is Yifeng's lover. What right does she have to be jealous? Binger looked at her, and was suddenly depressed. The body formed by the cold air dissipated, and she got into Zijianlin's body all of a sudden, and went to sleep. It's just that Zijianlin couldn't fall asleep tonight. Yifeng came out of Zijianlin's room. He noticed that the whole villa was silent. It seemed that everyone except him had fallen asleep. But with his divine sense, he knew that most of the people in the villa were not asleep. Zhang Xinyun, Xiaoyu, and Xiaoqi each have their own room. It is the first time they live here at Yifeng's place. They toss and turn and can't sleep. Especially Xiaoyu. Yifeng clearly said that he will go back to find her later. Didn't come back. She stared at the time on her phone. Her heart was beating accordingly. But she couldn't fall asleep. On the other end, Shushu also failed to fall asleep. She was lying on the bed wearing a thin nightgown and gauze. The moonlight shone through the curtains like mercury on her plump figure, showing her perfect figure to the fullest. She opened a pair of beautiful eyes. The eyes are full of tangled colors. Originally, she had stopped thinking about love and other things. But after experiencing a beautiful scene with Yifeng just now, she felt a little soft all over. She couldn't help thinking that it would be great if she was still young. It's a pity that time goes by. Youth is gone. She feels that she is too far behind the other beauties in the villa. She doesn't have the vitality of the other girls at all. Just because she was taken to the mountain by the Long family, her whole life seemed to be like this. But just tonight, Yifeng suddenly appeared in front of her, making her an immortal cultivator that she never thought of before. This made her life seem to be rejuvenated. Yifeng's position in her heart also quietly changed. After reading Top, You Will Never Get Pregnant. Besides Xiaoyu and Shu Shu, there is another person who can't sleep all night. That is Zhang Xinyun. Today was the first day of school. She came to Yanqing full of enthusiasm and stepped into the gate of Yanqing University. But she encountered 2 incidents of Yuan Bu and Lu Zixia one after another, which made her feel very bad. If Yifeng hadn't appeared at the right time, she would probably be in dire straits now. Whether it was Yuan Bu or Lu Zixia, their backgrounds were not comparable to that of a girl from other provinces who had just arrived. But compared to these, what Yifeng told her shocked her the most. No matter how powerful Yuan Bu or Lu Zixia is, at most it will only cause her some troubles. With her skill, she will not be at a disadvantage. But the things Yifeng told her suddenly changed the worldview she had formed since she was a child. Soul, innate ghost seal. These are the problems that have plagued her since she was a child. But they were answered by Yifeng. She also lived in Yifeng's house. She knew that her life would be completely changed from now on. 1 month later, after helping Yifeng with a certain matter, will she be able to return to her normal life? She didn't know. But she didn't have any nostalgia for the ordinary life before. On the contrary, she was very much looking forward to the mysterious world that was coming. Although she was a girl, her whole body was full of passion. As for the girl, Xiaoqi, who just moved in, she was so excited that she couldn't fall asleep. She really came to live in Yifeng's house. It's just that while she was excited, she was still a little unhappy. Yifeng didn't do anything to her, but hooked up with her sister. This made her completely incomprehensible. How could such a thing happen? It seems that Yifeng is really a pervert. Xiaoqi thought bitterly. She decided not to like Yifeng from now on. Instead, she wanted to help her sister watch over Yifeng, so as to prevent her sister from being cheated so that there was no scum left. It's just, why do I always feel that they have a lot of things to hide from me? Xiaoqi felt uneasy deep in her heart. She felt that the people in this villa were a little weird, but no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure out what was going on. How could she know? The rest of the villa will soon become cultivators. Only she is not. Yifeng came out of Zijianlin's room. He was about to run to call Zhang Xinyun to the yard when the phone in his bag rang again, making him stop. He took out his mobile phone and took a look. He found that it was an encrypted message from Medusa, the blonde beauty of the Pecan group. This time, there was nothing else in the message. There was only one picture. It seemed to be a photo. Yifeng opened this photo with curiosity, but his face changed suddenly. I saw that the entire photo had a dark blue background. It looked like it was at the bottom of the deep sea. In the center of the photo, there was a bright white spot. Although it was hazy, it reminded Yifeng of something I've seen. It is Haredi star sand. Thinking back to the time when he was in the world of cultivating immortals, Yifeng's heart skipped a beat for that tragic bloodbath. It's really Haredi star sand. Although he only saw one side from a distance at the beginning, Yifeng will never remember it wrong. Because the shape of this thing is really weird. Haredi star sand is also called Nine Mother and Child star sand. It is a treasure from outside the sky. It is the same as silver meteorite sand. It is extremely precious. Haredi star sand is divided into 1 mother sand and 9 child sands. The 9 child sands will always surround the mother sand, unless it is destroyed by human beings. At that time in the world of cultivating immortals, Haredi star sand fell from the sky. 1 mother and 9 son. Immediately, there was a bloody storm of several sects in the vicinity. At that time, Yi Feng and Su Feiying were wandering. They happened to pass by. Seeing this situation, they could only avoid it from a distance. They didn't dare to step forward to intervene. Yi Feng also just happened to catch Na Heili Di Xing Sha. What happened later, Yi Feng didn't know. He only knew that many people lost their lives in that battle. Blood flowed like rivers. Countless high-level magic weapons were shattered. It was horrible. What caused such a fierce competition in the world of cultivating immortals? It was a piece of Hari Di Xingsha. 1 mother and 9 sons. A total of 10 stone-shaped things. And the photo that appeared in front of Yi Feng in front of him was exactly Hari Di Xingsha. Appearance. If you want to say what is the use of Heli D star sand, then it is very useful. A piece of mother sand is an extremely precious refining material. It is a higher grade than silver meteorite sand. If it is used as the main material, it can even refine treasures that are one level higher than spiritual weapons. And the 9 zisha, each of which can improve the 8-year cultivation base of the immortal cultivator. It can make people nearly double their strength. If they can be obtained, it will be of great help to the strength of the entire sect. The sect has become a first-class sect. The picture sent by Medusa. That is to say, this is the picture taken by the Pecan group. Yi Feng guessed in his heart. After contacting the encrypted message sent by the other party and Benjamin before, he was almost sure. The meteor he saw at the gate of Yen Gate this evening pierced the southeast sky. It was Haridi star sand. Or 9 sons and mothers star sand. He took a closer look at the photo sent by Medusa. He found a string of numbers 178.31 at the bottom of the photo. He wondered if this meant the coordinates of the location shown on the photo. If we look at the current latitude and longitude of the Earth, east longitude 178, north latitude 31. It should be in the middle of the North Pacific Ocean. It is about the same distance from Huagua and Migua. It seems that the Pecan group is going to take action. I just don't know if there is any secret action on Huagua's side. The target location is within the territorial waters of the United States. Therefore, if the Chinese government wants to act, it must only act secretly. Yi Feng glanced at the bright white light spot on the photo, and the faint 9 dots around the fuzzy light spot, and made a decision in his heart. The Haridi star sand must not be obtained by the Pecan group. Although I don't know if it is useful for people on the Earth to get that thing. But the key question is that Yi Feng will be useful if he comes. If he can refine a treasure-level magic weapon, it will be a blockhouse. It is worse than Su Feiying. Be strong. Just don't know. It's too late to pass now. No matter what, you have to try it. Helidi star sand is not a rotten street thing. It is a treasure that caused bloody storms in the world of cultivating immortals. These treasures from outside the sky are all called star sand. Most of them are rare treasures. Because he didn't know the situation there, Yi Feng sent a message back to Medusa, asking her to report all the movements of the Pecan group. Then he put away his phone and went to find Zhang Xinyun, the little beauty. Make a plan before moving. Yi Feng will never act rashly until he knows the situation there. We will wait for the news of Medusa to come back. Zhang Xinyun was tossing and turning in the room and couldn't sleep. Turned off the lights and smelled the fresh fragrance in the room. She felt refreshed and extremely comfortable. Compared with the small houses in the south before, or compared with the Yanda dormitory, the living conditions of Yi Feng's villa are obviously much better. The most important thing is the exquisite decoration. It makes people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Thinking about it, the figure of Yi Feng wearing a black shirt emerged in her heart. Just today, she stood firmly in front of her several times, shielding her from the wind and rain. If the boyfriend she finds in the future is like this Yi Feng, who treats her so well and stands firmly in front of her when she encounters difficulties, then she will feel satisfied. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of her room, which startled her. What's going on? There are still people knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Although Yi Feng said that he would come to her at night, he never came before. She thought he would not come. Then the person outside the door is Yi Feng? Zhang Xinyun was puzzled. But she thought that all the girls in this villa, except Yi Feng, seemed to have nothing to worry about. So she casually put on a coat, threw off the quilt, got out of bed and ran to the bedroom door, and opened the door with one hand. Since you haven't slept yet, get dressed. Let's go for a walk. Seeing that she was only wearing pajamas and then a coat, Yi Feng smiled and turned around without taking a second look. If Zhang Xinyun had already fallen asleep, he would definitely not bother her. But since this girl is not asleep, let her be called a cultivator tonight. But as an innate ghost, Zhang Xinyun is called a cultivator. It's not small either. Yi Feng's impression is that there will be a process of full ghost seal opening. If it is near the villa, it will be inappropriate. That's why Yi Feng asked her to get dressed and walked together to a remote place with no one there. Then he would tell her about cultivating immortals. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Zhang Xinyun was obviously taken aback and went out for a walk. It's so late. Where else can I go? Zhang Xinyun thought about it for a while, but she shook her head in a blink of an eye. Yi Feng must have something important to tell her. If you say that Yi Feng is trying to trick her out of the house, why bother to send her away? Take it back to the villa. Well. You wait. Although the jacket was approved, it was the first time Zhang Xinyun appeared in front of boys in pajamas. Her pretty face blushed halfway covered by her short hair, and she closed the bedroom door. After a while, she opened it again. And she had already changed into a pair of pajamas. A set of ordinary casual sportswear. It looks loose. Yi Feng was stunned by her speed. This girl can change clothes fast enough. He thought of the two daughters Su Menghan and Long Waner. It took half an hour to pick out clothes when they went shopping. He had to wait for a long time every time. Fortunately, Zhang Xinyun didn't waste too much time. Otherwise, it would take days to find a place. Bright. Wearing loose Zhang Xinyun with short hair, she looks even more refreshing. Her pretty face is flushed. A pair of smart eyes glanced at Yi Feng. I changed my clothes. Let's go. Yi Feng looked at her a few more times. He felt that this girl was really a natural beauty. She hadn't used much cosmetics and skincare products. But her skin was still so good. It was enough to make most women in the world feel inferior. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng took Zhang Xinyun out of the villa quietly and headed for the outskirts of Yanjing. Before leaving, Yi Feng scanned the bedrooms of Su Menghan, Long Waner, and Xiaoyu with his spiritual sense. Except for Long Waner's side, which was shielded from scanning, Su Menghan was already sound asleep. Xiaoyu was still a little bit sleepy. Looks like I can't sleep. This made Yi Feng feel a little sorry. He didn't expect to spend so much time with Zi Jianlan. If he came back with Zhang Xinyun later, it must be almost dawn. Xiaoyu must not be able to sleep well all night. Yi Feng shook his head. He thought that even if he ran over to accompany her in the middle of the night, she would definitely not be able to sleep well all night. There is no difference in comparison. Of course, Yi Feng still hopes to settle the matter as soon as possible, and then go back to sleep with Xiaoyu in his arms. So when he looked at Zhang Xinyun who was walking slowly behind, he immediately said, I'll run with you in my arms. Faster like that. If you use Swift Shadow and Wonderland, the speed is not only faster, it is several times faster. However, Zhang Xinyun shook her head vigorously, don't take advantage of me. Yi Feng wondered. If the girl is not willing, of course he can't forcefully run over to hug her. But in this way, it will take more time to return to the villa after finishing the work. In the middle of the night, the roadside is quiet. There is no pedestrian in sight. And there are no large freight trucks passing by near the residential area where they are. Therefore, it is very quiet. Occasional cars pass by, but they can't break the tranquility in the middle of the night. The two were running one after the other. The two figures stretched long under the street lights. However, when they approached the bar street, there were more people on the side of the road. At the same time, there were some faint noises. The night market in this place lasts all night. Yi Feng has long been used to it. He didn't care. He was about to take Zhang Xinyun around here and run out to the suburbs, but suddenly saw three drunks staggering towards him, blocking the way of the two of them at once. An unpleasant smell of alcohol came over her face. Zhang Xinyun couldn't help frowning and covered her nose. Step aside. One of the drunks waved his hand, drank arrogantly, and continued to run towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng stopped in his tracks and frowned. These drunks were really annoying. He didn't even think about it. He threw a kick and kicked the opponent's stomach, causing the opponent to hit the side street light vigorously, making a bang sound, attracting it caught the attention of many people around. Stinky boy. Hiccup, you're looking for death. Seeing this, another drunk man hiccuped and punched Yi Feng with a delirious punch. Yi Feng didn't even look at it. He also kicked it away and fell into the pitch-black flower garden. Dealing with such drunks. Reasoning with them is absolutely useless. Yi Feng doesn't want to waste time with such guys. Solve it early and finish the matter early. However, the last drunk was left. Seeing that the two companions had been dealt with in an instant by Yi Feng, he was frightened and took 2 steps back. He regained consciousness a little. This is a young man who looks very sloppy. He only looks about 24 or 5 years old. But at a glance, he knows that he is not doing well. He is slightly clear-headed. He took a look at Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun by the light of the street lamp. He was immediately shocked. Zhang Xinyun's beauty attracted me. You don't know. We are all members of Mr. Liu. The drunk young man waved his hand vigorously, and said drunkenly, you dare to hit us. Just wait to die. Hiccup. When Yi Feng heard it, what is Mr. Liu? I don't know him. Let's beat this idiot first. Yi Feng looked at the drunk young man. He didn't even think about who Mr. Liu was. He swung his fist the size of a sandbag and waved towards him. Etc., etc. Seeing this, the drunk youth immediately raised his hand, expressing his intention to surrender. Brother, I'm joking with you. I'll get out of the way. Please. Please. What a cartilage. Yi Feng was a little surprised. He thought that this guy would only be satisfied if he was repaired. He didn't expect the other party to shrink back when he saw him throwing a punch. It saved a little energy. At the side, Zhang Xinyun couldn't help being a little contemptuous when she saw the other party being in fear. But the other party has nothing to do with her. Now what she thinks in her heart is to hurry up and go to a quiet and remote place with Yi Feng. After finishing what Yi Feng wants to do things. After the drunk young man staggered out of the way, Yi Feng took Zhang Xinyun and continued to leave quickly. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, the drunk young man's eyes flashed fierceness. He ran to the streetlight in 3 or 2 steps, and woke up the accomplice who was hit by Yi Feng first. Fuck, hurry up and wake up labor and management. His accomplice was in a daze. Finally came to his senses. He asked in embarrassment, Diao, what's the matter? What about your sister? The drunk young man called Big Diao gave a piss. That brat is so arrogant. And there is such a beautiful girl beside him. Let's report to Mr. Liu. Mr. Lu must be very interested. Hey. Carving. That's a really good idea. When the accomplice heard this, he narrowed his eyes, bewitchingly. He thought it was a good idea. In this way, he could not only use Mr. Lu to avenge his beating, but also let Mr. Lu get a beautiful girl. They also made meritorious service once again. But did Yao. Then should we continue with our plan for tomorrow? Soon the partner came to his senses and asked in a low voice. Go on. Why not go on? Didiao had a look of indifference on his face. That bitch Lu Yingying dared to dump labor back then, but she didn't know that her cousin Mr. Lu had been coveting her for a long time. I asked her out this time. Take the opportunity to get it done. Lu, eldest young master, will definitely be in a good mood. Eldest young master Lu is in a good mood. We'll just follow suit. But Big Eagle. That chick is still your ex-girlfriend. You really? His partner hesitated. Let's talk nonsense. What's wrong with your ex-girlfriend? If it can be appreciated by Mr. Lu, even your wife dares to give it to you. Brothers, will you give up the chance to be promoted and make a fortune in this life? Didiao cursed bitterly, smelled of alcohol, ran into the flower garden cursing, and went to check on another accomplice who was kicked away by Yifeng. Although Yifeng and Zhang Xinyun walked fast, but the range of his spiritual perception is not small, he still clearly heard the conversation between the Big Eagle and his accomplices. This Big Eagle is actually Lu Yingying's ex-boyfriend. Yifeng squinted his eyes. Why are there so many people like this in this world? That drunk young man is basically the same person as Zhao Renjia before. Zhao Renjia wanted to give Xiaoyu to Miao Qiguang for 5 million. Diao asked Lu Yingying to come out and get drunk. Let Lu Yingying's cousin, Mr. Lu, succeed. What a scum in the world. But it can be seen from this. What kind of a guy is Mr. Lu? Even his own cousin wants to do it. No wonder the Lu group will plummet. The influence and voice in the business world are less than 1/10 of the original. Yifeng thought about it. The Big Eagle's plan is set for tomorrow. Then he still needs to inform Lu Yingying. How can this girl be his partner now? So he took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Lu Yingying, beware of ex-boyfriend Didiao. Remember not to drink alcohol tomorrow. Originally thought it was so late. Lu Yingying must be asleep. But I didn't expect that the text message had just been sent, and the other party called. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then picked it up casually. Yifeng. It's so late and I haven't slept yet. Lu Yingying's lazy voice came from the other side of the phone. When she was talking with Xiaoyu before, she saved Yifeng's number in the phone. Of course she knew that this was the message Yifeng sent her. Well. Just to remind you. Be careful of your ex-boyfriend tomorrow. Yifeng casually repeated the content of the text message. What? Lu Yingying was a little surprised when she heard it. You mean Li Xiaodiao? I only had this boyfriend when I was in college, how do you know him? When Yifeng heard it, it turned out that the guy's name was Li Xiaodiao, but he was called Big Diao. There is no doubt that this is a respectful title. I just passed the bar street. I heard that he is going to hurt you. Anyway, you should be careful tomorrow. Don't get drunk. Yifeng briefly said the matter. He'll be at the bar this late. Lu Yingying's tone was a little strange. He was always a nerd when he was in college. He didn't understand anything. How could such a person go to bars? You haven't seen each other for a long time. Yifeng asked lightly. He thought that the drunk young man just now didn't look like a nerd at all. Well. Yes. It's been more than a year. We broke up after graduation. But he did ask me out tomorrow. The more Lu Yingying thought about it, the more strange it became. How could a bookworm back then appear in the bar? Maybe Yi Feng misjudged the person. But even if he misjudged the person, Yi Feng would not know that she had a boyfriend before. Unless Yi Feng investigated her. Then I understand. Thank you, Yi Feng. I will treat you to dinner another day. Lu Yingying thought about it, said goodbye to Yi Feng, and hung up the phone. When Yi Feng heard the other party's tone, he knew that Lu Yingying didn't really believe that Li Xiaodiao would have any unruly intentions against her. Maybe when he was in college, that kid was really law-abiding. But being in school is completely different from being in society. I have been in society for more than a year. I have experienced various setbacks and blows. It can completely change people into another completely different look. Yi Feng shook his head. No matter whether Lu Yingying believed it or not, he sent the message anyway. I believe that as the general manager of the branch under the Lu Group, Lu Yingying still has some social experience. Even if she doesn't believe what Yi Feng said, she will pay attention to it when she goes to the appointment tomorrow. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yingying sat at the computer desk and stretched sleepily. In order to successfully cooperate with Yi Feng's blade technology, she has been thinking about the cooperation plan all night. The upper board of the Lu Group is not optimistic about her decision to cooperate with Yi Feng. It is even very conflicting. But she does not believe it. Judging from the previous jewelry exhibition, Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing's personal abilities are very strong. If you cooperate with them, you won't be cheated. After hanging up the phone call to Yi Feng, Lu Yingying frowned slightly. After more than a year, Li Xiaodiao asked her out again. He said that he just wanted to have a meal and catch up on the past. But how could Yi Feng say that he show up at the bar most of the night? Let's see when the time comes. Lu Yingying shook her head and didn't think much about it. She still decided to go to the appointment because she didn't believe it from the bottom of her heart. Li Xiaodiao would change so much in a year or so. Lu Yingying's reaction. Yi Feng didn't have time to speculate. After leaving the bar street, Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun quickly left the bustling area and came to the Xishan National Forest Park not far from Yanjing Fifth Ring Road. After arriving at the foot of the mountain here, the surroundings seem relatively remote and deserted. It is a good choice for Zhang Xinyun to start practicing in this kind of place and activate the innate ghost seal, because as long as there is not too much movement, it will not cause anything else people's attention. Zhang Xinyun silently followed behind Yi Feng. She looked at the surrounding environment carefully. At the same time, she looked at Yi Feng's back from time to time. Vigilance, curiosity, and anticipation flashed through her nimble eyes in the night. Zhang Xinyun didn't ask who Yi Feng called or what happened just now, because it had nothing to do with her, so she didn't bother to ask. The two walked through a dark alley all the way and walked onto a forest path. The surrounding was silent and there was no one. Two dark shadows were cast by the distant street lamps. Zhang Xinyun looked back and saw that Yanjing was still brightly lit in the middle of the night and early in the morning. Even in the dead of night, countless people in this international metropolis did not fall asleep. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyun felt that she had bumped into something. She was startled and stopped immediately. She raised her head and saw that Yi Feng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and stood still between the trees. The front, rear, left and right were all rows of trees, cast under the moonlight. A whirling tree shadow. What's wrong? Zhang Xinyun asked cautiously and very softly. Someone. Yi Feng used his wonderful fairy voice to transmit two words to her ears. Then he raised his head and looked towards the dark tree shadow ahead. A light and agile figure suddenly appeared within the range of Yi Feng's consciousness, making him alert. However, after sweeping his consciousness, he found that it was only a young man with 35 years of cultivation. However, in the world of martial arts on Earth, those 23 or 4-year-old young people can have 35 years of cultivation. It is already a very remarkable existence. At least at the level of people in the martial arts world looking for heaven and earth treasures. This is already its number 1 or 2. Yi Feng would not pay attention to a mere young man of 35 years of cultivation. But what he was not sure about was whether the other party had other helpers. If there were, then the matter would not be that simple. Yi Feng must act carefully. If Zhao Yi and Ling Chen are still there is no need to think about this situation. Let the soul cultivator go forward to detect it first. Now those 2 people were indeed injured by the fire cloud demon lord. They were temporarily sealed by Yi Feng. In the dragon sword ancient ring. Yi Feng held Zhang Xingyun in his hands at once, and cautiously probed his spiritual sense in all directions. He grabbed Zhang Xingyun's small hand, and her face turned red involuntarily. She originally wanted to break free, but when she thought of the deserted mountains and wild mountains in the middle of the night, there were still people, she couldn't help being a little scared. Even living ghosts exist in this world. Anything else is impossible. Immortal art. Stealth art. Yi Feng cast the invisibility technique, covered Zhang Xingyun together, and then hugged her even more excessively. This made Zhang Xingyun even more startled. What did Yi Feng want to do? Could it be that he brought her to this place? After doing the wretched things, throw her body into the wilderness. Although this is unlikely, Zhang Xingyun couldn't help but have this guess under the current situation. Keep quiet. Before Zhang Xingyun wanted to exclaim, Yi Feng pressed her mouth tightly. The wonderful fairy voice came over, we are now invisible. Go ahead quietly. To avoid any danger. You have no cultivation base. The movement of stepping on the ground can be easily spotted by others. So I'm sorry. When Zhang Xingyun heard it, she held back and didn't struggle. Feeling Yi Feng's warm and stable embrace, her heart was a little fiery and flustered, and her heartbeat started to speed up. Things like being invisible are just as miraculous as Yi Feng's cover-up technique before. If she was in the past, she definitely wouldn't believe it. But after seeing the soul of the fire cloud demon master, she couldn't believe it. Swift shadow. Yi Feng's footsteps were light, and he walked quickly through the woods towards the front without making any sound. Quietly, he has come to the place where the young man with 35 years of cultivation is standing in front of him. This is a young man in a blue robe. He is only about 23 or 24 years old. There is a touch of sadness on his face. Standing like this in the woods, with a long sword hanging on his waist, shining brightly under the moonlight through the shadow of the tree. The sword is out of its sheath. However, he couldn't find the target the sword should be pointing at. The young man's sad face began to show a trace of solemnity. Obviously, he judged the arrival of Yi Feng and Zhang Xingyun from the clues. But after Yi Feng disappeared, he couldn't find Yi Feng's trace. If you look carefully, you will find that this young man is very handsome. He is chic and elegant, with piercing eyes, high nose bridge, red lips and white teeth, sword eyebrows and star eyes. This is definitely the most handsome man in Yi Feng's life. If it is put in any school, it is definitely a school grass. If you look at the whole Huagua, it is a national grass. Even if it is a ball grass in the whole earth, it makes people want to admire it. It is amazing. Even Zhang Xingyun, who was held in Yi Feng's arms, took a look at the other party by the moonlight. She couldn't help but look sideways at him. Her heart beat a little faster. When Yi Feng saw her, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. Jealousy. A man with such thin skin and tender flesh. What kind of martial arts is he doing? Who is in front of you? Now, Huayeking of the True Sword Sect. The elders of the sect are working here. Please leave quickly. The young man finally spoke up. His tone was threatening and vigilant. Even his voice was so magnetic. Coupled with his handsome face, he could kill billions of girls in seconds. Well, no. Yifeng has already hugged Zhang Xinyun and walked in front of him. Hua Yeqing. Isn't this a genius of the younger generation who is as famous as Chen Hui of the Tai Chi Hall? Yifeng shook his head and didn't want to think about the other party's handsome face. He began to think in his heart. There are mainly 3 outstanding people among the younger generation in today's arena. They are all geniuses who have understood the release of internal energy at a young age. The first 2 of them have been killed by Yifeng. That is the genius Nanfeng of Xuanhuan sect and Chen Hui of Taiji Temple. Among them, Chen Hui and Hua Yeqing were both at the same age when they realized the release of internal energy. Therefore, they are almost equally famous in the Jianghu. It is only because Chen Hui has the backing of the Tai Chi Palace that they appear stronger. I don't know what the Zhejian sword sect is doing here. Let Hua Yeqing guard in front. It's a pity that I met a monster like Yifeng. It must be unstoppable. Yifeng carried Zhang Xinyun all the way forward. He quickly ran 2 kilometers along the path in the forest. Suddenly, he felt a movement in the forest ahead. At the same time, the ancient ring of dragon sword became slightly warm. A group of people from the True Sword sect discovered a certain treasure here. However, judging from the movement of the dragon sword ancient ring, it should not be too precious. The True Sword sect. It should be the sect that helped my mother and grandfather. If it's not something important, it's better not to bother. Yifeng thought for a moment, then decided to avoid the other party, try not to disturb the other party. However, his idea did not succeed after all. Ah! A howl of wolves came from the place where the people from the True Sword sect gathered in front. The expressions of the people from the True Sword sect changed all of a sudden, and the expression of Yifeng, who was just about to bypass him, also changed. There is a clearing in the forest ahead. There is a group of people from the True Sword sect looking for something. They gathered together with solemn expressions. And this howling of wolves came from among them, causing them to move in the direction of Yifeng. Looked over. Ah! Another wolf howl sounded. Only then did Yifeng know what was going on. It turned out that it was a snow wolf raised by people from the True Sword sect. It detected Yifeng's existence by its smell, and held twice towards where Yifeng was. Let the people from the True Sword sect know that there are people around. Oops! Yifeng's heart sank. Being discovered by the other party under such circumstances, I'm afraid it's not so easy to explain how he got away with it. Of course, Yifeng wouldn't be afraid if there was a real fight. It's just that the other party said they helped Tang Qingling and Tang Xiefeng, yes. That's why Yifeng doesn't want to be an enemy. His spiritual sense quickly swept across the crowd. He found that besides the snow-white fur wolf, there were more than a dozen other people. Among them were 2 old men with more than 70 years of cultivation. They should be 2 elders of the True Sword sect. The rest are no threat to Yifeng. Even 2 old men with more than 70 years of cultivation, to Yifeng, they are all goods that can be killed in seconds. Of course, Yifeng is not willing to do anything unless it is absolutely necessary. Who's here? Enclose him. One of the old men with a white beard heard 2 wolf howls, and his face immediately changed. Although he didn't see Yifeng's figure, he still waved his hand, and let the crowd of the True Sword sect surround the area in front of him. And at his feet, a big snow-white wolf was staring at Yifeng. His eyes showed a sharp and vigilant look, but he was a bit afraid to move forward. Obviously, the keen intuition of wolves let it know that Yifeng, who appeared in front of it, is a very difficult character to deal with. Even if there are so many masters of the True Sword sect around, it may be difficult to deal with Yifeng. Compared with wolves, people's intuition is much weaker, especially those in martial arts who have no sense of consciousness. Yifeng didn't worry at all when he saw the other party surrounding him. If he wanted to leave incognito, these guys couldn't stop him at all. But he turned his head and looked at the snow wolf. I found that guy really annoying. With this snow wolf here, Yi Feng can't escape the other party's perception. So after thinking about it, he decided to cancel the invisibility technique. Yi Feng put Zhang Xingyun down and noticed that the girl's face was a little red. He supported him with one hand, and the short hair hanging on his forehead with the other hand. The purpose was to prevent the other half of the innate ghost mark from being exposed. Even if Yi Feng has seen it once, she still doesn't want to expose her ugly side in front of him. But in fact, in Yi Feng's heart, this innate ghost mark is not unacceptable. On the contrary, it can make her look mysterious, quiet colors. Modern people think it's ugly. The main reason is that they can't understand what it is. That's why they can't accept it. Only Yi Feng, from the world of cultivating immortals, knows it. The innate ghost mark is completely a symbol of strength. The effect of the invisibility technique gradually disappeared. Yi Feng changed into a black shirt and Zhang Xinyun's slender figure finally gradually emerged from the shadow of the forest, appearing in front of a group of people from the Zizhen sword sect. Everyone, the junior Yi Feng passed by here on business. I didn't want to disturb you, but I didn't want your sex methods to be really clever. I found this junior. Yi Feng was the first to speak out. He cupped his hands towards the old man with white beard who seemed to be the leader. Under the shade of the moonlight tree, Yi Feng's face gradually appeared. The faces of the people around him from the True Sword sect changed drastically at the same time. It turned out to be Yi Feng. As for Yi Feng's name, those of them in the martial arts have of course heard of it a long time ago. Especially, Yi Feng has a good relationship with them. After all, Yi Feng's mother, Tang Qingling, and grandfather, Tang Xiefeng, were the real swords of their sons, back then. Dispatched. In recent days, Yi Feng's rise like a comet has shocked the entire Zizhenjian sect. Originally, someone proposed to Tang Xiefeng to take Yi Feng back to the Zizhenjian sect for training, but unexpectedly, Tang Xiefeng flatly rejected it. Said that Yi Feng is from the Yi family. Not from his Tang family. He can't restrain Yi Feng. It's because Tang Qingling has lost his memory and knows nothing about the past. Tang Xiefeng even forbids anyone to mention Yi Feng's name in front of Tang Qingling. Because of this, the True Sword sect has always been waiting and watching Yi Feng, but they never expected to meet Yi Feng in this wilderness. It turned out to be little friend Yi Feng. We met for the first time. I didn't expect it to be in this kind of scene. The white-bearded old man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. He seemed relieved. I am Fengzi, the second elder of the True Sword sect. There is a beast in this sect, Qi Shuling, which surprised my little friend. There are 3 elders in the True Sword sect. They are the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder. The ones who are currently appearing in front of Yi Feng are the Second Elder and the Third Elder. The name of the Second Elder, Fengzi, is a bit strange. However, he is still quite prestigious in the Jianghu. In terms of absolute strength, he is also a master comparable to Long Moran. He must not be underestimated. If Yi Feng hadn't comprehended the Void Sword dance, he really has no confidence in fighting against this guy. Seeing that the other party's attitude is not bad, Yi Feng smiled and nodded. Qi Shuling. The name is good. It's a good beast. He raised his head and glanced at the snow wolf Qi Shuling, who was following closely behind Fengzi, and found that the other party was staring at him vigilantly. It is not an easy task to tame a wolf. I don't know how Zizhenjian faction did it. He didn't use ropes and chains to control Qi Shuling. Qi Shuling didn't run away. Instead, he looked very cute. Let Yi Feng be amazed. Zhang Xingyun leaned against Yi Feng and looked at Snow Wolf. She couldn't help being attracted by its snow-white fur and cute appearance. Her eyes lit up. It would be great if we could keep a pet like this at home. Its demeanor and charm will definitely fascinate hundreds of millions of girls. It is even more attractive than the Huayeking I saw before. Xiao Fengzi gave Yifeng and Zhang Xinyun a strange look, then hesitated, and asked, I don't know why my little friend came here late at night. After asking this question, some of the younger disciples of the True Sword sect around had ambiguous expressions on their faces. They looked at Yifeng and Zhang Xinyun. Obviously. During this period of time, I brought my sister to this barren mountain. I was thinking about that at first glance. How passionate it is to fight in the field. Of course Yifeng and Zhang Xinyun didn't come here to fight in the field as they thought. They wanted to open her innate ghost seal and step into the road of cultivating immortality. It's a pity that Yifeng wouldn't talk about this kind of thing with people from the True Sword sect. Seeing the ambiguous expressions on each other's faces, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. What are the young people these days? Facing Xiao Fengzi's question, Yifeng could only answer, Senior Xiao, this junior is only here for a walk. It's too boring to stay in the city all day. The air in this mountain is good. Walking around can prolong your life. Hearing this, all the disciples of the True Sword sect, including Xiao Fengzi, had weird faces. They came here for a walk in the mountains at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. This Yifeng must be mentally ill. This made a group of young people more convinced that Yifeng must have brought a girl here to have sex. This time he was sure. They didn't believe it. Yifeng would really bring a girl to take a walk in the mountains late at night. Even if his brain is not normal. Other girls will not follow the brain twitch. But since Yifeng said so, they won't try to expose it. They all only despise Yifeng in their hearts. There are rumors in the world that Yifeng is not only talented, but also suave and suave. Seeing it today, he is indeed so. Cough cough. Xiao Fengzi also couldn't stand it any longer. He coughed twice, before continuing, it's a good thing for young people to take a walk more often. Since this is the case, the old man won't bother you for a walk. Please go ahead, my friend. But, this place is not, it's a good place for a walk. Hua Yunzong's thieves are wandering here. It's better to leave as soon as possible, little friend. People from Hua Yunzong. Yifeng frowned when he heard that. How could people from Hua Yunzong appear here? He quietly scanned with his divine sense, and found that this group of True Sword sect members had just found a moonlight stone in this glade, and it was being held by Xiao Fengzi. However, the other party didn't seem to stop there. Instead, he continued looking for something. Are there other natural treasures nearby? Moonlight stone is a relatively common treasure of heaven and earth. However, its rarity is much higher than that of Lingshur. It can improve the practitioner's cultivation for 1 to 2 years. It seems that the power of moonlight absorbed has how much? Among the many treasures of heaven and earth collected by Su Feiying before, there are many Yuehua stones. Of course, they have already been divided up by Yifeng and others. Yifeng felt the warmth emanating from the dragon sword ancient ring. It pointed to the moonlight stone in Xiao Fengzi's hand. But other than that, there were indeed other treasures of heaven and earth in a place not far away. Just relying on the perception of the aura of heaven and earth by the cultivator, Yifeng could not feel the treasures that far away. But relying on the ancient ring of the dragon sword, he could feel the faint aura of 1 or 2 kilometers away. With the growth of Yifeng's cultivation base, the range of dragon sword ancient ring's perception of heaven, material and earth treasures also gradually increased. This is of course a good thing for Yifeng. Could it be that the Yuehua stone in Xiao Fengzi's hand is just one of them? And the people from Hua Yunzong are fleeing nearby with several other stones. Yifeng made such a guess in his heart. It should be close to 10. If it was 3 years ago, when the last martial arts conference started, there was a big difference in strength between Huayanzong and Zizhenjian faction. Zizhenjian faction was not Huayanzong's opponent at all. But after these 3 years of hard work, the strength of the Zizhen sword sect has grown by leaps and bounds. In the upcoming martial arts conference, the Zizhen sword sect wants to win the title of the top 10 forces of the new generation. And under the current situation, Master Changshan still has confidence in the top 3 sects. The Immortal sect suffered major changes. Half of the 8 elders of the Taiji Hall died. Long Jialong announced the retreat indifferently. The Tang family also lost 2 elders in the desert. Xinquan sect even Han Jiwu died in Beidou after leaving the desert. Su Xiaoyu from the South Fighting Fist closed his doors after he came back. I don't know what kind of stimulation he received. Under the ebb and flow of each other, the strengths of the various schools in the martial arts are now balanced. If you seize the opportunity, it is not impossible for the Zizhen sword sect to rise in one fell swoop. Of course, all of these are meaningless to Yi Feng. He only needs to get the Tying grass to treat Zhao Yi and Ling Chen in a month. In addition, he should be on guard against the head of the Tai Chi Hall and the ancestor of the Long family who may appear. Yi Feng and Yi Wendian cooperated and severely injured Sima Chongfeng, the chief elder of the Taiji Hall. The other 4 elders also disappeared in the desert. This was a great loss to the Taiji Hall. The elders of the Taiji Hall must be furious when they saw such a scene after they came out of retreat. Furious. He will never let Yi Feng go easily. As for the ancestor of the Long family, we need to be on guard against finding out that Long Moran is no longer his son, but the incarnation of concubine Suiyang God. In this case, we will leave first. Seniors leave. Yi Feng clasped his fists at Xiaofengzi and wanted to take Zhang Xinyun away. Since it was a matter of the true sword sect, he just wanted to save face and didn't care about it. Faced with this situation, Zhang Xinyun didn't know what to say. She simply leaned against Yi Feng and didn't say a word. She had never seen a martial arts person before. The first time she saw it, it was like a scene in a martial arts TV series. She took it for granted. Confusion. Hearing that Yi Feng was leaving, Zhang Xinyun followed him closely, wanting to leave together, etc. At this moment, another elder besides Xiaofengzi was present, that is, the 3rd elder of the true sword sect, an old lady with a round face, but she took a step forward and stopped Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun. There was a bit of dissatisfaction in the eyes of the 2 of them. Yi Feng, although you are a junior, you should know that to be a human being is to know how to repay kindness. The 3rd elder, the round-faced old lady, was a bit hunched, leaning on a deadwood cane, and gave Yi Feng a faint look. Gratitude. Yi Feng frowned slightly. What do you mean by that, senior? The round-faced old lady snorted softly. Compared to you, you don't know the name of this elder. This elder, Ren Jia, is the 3rd elder of Zizhenjian sect. Today, I came here with Elder Xiao to hunt down the Huayun sect thief, Yi Feng. Since you happen to be here, you should lend a helping hand. As soon as this remark came out, Yi Feng secretly thought it was funny. Nima, I don't care about your son's true sword sect matter. I don't care. You even want me to help. Although the other party helped Tang Qingling and Tang Xiefeng, but Tang Qingling and Tang Xiefeng must have kept it in their hearts. It has nothing to do with Yi Feng. What's more, Yi Feng has never met those 2 people before. If Yi Feng from before, this elder Ren Jia would never have made such a request. But now that Yi Feng's reputation has risen, Ren Jia thought of him the first time he saw him. Although the strength of Huayanzong is not as strong as that of Taiji Palace and Tang family, it is also one of the top 10 sections. If they conflict with each other, it will not look good. However, the remaining moonstones must be obtained. In order to achieve this goal, it would be best to let Yi Feng take action. When the time comes, Huayunzong will investigate. He must be looking for Yi Feng directly. Yi Feng saw Ren Jie's purpose at a glance. The rest of the disciples of the True Sword sect also took it for granted and looked at Yi Feng. They felt that he must help now. Otherwise, he would be unkind, unjust, loyal, filial, and ignorant illustrated white-eyed wolf. Xiao Fengzi was the only one with his white eyebrows slightly frowned. It seemed that Elder Ren Jie's words were inappropriate. After saying those words, the round-faced old lady Elder Ren Jie looked at Yi Feng with a contemptuous expression on her face, and she was going to use justice to scold him as soon as Yi Feng refused. And for such a young and energetic young man to be scolded by her like this, it is natural that he would agree on impulse. As long as Yi Feng agrees to help, then Ren Jie will have a way to make Yi Feng and Hua Yunzong confront each other, and their son, the True Sword sect, will benefit from it. Xiao Fengzi on the side subconsciously wanted to stop him, but before he could speak, he saw the corner of Yi Feng's mouth curl up. Okay, as you wish. Faced with such a request from Ren Jie, although Yi Feng felt that the other party was a bit unreasonable, would he be afraid? Anyway, Long Jiangujie has already sensed the direction of Hua Yunzong and others, and it is easy to chase after him. Those who will be chased by the True Sword sect and flee to Hua Yunzong are definitely not very powerful characters. It just so happens that Yi Feng and Hua Yunzong also have a bit of hatred. He is almost sure that the fat and thin ones who beat up at Yenqing University will definitely be in the future. Trouble him. It would be good to collect some interest before that, since the Zhenjian sect wants Yi Feng to help Yi Feng catch up with the Hua Yunzong Xuanhuan stone in the opponent's hand. He will definitely not be polite. And his answer surprised Ren Jie, Xiao Fengzi, and others, including the other disciples of the True Sword sect. All of them had strange faces. Could it be that Yi Feng didn't know the consequences of being hostile to Hua Yunzong? He agreed so easily. The round-faced old lady Ren Jie came back to her senses after a moment of stupefaction, secretly smiling in her heart, thinking that Yi Feng was still too young after all. She just said a word and let him be one of them. Seeing that Yi Feng agreed, Xiao Fengzi couldn't help but frowned, feeling something wrong but couldn't think. As for the snow-white fur Qi Shuling, she was still staring at Yi Feng vigilantly, always watching his every move. Yi Feng looked at the reactions of the Zhejian Sword sect members and was secretly amused. He took Zhang Xinyan's little hand and hugged her in his arms, then tapped his footsteps, and the speed of the second floor of the Wizard of Shadows exploded all of a sudden. The figures of the two broke through the siege of the Zhenjian sect and rushed towards the place pointed by the ancient ring of dragon sword. Yi Feng's action made Ren Jie and Xiao Fengzi startled. As for the rest of the True Sword sect, they couldn't react at all, because Yi Feng's speed was too fast. Want to run after? Ren Jie thought Yi Feng wanted to run away, snorted coldly, and said to himself, this kid is too unreasonable. He just pretended to agree to divert their attention. Xiao Fengzi wanted to stop it, but his cultivation level was not much different from that of Ren Jie's, and most of the people around him from the True Sword sect were from Ren Jie's faction, so he didn't stand up and say anything, but followed along with the same footsteps. Ah! The snow wolf Qi Shuling howled and ran towards Yi Feng at a faster speed than Xiao Fengzi and Ren Jie, like a silver bullet passing through the forest and quickly approaching Yi Feng under the moonlight. The running speed of this snow wolf is actually comparable to that of Yi Feng. This beast. Yi Feng's spiritual sense swept back and saw that only a snow wolf followed him. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Facing the snow wolf Yi Feng of the Zhejian Sword sect, of course he was not willing to kill him, and seeing Zhang Xinyan's eyes full of love, he couldn't bear to kill him in front of Zhang Xinyan. The most important thing is that this snow wolf can't hinder him. With the attack power of a beast, there is no way to threaten Yi Feng. At most, he will expose his whereabouts to everyone in the True Sword sect. Yi Feng also saw that this snow wolf, Qi Zulingran, was acting together with the people from the Zhejian Sword sect, but it seemed that they were not under their control, but very free. This made Yi Feng a little curious, and he didn't know what the snow wolf was. What kind of species seems to be somewhat magical? However, Yi Feng is too lazy to ask people from the Zhejian sword sect about this kind of thing, let alone communicate with Xuelong. What's the matter? At the speed of the second layer of Sunning Xian Zong, Yi Feng hugged Zhang Xinyan's lithe body and shuttled through the forest at an extremely fast speed, making Zhang Xinyan almost exclaimed because the speed was too fast. It takes 3 seconds for the ordinary Sinning wizard to run 100 meters, but it takes less than 2 seconds to run 100 meters in the second layer of Sinning wizard, that is to say, the speed exceeds 50 meters per second. If you convert the speed, it is 180 kilometers per hour, but the current Yi Feng can't continue to explode the second layer of swift shadow and wizardry for an hour because he doesn't have enough true energy. The distance of 1 kilometer is already run by Yi Feng in less than half a minute. Even the world champion is weak compared to Yi Feng. Seconds is enough. What surprised Yi Feng was that Qi Shuling followed. Under the moonlight, Snow Wolf's eyes flashed with agility, staring at Yi Feng with all his strength, hanging tightly behind Yi Feng with all his strength, trying to catch up with him, but he couldn't. Yi Feng was deeply moved by Qi Shuling's perseverance, so Yi Feng decided in an instant to stop this beast from being so excited, otherwise it would be bad if it twisted its foot. So he suddenly slowed down and kicked towards Qi Shuelingfei. Yi Feng's deceleration is very smooth, even the best sports car in the world can't have his braking performance. In an instant, his braking performance dropped from extreme speed to a snail's speed, and he stepped out just in the way of Qi Shuling's running forward. The snow wolf was obviously taken aback when it saw this. The two short and powerful front legs slipped on the ground and very reluctantly turned the direction of its body forward, avoiding Yi Feng's stretched-out legs that blocked it. With a thump sound, the little guy with snow-white fur flew out and fell in a dense grass. There was a painful sound, obviously a little injured. Hey. Seeing this, Yi Feng chuckled, then stepped forward and continued to gallop forward, speeding up instantly. Zhang Xinyan was held in his arms and experienced a sudden acceleration and deceleration. Her mind suddenly became a little dizzy, and at the same time, she was shocked by Yi Feng's ability. Who is Yi Feng? While holding her in his arms, he can explode at such a terrifying speed. It's even more terrifying than drag racing. Arrive. Yi Feng quickly moved forward, throwing away Qi Shuling, Ren Jia, and Xiao Fengzi. The elders of the True Sword sect already sensed that there were 3 martial arts people running away in the forest ahead, and the ancient ring of dragon sword was getting closer and closer. The Hodder is obviously already close to the few remaining moonstones. 3 fast-running shadowy figures quickly appeared in front of Yi Feng. In the induction of Yi Feng's spiritual sense, he had already figured out the details of the other 3. The 3 people in front of Hua Yunzong. One of them is a middle-aged man with 50 years of cultivation. He looks mature and stable, and his gestures are quite masterful. At least he doesn't look so annoying. As for the other 2 who are acquaintances, they are Li Daiqiu and Li Dash, who were beaten by Yi Feng at Yanqing University. Unexpectedly, they came here late at night. Yi Feng didn't want to know the grievances between the other party and the True Sword sect. Where did these moonlight stones come from? For him, he only needs to know the result. That is, he will get rid of the 3 Hua Yunzong guys in front of him. Then put the moonstone in the bag and slip away. Since Zi Zhenjian asked him to help, then he will not be polite. I want him to help so that the fisherman can harvest the moonlight stone. That old lady with a round face is too beautiful. Killing. Yi Feng is not the first time. When he was at Yan University, he didn't dare to kill Li Daiqiu and Li Dash. After all, in public, he would cause a lot of trouble if he killed the other party. The National Security Bureau is not easy to explain. Although he has a good relationship with the National Security Bureau now, This is based on the fact that he does not touch the bottom line of the National Security Bureau. Once he touches the bottom line of the National Security Bureau, such as committing murder in public, it is a very bad behavior. The National Security Bureau will not let him go easily. But now, in the middle of the night, in the barren mountains, is a good time and a good place to kill people. For the enemy, Yi Feng will naturally not show any mercy. Master, someone is chasing you. While running, the obese Li Deqiu was a little flustered. The hand holding a moonstone was a little trembling. Apparently he was chased and hunted down by people from the True Sword sect. It made him feel very bad because of his low cultivation. What are you afraid of? They don't dare to kill us. At most, return the moonlight stone to them. The calm middle-aged man snorted softly and cursed. The rules of the world. If the battle involving heaven, material and earth treasures is not particularly precious, if a killer is killed, it is an act to provoke disputes between the two factions. Strongly condemned by people in Jianghu. Yes. Uncle Master. But, why is that guy chasing him so fast? Li Dash on the side was also a little flustered. When he heard the whoosh sound coming from behind, he couldn't help being a little frightened. Could it be Qishue Ling Ling from the True Sword sect? The middle-aged man, that is, the uncle of the two, made a guess while running. Of course he knew that the Zhejian sword sect had a snow wolf. It was extremely fast and had a very keen sense of smell. Now he heard the sound of someone chasing him alone. It must be the snow wolf. A single snow wolf is chasing him. He is afraid. Stop. Kill that beast. The middle-aged man showed a ruthless look on his face. Although he didn't dare to take action against the Zhejian faction, but for a beast, of course there is no psychological burden. If it is just a dead beast, then the Zhejian faction will not be able to start a dispute with them Huayunzong. For him, who has cultivated for 50 years, it is very easy to kill a snow wolf. It is rumored that the snow wolf of the Neutron True Sword School only has a keen sense of smell and a fast speed. The fighting power is not strong. It is equivalent to a martial artist with 20 years of cultivation. As long as the snow wolf is killed, the people from the True Sword sect will not be able to catch up with them. Almost as soon as he spoke, he stomped heavily, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Then his whole figure suddenly stopped beside a big tree, turning back sideways. A pair of eyes full of cruelty met Yi Feng's eyes under the moonlight like this. When Yi Feng saw this, he immediately knew what the other party was thinking. Do you want to kill the pursuers? It's too naive. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up, and he slid with his arms around Zhang Xinyun, leaped high into the air, and then went from top to bottom towards the middle-aged man of Huayunzong. Bang! Dark green sword light. It shone in the woods under the moonlight. It was caught in the fierce eyes of the middle-aged man. A snow wolf can also use a sword. The middle-aged man looked up in astonishment, but finally saw a young man in a black shirt holding a long sword. He was also holding a short-haired beauty in his arms. He was burying his pretty face in the young man's arms. Obviously, he was quickly caught by him. Movement scares me. You are Yi Feng. Seeing this, Li Deqiu's fat face trembled, and immediately screamed, Master, he is Yi Feng. Kill him quickly. From Li Deqiu's point of view, their master-uncle has 50 years of cultivation. It's not easy to face Yi Feng, a young man. Although Yi Feng was passed on outside, but from Li Deqiu's point of view, those are mostly exaggerations. Even if Yi Feng can defeat Chen Hui, it is impossible to compare with the seniors with profound cultivation. And the news that Sima Changfeng from the Tai Chi Hall was injured by Yi Feng and Yi Wendian teamed up. This news was directly ignored by most people. Yi Feng's name. I only remember Yi Wendian. Sometimes, the more exaggerated the news, the more people don't believe it. But the news is the truth. For example, Zhang Xingyun went back to pass it on. Yi Feng could summon the soul of a living fire bull. No one would believe it before seeing the truth. No matter how she spread it, others would just treat it as a joke. Yi Feng's powerful rumors are exactly the same. There is no one who has seen Yi Feng's strength with his own eyes. No matter how powerful he is spread outside, it is hard to believe that Yi Feng's strength is extremely strong. Compared to Li Daiqiu's panic and haste, Li Dash seemed to be more careful and cautious. As soon as he saw Yi Feng's figure appearing in midair, he immediately became vigilant and thought of a question. How did Yi Feng appear here? And the speed follow them so fast. There is no doubt that Yi Feng's methods are beyond their comprehension. This made Li Dash's whole body creepy. He quickly prepared 2 throwing knives in his hands, and shot them towards Yi Feng's foothold. He didn't dare to use them at Yen University, but it doesn't mean he didn't dare to use them here. Those in the barren mountains killed Yi Feng. Even Yu Wendian wouldn't try to trouble them. One by one, the intent to kill is too heavy. Seeing this, Yi Feng also had a murderous intent in his heart. If the other party ran away in a hurry, he couldn't bear to kill him. He just wanted to hypnotize the other party and let the other party watch what happened tonight. But now, he has no scruples when he moves his hands. Since it is a narrow road for enemies and a narrow road for meeting each other, then Yi Feng must not be soft-handed. Otherwise, it will only be him who suffers. Tai Chi Void Sword. The dark green sword light disappeared in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the middle-aged man. This suddenly cut out from the void. An extremely tricky sword. The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits all of a sudden. What kind of sword technique is this? It is so strange. The flexibility of the law is more sharp and sharp. This is exactly the Tai Chi Void Sword created by Yi Feng by combining the Tai Chi sword technique and Void Sword technique that he got from Chen Hui. Although it was a little green and immature for the first time, it has already revealed absolute domineering and power. This sword is much stronger than the simple Void swordsmanship. I am afraid that even Yu Wendian will be unable to avoid this move. Avoidable. This is the subtlety of Tai Chi swordsmanship. Although he only got the training method of Tai Chi swordsmanship during the day, Yi Feng already had a little understanding of it and was able to apply it to the Void swordsmanship. The technique of using the Tai Chi sword to make the opponent unavoidable is not only that, but the power of this sword has also been enhanced. If you become proficient and perform Void sword dance, the overall power will be several times greater than before. Swish swish. The 2 throwing knives thrown by Li Dash, a skinny man like a bamboo pole, immediately hit the empty space because of Yi Feng's teleportation, and disappeared into the woods. Die. Yi Feng's sword light descended, and the middle-aged man's face remained dark and fierce, and he hadn't reacted from Yi Feng's quick sword light. A sword pierces the heart. Yi Feng stood firmly on the ground and caught Zhang Xingyun, who was thrown away by him just now, and now fell down, accompanied by the sound of a middle-aged man from Hua Yunzong falling to the ground. When performing Void swordsmanship, Zhang Xingyun's delicate body, which cannot be taken with others, was thrown by Yi Feng just now, and at this moment, he just caught her like a princess and hugged her, making her face flushed. What happened just now undoubtedly shocked her. Until now, Yi Feng caught her heartbeat and still couldn't slow down. It was too exciting. She has never played roller coaster and other mobile games, but now she thinks that even the most exciting items in the amusement park can't compare to the current situation. Yi Feng actually threw her up, killed someone, and then caught her. You killed Master Uncle. Li Daiqiu on the side was so frightened that he peed in feces, leaned against a tree and trembled, feeling that Yi Feng was like a bloodthirsty devil in the dark night, so frightening. Yi Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He lifted 3 white, extremely flaming fireballs with one hand and instantly rolled them towards Li Daqiu, Li Dash and the fallen middle-aged man. Bang bang bang. 3 groups of white high-temperature flames burned directly from the forest, but under Yi Feng's control, they did not burn any branches and leaves, and burned the 3 of them to death in an instant. The white flames disappeared in a flash. Feeling the residual temperature around her, Zhang Xinyun was completely shocked by Yi Feng's casual fireball. Although she guessed that there must be something weird about Yi Feng, she didn't expect Yi Feng to be so weird that he was able to release fireballs and kill 3 people casually without even blinking. It's not the first time she's seen a dead person, she's seen a car accident before, but this time Yi Feng's shock to her is really too great. To Yi Feng, 3 lives are so worthless. Zhang Xinyun couldn't help feeling a little bit of fear towards Yi Feng, thinking that if she didn't follow Yi Feng's words, wouldn't she be killed by Yi Feng just like this? She swallowed. These 3 guys deserve death. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. Yi Feng simply explained that he cast the dragon claw with one hand and collected several moonstones that had just been preserved in the high temperature. Counting carefully, there are a total of 8 moonlight stones. No wonder the people of Zizhenjian's sect are so nervous. The 3 Huayanzong's 8 moonlight stones are definitely not a small number. If it is placed in the world of cultivating immortals, it will be even more coveted. Yi Feng thought for a while and put 7 of them into the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring. Dao Scar, Nanfeng and Su Menghan, Xiaoyu, Shu Shu, Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun add up to a total of 7 people who have not absorbed the heaven and earth aura of the moonstone. As for Yi Feng, Long Wanner, Zhao Bei, and Ling Chen, they have already absorbed the moonlight stone, and the next time they absorb it, it will have no effect. In addition, the 8 brothers who still have Scar don't have enough moonstones now, so I can't give them any consideration. Sensing that the snow wolf Qi Shuling, who had just been blocked from slipping, was limping after him, Yi Feng lifted up the last moonstone and threw it in the direction of the snow wolf. Just as Qi Shuling got up, he was chasing towards Yi Feng, but he suddenly sensed something was attacking him, making his whole body vigilant. He opened his mouth and bit the moonstone in his mouth, but the powerful force shook his body. The body was stagnant, and the true energy was transmitted to its limbs, making it no longer have the strength to run. Yi Feng wounded it but didn't kill it because it was just a beast, not to mention it was raised by the Zizhenjian sect. He didn't want to embarrass him too much. Leaving a moonlight stone for Zizhenjian faction, Yi Feng felt that he was like a living Lei Feng. If any other martial artist would not give such a treasure as moonlight stone to others so easily. Then I brushed off my clothes to hide my achievements and fame. Yi Feng picked up Zhang Xinyun once again and quickly cast the Wizard of Shadows to walk through the woods at such a high speed that Zhang Xinyun couldn't help but close her eyes. Under the protection of Yi Feng's infuriating qi cover, the cold wind that was speeding at night could not blow for 2 weeks at all. Not only did Zhang Xinyun not feel cold on her body, but she became warmer and warmer because of being hugged by Yi Feng. Red Shuling. Under the moonlight, a handsome and elegant figure galloped quickly. Halfway through the run, he found Qi Shuling lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. Ah! Hearing this pleasant male voice, Qi Shuling straightened up and shook her body, shaking off the dust and grass stained on the snow-white fur, raised her head and looked at the person who came. He is Hua Yeqing, the most handsome man in the world, and the #1 young generation in Huaguo martial arts circle. Qi Shuling opened her mouth and spit out the moonlight stone into Hua Yeqing's hands. This is the spoils it got from this operation, and it cannot be lost casually. Who hurt you? Hua Yeqing put away the moonlight stone and inspected it. Qi Shuling stroked its snow-white fur and said with a slight frown. Wu. Qi Shuling can't speak and can only look at Hua Yeqing with a pitiful expression, hoping that Hua Yeqing will be the master of it. Hua Yeqing didn't know who his opponent was, so he had nothing to do. There was no sign of anyone else around, which made him frown, and his face was full of sadness. Even so, the expression on his face looked stylish and handsome. The sound of messy footsteps came quickly from behind. Ren Jia and Feng Zi, the elders of the True Sword sect, finally arrived. "Where is Qi Shuling?" Seeing Huayeking hugging Qi Shuling and Qi Shuling's laziness, the round-faced old lady changed her expression and asked. "It's useless for this bastard to be able to chase and lose someone." Ren Jia showed such an expression on his face that Huayeking looked up and said calmly, "Qi Shuling is injured, I want to take him back to heal his wounds. Tang Tangzi and the two elders of the True Sword sect can't catch up with the murderer together, which is too weak." Huayeking thought in her heart that she was too lazy to talk nonsense to an old woman like Ren Jia, picked up Qi Shuling, and walked out of the woods. In Huayeking's heart, Qi Shuling is definitely not just a beast. After Huayeking left with Qi Shuling, Feng Zi glanced at Ren Jia. He saw dissatisfaction and helplessness in her eyes, and shook his head. "Let's go. Let someone search around here. The three of us a team. Do not disperse. Feng Zi knows. It is very difficult to deal with this matter today. After losing Qi Shuling, they are like blind people in the deep mountains and dark nights. How can they find the three members of Hua Yunzong and Yi Feng? However, Yi Feng is really a villain. The person who apparently promised to help hunt down Hua Yunzong unexpectedly took the opportunity to escape. It's really disgusting. They didn't see the moonlight stone in Huayeking's hand, otherwise they wouldn't have said that. It's a pity that no matter how long they search here tonight, they will never be able to find the three of Hua Yunzong. Because they have been reduced to ashes by Yi Feng's extremely hot fireball. As for Yi Feng, he has already taken Zhang Xingyun to a distance. After running for more than 10 kilometers in 10 minutes, Yi Feng finally let Zhang Xingyun, who was already stunned, down. She already knew that Yi Feng was fast. But she didn't expect Yi Feng's stamina to be so strong. He ran for more than 10 kilometers in one breath without stopping. What a terrifying physique. Even if her physical fitness is higher than ordinary people due to some innate ghost spirit, it is impossible to reach the level shown by Yi Feng. If she knows, Yi Feng ran all the way back from the desert to Yanjing. I don't know how he will feel. About there. Yi Feng put Zhang Xinyan's delicate body down. The girl stood on the ground and her body softened. She almost fell down. Fortunately, Yi Feng helped her to stand still. She was hugged and run by Yi Feng just now. It made her whole body soft. Under the looser sportswear, she had a slim figure. Holding Yi Feng's shoulders, she took a few deep breaths. Only then did she finally relax. Get ready. Yi Feng watched her breath recover and said solemnly, remember what I'll tell you later. You are not allowed to tell anyone else. Zhang Xingyun couldn't help being taken aback when she heard his serious tone, then nodded, yes, Xingyun knows. This must be a very important and secret matter. Zhang Xingyun was thinking in her heart. She thought that it must be related to the innate ghost mark on her body. And the soul of the flaming bull demon that Yi Feng showed her last time. Seeing her appearance, Yi Feng also nodded. The matter of cultivating immortals. Only the girls in his villa know about it. And it cannot be spread outside the news for the time being. Yi Feng is not afraid that someone will accidentally leak it out. Because this kind of thing is not hard evidence, people will not believe it when it is said. The girls will never display any means of cultivating immortals in front of others. So the secrecy is still very reliable for the time being. Do you know why I have so many means that ordinary people don't have? Because I am actually a cultivator. So I am different from most people in this world. Yi Feng asked a question. Then, without waiting for Zhang Xinyan's answer, he revealed his identity as an immortal cultivator. And this sentence made Zhang Xinyan stunned. Immortal cultivator. She has heard of some novels about fairy tales. But aren't these kind of stories created by people's illusions? Could it be that there are really immortal cultivators in this world? No way. Zhang Xingyun felt a little unbelievable for a moment, and looked at Yi Feng vigorously. That's right. It still looks like a human being. It doesn't look like a fairy. For Zhang Xingyun's reaction, Yi Feng has long been used to it. Because every time he told the news to other women, they mostly had this expression. There are immortal cultivators in this world, which can cause changes in the worldview to any modern city person. Strong impact. Do you believe me? Yi Feng didn't affirm his identity as a cultivator. Instead, he stared into Zhang Xinyan's eyes and asked a question. Believe. I believe in you. Unexpectedly. Zhang Xinyan didn't hesitate much. She nodded immediately and said it. Her eyes were full of curiosity. She stared at Yi Feng up and down, as if he was some kind of strange person. She was really interested. Immortal cultivator. This kind of character actually exists in this world. And it even appeared in front of her. That's good. Starting tonight, I will also make you a cultivator. Yi Feng immediately stated his purpose, raised his right hand, and revealed the ancient dragon sword ring. Zhang Xingyun was taken aback when she heard the words. Before she could react, she saw a mysterious light emanating from the ancient dragon sword ring. She couldn't help being surprised. This old antique ring can also be so beautiful. It seems that this ring is not an ordinary thing. Zhang Xingyun thought in her heart. She thought that Yi Feng was wearing this ring to pretend to be aggressive. She didn't expect this ring to be able to emit light. There must be many unknown uses. Before she could react, Yi Feng grabbed her little hand. The mysterious air flow from the dragon sword ancient ring poured into her body, flowed all over her limbs, and gathered at the dantian. Dan nuclear. Chung. This process is already familiar to Yi Feng. When the pill core was successfully condensed, Zhang Xinyan suddenly felt that she was more closely connected with the surrounding natural atmosphere, as if she was in the embrace of nature. This feeling made her very happy. Comfortable. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to teach her the cultivation method of the Star 2 Mart, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong in her body. Since Zhang Xinyan is a congenital ghost spirit body, there is an innate ghost spirit invisible to the naked eye at the heart. Therefore, there is genuine energy in her body that has been cultivated for 10 years. Gas. This is the difference between innate ghost and spirit body. If it is not for the ancient ring of dragon sword, only people with this kind of physique can have true energy on the whole earth. It's just that they still can't use it without guidance. When Zhang Xinyan's core was formed, the thick Xinqi originally stored in her heart rushed to the meridians of her body like a river, and finally gathered in her dantian, as if she had found her home. Immediately after the flow of Xinqi, the innate ghost in her heart noticed it all at once. It seemed that the innate ghost took a deep breath, which made her heart beat violently, spreading the Xinqi in her dantian to her whole body up and down. 4 places with innate ghost marks. Left cheek, left chest, buttocks, thighs. The 4 places emitted a deep black light at the same time. It was even more frightening than the darkness of the surrounding night. A series of dark rays of light surrounded her from these 4 places and gradually surrounded her whole body. Tear. The ghost print is fully open. There was a bang. A strong airflow rushed out towards the surroundings, and a large piece of dead branches and leaves were blown away. Yi Feng was knocked back several tens of meters by the airflow emanating from her body. When he raised his head again, he saw a dark black mysterious light lingering around the girl's body. The clothes all over her body had been blasted to pieces. Under the gentle moonlight, it was displayed in front of Yi Feng. Looking at the girl's naked body surrounded by black light, Yi Feng couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, the scene in front of his eyes is so beautiful. At this time, the scene in front of Yi Feng can almost make anyone suffocate. Under the moonlight, the girl's delicate body flows smoothly. A trace of black light surrounds her body, making her snow-white and graceful delicate body looming, making her more attractive. However, Yi Feng was not attracted by it. Instead, his expression was dignified, and his consciousness quickly swept around to prevent any accidents from happening. At the same time, he is always ready to take out the skirt from the dragon sword ancient ring so that Zhang Xinyun can wear it later. Otherwise, this chick will definitely have no face to see him. The congenital ghost mark is turned on. 4 parts of Zhang Xinyun's left cheek, left chest, buttocks and thighs are lit up at the same time. The ghost mark lines floating on the surface of the skin seem to come alive. It looks unpredictable. Even Yi Feng's spiritual sense couldn't detect the range around Zhang Xinyun. He could only observe the changes of the situation with his naked eyes. Fortunately, it is in this barren mountain. There is no one else except the 2 of them. Even the group of people from the Zizhenjian sect can't catch up so quickly. No one will disturb the process. Yi Feng didn't think about it either. Just letting Zhang Xinyun produce a pill core in her body, it will make her activate the innate ghost seal. In this way, her attraction and control over the soul will be even stronger. Yi Feng's heart moved. Since this is the case, shouldn't it be time to strike while the iron is hot? Summon Fire Cloud Demon Lord and let Zhang Xinyun try to subdue him. Do it when you think about it. Yi Feng is not a person who likes to procrastinate. He took out the Shroud of Souls at once, and then performed the soul-gathering technique. Summoning souls. Hoo-hoo. A gust of gray and black wind blew past. The 4-meter-tall soul phantom of Fire Cloud Demon Lord appeared in front of Yi Feng again. As soon as it appeared, a wave of heat surged to the surroundings, blowing away a large piece of dead branches and leaves. The innate ghost marks around the body collide with each other. There was a loud bang. The Huiying Demon Lord's soul screamed strangely, as if he had received some damage. Surrender. Yi Feng gave a loud shout at the right time. He used the Shura soul, suppressing sound wave inherited from the Shura sect. The sound contained a powerful cultivation base of true energy. Like a rolling river, it rushed towards the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, enveloping him all at once, making him dizzy and restless. Little ghost. Dreaming. The soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Master gritted his teeth. But he felt the breath from Zhang Xinyun's body not far away, but he knew something bad in his heart. Yi Feng, this kid. He didn't know where to find a congenital ghost spirit body. This is the nemesis of all souls. Even if he was a great demon with a cultivation base of 100 years before his death, it would be difficult to resist such a temptation. Innate ghosts have a natural allure for souls. Because natural souls dissipate in a few days and exist for a very short time. But if they are close to innate ghosts, the breath they produce can prolong the existence of souls. It's just that once the soul is controlled by the innate ghost body, the soul will have no self-awareness. It will be controlled by people forever. As long as the innate ghost body that controls it does not die, the soul will not die. But although it has a long life, it is definitely not acceptable to the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. He is a descendant of the ancient Bull Demon King. How could he be inferior to others? In comparison, he would rather just die like this, his soul dissipated in the world, and he would rather not be treated as a slave and be enslaved forever. It's a pity that Fire Cloud Demon Lord means too much to Yi Feng. It is impossible for him to let the other party go. Xiaozhang. Control it. Yi Feng displayed a wonderful fairy voice, and quietly passed these 5 words into Zhang Xinyun's ears. Zhang Xinyun, who had fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly woke up. As soon as she woke up, the black light condensed by the surrounding ghost marks suddenly exploded again. Like a net from heaven and earth, it swept towards the soul of the fire cloud demon lord. The power of the innate ghost marks to fully open for the first time is the strongest. At this moment, Zhang Xinyun, even facing the soul of the fire cloud demon master, is very likely to control him. Although she doesn't know how to control a soul, the innate ghost in her body has the instinct in this regard. Hateful. The Huiyun demon master's soul was engulfed by the black light scattered from Zhang Xinyun's body. It was like being caught in a fishing net, and he struggled violently. But in the fierce struggle, the fire cloud demon master instinctively did not want to resist. He wanted to get close to Zhang Xinyun's body. He had the ability to exist between heaven and earth for a longer period of time. Instinctive power is too strong. Even if the Huiyun demon lord is extremely determined, it is still difficult to resist the drive of instinct, especially when he is controlled by Yi Feng. Buzz. 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 A sound like resentment, like admiration, like weeping, like complaining, erupted from around Zhang Xinyun's body, like thousands of ghosts flying all over the sky, which had a stronger impact on the spirit and will of the fire cloud demon lord. For a while, the fire cloud demon master could hardly hold on. Yifeng's spiritual consciousness spread out. He found that there were indeed many lonely ghosts flying over from midair around him. Not only human beings, but also some other animals. Everything in the world has a soul. Most attractive. Soul gathering. Exorcism. Yi Feng waved one hand. The gray-black wind swept towards the surroundings all at once, and drove away all the lonely and wild ghosts that gathered. They no longer existed between the heaven and the earth. Now is the most critical moment for Zhang Xinyun to subdue the fire cloud demon lord. We can't let those lonely ghosts destroy it. Ah! The fire cloud demon lord let out a howl that seemed to be both angry and happy. The flames all over his body retreated at once, surrounded by the black light that swept from Zhang Xinyun's body. The fire and black light complemented each other, making it extremely mysterious and strange. Puff. Zhang Xinyun's first innate ghost seal finally began to exert force. The stronger power was transmitted to the soul of the fire cloud demon lord through the dark light. Woo! Demon Lord Huiyun let out a muffled snort, as if he felt some kind of call. For a moment, he wanted to just surrender like this. But instead, he remembered the dignity of being the descendant of the ancient bull demon king. He suddenly came back to his senses. He exhaled 2 breaths of heat. I want to subdue my old cow. It's not so tolerant. Zhang Xinyun's second innate ghost seal also started to exert force. Black light lingered around the soul of Huiyun demon lord, like a black cocoon, condensed in the midair of the dense forest. The third and fourth steps. The innate ghost seals gradually exerted all their strength. The powerful force completely suppressed the Huiyun demon lord at once. Yi Feng swept across the front with his divine sense, and felt emotionally. The 4 innate ghost marks are different. If Zhang Xinyun didn't have the innate ghost mark on her face, with her current cultivation level, it would be impossible to suppress the fire cloud demon lord. But now, the combination of the 4 innate ghost seals has produced unparalleled power. This made Yi Feng couldn't help imagining. If it was the Empress Dowager from the Immortal Cultivation realm who possessed 5 innate ghost seals, wouldn't she be able to suppress a soul stronger than the Huiyun demon lord from the very beginning? No wonder it is rumored that the fighting power of the Ghost Queen is so strong. Zhang Xinyun activated all the powers of the 4 innate ghost seals spontaneously. All of a sudden, the soul of the fire cloud demon master had no ability to resist. When Zhang Xinyun regained consciousness, she had already put on a long lavender dress, which was a little thin. But with her cultivation level, she would not feel the cold even in the middle of the night in the wilderness. Yi Feng. She opened her mouth slightly and shouted dryly. I am here. Yi Feng's voice came from beside her ear. Zhang Xingyun looked up and saw Yi Feng holding her in his arms, looking at him with concern, and the surroundings were silent. Through the dense forest, one could see a crescent moon in the sky, sprinkled with silver. Bright moonlight. What happened just now was like a dream. She woke up and couldn't remember what happened. From now on, you are a cultivator. And you have cultivated for 10 years. Seeing that she had woken up, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He explained to her, the cultivation base of a cultivator is calculated according to the year. I will teach you a method of cultivating immortality. After you follow it, your cultivation base will gradually increase. What's the use of having a high cultivation base? Zhang Xingyun still didn't wake up. She just listened to Yi Feng's words in a daze, and asked, subconsciously. Just wait until you have 50 years of cultivation. You can control the innate ghost mark on your face. Make it disappear and it will disappear. Make it appear and it will appear. Yi Feng replied. The higher the cultivation base, the stronger the strength. This kind of thing seems to be unattractive to a girl like Zhang Xingyun. But he said this about the innate ghost mark on her face. I believe Zhang Xingyun will practice like crazy. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Xingyun immediately became more than half awake, her beautiful eyes shining. Let the ghost marks on the face disappear. Great. This is simply her biggest dream since she was a child. Really? Her tone was full of excitement and anticipation, as well as faint disbelief. What did I lie to you about? Yi Feng smiled. The girl in the past was able to control the innate ghost mark when she was 50 years old. These are all rumors he has heard in the world of cultivating immortals. He doesn't know the specifics. However, it is an indisputable fact that the innate ghost body can control the innate ghost seal. It is not bad to use this to motivate Zhang Xingyun idea. Only when the congenital ghost body can control the congenital ghost seal, it is the time when it can exert its greatest power. For example, just now, although Zhang Xingyun suppressed the soul of the Huiyun demon lord who had been cultivated for 100 years before his death with 10 years of cultivation, it was because of the effect of the 4 innate ghost seals. With her own strength alone, she can't do this at all. In the future, until she has 50 years of cultivation, it will be difficult for her to do such a shocking thing. At most, she can subdue the soul of someone who was twice as strong as her before she was alive. But if she reaches 50 years of cultivation, she will be able to freely control the innate ghost marks. By that time, the power she can display will be much greater. Even if it can't reach the level of fully opening the ghost seal for the first time, at least it can take 5 times to subdue those souls. Hopefully there will be a day like that. Yi Feng thought in his heart, helped Zhang Xingyun stand up, and looked around. The movement here just now still did not attract anyone else. The people from the Zhejian sword sect no longer knew where to go. The dense forest in the mountain was silent, and the shadows of the trees danced. Xiao Zhang, try it now. Release the soul of the fire cloud demon master you just subdued. Let's see how the fighting power is. Yi Feng thought about it and said to Zhang Xingyun. Zhang Xingyun was stunned when she said this. The soul of the fire cloud demon master who had just been subdued. She quickly recalled the situation just now. Could it be that she just subdued the soul of the big fire bull that she saw before in a daze? She was a little surprised. The big fire bull looked like a very powerful creature. Besides, it was said to be a descendant of the ancient bull demon king. She was able to subdue it. She hurriedly felt the body according to what Yi Feng said. Sure enough, she felt that there seemed to be something strange stored in the heart. It seemed to be in another space. She wanted to touch it but couldn't. But when she had a thought, her heart trembled immediately, and a burst of warmth spread to her whole body. Roar. A huge flaming soul body burst out from her heart and appeared in front of her. It was a roaring fire bull. After the Huiyun demon master's soul came out, he just let out a roar. After that, he didn't move anymore. He quietly floated in midair, allowing the heat of the soul's body to radiate into the surrounding air. There was a flash of fire. Let it attack me. Yi Feng gave Zhang Xinyun an order, and then jumped back a few big steps. The whole body was condensed with qi, fairy art, and star shield. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with the soul of the Huiyun demon master who had been cultivated for 50 years. If he was not careful, he would be killed in xuanhuan. 50 years of true energy cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of internal energy cultivation. That is to say, the current Huiyun demon master's soul strength is completely comparable to that of Yi Wendian. Moreover, although the fire cloud demon master has no consciousness of his own, he has the fighting instinct that has been honed over the years. It is definitely stronger than many people in the martial arts world. There is no need for Zhang Xinyun to say anything. Just give it an order to attack. It is enough to deal with masters at Yi Wendian level. Hearing Yi Feng's request, she saw a star-blue true energy shield appearing beside Yi Feng. Zhang Xinyun hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her hand and pointed at Yi Feng. Attack him. In her heart, since Yi Feng ordered her to attack, it must be no problem. When she saw that she was really able to summon the soul of the previous flame bull and control it, she was completely convinced by Yi Feng's words, and even had a kind of worship for him. It was because of Yi Feng that she had the chance to get rid of the ghost marks on her face. Not only that, the knowledge about the world of cultivating immortals, brought by Yi Feng, also made her faintly excited. In this world now, she has no other wish except to repay her biological father who worked so hard to raise her. But at this time another world appeared before her eyes, which made her excited as a matter of course. As soon as she gave the order, the fire cloud demon lord roared angrily, and the flames scattered around. Immortal art. Flames and dragons in chaos. As soon as the fire cloud demon master made a move, it was the strongest and most commonly used method of immortality in the world of cultivating immortals. Instantly, the flame shook his arms and turned into 2 long flame dragons, sweeping towards Yi Feng's direction. Well done. Yi Feng laughed loudly. The whole body's true energy dissipated, and the Qinqing shield became more solidified. At the same time, both fists shook, and the Tai Chi boxing seemed to be closed. This is a defensive move that people in the Tai Chi palace are good at. Yi Feng has seen it on many people. After searching Chen Hui's soul, he naturally understood how to use this move. A layer of white Qi shield appears inside the Qinqing shield. The 2 Qi shields complement each other, and the defensibility is improved instead. There was a loud bang. The 2 flaming dragons released by the soul of the fire cloud demon master finally hit Yi Feng's true energy shield. A powerful and terrifying air flow burst out. Several big trees around were overturned and fell down. The dead branches and leaves are flying all over the sky. In the dark night, a powerful airflow erupted from the depths of the West Mountain and collided with each other. The fire was red and the stars were scattered. They could be seen from more than 10 miles away. Boom. Boom. There were 2 crisp sounds in a row. Under the impact of the fire cloud demon lord's soul, the flame dragon chaos immortal art, Yi Feng's star shield and true Qi shield were quickly destroyed. And the 2 flame dragons continued to move towards Yi Feng's body swept over. Really powerful. Yi Feng couldn't help admiring, moved his footsteps, and displayed the void sword technique. Facing the extremely fast flame dragon in a chaotic world, Yi Feng could only dodge it smoothly by using the teleportation of void swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would definitely be hit by the flame dragon. If he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. After Huiyun Demon Lord was subdued by Zhang Xinyun, he could finally use his immortal art again. And the power was half of what it was before. It was still very intimidating. Yi Feng tried 2 consecutive true qi shields, but failed to resist it. Instead, destroyed. This didn't make Yi Feng depressed. On the contrary, he was happy in his heart. The Huiyun Demon Lord is so powerful, so it will help him even more. Because this is completely his combat power. Unless Zhang Xinyun is disobedient and leaves by herself. But after leaving Yi Feng, Zhang Xinyun will not cultivate immortality. I believe this girl will not make such a stupid decision. After Yi Feng teleported to dodge, the 2 flame dragons blasted straight towards the large forest behind Yi Feng. A large sea of flames erupted in an instant, which shocked Yi Feng. This is the Xishan forest. Fire! He quickly shouted, Xiao Zhang, make it stop. Not far away, Zhang Xinyun was shocked by the magic power of the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Master. Hearing Yi Feng's words, she immediately woke up. With a thought, the Fire Cloud Demon Master's soul stopped attacking. Not only that, but also made it get angry. Take back the 2 flame dragons. Hoo. The soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Master completely obeys Zhang Xinyun's orders. The 4-meter-high huge flame body floats in the woods like a flame god, staying in midair. The huge bull head is extremely powerful. A pair of lantern-sized eyes are blazing. But it is gone, the previous arrogant and domineering look. The surroundings calmed down. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He walked towards Zhang Xinyun and Huiyun Yaozhu's soul. Xiao Zhang. How is it? Yi Feng asked with concern. Pretty good. Zhang Xinyun smiled slightly and nodded. She raised her head and looked at the tall Huiyun Demon Lord's soul with beautiful eyes. Her pupils were full of curiosity. Obviously, she suddenly became interested in the thing she controlled. Let's go back and study again. It's not safe here. Yi Feng patted her shoulder lightly. His spiritual consciousness was always paying attention to the surroundings. Zhang Xinyun also felt that the movement just now was a bit loud, so she nodded. With a thought, she immediately collected the soul of the 4-meter-high Huiyun Demon Lord into the wonderful space in her heart. The entire forest returned to complete calm. The flames disappeared completely. Only Zhang Xinyun and Yi Feng were left standing together. In the night, only 2 figures could be seen, but their faces could not be seen clearly. At this time, Zhang Xinyun just felt a little awkward in the atmosphere. She suddenly remembered that just now she seemed to have exploded with the power of the ghost seal, and all the clothes on her body were bursting. So, Yi Feng helped her put on the purple skirt now. It's over. Zhang Xinyun couldn't help, but her pretty face flushed. Didn't that mean that Yi Feng saw her whole body? Did you see anything just now? She asked nervously. Don't worry. I didn't see anything. Yi Feng was taken aback for a moment. Then he denied it categorically. He took her hand and said, let's go home first. The dragon sword ancient ring was slightly warm. Yi Feng felt that someone approached within a kilometer range. And it was Xiao Fengzi, the elder of the Zizhenjian sect who was holding the Yuehua stone. Or a large group of people from the Zizhenjian sect. The perception range of Yi Feng's consciousness is not that far away. However, relying on the ancient ring of dragon sword, it is enough to find out the general situation in the distance. If you don't leave, it will be bad if you are seen by those people. Zhang Xinyun was pulled by Yi Feng, her face became even more rosy, thinking of so many beauties in the villa, she felt a little unhappy. But soon she realized why she was upset. It was obvious that Yi Feng and him were the real boyfriend and girlfriend. And she and Yi Feng were just cooperating. To put it nicely, it was a relationship of mutual assistance and mutual benefit. Yi Feng moved his footsteps, took her, and left the place quietly. Before leaving, he released a fireball of red flames, carefully burning all the clothes and fabric scattered by Zhang Xinyun. The two returned to Yanjing City all the way. On the way, Yi Feng explained to Zhang Xinyun the cultivation method of the Star Tomb Ju, and let her enter the cultivation state smoothly. It would be much better if Zijianlin's Ice Star Immortal art can be taught. Unfortunately, only Zijianlin can practice the middle-level cultivation method. It is because of the thousands of years of black ice that has been integrated into her body. After a while, the two chatted about the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. That's right. Let's call him Maverick from now on. Zhang Xinyun followed Yi Feng closely and was held by him with one hand. She suddenly said, I always call it the Fire Cloud Demon Lord. It seems a bit inappropriate. No problem. Yi Feng nodded with a smile. It doesn't matter what you call it, as long as you know it's that thing. The majestic Fire Cloud Demon Master. The descendant of the ancient Bull Demon King is actually called a calf. If this is reported back to the world of cultivating immortals, a large number of demon cultivators will surely laugh to death. The dignity of this demon cultivator is gone. But they don't know. This is not what Fire Cloud Demon Lord thought. He was really forced by Yi Feng. After the two left, the two elders Xiao Fengzi and Ren Jia of the Zhejian sword sect finally rushed to the place where the two were before. They searched carefully for a long time, but they couldn't find even the slightest clue. I couldn't help but hate. I've been busy all night today. Not only Qi Shuling was injured, but I only got one moonlight stone. It's really frustrating. Normally, the harvest of one moonlight stone would have satisfied them. But tonight, the people of Huayunzong have 9 moonlight stones in their hands. And Yi Feng, who got the most moonstones, quickly left the Xishan forest with Zhang Xinyun, and ran towards the city of Yanjing. It didn't take long to return to Qingfeng Garden. The closer she got to the villa, the faster Zhang Xinyun's heart beat. Because the purple dress she was wearing was obviously not the one she just went out. If someone accidentally saw something, wouldn't it be easy to misunderstand it? But she glanced at Yi Feng at the side, and saw that Yi Feng's expression was as usual, nothing unusual at all. This is not doing bad things. Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Zhang Xinyun thought in her heart. From this point of view, Yi Feng seems to be quite upright. This made her feel a little bit fond of Yi Feng. Just wait in the lobby. I'll call Jianlan down and tell you 2 things. Back at the villa, Yi Feng finished talking to Zhang Xinyun, then left her and walked upstairs alone. The 2 girls have been cultivated for 10 years. We can teach them to condense the Yin God together and derive their spiritual consciousness. Condensing Yinshan and deriving consciousness. It is an extremely important process for cultivators. Yi Feng is already familiar with this process. Because both Su Menghan and Long Wanner have gone through this process, he is the one to guide. There were no accidents. The 2 girls, Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun, successfully condensed the Yin God. They derived a spiritual sense of 10 years of cultivation and were able to detect the situation within 100 meters around. Ahem. But when you're in the villa, don't check too often. Yi Feng coughed and reminded the 2 girls. The 2 girls were very surprised by this brand new ability. They nodded immediately, but they didn't take Yi Feng's words to heart. Soon they discovered that this ability of spiritual detection is really against the sky. Even the bathroom next door was observed clearly. The 2 girls were so frightened that they didn't dare to use it indiscriminately. That's why Yi Feng reminded them of this sentence. Seeing the novelty of the 2 girls, Yi Feng smiled, okay. It's getting late. Go upstairs and rest. After speaking, Yi Feng dodged, went upstairs from the stairs, and ran into Xiao Yu's room. At this moment, Xiao Yu still couldn't fall asleep. She only heard some movement downstairs, so she wondered if Yi Feng hadn't slept yet. Now she saw Yi Feng open the door and came in. Sure enough, she crawled out without even thinking about it. Bed. It got into Yi Feng's arms like a snake. Why did you go? It took so long to come back. Xiao Yu said in a tired voice. Her delicate body leaned tightly against Yi Feng's body, and her exquisite curves were tight against her body. Yi Feng immediately had an impulse. Red loose nightdress. A deep career line can be seen at a glance. The two round snow peaks under the light tulle are not restrained, making them look more plump and attractive. A pair of white and slender thighs, so beautiful. I thought you weren't coming back tonight. She says. Why? We have important things to do tonight. Yi Feng chuckled. He looked very wretched. Xiao Yu's face turned red when she heard that. She boldly grabbed Yi Feng's collar, took 2 steps back and lay down on the bed, pulled Yi Feng's body and pressed down on it. There are still important things to do. From her point of view, that's probably the thing. The posture in the bathroom last time was too weird. This time, it should be normal. Yi Feng is really a big villain. Xiao Yu thought in her heart and kissed Yi Feng passionately. Seeing this, Yi Feng felt Xiao Yu's enthusiasm. He couldn't help being a little embarrassed. He originally meant to teach her how to cultivate immortals, but he didn't expect this little girl to think wrong. I checked the time. It is already 5 o'clock in the morning. From this point of view, this chick has not slept all night. Yi Feng felt a little distressed. But seeing the other party being so enthusiastic, of course he would not let the other party down. Feeling the temperature of the delicate body in his arms, he couldn't bear it any longer. Immediately threw himself on the bed, pushed off the thin nightgown on Xiao Yu's body, and rubbed her snow-white and smooth jade back with one hand. The next day Yi Feng didn't get up until noon. After washing up, he called Zhang Xinyun to discuss some matters in the backyard of the villa. Xiao Zhang, there will be a very important matter that needs your help in a month. Yi Feng said, at that time, as long as you follow me, if something unexpected happens, just call out the calf and help me fight. It's definitely okay to fight. Zhang Xinyun nodded and frowned slightly. A person as strong as you. Will he meet any opponents? Of course. Yi Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. In the world of cultivating immortals, I'm not a strong person at all. Even on Earth, I'm far from reaching the level of reaching the top. So after a month, it's very likely that I will meet some powerful people. Roll. I need your help when the time comes. Zhang Xinyun nodded. Then she lowered her head and remained silent. She thought all night about what happened yesterday. In just over 10 hours, what happened overturned the worldview she had formed in the past 20 years. Moreover, she could also summon the calf to help her fight. Maverick's combat power. But even Yi Feng can't stand it. Zhang Xinyun deeply understands this. She saw it when she was in Xishan Forest. So, now she is completely different from before. With these powers, she will definitely be able to easily repay the father who gave birth to her and raised her. Those who bullied their father and daughter before will regret it. But now, she doesn't know how to use this power. Not good. It will bring disaster to the world. Like a calf, wave your hands and unleash the fighting power of a flaming dragon. Surely it will make the world into chaos. Zhang Xinyun shook her head. No matter what, she has to wait for Yi Feng to settle that matter a month later before thinking about it. There are not many people in this world who will help her. So everyone who helped her, she will remember it in her heart. For Yi Feng, she is grateful and respectful. She will definitely help him for a month things after that. Anything else? Have to wait a month. Zi Jianlan slept in late because she slept late. She hasn't woken up until noon. But Long Wanner and Su Menghan slept soundly. They got up early in the morning to discuss fairy arts in their room. The things that the two women communicate with each other on weekdays. Apart from cosmetics and clothing, the most common thing is fairy art. For either of the two women, fairy art is a very magical thing. Long Wanner is a 7th-rank fairy vein jade body. Of course, her ambition is not small. She has been thinking about creating a useful fairy art by herself. Help Yi Feng a little bit. Unfortunately, there has been no result until now. Shushu didn't sleep all night. But she woke up very early because she had to prepare breakfast for everyone. As for Xiaoqi, after helping Shushu with breakfast for a while in the early morning, she went to the tea restaurant alone. For her, she just changed her place to live now, and it didn't disturb her rhythm of life. It's just that she didn't see Yi Feng when she left in the morning, which made Xiaoqi a little disappointed. There is also Xiaoyu. I have been tossing with Yi Feng for a long time before dawn. My feet are soft. Of course it is impossible to get up so early. Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire villa. Seeing that everyone was living peacefully, he felt a little emotional in his heart. It would be great if such a peaceful life could continue. It's a pity. It's impossible for him to stay in this villa safely like this. Not to mention other things, just Su Feiying who stayed in the ancient temple is still waiting for him to go to rescue again. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Feeling the teleportation array and the heavenly spirit stone in the ancient dragon sword ring, he could go back to the ancient temple anytime. But he had to wait for 3 months. Otherwise, he would not be able to save Su Feiying if he ran there. He stood up, just about to enjoy this rare leisure, but found an acquaintance suddenly came to the door of the villa. Yi Feng. A top-ranking lady walked into the villa with a smile. It was Lin Shiqing. Seeing this, Yi Feng had a premonition that trouble was coming. The trouble Yi Feng thought of. It didn't mean that Lin Shiqing had something to ask him for help. It was that there must be something to tell him. And Yi Feng is really interested in a certain thing right now. That is Elite Xingsha that landed under the Pacific Ocean. Lin Shiqing has a good relationship with the National Security Bureau. Yi Feng may be able to hear some news from her mouth. Medusa and Benjamin sighed. There was no news after that. Yi Feng didn't know if something happened. But for Helide Xingsha, he absolutely couldn't give up. It's best to get the Helide star sound recently. That way Yi Feng can raise the power of the forces around him to another level before the martial arts conference comes. He even forged a magic weapon that was 1 level higher than the spirit weapon. That would raise Yi Feng's strength to another level. If Long Wanner was equipped with a magic weapon, it would also be able to arm her. Get up. The combat power will not be worse than Yi Feng. A treasure. At present, the improvement of the strength of the Immortal cultivator can definitely be compared to the improvement of the dragon sword ancient ring to Yi Feng. Yi Feng thought for a moment, got up and walked out, and met Lin Shiqing, who walked into the villa. Sister Lin, what's the matter with me suddenly? Yi Feng asked. When Lin Shiqing saw Yi Feng, her eyes lit up. She felt helpless when she heard his question. I can't come to you if I have nothing to do. She stood at the door, graceful, with soft blue hair, and a pair of beautiful eyes with bright depth. Yi Feng looked at her. He couldn't help secretly praising her for her beauty. That kind of temperament is something that even Su Feiying doesn't have. Compared with the other girls, they all have their own merits. They are indistinguishable from each other. He shook his head and said, That's not true. It's just Sister Lin. You must have something to do with me now. With our relationship, it's okay to speak up. Lin Shiqing pursed her lips and nodded. Well, it's not about the National Security Bureau. They asked me to be the microphone. As a little girl, I can only listen to what they say. What do the National Security Bureau want me for? Yifeng smiled lightly and asked a question. It is said that the research on the things you submitted last time has results. I would like to ask if you have any more relevant information. As Lin Shiqing said, she frowned slightly. She seemed to feel that it was inappropriate to ask Yifeng like this. But she still asked, besides, they also want to ask you how much you know about the desert. When Yifeng heard it, he secretly laughed in his heart. He knew right away that it was from the National Security Bureau. In the desert, there was really no way to find traces of the large teleportation array. So he had no choice but to ask Yifeng again. In the eyes of the National Security Bureau, Yifeng returned to Yanjing earlier before the teleportation array disappeared, and stayed with Zhao Ba all the time. So it must have nothing to do with the disappearance of the teleportation array. But at least Yifeng ran out of the ruins of the desert. Maybe you know something. When Zhao Ba asked Yifeng that the Fire Cloud Demon Lord changed into Yifeng, of course the Fire Cloud Demon Lord would not talk nonsense. He just passed on a vague sentence. Now, the National Security Bureau finally couldn't sit still and came to ask Yifeng. Sorry. About the desert. I've already said everything I know. It's useless to ask me again. Yifeng shook his head. Since the other party came to ask him, it must be that the Fire Cloud Demon Master didn't say anything to the National Security Bureau. This monster is still very intelligent. Yifeng's answer was obviously in Lin Shiqing's answer. But Lin Shiqing was not disappointed. Anyway, she just came to ask a question. The specific answer has nothing to do with her. On the contrary, compared to the matter of the National Security Bureau, she wants I care more about Yifeng. If you don't know, forget it. I guess you don't know either. Lin Shiqing just laughed it off and didn't care. It's just that after she told Yifeng's answer to the National Security Bureau, whether the National Security Bureau would laugh it off or not is unknown. As for the things I handed in last time, that's all I got. If you want more, you can only find someone else. Yifeng also didn't give a satisfactory answer to another question. If it was someone from the National Security Bureau, he would definitely be a little angry. But if it was Lin Shiqing who was asking the question, of course he wouldn't be angry. She believed that what Yifeng knew would definitely tell her and tell the country. If he knew what he didn't tell, then Yifeng must have his own difficulties. But the country has research results on that thing so quickly. I'm quite surprised. Yifeng smiled and praised the scientific researchers in the country. Even Yifeng and Su Feiying didn't understand the principle of the teleportation array. However, the scientific researchers in Huaguo were able to research some results. I have to say that thinking skills are still strong. It's a pity that the teleportation array obtained by the National Security Agency is damaged. Even if they have some research results, it is impossible to actually create a teleportation array. It is only on the road of research on space technology theory. It will go faster than other countries. Phew. That's natural. Lin Shiqing smiled proudly. Hearing Yifeng praise the national scientific research personnel, as a member of Yanjing Lin's family, she would naturally feel happy. Ahem. Now that Sister Lin has finished asking, I also have a question I want to ask Sister Lin. I don't know if I can ask it. Seeing Lin Shiqing like this, Yifeng coughed and asked with a smile. Ask. You said it too. With our relationship, what else can't be said directly? Lin Shiqing pursed her lips and smiled. She also wanted to know what Yifeng wanted to ask. I don't know if Sister Lin has heard anything about the Pacific Ocean. Yifeng nodded. After thinking about it for a while, he asked the question, I heard that the Pecan Group and the Viper organization have taken action. I just don't know if our country has any action. Hearing Yifeng's words, Lin Shiqing's expression was a little strange. How do you know about this? She thought to herself. She had dinner with Zhao Ba last night and got him drunk to find out about this matter. Yifeng actually knew about this matter. It is simply unbelievable. Of course she wouldn't know. Medusa from the Pecan Group and Benjamin from the Viper Group have become Yifeng's puppets. Ahem. I heard it by accident. It seems that a meteor fell into the Pacific Ocean. Yifeng wouldn't tell about those 2 chess pieces. He just coughed and said mysteriously, Sister Lin, just tell me how the situation in the Pacific Ocean is. If he knew the situation over there, Yifeng could then make a plan to go there and snatch He Lidi Xingsha and his 9 sons. Seeing Lin Shiqing's appearance, Yifeng can be sure that she knows about this matter. The next step is to see if Lin Shiqing is willing to tell him about this matter. After all, this is a matter that may conflict with national interests. With our relationship, it's okay to tell you. Let's go. Let's talk in the room. Lin Shiqing glanced around. There were some pedestrians driving outside the villa, so she whispered something to Yifeng. She is going to tell Yifeng the situation there. This made Yifeng a little surprised, but also a little happy. If he really got the Heli Di Xingsha and refined a treasure weapon, he would have enough strength in the martial arts conference a month later. The sum of all strengths will not be weaker than the opponent. After Yifeng and Lin Shiqing entered the room, Shu Shu made a cup of tea for them and left, leaving a space for them. At this time, with Yifeng's cultivation level, Long Wanner could no longer use his spiritual sense to detect his existence, nor could he detect what he and Lin Shiqing were talking about. But in order to avoid suspicion, Yifeng did not stop Long Wanner from doing so. Detect. It seemed like they had a tacit understanding. Long Wanner, who was still upstairs, didn't use her spiritual sense to detect Yifeng. She must have believed Yifeng. I heard that a precious mineral material was dropped in the Pacific Ocean. The Pecan Group, the Viper Organization, and the Me *** Party have all started their operations. After Lin Shiqing entered the house, she believed that Yifeng's ability would not leak these words, so she said them directly. In fact, she shouldn't have disclosed the matter to Yifeng. But she thought about it. She still told Yifeng. Because she also had her own worries in her heart. How long will it take them to get that mineral material? Yifeng is not interested in what the mineral material is. Because only he knows. That thing is Haredi star sand. People on the earth will never understand what is the use of that thing. So. Now he is more interested in how long it will take for the Naharadi star sand to fall into the opponent's hands. Have no idea. Lin Shiqing shook her head. However, the Me *** side is the most powerful. Both the Pecan Group and the Viper Organization can only hide in the dark. In addition, our Huagua National Security Bureau also hides in the dark and waits for opportunities. The leader of the team is Zhao Ba and Li Feng. Yifeng nodded upon hearing this. After all, the Pacific Ocean is where the territorial waters of the United States are located. Other forces want to make trouble there. Of course, they can only hide in the dark. Otherwise, with the strength of the United States, they will definitely drive them away by force. It's just that I didn't expect that the National Security Bureau of Huagua would also send people there. 2 people I knew led the team. Do you know the exact coordinates of that thing? Yifeng asked the question he was most concerned about. No one knows about this right now. Lin Shiqing pursed her lips and smiled, but I can tell you the approximate range. Zhao Ba set off this morning. I told Lin Shiqing all these things last night. From the perspective of the National Security Bureau, telling Lin Shiqing about this matter is not a violation of discipline. Because Lin Shiqing also belongs to the high-level Huagua, to some extent. And Lin Shiqing will not tell this matter to anyone else except Yi Feng. Only Yi Feng can help in that kind of place. I heard that Yi Feng can destroy the nuclear submarine of the Pecan Group by himself. His strength is terrifying. If the National Security Bureau has Yi Feng to join, it will definitely be like a fish in water. The possibility of success of this operation is even greater. Sister Lin, you told me this so readily. There must be some purpose. Yi Feng smiled. He guessed what Lin Shiqing was thinking. Well, this time, compared with the me side, the force sent by the National Security Bureau of our country is not very strong. The meaning above is just to let them investigate the situation. They didn't ask for anything. When Lin Shiqing said this, she paused for a moment, and then her tone became sharper. It's just that I think that under such circumstances, if the Americans take advantage of the advantages, wouldn't it be a big loss? It's very possible. It will be something as important as space transmission technology. It must not be succeeded by the United States. So I want you to help me. After finishing speaking, her beautiful eyes were shining brightly, concentrating on Yi Feng, with obvious expectation. No problem. Yi Feng agreed directly. He laughed, I will try my best. I won't let the Americans take advantage of this matter. I will strive to benefit our country. This statement is ambiguous. It did not say that after getting Haredi Star Sand, it will all be handed over to the country. If that's the case, Yi Feng is an idiot. He just doesn't let the Americans take advantage of it. If he gets Haredi Star Sand, he will give Hua a little advantage. And the current Yi Feng doesn't have the ability to fight against me Feng in an open and aboveboard manner. He still has to rely on the backer of Huagua. When the time comes, the people of the American country are looking for trouble, and they are also looking for trouble from Huagua. It has nothing to do with Yi Feng. It can be said that Lin Shiqing's idea is beneficial to both parties. And this is obviously in Lin Shiqing's expectation. So she didn't consider whether Yi Feng would agree. Even if Yi Feng extracts some interest during the operation, it should be. Otherwise, the National Security Bureau will definitely just observe and do nothing. Nothing will be obtained. Moreover, when Yi Feng gets benefits, he will definitely be discovered by the National Security Bureau. I'm sure I'm embarrassed to swallow it alone. Both sides have their own calculations in their minds. It's just that only God knows who will benefit in the end. Then when shall I leave? Yi Feng asked. I can apply to the higher authorities. The military will send a submarine tonight. You will be allowed to go with me at that time. Lin Shiqing has already checked all the information clearly. Tonight. Good. Yi Feng nodded. There was no objection. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean. If he wants to run over by himself, he will have to spend a lot of energy. Now it's okay. With the submarine of the Chinese Communist Party, the speed is much faster. And it's justified. Then there is still half a day left. Yi Feng must make some preparations. Yi Feng never thought that Lin Shiqing would let him sneak into the military when he came. So we must be mentally prepared for the upcoming situation. Yi Feng has only dealt with the people from the Chinese Communist Party once. That was when he was in the East China Sea. The military sent a destroyer to the East China Sea for support. They also fired several cruise missiles, which almost killed Yi Feng. Unexpectedly, at this time today, Yi Feng could sneak into the military. If I leave it to Lin Shiqing to handle this matter, I believe there will be no problem. After Lin Shiqing left, Yi Feng immediately summoned the girls and explained some things to the girls. In particular, the girls who have become immortal cultivators must pay attention to widening their meridians at all times and raising the upper limit of their cultivation. Otherwise, wait for him to retrieve the 9 sons of Heli Di Xingsha from the Pacific Ocean. Their cultivation level is not high enough. If they cannot absorb the aura of heaven and earth, it will not be fun. If Yifeng returns with a full load, Xu Shu can immediately reach 10 years of cultivation and perform lay-on cures. Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun can also have 20 years of cultivation and their strength will increase greatly. After Zhao Yibei and Ling Chen recover, they can also have 20 years of cultivation. Each of the 9 sons of Heli Di Xingsha can improve the cultivator's cultivation level for 8 years. It is a rapid progress. If coupled with the 1,000 years of black ice in Zi Jianlan's body, it will improve people's cultivation for 10 years. If the 2 phases are combined, Yifeng can immediately create a powerful force. No matter in terms of peak combat power or overall strength. Will not lose to a martial arts school like the Taiji Temple. If Su Feiying is brought back again, with her strength equivalent to 200 years of internal qi cultivation, it is enough to sweep the area. Yifeng shook his head. Thinking about this is still too far away. The most important thing right now is to try his best to bring back the Heli Di Xingsha. At that time, Yifeng will no longer have to hide in front of the entire rivers and lakes. As the evening approached, Yifeng had already prepared everything. In the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, there are still 3 elixirs for restoring true energy and 3 healing elixirs. The rest are all used up. It seems that the plan to make money is imperative. I hope that Xiaoyu and the Lu group will cooperate, can succeed. Only then can Yifeng have more sufficient sources of funds. The specific cooperation matters. Yifeng doesn't want to take care of them anymore. The full authority is handed over to Xiaoyu. It's just that Yifeng suddenly thought of what the Big Eagle said in the bar street last night, so he mentioned it to Xiaoyu. I think it's best to go and have a look. Otherwise, with Lu Yingying's character, she may suffer a big loss. It will be very bad for our cooperation plan. Xiaoyu analyzed it and raised her head to look at Yifeng. Yifeng glanced sideways at the big clock on the wall of the villa hall. He found that it was past 5 o'clock in the evening. It was time for Lu Yingying to go to the appointment. Thinking about Lin Shiqing's call, Yifeng nodded, let's go. After finishing speaking, he turned back to the other women and said, I'm not going to be more careful. Especially when I go out. If Yifeng goes out now, he may go directly to the military to take a submarine. He won't go home. All the girls nodded. Long Wano looked at Yifeng, hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Yifeng knew that this chick also wanted to go with him. He wanted to comfort her and say no, but suddenly it occurred to her that Long Waner and him cooperated very well when they were in the East China Sea. Now she will also take her words with her. Maybe there is no telling what effect it will have. And acting with beautiful women is always pleasing to the eye. Waner, you go with me. Yifeng said out loud. Ah. Long Waner was taken aback when she heard the words. She didn't want to follow Yifeng because she thought that Yifeng would definitely not agree. But now it seems that this is not the case. With our means, it shouldn't be difficult to sneak into the submarine. Yifeng blinked at her, and the wonderful fairy voice came over. Long Waner was overjoyed when she heard it. She thought to herself that she hadn't been alone with this pervert for a long time. Now she finally had a chance. Although it was a dangerous place, she, Long Waner, had experienced few dangerous scenes. She nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Menghan felt a little sour in her heart. Why didn't Yifeng let her go with her? It must be because her cultivation base was too low. Not only would she not be able to help much, but it might also be a hindrance. Let Yifeng and Long Waner made a mistake in their actions. This made Su Menghan feel uncomfortable. Ever since she was a child, she has been at the top of her class in terms of academic performance and appearance. She is second to none and ahead of others. But now she can only be inferior to xuanhuan. Although xuanhuan is a 7th grade immortal jade body, how could she, Su Menghan, just admit defeat like this? From then on, Su Menghan put cultivation in the first place. She finally knew that she wanted to go on together with Yi Feng. The most important thing was cultivation. Only when the cultivation was high could she help Yi Feng. Thus, there would be more opportunities to be together. Otherwise, it would be like this time. xuanhuan can go out alone with Yi Feng. But she can only stay at home and guard the vacant room. Yi Feng never expected that this time would bring about such a big change in Su Menghan's heart. Xiao Yu was listening to Yi Feng's words. She also made up her mind secretly. In addition to helping Yi Feng manage the blade technology company well, another important thing for her is to cultivate well. Even if she can't help Yi Feng, she can't hold him back. Otherwise, if Yi Feng's enemies hold her hostage and threaten her, wouldn't that distract Yi Feng? If you are with Yi Feng, you must accept this change in concept. In the past, Xiao Yu's life occupied the greatest weight. Work and comics. But now, the weight of various things in her heart has quietly changed. Cultivation has gradually climbed to the first position. She quietly observed the expressions of xuanhuan and Su Menghan. One was cheering and the other was unwilling. This is reality. Xiao Yu felt emotional in her heart. Although Yi Feng may not have a preference for any woman in his heart, but they are women, of course they will compare each other in their hearts. If anyone's cultivation level can't improve, even if Yi Feng doesn't have any dissatisfaction in his heart, he values her as much as the other girls, and eventually the relationship with Yi Feng will gradually become estranged. This is absolutely not what Su Menghan and Xiao Yu would like to see. At the same time, Xiao Yu glanced at all the girls in the villa. Apart from xuanhuan and Su Menghan, there were also Shu Shu, Zi Jianlan and Zhang Xinyun. None of these were beauties. Maybe someone would have something with Yi Feng one day. She had to prepare early. Of course Xiao Yu knew now. Shu Shu mainly practiced medical fairy art, which will definitely help Yi Feng a lot in the future. And Zi Jianlan comprehended the middle-level cultivating heart method, Frozen Star Immortal Ju. A great help to the front forces. Zhang Xinyun had subdued the soul of the fire cloud demon master last night. The current combat effectiveness is already super strong. The future development prospects are even more limitless. No matter which one, they all have great prospects in the journey of cultivating immortals. Only her and Su Menghan are born with no talent. If they want to go further in the journey of cultivating immortals, they must work harder than others. No matter when Xiao Yu is, she is not a person who just eats and waits to die. She will fight hard. No matter what kind of difficulties she faces, she will go all out. Sister Xiaoya. I'm leaving. She was thinking about it. Yi Feng had already urged her to leave. She came back to her senses and slapped Yi Feng bitterly. You still call me sister now. Haha. That's how I call you. Yi Feng was too lazy to change his words after getting used to it. He laughed and pulled her and xuanhuan out of the villa hall. He got into the silver BMW car parked outside with Scar, and left in the dust. In the villa, Su Menghan felt dejected. He went upstairs to the bedroom alone and worked hard to formulate a cultivation plan. It's a pity for Zhang Xinyun. Obviously she has surrendered the descendant of the ancient bull demon king. The combat power is comparable to that of Yi Feng. But why Yi Feng still won't let her go with her? Of course. She's just thinking about it for a while. If there is no trouble to find her, she will definitely not ask for trouble. In fact, Yi Feng asked her to help only a month later. Of course he will not ask Zhang Xinyun to do anything now. As for Zi Jianlan, she didn't really take this matter to heart. She still looked calm and natural. There was only a little worry on her face, and she looked out the door. She quickly looked away. She believed that with Yifeng's strength nothing would happen. And she just comprehended the Bingxing immortal art. She has to hurry back to discuss the immortal art with Binger. It seems that if she uses this intermediate cultivation method to perform the immortal art, she will be much better than Yifeng at the same level of cultivation. Shu Shu cleaned up the hall and room as usual. It was obvious that she was worried. Long Wanner followed Yifeng out. I hope nothing will happen. The room is full of beauties. They each have their own thoughts. But Yu Wendian in the villa next door and Nanfeng, the old and the young, live a little leisurely. Under Yu Wendian's guidance, Nanfeng's understanding of martial arts is increasing day by day, making great progress. As long as you cultivate to come up, immediately become a master of the generation. Yifeng took Xiaoyu and Long Wanner on the silver BMW with scar open and drove towards the city center. Yifeng doesn't have much feeling for Lu Yingying, but at least the other party is his company's partner, so he can't just watch him being cheated, otherwise Lu Yingying's accident may cause the cooperation with Lu's group to fail. At least at this stage, the Lu group is still a good partner for blade technology. Xiaoyu had already found out that the place where Lu Yingying went to meet Li Xiaodiao was in the Jinghua Hotel in the city center. A long time ago, when Su Xingchang invited Yifeng and Su Menghan to dinner, it was at the Jingqing restaurant opposite the Jinghua Hotel. That was because the entire Jinghua Hotel was blocked. Lin's house is booked out. But now no one is booking the venue. Li Xiaodiao helped the eldest son of the Lu family to do business, so of course he chose the most stylish place in Yanjing. The silver BMW drove towards the city center where Jinghua Hotel is located, and soon a section of bustling street market appeared in front of Yifeng. Young Master Lu is very happy today. Because he has been coveting Lu Yingying, who is also the cousin of the Lu family, for a long time, and now he finally found a chance to attack Lu Yingying. Because of this, one time when I was short of pocket money, I went to a hospital under the Lu group for a walk. As a result, there was a storm of fake medical equipment, which made competitors seize the opportunity to guide public opinion. From then on, the Lu group devastated. After being taught a lesson by the elders in the family, the eldest son of the Lu family did not repent, but continued to idle about as usual, to have fun, to gamble, drink and play with women all day long. Because his father is the current head of the Lu family, the rest of the Lu family naturally dare not do anything to him, and his mother loves him very much. Dad has never dared to bang him since he was a child, as if he grew up with a golden key in his mouth. His name is Lu Junjun. In the Jinghua Hotel, he was lying on the sofa in a luxurious private room, puffing and puffing. Two beautiful waitresses were standing beside him. From time to time, he would grab his chest or touch his butt, causing the two girls to laugh again and again. They know that Lu Junjun in front of them is a rich master who serves tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of oceans and casually throws them away. Ask that boy, Didiao, is my cousin still here? Lu Junjun is wearing sunglasses. Even if he is lying on his side, he is only 1.6 meters tall, wearing a black top and pants, and a pair of flirty yellow shoes are enough to blind the eyes of a group of people. His short hair stood straight up like a hedgehog, and he looked very lucky. He looked like a non-mainstream, but a diamond pocket watch on his chest suddenly changed his temperament and image, turning him from a non-mainstream to a local tyrant. He took a puff of the imported cigar and snapped the fat buttocks of the beautiful waiter next to him, which made the little girl let out another coquettish sound. Back to the young master. Miss Lu has just arrived and entered the private room of Didiao. A thug with a thick shoulder and a round waist immediately bowed respectfully and replied, but there was some disdain in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious that the young master of the Lu family who he was serving wanted to fuck his cousin. The thug also felt very mad. But for the young master of the Lu family, he naturally copied the instructions, completely. After all, he still has to rely on others for food. The salary for the young master Lu's bodyguard is at least twice that of other rich young masters, which shows Lu Junjun's magnanimity. Well, I'll bring it over after she drinks the medicine. Lu Junjun lay lazily on the sofa and took a puff of a cigar. He casually took a little girl, put one hand into the girl's sexy bra, climbed up to 2 peaks, rubbed it extremely vigorously, and made the little girl groan. Then Lu Junjun became more lustful and lifted up the little sister's skirt and stood up to meet her. Seeing this, the 2 burly thugs quietly left the luxury private room and stood guard outside the door. After a few minutes, the 2 of them heard Lu Junjun yelling inside, "Bring the medicine for this young master." Due to excessive indulgence, this guy's function has long been ineffective, which made the 2 burly thugs anxious. Of course, it's not their turn to worry about this kind of thing. What Lu De rarely has is a powerful medicine imported from abroad. The 2 burly thugs immediately wanted to go outside to the car to get medicine for Lu Junjun, but when they turned around, they saw a young man in a black shirt walking towards him with a faint smile on his face. Is the young master of the Lu family in this private room? The young man in black shirt seems to be a bit hostile towards Lu Junjun in his questioning words from a distance. This alerted the 2 thugs, but didn't pay much attention. There are too many young people like this who want to trouble Lu Junjun, because Lu Junjun has fucked too many women, so many young people have worn cuckolds, and even broke the places of many girls, making those girls' boyfriends hate him to the bone. How can people not be angry that people have been talking about it for a long time, but failed to succeed, but were snatched away by Lu Junjun all at once? It's a pity that such a young man can only end up on the street in the face of Lu Junjun. The most helpless thing in the world is that Lu Junjun's background is really strong. Even the Lu's group, whose reputation has plummeted, ranks among the top 10 in Yanjing's local large groups in terms of economic strength, and the Lu family has more than one Lu's group, which has considerable influence in the political and military circles. Those who came to trouble Lu Junjun were sent away by 2 thugs, without exception. The other party couldn't do anything about them at all. In the eyes of the 2, the young man in front of them is also the same. It's a pity that the 2 made the wrong idea. The young man in the black shirt who came was of course Yi Feng. He asked Xiaoyu to go down first to prevent Lu Yingying from drinking a drink. He himself went up to deal with the culprit first, and then faced the 2 strong thugs. Yi Feng had no pressure at all. "Boy, I'm here to trouble young Master Lu. It seems that you are tired of work." One of the thugs squeezed his fist, tilted his neck and made a gada-gada sound, looking extremely fierce, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I've given you this stunned young man, and I'll get the medicine for the young master." While talking, the other thug wanted to go around Yi Feng and leave, but suddenly his eyes widened with shock on his face, because he saw Yi Feng's random punch and directly knocked his companion away. Yi Feng moved so fast that the 2 thugs didn't even react. The thug who was still standing was shocked, but heard Yi Feng say, "There is no need to take the medicine. From now on, no matter how much Lu Junjun takes medicine, it will be useless." After saying a word, Yi Feng threw out another punch, smashing the remaining thug into the wall of the corridor, foaming at the mouth and staring at his eyes. Then Yi Feng walked over to the luxurious private room where Lu Junjun was. In the luxury private room, Lu Junjun is making unremitting efforts to display his masculinity, but he is too indulgent. No matter how hard he tries, it will not help. The beautiful waiter who was caught by him scolded him half to death in his heart. What kind of shit did young Master Lu think he was so powerful? In the end, he still had to take medicine to make it work. Now that she's interested in teasing her, but she can't be satisfied. So disappointing. Why is it so slow to take a medicine from grass? Lu Junjun waited left and right, but he didn't see his subordinates bring up the small pill that can restore his glory, and he was furious. When the two girls heard this sentence, they couldn't help but despise him even more, but helplessly. This is the owner of the rich. Isn't it money that they come here to accompany him? Just at this time, there was a sudden bang from the direction of the door of the luxury private room, and the door was kicked open with a loud sound. Ah! The beautiful waitress whose skirt was lifted up by Lu Junjun and her body was covered with white flowers screamed when she heard it, and quickly got up from the sofa. She never imagined that in the most upscale Jinghua hotel in Yanjing, someone would come to kick open the door of the private room, and the door of the top luxury private room is made of excellent material, which is definitely not something ordinary people can kick open. And don't the people here know that Lu Junjun is in this private room now? The little girl cautiously looked towards the door and saw a young man in a black shirt standing calmly at the door, looking at the ugly Lu Junjun on the sofa. As soon as they saw this man, the two girls immediately became alert. It seems that someone came to seek revenge from Lu Junjun. The power to dare to kick the door against Lu Junjun at the Jinghua Hotel is definitely not ordinary, otherwise Lu Junjun was bullied, and his mother would definitely run to the other party to make a big fuss. That battle was definitely a scene that even the Yanjing Lin family was unwilling to face. Who are you? Lu Junjun, however, is used to being lawless. When he heard the door being kicked open, he didn't even have time to put on his pants, and looked towards the door with an angry expression on his face. When he saw Yi Feng for the first time, he still felt that the person in front of him seemed a little familiar, but he didn't think much about it. For him, no matter who dares to spoil his good things at this time, he must definitely let him know that he is young Master Lu. Sharp. Where's the bodyguard with few herbs? Lu Junjun looked left and right and couldn't see where his two bodyguards were, which made him even more angry, thinking that it would take so long for the two of them to get a medicine. It seems that those two guys are going to be fired. Even if he is introduced by relatives and friends, first young Master Lu will not be soft-hearted. Those who deserve to be fired will definitely be fired. But at this moment, the young man in the black shirt who broke into the door had already started to act. This black shirt youth is of course Yi Feng. He kicked open the door of the luxury private room, and saw an unsightly scene. The fact that Lu Junjun wanted to have sex with a beautiful girl with his lower body naked is really out of conscience. With a sweep of consciousness, he observed the situation of Xiaoyu and Lu Yingying several floors below, and knew that he must arrest the culprit in front of him and let Lu Yingying know the truth. Put on your pants and come with me. Yi Feng said indifferently, staring at Lu Junjun's eye-pupil hypnotism, and immediately used hypnosis for this kind of overindulgent young master, because this kind of person's mental strength is often the weakest. Yi Feng's hypnotism immediately took effect. Lu Junjun couldn't help but lifted up his pants, and followed Yi Feng out of the private room with a look of embarrassment. This scene stunned the two beautiful waitresses in the private room. Why did Lu Junjun yell twice and be taken away by the other party? This is not in line with young Master Lu's personality. Even if young Master Lu's father came, young Master Lu would definitely make a fuss for a long time and move out his mother to deal with his father. There is absolutely no one in this world who can make young Master Lu obedient and follow along. However, this weird scene just appeared in front of the two of them, making them wonder if they had seen a ghost, but then they realized that Lu Junjun was taken away. Didn't they get any benefit now? It's a big loss, and I was almost given to that by Lu Junjun, but the bamboo basket fetched water in vain. The two girls immediately hated Yi Feng, who was wearing the black shirt. And Yi Feng led Lu Junjun out of the private room, and the short-term hypnosis has already expired. Lu Junjun saw the two bodyguards in the corridor who were blown away by Yi Feng at a glance, and suddenly felt a chill in his heart, wondering why he suddenly put on his pants and came outside. At the same time, he looked at Yi Feng again. This sight finally reminded him. Isn't this young man in a black shirt in front of you the Yi Feng who made a fuss in Yanjing a while ago? I didn't expect to meet him here. In Lu Junjun's heart, he called it unlucky. Even his parents told him 10,000 times. He used to be unscrupulous and dared to mess with anyone, but now there is one person who must not be messed with, and that is Yifeng, Lin Shiqing's fiancé. Even being able to defeat my 2 bodyguards, it seems that this Yifeng is really capable. Lu Junjun thought in his heart and kept looking at Yifeng, full of dissatisfaction. In his mind, Lin Shiqing is definitely the #1 goddess. She is someone that even young Master Lu dare not desecrate, but now Lin Shiqing has become the fiancé of Yifeng in front of him. That is to say, the #1 beauty in Yanjing will be given to Yifeng on the bed sooner or later. Fuck. I can't stand it. Lu Junjun suddenly lost his temper and immediately forgot his parents' warnings. Even if this Yifeng is Lin Shiqing's fiancé, so what? He Lu Junjun is not afraid. If this kid dares to hit Lin Shiqing's idea, he will seek death. You are Yifeng, right? Lu Junjun was furious, his hedgehog-like short hair stood up in rows, and he grabbed Yifeng's sleeve. Are you breaking into my private room to declare war on me? Yifeng paused and smiled faintly. Are you qualified to be declared war by me? Lu Junjun's tone froze when he said this, as if something was stuck in his throat, making it impossible for him to say what he wanted to say next. This sentence alone made Lu Junjun so frightened that his feet were so soft that he almost fell to the ground. It's not because of Yifeng's hypnotism, but because Lu Junjun is too bullying and afraid of being tough. Seeing Yifeng's attitude and expression seem to be very powerful, he immediately felt a little weak. Warning you, don't think about the people around me in the future. Yifeng turned his head and gave him a threatening look. Lu Yingying is my partner of Blade Technology Company, so you understand? Lu Junjun, who said this, was stunned for a while. Lu Yingying is going to cooperate with Yifeng. Why doesn't Lu Junjun know? He usually only knows about drinking, gambling, and playing with women. He has never been interested in the affairs of Lu's group. Of course he didn't know about it, but now he knows it's too late. Yifeng won't let him go so easily. In a small private room for 2 downstairs, Li Xiaodiao finally waited for the long-awaited Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying was his girlfriend in college. I still remember that countless people in the class envied him how he found such a beautiful girlfriend and made him feel complacent for a long time. It's a pity that he was too loyal and honest at the time and didn't take the opportunity to get rid of Lu Yingying. After graduation, he finally parted ways. Of course, it was Lu Yingying who wanted Li Xiaodiao to go to the Lu group for an interview to apply for the job, but Li Xiaodiao did not dare to say that the Lu group would definitely not hire him, etc. At that time, Lu Yingying hadn't told him that she was from the Lu family of the Lu group, and her uncle was a chairman of the Lu group. So on the appointed day, Li Xiaodiao didn't go to the Lu group for an interview, but ran out to distribute leaflets to do a part-time job, which made Lu Yingying see through his true colors and knew that this man had no ambitions. After graduating from university, everyone goes to higher places to find a job. Li Xiaodiao is good at paying 80 yuan a day for handing out leaflets, and if he does it today, he will die from the pain of handing out leaflets for a day without tomorrow. Isn't it pure stupid to hand out leaflets even after graduating? Lu Yingying simply didn't want to know this person and broke up with him. Li Xiaodiao secretly hated Lu Yingying for a long time, and it was a coincidence that he found out that Lu Yingying was actually a member of the Lu group. His uncle was also the chairman of the Lu group. This made him extremely remorseful. If he had listened to Lu Yingying's words and applied for a job in the Lu group, he would have already had a double harvest of money and beauty. But he didn't know that Lu Yingying didn't think about opening a small stove when interviewing him. Whether she could enter the Lu's group was up to him, and with his virtue, even if he was given an interview opportunity, it would be very difficult to enter the Lu's group. Of course Li Xiaodiao would not know this. Now that he has contacted Lu Junjun, as long as he invites Lu Yingying over and drinks the drugged drink for Lu Yingying, he will be done. Although Lu Yingying will be ruined by his cousin Lu Junjun, at least Lu Junjun will give him a lot of benefits. Who told him that Li Xiaodiao has no money, no rights, and a poor life? Even if it's 10,000 yuan, he will do it. When Lu Yingying was wearing a V-neck white shirt, a black short skirt with a black hip, carrying a black bag and stepping on high heels, Li Xiaodiao's eyes lit up. Is this Lu Yingying? He hasn't seen Lu Yingying for almost 2 years. He didn't expect the young girl to become so mature and sexy now, which made him feel a little hot all of a sudden. No wonder first young master Lu fell in love with her. Li Xiaodiao couldn't say a word, stared blankly at Lu Yingying, who had changed so much. If he can marry such a beautiful woman back home in this life, and this woman is also the niece of the chairman of the Lu group, he will be honoring his family. It's a pity that now he has contacted Lu Junjun and Lu Junjun is still waiting upstairs. Long time no see, Li Xiaodiao. Lu Yingying entered the small private room, took a casual look at the environment, sat down opposite Li Xiaodiao, and saw a bottle of red wine, a bottle of drink, and some exquisite pastries on the exquisite glass table. This made her frown slightly. Is it true that things are ready so early? As Yifeng said, this Li Xiaodiao has some kind of plan? Yingying. Li Xiaodiao was obviously not used to being in such an elegant environment and was a little restless. He shouted according to the previous address, but was interrupted by Lu Yingying. My surname is Lu, thank you. Lu Yingying pursed her lips and smiled, which meant to remind the other party to put the surname together in the title, knowing that the relationship between the two is not the same as it was 2 years ago. Li Xiaodiao swallowed his saliva and wanted to say something, but facing Lu Yingying, who had a strong aura from Sister Yu, he really couldn't say anything. Thinking of Lu Junjun's order, he quickly opened the bottle of drink and wanted to pour it into the cup in front of Lu Yingying. Wait, I remember you didn't drink before? Lu Yingying raised her brow with one hand, frowned calmly, then returned to normal and glanced at the red wine next to her. I'll drink red wine tonight. I remember you have stomach problems. Drinking alcohol is not good for your stomach. You'd better drink it. As he spoke, he pushed the open drink to Li Xiaodiao's side. Lu Yingying wasn't careless in the first place, but after being reminded by Yifeng, she became even more cautious and never sloppy at all. Li Xiaodiao's expression changed when he heard it. Oops, when did this woman become so difficult to deal with? The medicine was only put in the drink, and the bottle of red wine was given to him by Lu Junjun, and Li Xiaodiao casually resold it for thousands of dollars. I originally wanted to give the drink to Lu Yingying and everything would be fine. To drink. This stumped Li Xiaodiao for a while. He didn't know what to do, holding the drink bottle to advance or retreat. This appearance made Lu Yingying suspect that there was something wrong with this matter, so she pretended to be curious. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with Li Xiaodiao's drink? No. Li Xiaodiao woke up like a dream, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Lu Yingying sneered inwardly. At this moment, the door of the private room between the two of them was suddenly opened because the waiter wanted to come in to serve some snacks, so the door was unlocked, so outsiders walked in directly. It is the two daughters, Xiaoyu and Long Waner. Wearing a long red dress, Xiaoyu walks ahead. She is exquisite, mature, and sexy. She is several times more sexy than Lu Yingying. Long Waner's cute face is just a little Lolita, but she has a sexy figure that doesn't match her appearance. Both women are rare stunners. Seeing the two girls, Lu Yingying was taken aback, while Li Xiaodiao's eyes were straightened. Are these two beauties the waiters of Jinghua Hotel? Sure enough, it is the most high-end restaurant in Yanjing. Any waiter who comes here is a top beauty who is more beautiful than Lu Yingying. It's just that Xiaoyu's reaction after that made Li Xiaodiao piss in fright. Miss Lu, you'd better go back today, and it doesn't make any sense to stay here. Xiaoyu came into the room and glanced at Li Xiaodiao, this boy is uneasy and kind, and he wants to drug you and give you to your cousin. Li Xiaodiao was stunned when these words came out, and Lu Yingying looked even weirder. Could it be Lu Junjun who gave her to her cousin? Impossible, although Lu Junjun's usual behavior is outrageous, but he won't be so frenzied to this extent, right? I want to attack her cousin. Lu Yingying didn't believe it when she first heard the news, but felt that Xiaoyu was joking with her. Lu Yingying was a little skeptical after hearing Xiaoyu's words. My cousin, Miss Xiaoyu, are you talking about Lu Junjun? It's not him, who else? Xiaoyu said lightly that she was wearing a long red dress, and her proud figure made Lu Yingying a little ashamed. Lu Yingying thinks that Yifeng really has good vision. Finding such a stunner to work for him will have a natural advantage in the business field. It can be predicted that even if the cooperation between her and Daofeng Technology fails, it will not fail too badly. It's just that now, Xiaoyu really said that it was Lu Junjun's intentions that made Lu Yingying quite suspicious. Where did this news come from? Could it be that Yifeng Bar Street heard it last night? But what did Yifeng go to Bar Street so late? Regardless of whether this is true or not, I won't be afraid if Miss Xiaoyu is here. Lu Yingying smiled very kindly, although it was obvious that she didn't take this matter seriously. She glanced at the bored Long Wanner standing behind Xiaoyu, and couldn't help but wonder who this beautiful woman was. Of course Lu Yingying has never seen Long Wanner, but Long Wanner's face is as cute as a little Lolita. Without makeup, her skin is even better than those women who put on makeup. Such a beauty is definitely not an ordinary person. What is the relationship between her and Xiaoyu, and what is the relationship with Yifeng? For no reason, Lu Yingying felt that Long Wanner and Yifeng must be related, even though she hadn't seen the two of them together before. It could be said to be a woman's intuition. Xiaoyu took a look at Lu Yingying and saw that she was still sitting slowly. She couldn't help laughing secretly. This woman still doesn't believe that her cousin will think of her, but it's a fact. If it weren't for Yifeng, Lu Yingying would definitely not be able to escape the net of Lu Junjun tonight. Long Wanner is a little bored here. She just followed Yifeng to prepare to sneak into the submarine and go to the Pacific Ocean. Of course, the current affairs don't arouse her interest. It's just that with a sweep of consciousness, Yifeng has already walked over with a young man who is only 1.6 meters long. Long Wanner knew that the matter was almost resolved. Believe it or not, Yifeng is coming soon. You will understand when you see him. Long Wanner said lazily, playing with the bracelet in her hand. It was the jade spirit bracelet Yifeng gave her, glowing with crystal beautiful luster. Lu Yingying sat on the seat, and when she heard this, she had a strange expression. Yifeng also came. She glanced at the jade bracelet on Long Wanner's hand and felt that although the bracelet was beautiful, it was too old-fashioned. It didn't look like a modern craft at all, but rather a rough product made by some folk craftsmen. Lu Yingying was originally in the jewelry industry, and she could tell at a glance that the jade bracelet in Long Wanner's hand was not of high value, but how did she know that this bracelet was a magic weapon at the level of a magic weapon? In terms of real value, it was completely comparable to several sets in yen. Jing's mansion. On the other hand, Li Xiaodiao was stunned when he saw Xiaoyu and Long Wanner. He originally thought that Lu Yingying could be regarded as the most beautiful woman in the world, but when he saw Xiaoyu and Long Wanner, he realized that Lu Yingying was even worse than them. Not only the difference in appearance, but also a completely different temperament. Not to mention Long Wanner, Xian has been cultivating for a long time. At this time, she already has a beautiful temperament that is like a fairy, which is completely unmatched by any woman in the world. And although Xiaoyu doesn't have that kind of temperament yet, her perfect and proud figure combined with her confident and flying demeanor completely blows Lu Yingying's street. Although Lu Yingying is beautiful, she lacks a confident temperament. This is the main difference between her and Xiaoyu. Maybe it is because she was born in the Lu family and runs a branch of the Lu family, so she has suffered too many blows in the past 2 years, and her self-confidence has been wiped out. Up. Li Xiaodiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyeballs almost popped out, and his eyes just swept around Xiao Yu and Long Waner unscrupulously, not even paying attention to what the two girls said. Snort. A soft snort came in from outside the small private room, and then a short figure of 1.6 meters was thrown in at once. With a bang, the short figure that was thrown in immediately hit Li Xiaodiao, who was in a daze, knocked him flying from the sofa, fell him to the ground beside the small private room, knocked over a decorative sitting lamp, and smashed the glass into pieces. All over the place. Immediately after Lu Yingying covered her mouth in surprise, a young man in a black shirt walked into the private room. It was Yifeng. You. Lu Yingying opened her small mouth in disbelief. Yifeng really came and threw her cousin Lu Junjun in. Oh my god, Yifeng got into a big disaster. Even if he is Lin Shiqing's fiancé, Lu Junjun and his mother, they won't let him go so easily. Not to mention, it will definitely cause many obstacles to the operation of Blade Technology Company, making it difficult for it to operate. In this way, wouldn't her cooperation plan with Lu Yingying come to naught? I am coming. The corner of Yifeng's mouth turned up and he looked at Lu Junjun, who was thrown into the private room and rolled with Li Xiaodiao. He didn't take the two of them seriously at all. Is he afraid of retaliation? Obviously not afraid. To deal with someone like Lu Junjun, one hypnotism is enough to make him completely obedient. Seeing Yifeng is like meeting his master. These two guys partnered to try to cheat on you. It's okay now, right? Yifeng looked at Lu Junjun, who was lying on the ground while talking. When Lu Junjun heard that he didn't care about just falling, he quickly raised his hand. Yes, sister, I will never dare again after I made a mistake. I am crazy, and I am a beast. Such an attitude shocked Lu Yingying, who was still worried just now. How could Lu Junjun admit this kind of thing so obediently? Under normal circumstances, Lu Junjun would never admit his mistake to anyone, let alone admit this kind of thing in front of her. But how could Lu Junjun be so obedient in front of Yifeng now? Lu Yingying didn't think much about the strangeness, but was quickly angered by Lu Junjun's words. It's okay for this Lu Junjun to rely on his family background to go around gambling around and play with women, but now he's thinking about her. He's just a brute psychopath. Lu Yingying's face was flushed with rage. She raised her foot and kicked Lu Junjun's ass with a high heel, and then a pig-killing howl came from Lu Junjun's mouth. Even if Lu Junjun went back and cried to his mother for doing such a thing, it would be impossible for her to do anything to Lu Yingying. Because Lu Yingying also has parents, not to mention Lu Junjun's animal-like thinking, I am afraid his mother can't bear it. In the past, Lu Junjun would never have let others kick him like this, let alone kick her ass with high-heeled shoes. But now that Lu Junjun was subdued by Yifeng, he couldn't think of resisting at all, and Yifeng gave him another hypnotism, so that he would feel awe and dare not dare to hear Yifeng's name after today. Had the slightest thought about the people around Yifeng. Lu Yingying kicked him and still felt puzzled, but she also felt that it was out of style, especially in front of outsiders, so she stopped doing it. Yifeng, thank you. She was still upset with herself, but she still thanked Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was helping her with everything today. If it wasn't for Yifeng, no matter how careful she was, with Lu Junjun planning behind her back, it would be very difficult for her to escape the clutches of the other party. If she wasn't vigilant about that bottle of drink just now, she might just drink it and there would definitely be problems. You're welcome, you are my company's partner, and of course I won't allow you to have an accident. Yifeng smiled and waved his hands. Since you're fine, go back early. At this time, he felt the phone vibrate, took it out, saw that it was Lin Shiqing's phone, turned his head and said to Xiao Yu, Sister Xiao Yu, you and Daoskar give Miss Lu a go, Waner and I will go first, up. Well, don't worry. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. She knew that Yifeng and Long Waner had important things to do, of course she wouldn't stop her, but she still felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that in the future, she must have the same cultivation base and fighting power as Long Waner, so that Yi Feng would be able to go anywhere take her. Yi Feng took Long Waner and left first, not worrying much about Xiao Yu's safety. After sending Lu Yingying back, Xiao Yu will definitely go back to Qingfeng and Yuan with Scar retreat. In this case, Yi Feng doesn't need to worry about them. It's better to focus on the Haredi Star Sand in the Pacific Ocean. Yi Feng met the long-awaited Lin Shiqing in a secret military port near the Bohai Sea. At this moment, Long Waner was stealthily following Yi Feng, preparing to sneak into the submarine together. Because even the special equipment of the National Security Bureau can't find her trace. Even in order to prevent common modern observation methods such as infrared detection and ultrasonic detection, Long Waner also used various methods, such as invisible infuriating hoods to shield her own heat dissipation, etc., to sneak to the extreme. In this case, if people from the military can still find Long Waner, Yi Feng has no choice but to lament the military's supernatural powers. Xiaoya, you are finally here. Lin Shiqing is standing at the entrance of the underground base under the moonlight with a smile on her face. This is an ordinary-looking cave by the sea. And standing beside the graceful Lin Shiqing is a solemn and majestic middle-aged man wearing a straight admiral uniform. The golden pine leaves and 2 gold stars on his shoulders indicate that this middle-aged man is a member of the Chinese Navy. Famous Lieutenant General has amazing power. Let Sister Lin wait for a long time, this is. Yi Feng nodded and looked at the Vice Admiral with some doubts. This is Lieutenant General Yang Shunning of the Navy. Lin Shiqing introduced it solemnly. Judging from her expression, she respects this middle-aged man very much. It also reminds Yi Feng that Lieutenant General Yang Shunning has an extraordinary status. Hello, you are Yi Feng. There was a smile on Yang Shunning's majestic face, and he stretched out a hand towards Yi Feng. I've heard about your name. I didn't expect that it's an honor for us to fight for the country together this time. I'm also honored. Yi Feng said a cliché, stretched out his hand and shook the other party, but he felt a little strange that the other party had heard my name before. The captain of the destroyer who performed missions in the East China Sea last time was a subordinate of Lieutenant General Yang. Seeing Yi Feng was surprised that Lin Shiqing reminded him in a low voice. After Yi Feng heard it, he realized that it turned out that the destroyer also belonged to Yang Shunning's troops. Now Yang Shunning is either hiding a knife in a smile or not sticking to trivial matters, because the loss Yi Feng brought to the Navy last time was not small. No matter what happened before, this time we have to work together. With a smile on his face, Yang Shunning gradually increased his strength in his hands, as if he wanted to test how heavy Yi Feng was. That's natural. Yi Feng nodded lightly, not at all moved by the other party. With the strength of ordinary people, it is impossible to injure him by shaking hands. When Yang Shunning exhausted all his strength and couldn't see the slightest bit of painful expression on Yi Feng's face, the Vice Admiral showed a look of surprise on his face. He had never seen such a calm young man in most of his life. People. Nice lad. Yang Shunning showed an expression of appreciation on his face, and finally let go of his hand. Nothing, let's go now. Yi Feng shook his head and said that he still wants to enter the submarine earlier. After all, there is an invisible Long Waner following him. If the time is too long, if the invisibility cannot last, it will be exposed. Well, time is running out, let's talk as we walk. After Yang Shunning finished speaking, he turned around and gave a military salute to Lin Shiqing. Miss Lin, thank you for taking the time to come and please give my regards to the chief. The chief he mentioned is of course Lin Shiqing's father, Lin Dedian. As one of the several chiefs of the Hua Kingdom, Lin Dedian naturally has a high prestige in the Navy. Will do. Lin Shiqing nodded lightly in her beautiful eyes and turned to look at Yi Feng. Sister Xiaoya leaves first, this time it's up to you. Don't worry, Sister Lin, when have I ever let you down? Yi Feng smiled. Goodbye then. Lin Shiqing pursed her lips and smiled, waved her hands and turned to leave. Under the moonlight, her slender back is very exciting. After watching the two National Security Bureau members protect Lin Shiqing to leave, Yang Shuning gave Yifeng a meaningful look and gestured, "Please come to Yifeng. Walk." Yifeng followed Yang Shuning and without hesitation. He could feel that the Vice Admiral didn't seem to have any malice towards him, and he didn't know if it was because of Lin Shiqing's face that he was very sincere. "Uncle Yang, I will call you Xiaoya after Miss Lin when I am old," Yang Shuning said heartily while walking in front. "Miss Xiaoyan has never praised other young people so much. You are the first exception." "Haha, can you tell Uncle Yang how you met?" Yifeng's expression was weird when he heard this. When Yifeng followed Vice Admiral Yang Shuning into the cave, Long Wanner also immediately disappeared and followed quietly without making any sound. This cave is a secret submarine port in the Bohai Sea. After entering the cave, there have been very strict and sophisticated equipment for detection. It is a pity that Long Wanner was well prepared and used various means to avoid these detections. Faced with Yang Shuning's question, Yifeng rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "That's all because of Sister Lin's ridiculous praise. In fact, I am also very ordinary, but my luck is a little bit better than ordinary people, so Sister Lin has taken a fancy to my luck. Let me rejoice in this operation, as we know each other because of the marriage contract made between the old man." "Haha, Xiaoya, you are really humorous." Yang Shuning laughed and didn't take Yifeng's words to heart at all, but he wasn't optimistic about the marriage contract between Yifeng and Lin Shiqing either. Although Yifeng seems to be very good now, but there is still a long time to come, and I heard that Yifeng is related to the martial arts circle. This identity is a bit sensitive, it's not easy. The two of them walked all the way to the depths of the cave. Along the way, Yang Shuning began to introduce the details of this Pacific operation. "This time our military dispatched a Type 094 nuclear submarine with a double hull structure and 16 submarine-launched ballistic missiles." Yang Shuning first introduced the situation of the nuclear submarine that is about to board this time. He probably knew that Yifeng had a glorious history of destroying a nuclear submarine by himself, so he didn't say much about this point, but just let Yifeng have a rough understanding of it. Combat capability of a nuclear submarine. Your task is to attack the enemy's important targets, including heavy targets such as nuclear submarines, when necessary. Yang Shunning's tone was dignified. It's obvious that this kind of thing is unprecedented. The military is out of their minds to ask a single person to attack an important enemy target. However, given Yang Shunning's position, he certainly knew more information than ordinary naval soldiers, and knew how Yifeng independently destroyed the nuclear submarine of the Pecan Group in the East China Sea last time. The 3 foreign technicians who survived the nuclear submarine last time were still under the control of the Navy until now, and have confessed many confidential things, such as the structure of the nuclear submarine, staffing, firepower, etc. Regarding the matter of Yifeng destroying the nuclear submarine, although the 3 foreign technicians were separated, they still told the truth in unison. The Night Watcher-class nuclear submarine of the Pecan Group was completely destroyed by Yifeng alone. Yang Shuning was deeply shocked. At this moment, he has great expectations for Yifeng and hopes that he will make achievements in the Pacific Ocean. Yifeng was a little helpless after hearing what Yang Shuning said. It turned out that the other party wanted to bring him with him because he wanted him to be useful. It's a pity that Yifeng also had his own goals in this operation. Fortunately, the goals of the two sides are not in conflict. Long Wanner closely followed the two of them, being careful not to be noticed by anyone. She listened to Yang Shunning's words and laughed secretly in her heart. It's really a good idea for the military to use Yifeng as a humanoid weapon without paying any price. If this idea was proposed by Lin Shiqing, then this Lin Shiqing. Long Wanner was thinking that Yang Shuning had followed up on what she just said and said lightly, "Miss Lin didn't know that you could destroy a nuclear submarine by yourself." After all, it's a highly confidential military secret, so this decision has nothing to do with her. I hope it won't cause misunderstanding between you two. That's not going to happen. Yi Feng shook his head. He was thinking about this just now. After hearing Yang Shuning's explanation, he felt relieved. But in this way, it seems that the military is absolutely unwilling to suffer even a little bit of loss. They want to get back the loss from Yi Feng last time, so that Yi Feng can play enough value. The strategic value of a nuclear submarine is extremely important even to the United States. If Yi Feng can really destroy a United States submarine, it will undoubtedly add a great deal to the world's military history. Soon the two came to a metal door through the cave. Yang Shuning entered the password and pressed the fingerprint to make the metal door open. The metal door is 4 meters wide. If it were someone else, it would be absolutely impossible to break through the metal door. However, Yi Feng saw this thing as useless. Not only the dragon sword, the ancient ring and the true chi sword can easily shred the metal door, even the void swordsmanship can also teleport directly to the opposite side of the metal door. After Yi Feng followed Yang Shuning through the metal door, Long Wanner came in at the fastest speed, and the metal door closed immediately. In front of the three of them, an extremely spacious nuclear submarine appeared in the underground port. A huge metal streamlined nuclear submarine was displayed in this way. In front of Yi Feng. The entire port is in the shape of an elliptical channel. Nuclear submarines are parked in the center. The iron plates on both sides are busy staff and members of the nuclear submarine navy. Seeing Yang Shuning bring Yi Feng in, a large group of people all cast extremely curious gazes at Yi Feng. This is the so-called strong man that the military recruited to deal with enemy nuclear submarines. This is the first humanoid weapon invited by the Navy, but he looks so handsome and wears a black shirt, just like a college student. The members of the nuclear submarine Navy all looked at Yi Feng with a hint of doubt and disbelief in their eyes. If they say that one person can deal with the nuclear submarine alone, they will never believe it. If they know that the military means to let Yi Feng destroy the nuclear submarine alone, I am afraid that these people will laugh at the military boss. The concepts of destroying and countering are different. Being able to deal with them does not mean that they can destroy these naval members. Even Yi Feng does not believe in dealing with nuclear submarines. How could he believe that Yi Feng can destroy nuclear submarines? Of course, Yi Feng doesn't need them to believe this. He just wants to reach the destination quickly and get the Helidi Star Sand. By the way, he will destroy the US nuclear submarine or something. Do meritorious service for the country and hide his merits and fame. His consciousness swept around all the time, took in all the details nearby, and found nothing suspicious. Only then did he feel relieved. Before, he doubted whether the Navy would take this opportunity to deal with him. Now it seems that he is overthinking. It's time to go, Xiaoya, don't underestimate our country's nuclear submarines. Yang Shuning patted Yi Feng's shoulder with a smile showing great confidence. There are only a few such 094 class nuclear submarines in Huagua, and as long as 3 of them are together, their firepower is enough to destroy all major cities in the Western Hemisphere, and the range is 8,000 kilometers. Of course, it is very difficult for a military force of this level to actually attack targets such as enemy submarines, because that would trigger a war. That's why Yi Feng is needed. War in the modern world is by no means 2 submarines bombarding each other face to face. Most of them use ultra-long-range strikes, and the most important thing is that they often fail to fight because once they fight, the losses for both sides will be too great. The action goal of this 094 class nuclear submarine is not to get close to the target point where the Helidi Star Sand fell, but to wander around the edge of Huagua's territorial waters to deter the militaristic forces in the Pacific Ocean. But now after Yi Feng, Yang Shuning received a new instruction from above, that is to release Yi Feng alone, and the nuclear submarine will sweep behind him. It has to be said that this is a risky operation by the military, but even if it fails, the loss will not be too much. Why not do it? Even if Yifeng dies, it doesn't matter to them. It's just that what they didn't expect was that there were already too many variables in this incident. When the 094 class nuclear submarine led by Yang Shuning set off and gradually sailed out of the Bohai Sea, there was a salvage ship working in the Pacific Ocean. On the surface of the sea near the place where the Helidi star sand fell, a 3-meter square salvage ship is trying to salvage the things that fell into the Pacific Ocean. The entire sea area has been closed to the public since a meteor fell in this area. A strange energy signal was sent out to let the forces of the United States, the Pecan Group and other forces know about it and dispatched naval forces. In addition to the people from the United States, there are 2 important figures from the Pecan Group on the salvage ship who are also standing on the deck. Those are 2 middle-aged men, each wearing a suit, a fat man and a bald head. If Yifeng were here, he would find that one of them looks like Kai Xiaohong, and the other looks like Sulu who died in the East China Sea. They must be their fathers. They are all members of the board of directors of the Pecan Group and they are all Chinese Americans. On the bright side, the Pecan Group and the United States wear a pair of pants, so they appear on this salvage ship. Chairman Kai, I have contacted the people over there. The fat man looked gloomy and knew it was Su Li's father. He looked at the sophisticated electronic communicator in his hand and said something to the bald man beside him to report the situation. That's good. The bald man looks extremely dignified, and there is also a hint of hatred in his eyes. It is obvious that there is someone who makes him unforgettable. With their positions in the Pecan Group, they have already found out that the deaths of Kai Xiaohong and Su Lu are mostly related to a young man named Yifeng in Huagua. They don't know exactly how they died, but this does not affect them. The determination to avenge my children. Therefore, they tried their best to get in touch with a person in Huagua who could talk and learned about Yifeng's movements. Finally, today they got the chance to deal with Yifeng and avenge their sons and daughters. Yifeng actually set off with Huagua's nuclear submarine, wanting to get his hands on the meteor that fell in the Pacific Ocean. Of course, Kai Zi Chen and Su Hong understood that Yifeng must have been used as a gunman by Huagua this time. It was a great joy for them. It is impossible for them to send someone into Huagua or go to Huagua in person. After all, identity is too sensitive, but if Yifeng ran out by himself, the nature would be different. Especially in the Pacific Ocean, which is within the territorial waters of the United States, it would be too easy for them to catch Yifeng. I don't want him to die too easily. The fat man, Su Hong, has a big belly, blowing the chilly sea breeze, with a gloomy face. Me too. Kai Zi Chen glanced at him and nodded in the same way. Kai Xiaohong has always been his pride, but he went to Huagua and was buried in that place. How could he swallow this breath? In terms of diplomacy, the Pecan Group did not get half a cent from Huagua and the Lin family. Instead, the Lin family collected evidence that their group engaged in biochemical human beings, so they had to calm down. But will Kai Zi Chen not be held accountable in this way? Dream. So. Su Hong's eyes flashed with fierceness. His daughter, Su Lu, went out to sea with the submarine last time and never came back. Even the submarine was destroyed by some mysterious thing, which made him shocked and angry. Now, with the combined strength of him and Kai Zi Chen, that brat Yifeng can definitely die without a place to die. I have issued an order that 2 stealth submarines are approaching the coastline of Huagua and can launch a violent attack on Huagua's 094 class nuclear submarine at any time. The corner of Kai Zi Chen's mouth twitched, and with the help of that guy from Huagua, even if the 094 class nuclear submarine is destroyed, the focus of the conflict will be on that kid Yifeng. If that kid survives by chance, he will become a traitor. You must know the location of the 094 class nuclear submarine. The information is all that Yifeng told us. Of course, it is impossible for Yi Feng to divulge the location information of the 094 class nuclear submarine, but at this time, he is in the nuclear submarine, but he feels restless and sharp-edged, as if he has been calculated by others. Long Wanner stood beside him incognito and communicated with him with a wonderful fairy voice, while he was in the crew lounge of the nuclear submarine, sweeping around with his spiritual sense and constantly observing, but he still didn't find anything unusual. The underwater speed of the nuclear submarine is not fast. It takes nearly a day to reach the border of China's territorial waters. Yi Feng simply studied the immortal art Qi Yan in the cabin. The second layer of the red flamed fireball is the extreme flamed fireball. The temperature of the fireball is 10 times higher than tens of thousands of degrees. The high temperature is enough to melt all the steel and use it to kill people. It is an instant thing. However, if it is used to refine weapons, Yi Feng feels that this is not enough. If he can comprehend the third layer of the Qi Yan immortal technique, the quality of the magic weapon refined at high temperature will definitely be better. At present, even if his refining level is as high as that of He Li Di Xingxia, I am afraid it will be difficult to refine magic weapons of the treasure level, but if he understands the third level of the Qi Yan immortal technique and wants to refine treasures, it will be a matter of course. For a whole day, he was studying the principle of the red flame immortal art and the scene when he comprehended the extreme flame immortal art, but he didn't have much insight. It's just that when the nuclear submarine was about to reach its destination, his consciousness suddenly caught sight of the nuclear reactor on the nuclear submarine, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In Yi Feng's memory, the atomic bomb explosion in this world can produce a high temperature of 1 million degrees, and the hydrogen bomb explosion can even produce a high temperature of tens of millions of degrees. The reason for this is not difficult to understand. Can the fission and fusion of atomic nuclei be used in fairy art? Thinking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help but want to read books on this subject. The original Yi Feng was just a scumbag, and he didn't have any understanding of this stuff at all. It's a pity that Yi Feng really doesn't have much place to find related books on the nuclear submarine, but there will definitely be relevant experts on the nuclear submarine. Just when Yi Feng was about to get up and go to Yang Shunning to ask if there were any experts and professors who could solve his doubts, Long Wanner, who had been accompanying him invisibly, suddenly changed his expression. The detection range of Long Wanner's consciousness is wider than that of Yi Feng, and she is one step ahead of Yi Feng in detecting the movement outside the submarine. There are torpedoes, and many torpedoes. Long Wanner suddenly screamed. When Long Wanner noticed the situation outside and yelled twice to tell Yi Feng the situation, Yi Feng immediately reacted. It's just that the torpedoes from outside came too fast. Yi Feng just raised his toes. A bunch of deep-sea invisible fishes have broken through the bottom of the sea and are attacking the Type 094 nuclear submarine. The alarm sounded in the nuclear submarine, but it was too late. You go. Long Wanner knew that Yi Feng would teleport, didn't care about her own safety, and didn't bother to remain invisible, and looked at Yi Feng affectionately. Her eyes were extremely firm. Yi Feng can escape with his life if he leaves now, but if he stays with her, he will definitely die in the explosion. There is no doubt that a torpedo attack in such a place is extremely weird. Could it be that the United States really dares to risk the disgrace of the world to launch an attack on the Chinese nuclear submarine? What a crazy behavior. How did he know that Kai Zi Chen and Su Hong were indeed mad for revenge? Now Yi Feng has no time to think about where these torpedoes come from. He only knows that if these torpedoes bombard the 094 nuclear submarine, the entire nuclear submarine will definitely be destroyed. Of course, what happened to this nuclear submarine has nothing to do with him. Now he only needs to think about one thing, and that is to escape from this submarine. It is not difficult for him to escape alone. If I had known about such an accident, I wouldn't have brought her here. Yi Feng thought in his heart, but there has never been a problem in this world, if now he has to find a way to solve the problem instead of regretting it here. As the torpedo continued to approach the nuclear submarine, the sirens sounded everywhere. At the same time, several torpedo jamming devices were launched from the nuclear submarine and suspended in the deep sea. They began to send out high-intensity signals in an attempt to interfere with the guidance ability of the opponent's torpedo. It's a pity that the other party launched too many torpedoes this time, and they discovered it too late. It's too late to take any action now, and maneuvering to avoid it is even more impossible. Walk. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't move, Long Wanner yelled again. How could I leave you alone? Yi Feng frowned slightly, condensing his true energy on the dragon sword ancient ring in his hand with all his strength. A dark green long sword was condensed in Yi Feng's hand, and then he slashed open the bulkhead of the crew lounge. The sword chi vertically and horizontally directly broke a huge space around. There are also many naval soldiers resting in the surrounding lounge. When the alarm sounded, they all stood up quickly. At this time, they saw a few dazzling sword chi flashing across the surrounding bulkheads, and they were all chopped into ashes. All were stunned. What is this? When they saw Yi Feng standing with a sword in the center of the sword energy, and the cute but anxious Long Wanner beside him, they were all shocked. Is this Yi Feng's strength so unbelievable? No wonder it was chosen as a human-shaped weapon. The ability to destroy the bulkhead of a nuclear submarine with a wave of the hand is really sensational. It's just that facing a large number of torpedo attacks from the enemy, even a humanoid weapon like Yi Feng can't do anything about it. Destroying the bulkhead of the lounge may be his helpless move. A group of people feel a little pity that Yi Feng really shouldn't be here. If it is another way, Yi Feng's strength can definitely make great contributions to the country, but now he can't play any role, so he hates the bottom of the sea. Until this time, these nuclear submarine sailors are still thinking about the country's issues, which shows how loyal and reliable they are. Just when they felt sorry for Yi Feng and the country, a scene that shocked them appeared. Boom boom boom. The torpedo bombarded the surface of the nuclear submarine, producing a huge explosion that shook the entire cabin. However, at this moment, a huge disc stone array suddenly appeared in the cabin, occupying a large area that was just broken by Yi Feng. Space. He used the teleportation array. The ancient dragon sword ring in Yi Feng's hand lit up with white light. The storage space spit out the teleportation array, and at the same time spit out the sky spirit stone. There was hardly any pause. The surface of the teleportation array began to flash white light, and it started with the energy support of the sky spirit stone. This is the only way to survive with Long Wanner. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he grabbed Long Wanner's hand and ran towards the teleportation array. The current Sky Spirit Stone can also be used to activate the teleportation array 5 times. Although the energy is extremely precious, it is nothing compared to Long Wanner's safety. As long as Long Wanner can be saved, all sacrifices are worthwhile. Walk. When the shaking of the nuclear submarine intensified, a white beam of light finally shot up from the teleportation array and even broke through the sea to the sky. Yi Feng dragged the stunned Long Wanner into it step by step, but it's a pity that at this moment, the entire nuclear submarine could not withstand the attack of a large number of torpedoes, and a series of violent explosions began. Jade Spirit Bracelet. Yi Feng grabbed Long Wanner's hand and formed a seal with one hand, releasing the true energy and activating the Jade Spirit Bracelet at once. A translucent protective cover instantly appeared from the Jade Spirit Bracelet and surrounded Yi Feng and Long Wanner. I hope this teleportation array is strong enough not to be damaged in the explosion. Yi Feng gradually heaved a sigh of relief as he thought about feeling the temperature of the explosion around him. The material of the teleportation array is different. Even in the explosion of the nuclear submarine, it is still extremely strong and there is no sign of damage. In addition to him and Long Wanner, everyone in the nuclear submarine, including Vice Admiral Yang Shuning, has been buried in the flames. Click. The translucent protective cover produced by the Jade Spirit bracelet finally couldn't withstand the power of the explosion around it and shattered into several pieces. It's just scrapped. When the flames of the explosion swept over to engulf Yifeng and Long Waner, Yifeng immediately cast the Star Shield and Tai Chi Fist Shield, two true energy shields, although they only blocked it for a while, but it was enough. Up. The Tuzhenqi shields shattered at the sound, but at this moment, their bodies were finally covered by the beam of light from the teleportation array, and gradually disintegrated into small particles, which were teleported to another world at the other end. Suddenly, an extremely strong sound erupted from the entire bottom of the sea, accompanied by a white beam of light breaking through the sea surface, forming a shocking scene. After a while of dizziness, Yifeng resisted the feeling of wanting to vomit. Finally, he could feel the existence of his own body again. He didn't even think about it. Immediately, his spiritual consciousness swept out towards the surroundings, and he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. This place. It is the ancient temple that came through the teleportation array last time. It is the ancient temple where Yifeng received Su Feiying's true energy and killed a giant black spider last time. Waner. Yifeng didn't even think about it. He immediately grabbed the side and caught something soft. Let go. Long Waner's numb voice came over. She was grabbed by Yifeng, and her delicate body softened all of a sudden. It felt like an electric current flowed through her whole body. It was only then that Yifeng realized that he seemed to have grasped something wrong. He quickly let go of his hand and scanned carefully with his consciousness. He found that Long Waner was fine, so he breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Is there any discomfort? Yifeng asked with concern. I want to throw up. Long Waner was straightforward. It's like this when you just sent it here. But your cultivation base is higher than mine. The side effects should be lighter than mine. While Yifeng was talking, he raised his head and looked towards the passage, not far away. It's a pity that his eyes were pitch black, and he could only detect the situation ahead with his spiritual sense. Just go through that passage. It is where Su Feiying is now. I don't know how she is now. Yifeng shook his head. He didn't think much about it. Now is not the time to run over to investigate Su Feiying. He just looked at the teleportation array here. It seems that everything is as usual, so he knows that Su Feiying should be fine. The teleportation array on the Earth is still in the deep sea. If it is obtained by people from China or the United States, the consequences will be disastrous. Let's go back at once. Yifeng made a decision. Long Waner's whole body is weak. At this moment, she can only obey Yifeng. She believes that Yifeng will make the right decision no matter what. Her spiritual consciousness also continued to spread towards the surroundings. She knew everything about this place. At the same time, she was a little curious. Did Yifeng and his master, Su Feiying, come to this place before? It seems to be different from the Earth. The aura of heaven and earth in the air is much richer. It is definitely not on the Earth. I don't know which world it is in. Could it be the world of cultivating immortals, where Master Yifeng was originally? Long Waner didn't know. She also had no way to get the answer to this question. When the teleportation array lighted up again, both of them took a deep look at the direction of the passage. The place was pitch black, but Yifeng knew that Su Feiying was there. Chen Jianxiong and others from Tai Chi Hall must have starved to death in the stone chamber. Yifeng shook his head, pulled Long Waner, and stepped into the teleportation beam of the teleportation array. After that, the Sky Spirit Stone could still be sent 3 times. But Yifeng managed to hold his own and Long Waner's lives. Shwa. Shwa. It seemed like eternity had passed. After Yifeng's body was decomposed again, he finally regained consciousness. Suddenly he felt that he was soaked in sea water. Immortal art. Dragon tortoise hold breath formula. Yi Feng didn't care about the physical discomfort after the teleportation. He did not hesitate to use this very art. The back of the black shirt immediately swelled up. It gave him the ability to breathe in the water and allowed him to swim in the water like a fish. Flexible walking. Long Wanner appeared next to him. He also performed this very art. Then the two of them opened their eyes one after another. While sweeping out their consciousness, they looked around and took in all the surrounding situations. A mess. In the entire deep sea, the nuclear submarine has been blasted into countless fragments. Even in the deep sea, there is still a faint fire. It can be seen that the intensity of the previous explosion. The large teleportation array that Yi Feng and Long Wanner appeared as heading towards the bottom of the sea sunk. If the two of them appeared later, the large teleportation array would sink to the bottom of the sea. Yi Feng didn't even think about it. He directly stimulated his true energy, opened the storage space of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, and put the teleportation formation stone in again. Then he took out the Shroud of Souls, placed in the space of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring. Immortal art. Soul gathering. Yi Feng didn't even think about it. He waved his hand. Following a cold sea current, the souls of nuclear submarine soldiers who had just died in the surrounding area were gathered by Yi Feng one by one and put into the Shroud of Souls. Especially the soul of Vice Admiral Yang Shunning. He was taken special care by Yi Feng. After being summoned, he wanted to communicate with him. Ask him what happened just now. Where did these torpedoes come from? Yang Shunning's soul is a little dull at this moment. Watching the souls of the nuclear submarine Navy soldiers being put into the shrine one by one. There is a touch of sadness hanging on his soul, invisible to the naked eye. Lieutenant General Yang. It is unfortunate to tell you that you are dead now. Yi Feng said in a deep voice, I can see souls, so I can communicate with you. Can you tell me what happened just now? If I know what happened, I will definitely avenge these dead soldiers. This sentence made Yang Shunning's soul notice the existence of Yi Feng and Long Wanner. Those two young figures who seemed to be still entities and survived safely in the deep sea made Yang Shunning shocked immediately. In the explosion just now, Yi Feng didn't die. And when did a cute beauty come out beside him? How is this possible? Is Yi Feng a god? Although he knows that Yi Feng is powerful, but he will not be so strong that even such an explosion can't kill him. Who the hell is this Yi Feng? Moreover, now he still says that he can see the soul. I can't believe it. It took a long time for Yang Shunning to finally accept the fact that he was dead. Lieutenant General Yang. Is there someone who secretly framed this time? The 094 class nuclear submarine is of great strategic significance to the entire country. How could it be destroyed so easily? Seeing that he had calmed down, Yi Feng finally asked again. After all, the whole thing was too strange. As soon as these words came out, Yang Shunning's soul floating in the sea had a gloomy look at first, and then a puzzled look on his face. I don't know either. But the detection revealed that those torpedoes were launched from two stealth nuclear submarines tens of kilometers away. It should be the military force of the US or the Pecan Group. It's just strange that the early warning system of our country's 094 class nuclear submarine should not be so weak. The torpedoes were found within 1 kilometer. Yi Feng frowned slightly when he heard this. American military forces dared to shoot at Hua submarine. This is not scientific. Even in the dark, this kind of thing is very difficult to happen. After all, the strategic position of the 094 class nuclear submarine is too high. Losing such a submarine, it is absolutely impossible for Huagua to remain silent. One unfortunate thing is the world is at war. That's right. Someone must have tampered with the early warning system. Yang Shunning thought hard and finally thought of a clue. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. Yang Shunning suddenly remembered that before the operation started, his boss had inspected the 094 class nuclear submarine once and replaced 2 crew members. It is said that the 2 crew members were temporarily ill and were not suitable for the mission. The crew members who were replaced were the key personnel in charge of the early warning system. Admiral Miao Feng, this is Yang Shunning's immediate superior. The 2 replacements were Miao Feng, transferred from another 094 class nuclear submarine, and they were Miao Feng's direct subordinates. But at this time, they also died in the explosion just now. Hearing Yang Shunning's words, Yi Feng frowned slightly. With a wave of one hand, he summoned 2 other souls, who are the personnel in charge of the nuclear submarine early warning system. Uncle Yang, see if it's these 2 people. Yi Feng pointed to the 2 invisible souls and asked Yang Shunning. Of course, the souls can see each other. Yang Shunning immediately nodded when he saw the souls of the 2 people. It's them. He still wanted to say something and planned to ask something from the mouths of the 2 souls, but the expressions of the 2 people changed immediately when they saw the scene in front of them. They don't know that there will be souls after death. If you want to force us to ask, don't think about it. The 2 gritted their teeth in unison and said. Immortal soul search. Yi Feng was too lazy to say nonsense, and with a wave of his hand, he directly cast the immortal technique, and collected all the memories in the souls of the 2 of them into his mind. This time Yi Feng frowned. The memories of these 2 people have obviously been tampered with, some of the memories have been artificially erased, and even the soul search technique can't find them. But what Yi Feng can confirm is that the early warning system on the 094 class nuclear submarine was indeed shut down by these 2 people for a short period of time, but within this short period of time, the nuclear submarine encountered a torpedo attack. It seems that the situation in the Navy is not that simple. Yi Feng snorted lightly. He didn't bother to take care of this kind of thing. Luckily he and Long Wanner were fine. If something happened to Long Wanner, he would definitely mess up the entire Huagua Navy. No. Who knew that Yang Shunning shook his head and looked at Yi Feng with a strange look on his face. Xiaoya should be because of you, because General Miao Feng came to inspect the submarine after the superior decided to let you go to sea. That's it. Yi Feng was a little surprised, but this time he killed the entire crew of the nuclear submarine. It should be right. Yang Shunning is not young and calm when things happen. At this time, he quickly sorted out the clues and guessed all the things before and after, and said, maybe you offended people from Miao Feng's family, and offended people from Migua and Pecan Group. No matter how you look at this matter from any angle, they are joining forces to attack you. When Yi Feng heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. It really is another village. The hatred between him and the Pecan Group is not small. Kai Xiaohong and Na Sulu both died under his hands. Could it be the other party's fault? But who is dealing with him on Huagua's side remains to be investigated. Yi Feng finally stopped worrying. Now that he and Long Wanner are both alive, as long as Kai Ziqian and Su Hong from the Pecan Group are caught, he will be able to use hypnosis to know all the plans of the other party. I'd like to see who will kill me, Yi Feng, with a 094 class nuclear submarine as a sacrifice. A dangerous look flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. No matter who dares to frame him secretly, he will definitely find out the other party, and let the other party know that Yi Feng is not so easy to get rid of. Yi Feng has already planned what he should do next. The wreckage of the 094 class nuclear submarine here, he doesn't bother with it, so let the people from the Hua *** side worry about it. The 2 pressed to find out the ins and outs of the whole thing. As for Kai Ziqian and Su Hong, Yi Feng checked the information when dealing with the Pecan Group before. These 2 Chinese Americans are members of the board of directors of the Pecan Group and have played an extremely important role in the development of the Pecan Group. Just don't know where these 2 will be now. Yi Feng thought about it for a while and then said to Yang Shunning, Uncle Yang, I'm going to investigate this matter, and if I encounter any difficulties, I will ask you for advice. Relax, Leaf. Yang Shuning still couldn't accept the fact that he was dead, but he still nodded. As a soldier, Yang Shuning feels ashamed and humiliated when something like this happens. The military is willing to sacrifice a 094 class nuclear submarine, and he, a vice admiral, is buried under the sea. Could it be that his boss, Miao Feng, is really so insane? No matter what, he has to find out, otherwise he will not rest in peace even if he dies. Yi Feng asked clearly to go to the place where the Heli D star sand fell, and then waved Yang Shunning's soul into the shrine with one hand, and then said to Long Wanner, "Let's go, Wanner, since we are not dead, let those hopes those of us who died will go to the king of Hades." Long Wanner nodded and also performed the dragon turtle breath-holding art and followed Yi Feng all the way to the destination. Far, far. The distance of nearly half the Pacific Ocean is not a joke. If both of them had not performed the dragon turtle hold breath art, otherwise no one would be able to accomplish such a feat. There is still at least 2,000 kilometers away from the territorial waters of Huagua to the destination, but now Yi Feng and Long Wanner are going quietly. After the two left, the place where the nuclear submarine was sunk and exploded soon came. People from the Huagua Navy conducted an investigation, and the result of the investigation came out not long after. Yi Feng leaked the news of the 094 class nuclear submarine to the Americans and learned that the nuclear submarine was killed by the opponent. The sinking and two board members of the Pecan Group also came forward to confirm this. Since it was Lin Shiqing who sent Yi Feng into the submarine, she was quickly arrested at home and said that she wanted to investigate the whole matter. Even Lin Dedian couldn't keep Lin Shiqing in the face of this kind of thing, and Lin Dedian was full of anger for Yi Feng's collaborating with the enemy. Yi Feng did this kind of thing for the 10 billion of the two board members of the Pecan Group. It is really outrageous. Doesn't he know how important the 094 class nuclear submarine is to China? What's more, there are so many naval fighters in the nuclear submarine. When Lin Shiqing heard the news, she was immediately shocked. It is impossible for Yi Feng to cooperate with the enemy. It's a pity that no one believed her when she immediately refuted that. Soon the news from the National Security Bureau was sent by Li Feng, saying that a radio wave was intercepted, which was evidence of the communication between Yi Feng and the two board members of the Pecan Group. However, no one understands the point of doing this if Yi Feng himself is dead. Only Admiral Miao Feng sitting in the dark, a majestic middle-aged man drinking red wine in a luxurious hall, with a confident smile on his face. "Yi Feng, let me see how capable you are." "Well, it's fun if you survive." Yi Feng only knew that the Admiral Miao Feng mentioned by Yang Shuning was probably from the Miao family. It's just that although the Miao family suffered a lot from Yi Feng's hands, they were all insignificant things. Does the other party need to spend so much effort to deal with him? What a madman. Yi Feng couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think too much. Invisibility and Long Wanner swam not far away quietly. Then he noticed that there was something wrong with the current not far away. After careful inspection, he found that it was two stealth submarines. These two stealth submarines were floating hundreds of meters below the sea surface. They seemed to be waiting to observe something. Yi Feng and Long Wanner were not noticed at all. It was the culprit who launched the torpedo attack on the 094 class nuclear submarine. The meaning of stealth submarine is not invisible to the naked eye. It uses technical materials such as sound waves to make the hull. It cannot be detected by modern detection technology. However, under the perception of Yi Feng and Long Wanner's spiritual sense, there is nowhere to hide shape. No one can imagine that in such a seabed, there will be two people using non-modern means to detect stealth submarines. The two gradually approached. With a sweep of consciousness, they heard a conversation between the two submarines. "How is it? What happened to the white light just now? Have you found it out?" It's not clear yet. But the 094 class nuclear submarine has been destroyed. None of the crew on the submarine survived. It's just that Yi Feng. It doesn't seem to be dead. That's not possible. There's no way anyone could have survived an explosion like that. It may be related to the white light just now. You must know that when the white light beam appeared, it emitted a very strong mysterious energy. Maybe there is something weird. Now what? Retreat. Someone from Huagua will come to investigate later. While the people in the submarine were talking, Long Wanner translated to Yi Feng with her wonderful fairy voice, allowing Yi Feng to understand the content of their conversation. Humph. People from the Pecan group. You deserve to die. Let's do it. Yi Feng didn't even think about it. His figure moved, and the dark green long sword condensed directly. Bang. The two stealth submarines soon exploded in the deep sea. None of the crew members survived. The movement quickly alarmed the Chinese personnel who were investigating the sinking of the 094 class nuclear submarine. 2 U.S. submarines were also destroyed. This news quickly spread to the ears of the upper echelons of the Huagua Navy and the National Security Bureau. Sure enough, he is still alive. The whole army pays attention. List Yi Feng as the most wanted person in the whole army. Once you see him, you will be killed without mercy. Admiral Miao Feng quickly issued such an order to the entire navy. Yi Feng's name finally appeared on the most wanted list of the National Security Bureau. Originally, Yi Feng was only an A-level concern of the National Security Bureau. But now, he is an SSS-level wanted criminal. This is the highest level wanted in history. Because Yi Feng colluded with the enemy and destroyed a nuclear submarine. Huagua suffered a great loss. Of course, this kind of thing. No one will foolishly leak it to the public. If you talk about it outside, you will go to a military court. Huagua's reaction was roughly within Yi Feng's expectations. Because Yang Shuning's soul was on the sidelines, Yi Feng could learn a lot from him, including the principles of nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. A possible treatment plan. Yi Feng, who was involved in this matter, was heading towards the destination with Long Wanner while searching for a soul. That was just after he sank 2 stealth submarines. He captured the souls of 2 important figures. From the memory of these 2 souls, Yi Feng finally knew something. On the side of the Pecan group. Sure enough, it was Su Hong and Kai Ziqian who gave the order. And these 2 people are now near the place where the heli Di Xingsha fell. As for the information about Huagua, neither of these 2 guys know about it anymore. It seems that Kai Ziqian and Su Hong are keeping this secret very tightly. Move on. When the undercurrent was surging in the upper strata of the entire Hua kingdom, the people didn't know about it at all. But Yi Feng and Long Wanner had already traveled a long distance and swam to the sea area close to the target location early in the next morning. The warmth emanating from the dragon sword ancient ring became stronger and stronger, guiding Yi Feng towards the target location. Any modern method is much weaker than the ability of dragon sword and ancient ring to detect heaven, material, and earth treasures. Even if Yi Feng came a long time late, he would still find the location of Helidi star sand earlier than others. Because this thing has already sunk to the bottom of the sea thousands of meters deep. Even with the technological strength of the United States, I think it is also difficult to salvage it. What's more, in such a deep seabed, it would be difficult for me Feng to even detect its location, let alone fish it up. We can only rely on a trace of strange energy emanating from the Helidi star sand to carry out vague positioning and search. The salvage ship has been working in the vicinity for a day and a night, but it still can't accurately locate the location of Helidi star sand. This made Yi Feng laugh when he first arrived. He followed the guidance of the dragon sword ancient ring and swam towards the bottom of the sea quickly. Because of the effect of the dragon turtle holding his breath, he was like a fish on the bottom of the sea. He didn't have to worry about changes in water pressure and other issues. Greatest advantage in combat. Yi Feng and Long Wanner approached their destination. The ancient dragon sword ring became more and more hot. Gradually, a wonderful and magnificent scene in the deep sea appeared around them. It's a pity that the eyes couldn't see it. It's pitch black. Only scattered microorganisms emit a deep light. Dotting the entire seabed is like a fantasy scene. Fortunately, the two of them have spiritual sense and know the situation of the whole seabed like the palm of their hands. After diving for at least 3,000 meters, a bright white light finally appeared in front of Yi Feng and Long Wanner through the icy sea water. Heli D star sand. I still want to grab it. At this time, Yi Feng found that a deep-sea detector was thrown into the water not far away, and it gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. It hit the seabed with a thump. It seemed that he had discovered the location of Haredi star sand. Yi Feng didn't want to think about it, a sword energy went up, and the precise detection instrument was directly chopped into pieces. Walk. Yi Feng pulled Long Wanner, moved his footsteps, and quickly swam towards the location where Heilidi Xingsha was. As the dragon sword ancient ring is getting hotter and hotter, Yi Feng is getting closer and closer to the Hari Emperor star sand. Then there is a swish. The storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring opens. Yi Feng suddenly puts the Hari Emperor star sand received it. Star sand is in hand. This is a white stone the size of a basketball. Many dark blue lines are naturally formed on it. It looks mysterious and deep. Around this white stone, there are 9 small white stones that are slightly smaller. It is connected with it. He is the 9 sons of Heilidi Xingsha. The Heilidi star sand itself is a rare refining material, and its 9 sons can improve one's cultivation level for 8 years in one fell swoop, which is extremely precious. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief after getting the Haredi star sand. But he knows that now is not the time for him to really relax. Because if the next thing goes wrong, he will never even think about going back to Huagua in his life. Because he must be branded a traitor in Huagua now. However, as long as Kai Ziqian and Su Hong are caught, this matter will be solved. Not only that, but also who is framing him in Huagua. If you frame me, frame me. What is the wrong way? It's really stupid to use this method. Yi Feng thought in his heart, quite disdainful. Then he turned his attention back to Haredi star sand. One of the 9 sons of this thing can improve the cultivation base of a cultivator for 8 years. It is simply the best sky Yi Feng has seen in his life other than the 1,000 years of Black Bing. Material treasure. It's a pity that the upper limit of his cultivation still hasn't risen. Even if he pays attention to widening the meridians all the time, he still only has the upper limit of 25 years of cultivation. If he absorbs the 9 sons of Heilidi Xingsha now, it will be wasted 3 years of training. And the upper limit of Long Wanner's cultivation can reach 30 years. It is also not suitable for absorbing this thing. That being the case, Yi Feng can only keep the Heli Emperor star sand first. Take it back first. He and Long Wanner can't use it for the time being. But Zi Jianlan, Shu Shu and others can absorb it immediately. Leap up. As for the Heilidi star sand itself, combined with the silver meteorite sand, the corpse of the giant black spider, and the corpse of the fire cloud demon master, it should be able to create a treasure-level magic weapon. Then when the martial arts conference comes, Yi Feng will not be afraid of the Tai Chi Hall, the ancestors of the Long family and other forces. Go. Go up. After Yi Feng put away the Heilidi star sand, he nodded to Long Wanner, and the two of them went up to the sea together. Just now Yi Feng smashed the deep-sea detector. It must have been noticed by the people on the sea. But it doesn't matter too much. Anyway, the whole thing will be over soon. In such a short period of time, I believe that the other party will never be able to come up with any effective countermeasures. Salvage ship on the sea. Zi Chen and Su Hong. And another fat man who looks like a wine barrel. They are planning something together. 2 submarines lost contact. You guys are kidding me. The fat man like a wine barrel listened to Zi Chen and Su Hong talk about the situation. His fat brows were all crowded together. It is impossible to imagine what caused the 2 stealth submarines to lose contact. Our Pecan group provided technical support for this salvage. It also helped solve the threat from Huagua. How could we joke with you about this kind of thing? Su Hong, who is also obese, became angry when he heard it. He said in a haughty tone in proficient English, "This matter. You must report it to the U.S. Navy. Let them go to the sea area where the incident occurred to search." No way. Things in Huagua are too much trouble. The higher-ups ask us to be more restrained. The fat man like a wine barrel snorted softly, thinking in his heart, if necessary, he can send the 2 of you out as scapegoats. Unfortunately, of course he would not say this to Zi Chen and Su Hong of. Damn it. Hasn't that thing over here been salvaged yet? Zi Chen's face was full of anger. His bald head gleamed under the sun's rays. The oily luster was translucent. Terribly sorry. The fat man in the barrel pointed to the communication tool next to his ear indifferently. The news just came. A deep-sea probe was destroyed by an unknown object on the bottom of the sea. It will take some time to detect the exact location of that thing. I don't even know what it is. Feng actually mobilized so much manpower and material resources. It's so stupid. Fatty Su Hong shook his head. He and Zi Chen looked at each other. They both saw the deep resentment in each other's eyes. Before the 2 stealth submarines lost contact, they sent back a picture to let them know that when the 094 class nuclear submarine exploded, a white beam of light appeared. Yifeng didn't seem to be dead. This made the 2 of them feel horrified. Yifeng couldn't be killed like that. Could it be that they really need to be bombed with atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs? But the good thing is that Hua country has listed Yifeng as the most wanted criminal. That kid will definitely not be able to go back to Hua country. And in the Pacific Ocean, the probability of surviving is also very low. Just as the 2 of them were thinking this way, the fat man with the barrel standing opposite them suddenly raised his head and looked behind the 2 of them, with a look of horror on his face. At the same time, there was a sound of crashing water, making Zi Chen and Su Hong stunned at the same time. The 2 hurriedly turned their heads and looked over the ship's side. They saw a soaked young man in a black shirt jumping high from the sea in midair, staring at a group of 3 of them. With a weird smile on his face. It's Yifeng. Zi Chen and Su Hong were suddenly scared out of their wits. How did Yifeng appear here? Isn't he far away from the edge of the Pacific Ocean, not far from the border of Hua country's territorial waters? But this place is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The distance between them is more than 2,000 kilometers. Not to mention how Yifeng survived the explosion of the submarine. It is such a long distance. It is definitely not possible for a person to swim over. Indeed. Yifeng and Long Wanner encountered too many difficulties when they swam over. The turbulent currents on the bottom of the sea, fierce sharks, torrents and eddies, etc. It would be impossible for anyone else to pass. But for Yifeng and Long Wanner speaking, it is not a problem. Kill him quickly. Zi Chen came back to his senses at the first moment. He put one hand into his bosom, took out a pistol, pointed it directly at Yifeng, and pulled the trigger without thinking. Bang! 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 When? The bullet shot at Yifeng at an extremely fast speed. But a star-blue shield suddenly appeared in the midair in front of Yi Feng, and blocked all these bullets safely. Shield of Immortal Art and Stars. The beautiful figure of Long Wanner appeared in front of him. The corners of her pretty mouth twitched. With a wave of her hand, she became a true energy shield. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary pistol bullets to break through. Shoot him with ships. Seeing that the pistol was useless, the fat xuanhuan didn't care to think about where the beautiful girl Long Wanner came from. He immediately turned around and yelled at the barrel man. The man with the wine barrel is from me *** Feng. He was sent to command and dispatch the salvage ship at this time, but he never thought that he would encounter such a situation. He was a little sluggish for a while. How did a man and a woman in Hua country jump so high from the sea? However, before he could give the order, Yi Feng, who jumped up first, had already made a move. And this move made him no longer have the chance to give orders. Immortal Art. Nuclear Explosion. Yi Feng made seals with his hands, and displayed the third layer of the Qi Yin immortal art that he finally comprehended along the way. In the process of swimming all the way from the bottom of the sea, Yi Feng not only discussed with Yang shunning the possible situation in Huagua, but also asked about the principles of nuclear fusion and nuclear fission, and applied it to the fairy art. It's just that this usage has never appeared before. And the third layer of the red flame fairy technique cast by others is not like this. Yi Feng doesn't know what effect it will have when it is cast. All he knows is that the nuclear explosion of the fairy technique is extremely powerful. The handprints formed by his hands are used to assist in the nuclear explosion. Of course, the name of this fairy art is created by him, but it is also very appropriate. After exhausting his whole body of qi, Yi Feng finally finished his handprints. Then he swallowed an elixir to replenish his qi. This was enough to cast a white extremely flaming fireball that was different from before. Holding it in the left palm. Under Kai Zichen's and Su Hong's terrified and hateful gazes, Yi Feng waved his hands, and threw the extremely flaming fireball in the palm of his left hand towards the entire American salvage ship. If it is a complete move, it will take almost 50 years of cultivation to use all the true energy. And what Yi Feng is using now is still an unfinished version. But even if it is an unfinished version, it is used to destroy a salvage ship. It couldn't be easier. Retreat first. After Yi Feng threw out his two hands, he grabbed Long Wanner with one hand, pulled her back into the sea from mid-air, and then left the sea area where the salvage ship was at the fastest speed. Bang! After a loud noise, the entire sea was ablaze with flames. The whole salvage ship was blasted into pieces by Yi Feng's nuclear extreme flame explosion. It became a fiery red color. At this time, Yi Feng had already dragged Long Wanner several kilometers away. He came out of the sea and looked at the flame soaring into the sky in the distance, feeling a burst of emotion in his heart. This is the first extremely destructive fairy art he has cast. But the power is still far behind the real atomic bomb. It is even more incomparable with the power of those masters in the world of cultivation compare. However, he is not discouraged. Because there is still enough room for improvement in this trick. From the principle of nuclear fission, Yi Feng can understand that method can generate huge energy. So he simulated it a little bit. Unexpectedly, he comprehended such a fairy art. I don't know if it is to use a more powerful nuclear fusion principle. What kind of effect will it produce if it is in the fairy art? Yi Feng is looking forward to the fourth layer of Qi Yin Fireball. But it is definitely not something he can display with his current cultivation. There is no 100-year cultivation base. He doesn't even think about it. It's time to know the truth. Yi Feng and Long Wanner watched the flames gradually weaken on the sea from a distance, and finally approached slowly. At the same time, Yi Feng had already held the soul-binding altar like an urn in his hands. Immortal Art. Soul Gathering. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, a gray and black wind blew across the sea, gathering all the souls around, and then pressing with one hand, throwing all the souls into the Shroud of Souls. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng used the soul-calling technique again. He summoned the souls of Kai Zi Chen and Su Hong. Regardless of the painful and frightened expressions on their faces, he directly used the soul-searching technique of immortality. This time, he finally knew the whole story. The whole thing was planned by Miao Feng of Yanjing Miao's family, Kai Zi Chen and Su Hong of Pecan Group. The reason is that Yi Feng killed their children. There is no need to talk about Kai Xiaohong and Su Lu. But some things about Miao Feng made Yi Feng look weird. Miao Feng told Kai Xiaohong and Su Lu that Yi Feng also killed his son. But in Yi Feng's impression, there was no one who killed Miao's family. Except for Miao Qiguang, who was killed by Huiyin Demon Lord in the bar last time. But isn't Miao Qiguang a collateral member of the Miao family? There should be no direct blood relationship with Miao Feng. Could it be? Then Miao Qiguang is still Miao Feng's illegitimate son. This is still possible. Anyway, the whole thing finally came to light. After Miao Feng hooked up with Kai Zi Chen and Su Hong, the two sides conspired for a long time. Now Lin Shiqing offered to let Yi Feng enter the submarine, so that the plans of both parties can be directly advanced. Miao Feng is the admiral of the Huagua Navy. Of course he knows some things that ordinary people don't know. He doesn't dare to underestimate Yi Feng. That's why he took the initiative to propose this plan. Sacrifice a nuclear submarine to kill Yi Feng and slander Yi Feng collaborate. No matter whether it is successful or not, it is enough to make Yi Feng fall into a situation beyond redemption. It is a pity that they did not expect that Yi Feng would have a way to escape the explosion of the nuclear submarine, and he can directly use the soul search technique to know everything. Soon after, he will be able to find the key character. Hypnotize him to tell the truth. In this way, Yi Feng's theory of collaborating with the enemy will be self-defeating. And Miao Feng will definitely go to the military court. It is hard to protect himself. From what Kai Zi Chen and Su Hong said, Yi Feng knew that Li Feng from the National Security Bureau had been in contact with them, this radical who had hatred for people in the martial arts. Maybe we can break through him. Let's find and arrest him first. Yi Feng didn't hesitate. He dived into the bottom of the sea with Long Wanner again. But he didn't leave. Instead, he wandered around in the nearby sea area. Zhao Ba led Li Feng and other members of the National Security Bureau to operate near the sea area in order to monitor the movement of the incident in Mi. With the technological strength of the National Security Bureau, of course they would not be easily discovered by the people of the United States. And now the entire salvage ship has been destroyed by Yi Feng. It will definitely attract people to check it out. While waiting patiently, the two talked about the nuclear explosion they had just performed. Long Wanner's strength is higher than Yi Feng's. But her talent is not as good as Yi Feng's. Let alone comprehend the fairy art like Yi Feng. Even Yi Feng taught her. It is impossible for her to display it without trying. Nuclear explosion. Of course, this is not to say that Long Wanner is stupid, but Yi Feng's talent is indeed different from ordinary people, and Long Wanner can only be regarded as normal. That's genius. When Long Wanner was thinking about studying the celestial nuclear explosion, Yi Feng finally found a small boat, which was cautiously approaching the destroyed salvage ship from a short distance. It was an investigation team of the National Security Bureau. It came faster than me Feng. There were 8 people in the boat. Yi Feng knew 3 of them. They were Zhao Ba, Li Feng and Niu Meng. Seeing the 3 of them, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Now Kai Zi Chen and Su Hong are dead. It's time to fight back against Miao Feng. Isn't he just an admiral? He is not as good as a boy with 10 years of cultivation. Yi Feng will be afraid of him. Walk. Yi Feng pulled Long Wanner straight out of the sea and swam towards the National Security Bureau boat. There's someone up ahead. The investigators on the small boat immediately discovered the traces of the two men, and then initiated a report to Zhao Ba. Who is it? Zhao Ba was lightly armed and asked lazily. It's not a foreigner. It's Yi Feng. It's Yi Feng. The investigators immediately exclaimed. This sound lifted Li Feng and Niu Meng's spirits. Zhao Ba even jumped up. His expression changed from leisurely to dignified. Encounter a wanted criminal. Get ready to fight. If you can't capture him alive, kill him on the spot. Hearing Zhao Ba's order, everyone on the boat immediately moved into action. Zhao Ba was the one who acted the fastest. As an elite member of the National Security Bureau, Zhao Ba's strength is beyond doubt. However, his strength does not depend on cultivation. It depends on equipment and quick use of equipment. The first time he saw Yi Feng, Zhao Ba quickly took out 2 pocket pistols and fired at Yi Feng continuously without any hesitation or mercy. His superiors had already listed Yi Feng as the most wanted criminal. Even if Yi Feng is Lin Shiqing's fiancé, he can't escape legal sanctions. Star Shield. Seeing this, Yi Feng waved one hand. A star blue true energy shield appeared in front of him, easily blocking the opponent's bullets. He could feel that these bullets were all specially made. They would have a great penetrating effect on the internal qi of people in the martial arts. They are used to deal with the internal qi shields of people in the martial arts. They would definitely have a very obvious effect. It's a pity that what Yi Feng used was not inner qi but true qi. So Zhao Ba's method was of no use to him at all. Seeing that Yi Feng blocked more than 10 bullets from his 2 pistols without any effort, Zhao Ba showed a hint of surprise on his face. This Yi Feng is actually so strong. Without hesitation, he drew a very thin rope from his waist. Although this rope is so thin, it is actually made of extremely strong latest technology. Even if someone hacks it with a kitchen knife, it is impossible to cut it off. When dealing with people in the martial arts, this rope can perform meritorious service many times, because even a person in the martial arts world who has cultivated for 50 or 60 years can't break the shackles of this rope. Of course, facing Yi Feng, Zhao Ba didn't have much hope for this rope. But as long as he could stop Yi Feng for a while, it would be enough for the other people on the small boat around him to react. However, he was able to throw the rope towards Yi Feng. When he wanted to try to trap Yi Feng, he saw a dark green sword flashing around Yi Feng. Immediately afterwards, the special rope was cut into 2 pieces. Ha ha! Yi Feng laughed loudly. He stepped on the surface of the sea. The whole person rushed out of the sea and jumped into the air. He quickly glided towards the small boat. Kill. Li Feng and Niu Meng were finally ready to fight. After hearing Yi Feng's words, their faces showed a fierce look. The precision blue light gun in their hands shot at Yi Feng. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, other National Security Bureau members also prepared their combat facilities. A fishing net and various other gun bullets swept towards Yi Feng. Puff puff. Together with the star shield, Yi Feng's leaping body was directly caught by the solid fishing net. Yi Feng did not use the dark green long sword to break it open. Poof. Yi Feng fell into the seawater together with the fishing net. Caught alive. Someone on the small boat immediately spoke out. Li Feng was even more overjoyed. He pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, glanced at Yi Feng and shouted, Yi Feng, now I give you 8 minutes to explain all the facts. Otherwise, I will never be able to go back and see those women of yours. His habit came again. It's a pity that just as he finished speaking, There was a sudden sound of turbulent rivers and seas coming from under the small boat, followed by a burst of blue light, which pierced the entire small boat at once. Burial Star Arrow. Long Wanner, who had dived into the sea, finally launched this attack. She destroyed the entire boat neatly, causing Zhao Ba and other members of the National Security Bureau to fall into the water. At this time, Yi Feng was holding the dark green true energy sword unsteadily, chopped up the fishing nets all over his body, and lifted the Qingqing shield. I still want to sneak attack. Yi Feng swept his consciousness around and found that other members of the National Security Bureau were knocked out of consciousness by Long Wanner's blow. Only Zhao Bai took the opportunity to sneak into the sea and pointed the laser at Yi Feng gun. The laser gun that can be fired underwater is undoubtedly the highest level of technology in Huagua. But it is a pity that this scene was keenly noticed by Yi Feng. If it were any other martial artist, even Yi Wendian, it would be impossible to know Zhao Ba's movements. He would shoot in the dark in the sea. Inner air shields are simply a piece of cake. It's a pity that he met Yi Feng. Dragon Claw Hand. Before Zhao Ba shot, Yi Feng waved his hands. Two golden dragon claws emerged and grabbed Zhao Ba, who was hiding under the sea. Snapped. One shot down the laser gun from Zhao Ba's hand. The other hand had already grabbed Zhao Ba's body and pulled it towards him. Want to deal with me? This strength is not enough. Yi Feng pulled Zhao Ba back, took out an iron chain from the storage space of Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, and tied him up. At the same time, Niu Meng, Li Feng's #1 general, saw this scene on the sea not far away. A ruthless expression appeared on his ferocious face. Then he took out a grenade from his waist and quickly pulled it away. Huan threw it towards Yi Feng. He no longer cares that Zhao Ba is by Yi Feng's side. The most important goal now is to kill Yi Feng. Bang! The grenade exploded on the surface of the sea. But the movement produced was completely insignificant compared with the nuclear explosion that Yi Feng used before. Even though this is a new type of grenade equipped by the National Security Bureau, the explosive power and waterproof and shockproof degree are far superior to ordinary grenades. But its power is nothing more than that to Yi Feng. Long Wanner appeared next to him. With a wave of jade hand, the shield of Qingqing opened up, easily blocking the explosive power of the grenade. Seeing this, Zhao Ba, who was tied up by Yi Feng with iron chains, was secretly shocked. This Yi Feng and his woman are really too strong, and their methods are even weirder than all the people in the martial arts. It seems that they are not using martial arts anymore. Is it really like the rumors in martial arts? This Yi Feng's master is a fairy. No wonder Admiral Miao Feng regards Yi Feng as the #1 enemy. Because the current Yi Feng is definitely not an existence that ordinary guns can deal with. Is there any other way? The movement of the grenade exploding gradually subsided. Yi Feng had already pulled Zhao Ba, and swam quickly for a certain distance, approaching the place where Niu Meng was. Niu Meng's electronic eyes sensed that Yi Feng was approaching quickly. But he didn't have any effective way to fight Yi Feng. He could only take out a pistol from his waist and shoot towards the water. Boom! A white fireball flew up from the bottom of the sea. It hit Niu Meng all at once. The guy didn't even make a scream, but turned into a piece of ashes. The white flame can burn to its heart's content in the sea water. This scene even shocked Zhao Ba, who was caught by Yi Feng. Originally, some people said that Yi Feng was super powerful in combat. Zhao Ba didn't think much of it. But now he experienced it for himself and found that this is an indisputable fact. Li Feng, it's time to settle accounts now. After Yi Feng dealt with Niu Meng, he popped his head out of the sea and glanced at Li Feng, who was not far away on the sea. Would it be nice to frame me? Li Feng was shocked when he saw Niu Meng, his confidant, was burned by Yi Feng with a fireball. Seeing that even Zhao Ba, the elite of the National Security Bureau, was captured by Yi Feng, Li Feng was even more frightened. He used to deal with people in the martial arts like this. He never thought that someone would pose such a big threat to him now. Yi Feng, aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the military for killing people from the National Security Bureau? Li Feng yelled. Thank you. Yi Feng said lightly, under your frame, if I go back like this, I will be regarded as a traitor and kill 1 or 2 people who framed me, so what does it matter? Zhao Ba, who was kidnapped by him after saying this, couldn't help but think in his heart. Hearing what Yi Feng said, could it be that Yi Feng is not a traitor? Didn't Yi Feng spread the news about the 094 class nuclear submarine that led to the destruction of the nuclear submarine? It's time for the truth to come out. Under the gazes of Zhao Ba and the other members of the National Security Bureau, Yi Feng quickly approached Li Feng and exchanged glances with Li Feng. Immediately afterwards, Li Feng was directly hypnotized by Yi Feng's hypnosis, and under Yi Feng's control, he narrated all the things he participated in before. Li Feng is the mouthpiece for Admiral Miao Feng and the 2 members of the board of directors of the Pecan Group, so he is very clear about the ins and outs of the whole incident. The 2 members that Miao Feng sent into the 094 class nuclear submarine were all death squads. They were tricked by Miao Feng into saying that they died for the country, but they actually became Miao Feng's personal revenge tools. And the target that both sides have to deal with is Yi Feng. What Li Feng said surprised Zhao Ba and other members of the National Security Bureau. But how credible is Li Feng's words? Probably knowing the reaction of these people, Yi Feng said calmly, this is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask Miao Feng to confront me. In that case, you mean to go back with us? Zhao Ba swallowed his saliva, feeling a bit puzzled. Wouldn't Yi Feng go back now and be taken care of by the people? Regardless of whether what Li Feng said is true or not, it's definitely not a matter of a while. Just go back with you, can't you? Yi Feng raised his hand and looked at Li Feng, but before that, this guy can go to hell. A white, extremely flaming fireball flew out, turning Li Feng, who had just been hypnotized and a little delirious, into ashes. Let's go then. Zhao Ba is also a person who has experienced many storms. If things are really as Li Feng said, then it is undoubtedly a good thing. He really likes Lin Shiqing, but now because of Yi Feng, Lin Shiqing has been locked up and interrogated. If Yi Feng goes back, no matter what the facts are, Lin Shiqing will be fine. Now Zhao Ba of course knows that the salvage ship in the United States was blown up by Yi Feng, but the violent explosion was really caused by Yi Feng. It's just horrible. After such a big thing happened, of course they won't stay in this sea area anymore. The U.S. salvage ship will let the people of the U.S. worry about it. A total of 3 small boats came from the National Security Bureau, 1 was destroyed, and 2 boats rushed over to pick them up after receiving Zhao Ba's notice. Everyone was surprised by Yi Feng's voluntary surrender, but this pair, of course it's a good thing for them. Yi Feng and Long Wanner boarded the small boat of the National Security Bureau and headed back to the coastline of Huaghua. Not long after leaving, the United States finally dispatched a search and rescue ship to the location where the salvage ship was destroyed, only to find that the entire wreck of the salvage ship had sunk into the sea, and there was not even a single survivor. If you want to know what happened at that time, me Feng can't understand it at all. On the way back, Yi Feng let Yang Shuning's soul float aside and communicated with him with a wonderful fairy voice. Because Xiaoxian has a special temperament on Long Wanner at this time, which makes her look completely different from other ordinary women in the world. Even the members of the National Security Bureau can't help but cast their eyes on her, wanting to take a second look. At the same time, thinking that this beauty turned out to be Yi Feng's, the women couldn't help sighing to themselves that such a beauty is not good with anyone. If Yi Feng does not do well this time, he will be sentenced to treason, and this beauty is an accomplice. Well, Miss Long, don't come here to be Yifeng's accomplice. In the eyes of a group of members of the National Security Bureau, this behavior is simply unreasonable. Yifeng and Long Wanner, who are the parties involved, didn't care about their thoughts. The two are busy now, but they are busy. Others can't see it. Others don't believe me, but Yang Shuning does. Regarding what Li Feng said, Yang Shuning had already guessed a lot about it. At this time, he just verified it. In this way, it is an indisputable fact that Miao Feng framed all members of their 094 class nuclear submarine, which made Yang Shuning deeply feel a kind of sadness. As the admiral of the Chinese Navy, Miao Feng actually did this kind of collaborating with the enemy and treason for the purpose of killing or framing a young man who had nothing to do with him. Just using words such as vicious, and outrageous can no longer describe him. Perverted. Lieutenant General Yang, your souls will be gone within a few days. Yifeng said with some regret. Xiaoya, there's nothing I can do about it, it's just that my soldiers, and I hope to see the day when Miao Feng is executed, and I'm afraid it won't be possible. Yang Shuning sighed. The invisible soul body floated on the boat and moved with Yifeng, but there was a faint sign of dissipating. Most of the souls of people who have died for a long time will dissipate, and the time limit for the existence of Yang Shuning and the group of Navy souls will soon come to an end. Hearing Yang Shuning's words, Yifeng's mouth turned up and he smiled instead. Since this is the case, I have an idea to keep you for a long time. I don't know if Lieutenant General Yang is willing to accept it. Yang Shuning's eyes lit up when he heard the words, what idea? From Yang Shuning's point of view, Yifeng is really capable of communicating with the souls of the dead. Maybe he really has a way to make them last longer. This was Yifeng's plan from the beginning. After Zhao Yi and Ling Chen were injured, Yifeng deeply felt that his investigative power was insufficient. It would be great if there were more soul cultivators to form a soul cultivator army. The 100 or so Navy members led by Yang Shuning are just a group of excellent candidates. Not to mention the discipline of the Navy's nuclear submarine crew is very suitable for forming a legion, coupled with the combat awareness trained in normal times. These people will definitely be a great help to Yifeng after they become soul cultivators. I just don't know if Yang Shuning can accept leading troops to defect to Yifeng. After all, Yifeng still has the title of collaborator and treason now. The solution is very simple, just to see if Lieutenant General Yang is willing to accept it. Yifeng quickly expressed his thoughts and then saw Yang Shuning showing a look of shock. Regarding Yifeng's thoughts, Yang Shuning was both shocked and unbelievable, and also felt a burst of ecstasy from the bottom of his heart. There are still such miraculous things in this world. Let the souls of the dead start to practice. Become soul cultivators. If you work hard, you can always exist in this world. Doesn't this mean that he and his Marines are equivalent to having a second life? Yang Shuning didn't doubt what Yifeng said. Because Yifeng's mysterious performance had already convinced him. In this case, he called on his Navy members to become soul cultivators together. Why not do it? Although Yifeng is now a wanted criminal in Hua country, Yang Shuning knows it. All this is because of Miao Feng's tricks behind his back. He not only wants to continue to survive in this world, but also wants to see Miao Feng accept legal sanctions. This can be said to be the most serious act of treason in the history of the Hua kingdom. It's a pity that it was still covered by Miao Feng, and Yifeng was blamed. Yang Shuning didn't know why Yifeng wanted to confront Miao Feng. But he believed in Yifeng. He believed that Yifeng would definitely have a way to expose Miao Feng's crimes. It's too impressive that a dignified admiral would do such a thing. Chilling. Miao Feng has never had any offspring in the eyes of others. The Miao Qiguang you mentioned, Xiaoya, is very likely to be his illegitimate son. Yang Shuning made a slightly reasonable guess about Miao Feng's motives, and this was a possibility that Yifeng had thought of before. No matter what. Go back and confront him and you'll know. Yi Feng shook his head. Uncle Yang, since you agreed with my idea, then there is no need to delay. Now I will teach you the cultivation method of soul control art, so as not to delay the time and some team members' souls will disappear. That can never be undone. Xiaoya, what you said is true. Since this is the case, I will trouble you. Yang Shuning said with a solemn expression. Following Yi Feng quietly relayed the soul control formula to Yang Shuning with a wonderful fairy voice. Yang Shuning, who had never been in contact with the cultivation method, was just like Zhao Bei at that time. Some couldn't understand it. After Yi Feng explained it for a while. Only then did I know how to practice the soul control art. Yang Shuning and his navy members have never practiced before. Now they are practicing soul control art. They are all blessed by nature. They must make rapid progress. It's just that Yi Feng still added some things to the soul control formula. After all, people like Yang Shuning were originally members of the Navy. Yi Feng couldn't guarantee that. These people practiced the soul control formula to be able to condense the soul body. I will not go to the military to report this matter. In that case, Yi Feng would be an idiot. Therefore, in the soul control formula taught to Yang Shuning, Yi Feng added a trace of the breath of the ancient ring of dragon sword into it. In this way, Yang Shuning and others must stay by Yi Feng's side before they reach 100 years of cultivation. Otherwise, the soul control the trick is not stable enough. It must make its soul fly away. At this point, Yi Feng didn't hide it from Yang Shuning, but told the middle-aged man directly. Seeing Yi Feng being so straightforward, Yang Shuning laughed. That's natural. Xiaoya. You and I are casual acquaintances. It's already very good that you can give me and my crew the soul control formula. I don't expect you to trust us completely. But as time goes by, I believe you will see our sincerity. The only duty of a soldier is to obey. Yang Shuning used to obey the Navy command. It was the boss, Miao Feng. But now, the object of his obedience has become Yi Feng. During the short contact with Yi Feng, he can tell that this young man is definitely a person with potential for development. It is very likely that he will bring great changes to the entire Earth in the future. Obey Yi Feng. Firstly, because he is grateful to Yi Feng for saving him. Secondly, it is also out of a man's heart. Manly man. Come to this world for a walk. How can you leave willingly if you don't do a big thing? Immortal art. Evocation. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, he summoned the souls of the other Navy members. 82 people in total. 83 people including Yang Shuning. These are the cornerstones of Yi Feng's formation of the Soul Legion. They are crucial to Yi Feng's future journey. If these people are successful in cultivation, even if they return to the realm of cultivating immortals, Yi Feng can still become a big boss. Although it is not comparable to the existence of the Mo family in Nanling, it is definitely possible to become a king in a small place. It's just that Yi Feng doesn't have such short ambitions. For him, it is necessary to develop his own power to be able to the degree of confrontation with the Nanling Mo family. There is strength in numbers. It has been an unbreakable truth since ancient times. In the world of cultivating immortals where the weak prey on the strong, if there is no one of his own power, like Su Feiying in the past, even if he has cultivated for 100 years, he will still encounter strong power. The strongest bosses in the world of cultivating immortals, which one of them has not founded his own sect? The two small boats from the National Security Bureau headed back to the coast of Huagua. The turmoil caused by the Helidi Star Sand finally came to an end here. Because both the United States and Huagua suffered heavy losses, the two countries must quickly adjust. Nuclear submarines and stealth submarines. This key strategic weapon is destroyed. It is definitely a huge blow to the military forces of the two countries. It also involves a series of domestic interest disputes between the two countries. Although the two stealth submarines belong to the Pecan Group, but the same closely related to the United States. But when the United States finally adjusted from this state, they suddenly discovered that this world no longer belonged to them. Yanjing. Breeze and Garden. It has been 4 days since Yifeng and Long Wana left. During this period, the two of them did not send any news back, which made the girls a little anxious. Sister Lin's cell phone can't get through either. In the villa, Su Menghan put down the phone a little dejectedly. As Yifeng's woman, she is of course very concerned about Yifeng's safety. Although Yifeng is very powerful now, but this time Yifeng went to a nuclear submarine, and faced giants like the United States and the Pecan Group. It is very possible that something unexpected happened suddenly. Something must have happened. Xiao Yu thought for a long time. Dai Mei frowned slightly. Go to the Lin's house and have a look. I'm sure I'll know something. I'm going with you. Zhang Xingyun at the side immediately raised her hand. There was also worry on her pretty face. I am coming too. Even Zi Jianlan, who was always calm and elegant in a long purple dress, was a little anxious. She stood up, glanced at the girls, and said, You. Shu Shu looked at the reaction of the girls. She was quite helpless. Yifeng had been missing for a few days. They were so anxious. They had no confidence in Yifeng. But it is undeniable that in Shu Shu's heart, she was also a little uneasy mood. She didn't know what was wrong with herself. She just felt that if something happened to Yifeng, her whole world would go dark. The strange thing is, when she thinks about this now, the first thing she worries about is not Long Wanner's safety, but Yifeng instead. This phenomenon made her jump. In a secret military base in Yanjing. In an interrogation hall. Many high-ranking military officials have gradually gathered. At the same time, Lin Dedian and other high-level leaders of Huagua appeared in this interrogation hall. At this time all of them had serious faces. They were sitting in their seats and waiting for something. Yifeng was about to be brought back for interrogation. However, under Yifeng's strong request, the military agreed to his request to let Admiral Miao Feng appear in the confrontation. This incident has already shocked the high-level officials of Huagua. So the venue was mainly for the interrogation of Yifeng. Many high-ranking leaders of the Hua Kingdom were gathered. And the results of this interrogation will also cause a small cleansing of the power distribution in Yanjing. If Yifeng really committed treasonous acts, then Lin Shiqing, who has a relationship with Yifeng, will definitely be implicated. After all, it was Lin Shiqing who proposed to let Yifeng go on the 094 class nuclear submarine. In this way, Lin Dishan's influence will be reduced. It can be said that it is a good opportunity to greatly reduce the influence of the Lin family. The most important thing is that this is enough to completely bring down Lin Shiqing, who is very talented in the Lin family. With this stain, Lin Shiqing is doomed not to be able to join the political world in this life, and her life and work will definitely be greatly affected in the future. Therefore, Lin Shiqing also appeared in this interrogation meeting. It's just that Lin Shiqing was not with her father Lin Dedian. Instead, she was designated as a suspected accomplice, sitting in another place, and guarded by 2 officers. After a day and night of secret interrogation, Lin Shiqing's face has become much haggard. However, she can still see a gleam of light in her star-like eyes, because Yifeng is coming back soon. Lin Shiqing believed that Yifeng would not do such a thing as treason. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to tell Zhao Ba that he would come back. As long as Yifeng came back, the truth would definitely come to light and the truth would be made public. Lin Dedian sat on the side, looking at his haggard daughter. He felt a little worried. But seeing the firmness and confidence in her eyes, he could only sigh slightly. His daughter is still too young after all. Not to mention that she and Yi Feng have only been in contact for such a short time. Even the childhood sweethearts who grew up together may not be completely credible. Nowadays, people are out of profit. What kind of things can't be done? If someone is treasonous, I believe there are many people who would do this kind of thing in China today. Even Yi Feng may not be able to refuse this kind of temptation. What made Lin Dedian strange was that Yi Feng said he wanted to come back with Zhao Ba in the Pacific Ocean. Judging from Zhao Ba's previous reports, he couldn't catch Yi Feng with Zhao Ba's power. Old Lin. This time, you've been mistaken. Beside Lin Dedian, a middle-aged man who was about the same age as him sighed and said. However, there was a kind of gloating in his tone. This middle-aged man looked fat and white. He wore a pair of glasses. He first glanced at Lin Shiqing, who was not far away. Then he patted Lin Dedian on the shoulder. He looked regretful. Lin Dedian took a look at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "The result of the interrogation has not yet come out. Don't jump to conclusions." The other party is the leader of Huagua, who sits in the same position as him. He is the pillar of power of the Yanjing Shen family. Although Lin Dedian said so, he didn't have much hope in his heart. Seeing this, the leader of the Shen family squeezed out a smile on his white and chubby face. He didn't say much, but he also guessed what Lin Dedian was thinking. In the interrogation room, all officials standing at the pinnacle of power gathered together to discuss the upcoming interrogation. This event, since the founding of Huagua, can be said to be an extremely important event. The destruction of the 094 class nuclear submarine, the lives of a vice admiral and 84 naval soldiers are enough to make the relevant events of this event. The participants all peeled off their official hats. Internally, China must find out the perpetrator of this incident. Externally, it is also necessary to negotiate with the United States and the Pecan Group for compensation. It's just that this must be a long and protracted process. And it will never be made public. To the public. This time the interrogation, basically all senior officials from the Central Committee of the Hua Kingdom, came. Regardless of the outcome of the interrogation, Yi Feng will be famous on the court, and Yi Feng's name will also be known by all the senior officials of the Hua Kingdom. Soon, Admiral Miao Feng arrived at the venue under the escort of a group of garrison officers. It's escort. It's better to say it's escort. Because Miao Feng is one of the few real power figures in the Miao family. His identity is very sensitive. Although he is present as an accused suspect, he still won't someone disrespected him. The most important thing is that almost everyone present thinks that this matter will definitely end with Miao Feng's victory. Yi Feng, a fledgling boy, has committed such things as treason and wants to make a comeback. It is simply delusional. And Miao Feng, as the admiral of the Hua Kingdom, has a great reputation, loyalty, and various abilities. Such a person will go treason. When Miao Feng entered the arena, he had a confident and calm smile on his face, and waved to the people around him. For him, this interrogation is just a formality. If you confront Yi Feng, you will confront him. Could it be that he still loses to a brat? Even though Yi Feng may have a high force value because of his cultivation. But that kid chose to come back and confront him. He was definitely seeking his own death. Originally, if Yi Feng left Huagua and didn't come back, maybe he would have nothing to do with Yi Feng. But now, Yi Feng is totally throwing himself into the trap. Since he framed Yi Feng, he has sufficient evidence in all aspects. These are things that were prepared early in the morning. This interrogation seems to have ended before it even started. No one is optimistic about the confrontation between Yi Feng and Miao Feng. Many people who are usually on good terms with Miao Feng are waving hello to Miao Feng at this moment. Obviously, they have never thought about Miao Feng. He will be the kind of despicable villain who will blame others after treason. The Yanjing Lin family, the Yanjing Shen family, and the Yanjing Miao family. People from the three major families have all come to this interrogation venue. Besides the three major families, there is also a large Yanjing Wang family. At this time, they only came in a low-key manner. A man who holds an idle position in the naval command. Sitting in the corner of the interrogation room. Drowsy. For a long time, the strength of the Yanjing royal family has not shown its strength. It has always been developing in a low-key manner. When encountering conflicts of interest with other families, even some weaker families will calm down. Because of this, the Wang family of Yanjing seldom appears in the public eye, and rarely participates in any political struggles. However, its strength in the political, business and military circles makes it so powerful that the Lin family of Yanjing dare not challenge it. Ignore. After Miao Feng came for a while, the entire interrogation venue was not noisy, but solemn, because this was not a general meeting, but a military trial at the highest level in China. When the door of the interrogation venue opened again, a young man in a black shirt appeared at the door. It was Yi Feng. Glancing at the interrogation venue, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up. He had already captured all the situation in the venue. Yi Feng saw Miao Feng at a glance. It was a very majestic middle-aged man. It was probably a habit he had developed from being in a high position all the year round. He had a playful smile on his face. No one could see through his eyes. He was wearing a very ordinary short-sleeved shirt. He was not wearing the uniform of an admiral, because he was not allowed to wear it on the current occasion. Although it was only Yi Feng's accusation, Huagua's high-level officials still had to consider this accusation. For the time being, Miao Feng will not be allowed to wear the uniform of the admiral. When seeing Yi Feng coming to the venue, the corner of Miao Feng's mouth curled up, and the playful smile on his face became even bigger. At this time, apart from Zhao Ba, there were three other elites from the National Security Bureau next to Yi Feng. But even if there were 4 guards, these 4 people were careful, for fear of any accidents. After all, according to Zhao Ba's description, Yi Feng, but the terrifying existence that can destroy U.S. nuclear submarines and salvage ships by one person is more terrifying than anyone in the martial arts world. If Yi Feng resorted to any tricks in this interrogation venue, then Huagua's top management would suffer a serious blow. Because of this, when Yi Feng was brought here, he was wearing laser handcuffs, and was shot several times with the bullets of the sedative gun to suppress the meridians in his body. In a short time, Yi Feng can't use any high-strength magic. He can only use some magic that consumes less. For example, hypnosis. As for the laser handcuffs, it is still somewhat effective against Yi Feng. Unless he casts extreme magic, the flame ball melts it. Otherwise, it is impossible to escape with bare hands. In other words, Yi Feng at this time is in a rather dangerous situation. Now he has only one way to go. That is to argue with Miao Feng at the interrogation meeting and get rid of the crime of collaborating with the enemy and treason. Hypnotism works well on ordinary people. But it is difficult to deal with strong-willed people. For example, Yi Feng rarely uses hypnotism on people in the martial arts. This is the reason. And Yi Feng looked at Miao Feng, and immediately knew that today was a tough battle. Others may think that there will be a confrontation between him and Miao Feng. But Yi Feng knows that the key to the outcome later is the spiritual confrontation. If Miao Feng is mentally strong enough, he can resist Yi Feng's hypnotism. Influence. Then Yi Feng must be done playing this time. But since Yi Feng came here, he has already made full preparations. No matter what, he will not put himself in an absolutely dangerous situation. Even if he loses this battle, he will not be able to survive in Huagua. He still has a way to escape from here. The large teleportation array is still in the storage of his dragon sword ancient ring. It is stored in the object space. Mental confrontation. It has started since Yi Feng entered the venue. He stared closely at Miao Feng's eyes in the field. The hypnosis was immediately cast. The violent mental attack suddenly made Miao Feng react. He felt that the consciousness in his mind was a little out of his control, and he was shocked. The playful smile on his face suddenly became a little stiff. This scene made people who were close to Miao Feng feel strange. Why did Miao Feng frown when he saw Yi Feng? Could it be that Miao Feng is still a little jealous of this Yi Feng, worried that the result of this interrogation meeting will not be successful? This is unscientific. Yi Feng colluded with the enemy and treasoned the country. What chance does that kid have to make a comeback? However, after trembling, Miao Feng immediately reacted, and the corners of his mouth curled up again. I said, why does this kid want to confront me? It turns out that he knows this kind of mental hypnosis. Unfortunately, this method is useless for people with a strong will. Miao Feng smiled slightly. He didn't take it seriously. A playful smile appeared on his face again. His spirit began to confront Yi Feng. Yi Feng walked into the interrogation venue step by step, but his eyes never left Miao Feng's eyes for a moment. The eyes of both sides met, as if sparks could be sparked. As Yi Feng's Shunqi output gradually increased, the power of hypnosis became more and more powerful, getting stronger and stronger. Beads of sweat began to drip from the foreheads of both of them. The strange appearance of the two attracted the attention of some caring people in the venue. Lin Dedian watched Yi Feng walk into the venue step by step. His gaze was fixed on Miao Feng. He couldn't help being surprised. What happened to these two people? They hate each other so much. If I remember correctly, these two people should have had no intersection before. That's right. The only thing. Perhaps Miao Qiguang was killed in the bar. But Miao Qiguang is a member of the Miao family's collateral lineage. The relationship with Miao Feng is not close. Lin Shiqing watched Yi Feng walk in, but didn't even look at her. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. But seeing him and Miao Feng looking at each other passionately gave her some comfort. She thought that Yi Feng must have focused all her attention on Miao Feng. This time it must be Miao Feng who framed Yi Feng. Lin Shiqing thought so in her heart. Escorted by several other elites from the National Security Bureau, Long Wanner also entered the venue slowly. But she didn't go through the main entrance, but the side entrance. She sat down not far from Lin Shiqing after a while. The entire interrogation venue. At this time, there are a total of more than 20 elites from the National Security Bureau. It is already half of the high-level forces of the National Security Bureau. There are more than 20 people. Everyone's reaction speed and proficiency in precision instruments are not much different from Xiaoba. Altogether, even Yi Feng in his prime is no match. Not to mention that the current Yi Feng is handcuffed by laser light and his true energy is suppressed by the suppressor gun. His strength can only display 1/10 of his normal strength. Of course, he can still maximize the effect of using hypnosis now. As expected of an admiral. His willpower is indeed firm. Yi Feng looked at Miao Feng's strong and stable resistance to the effect of hypnosis, and thought lightly in his heart. But seeing this, it seemed that Miao Feng couldn't do anything about it. Take out the pure yang treasure mirror. A bright white light flashed across the entire interrogation venue, but then disappeared without a trace. This phenomenon caused the 4 elites of the National Security Bureau who were guarding Yi Feng to react immediately. They all raised their guns and pointed at Yi Feng. However, they found that Yi Feng did not make any movement. It's like nothing happened. As members of the National Security Bureau, they didn't dare to be careless. They immediately wanted to subdue Yi Feng as quickly as possible. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. Wait. Let him go. He's innocent. From Admiral Miao Feng's mouth came a dejected voice, ordering the 4 elites of the National Security Bureau around Yi Feng. This voice not only stunned the 4 elites of the National Security Bureau around Yi Feng, but also surprised all the officials present. What was the situation? Miao Feng took the initiative to say that Yi Feng was innocent. In the huge waves caused by these words, no one noticed that the corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up, revealing a triumphant smile. Just now, with the help of the pure yang Baojian to increase the power of immortal arts, Yi Feng and Miao Feng's mental confrontation balance was suddenly overwhelmed. Under Yi Feng's hypnosis, Miao Feng's spirit collapsed. Finally he obeyed Yi Feng's instructions. Decided to tell the truth. When Miao Feng uttered these words, the audience erupted. Several officials who had good relations with Miao Feng opened their eyes wide at this time, and looked at Miao Feng in surprise. They couldn't understand how Miao Feng would say such words at such a time. Since Miao Feng said that Yi Feng was innocent, then the one who is guilty is he, Miao Feng. What an idiot. In this way, wouldn't all the evidence that Miao Feng collected before be useless? When Miao Feng said these words, Lin Dedian and the leaders of the Shen family who were watching opened their mouths wide. They couldn't believe it. Miao Feng would say such words. And, what is the bright white light just now? Could it be that just being illuminated by that bright white light made Miao Feng go crazy? Lin Shiqing on the side also opened her eyes wide. Her originally haggard face was radiant again. She never thought that today's result would be like this. Originally, she thought that even Yi Feng could defeat Miao Feng. It must have been an extremely intense and difficult verbal battle. But I didn't expect everything to be so easy. This reminded Lin Shiqing of several times before, including the interrogation of Zhu Yichun at the jewelry exhibition in the expo center. Zhu Yichun was also under Yi Feng's gaze. He said everything obediently at once. Could it be that Yi Feng really has the terrifying ability to control others to tell the truth? Lin Shiqing suddenly looked forward to it. If this is the case, then this Miao Feng still wants to frame Yi Feng. It is simply wishful thinking. There were only 2 people in the audience who were calm. One was Yi Feng and the other was Long Wanner. Long Wanner knows Yi Feng's methods to the bottom. She knows how to hypnotize herself. But even if it is replaced by her to perform hypnotism, it will be difficult to defeat Miao Feng. This admiral's spiritual will is too strong. If it wasn't for Yi Feng's possession of the pure yang treasure mirror, it flashed at a critical moment, which increased his mental strength by 30%. It would still be difficult for Miao Feng to succumb. However, at this moment, everything that follows will be logical. Regarding the matter of Kai Ziqian and Su Hong, who united with the Pecan Group to frame Yi Feng and the 094 class nuclear submarine, Miao Feng confessed not. Yi Feng hadn't reached the center of the interrogation hall yet. He was only halfway there. Miao Feng had already confided everything. It caused an uproar among the Huaguo executives in the audience. Even if Miao Feng really did such a thing, it's impossible to admit it so bluntly on this occasion. What kind of madness is this Miao Feng? Even the drowsy representative of the Wang family of Yanjing who was beside him came to his senses at this moment. He looked at Miao Feng with a strange expression. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy. This kind of thing, if you say it, your life is doomed. Even if there is a mitigating circumstance, it is impossible to bring him the slightest benefit. Because the situation is too serious. Just look at Miao Feng. At this time, he looks repentant. It seems that he is ashamed of what he has done. I am like this. I don't deserve to wear the uniform of an admiral. I don't even deserve to be called a Chinese Navy. I'm not as good as an ordinary soldier of the Chinese Navy. I beg. Let the laws of the country punish me. But before that, there are 2 more things to tell everyone. Miao Feng was ashamed. He revealed the truth to the world. At the same time, he was going to tell some secrets that no one else knew. The soul of Yang Shuning, who had been floating beside Yi Feng all the way, together with the souls of his 82 crew members, saw Miao Feng's appearance, and they all admired Yi Feng's skills. A person of Miao Feng's level, even Yi Feng, can use means to make him tell the truth. Doesn't it mean that Yi Feng is already invincible in this world? Control a leader of any country at will. You can have a lot of resources at will until you control the world. As everyone knows, Yi Feng has no interest in controlling the world. He also has no interest in the wealth of the earth. Besides, hypnotism is so easy to use. After defeating Miao Feng, his spirit is also very depressed. He will not rest for 10 days. It took a month and a half to recover. Fortunately, after this time, there shouldn't be any places that need to use mental power. While Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Miao Feng talk about the last thing. He couldn't help being a little curious. He raised his head and looked at the other party. I only heard Miao Feng slowly say, the first thing. Miao Qiguang is my illegitimate son of Miao Feng. It's just that no one has known about it. Now he died in Yi Feng's hands. Naturally, I want to avenge my son, and the other, this matter is more important. But I can't say it in public. Chief Lin and Chief Shin. Only you two can know about this matter. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Miao Qiguang turned out to be Miao Feng's illegitimate son. No wonder he wanted to frame Yi Feng so deliberately. It's just that there is another thing. It's so mysterious. Lin Dedian and the leader of the Shin family stood up together when they heard the news. After looking at each other, they walked towards Miao Feng. The elites of the National Security Bureau, who were hidden by the side, immediately became cautious. In addition, several martial arts masters also gathered in the dark attention. They want to ensure that the 2 leaders of the country are not harmed. National leaders. There are martial arts people around to protect them. This is also one of the agreements between the secular and martial arts circles. The 2 heads. What I want to say is that the Pecan Group is now at the forefront of the research on cloning technology in the world. I have sent the DNA samples of me and Miao Qiguang to the Pecan Group. It should be able to clone me. Come with Miao Qiguang. Miao Feng whispered a word in the ears of the 2 chiefs, making them frown slightly when they heard it. Clone. The 2 of them were the only ones who heard Miao Feng's words in the audience. Yi Feng and Long Wanner, who possessed spiritual consciousness. When Lin Dedian and the leader of the Shin family frowned, Yi Feng's and Long Wanner's hearts also jumped. That the Pecan Group even has in-depth research on cloning technology, and it is used for human beings. It is simply insane. In this way, Miao Feng and Miao Qiguang will be resurrected on the other side of the ocean. And the clone too will definitely serve the Pecan Group. With Miao Feng's military ability, it is an extremely serious threat to the entire Hua Kingdom. It's a big deal. Call a meeting at once. The leader of the Shin family didn't hesitate. He said decisively. Although he is fat and harmless to humans and animals, since he can become the leader of Huagua, he must have 2 brushes. And his political loyalty is quite high. When faced with such a situation, the leaders of the Shin family can still be trusted. Lin Dedian nodded and agreed with the words of the leader of the Shin family. Cloning technology. This is familiar to everyone in the world. But it is unacceptable to use it for human beings. In addition, the US government and the people are strongly resisting this kind of behavior. I did not expect the Pecan Group to dare make something like this. The reason why Miao Feng colluded with the enemy and treasoned the country. The main reason must be because of this. Otherwise, he would just seek revenge from Yi Feng. Why sacrifice the 094 class nuclear submarine? When Yi Feng defeated Miao Feng in the mental confrontation, everything became without any suspense. Miao Feng came to his senses shortly after he was taken away, but it was of no avail, because the overall situation was settled, which made Miao Feng feel unwilling, but he had no choice but to face the most severe legal sanctions in the country, but he still had a chance. This chance is on the clone. His and Miao Qiguang's DNA has been sent to the Pecan group. The other party promised to help them each create a clone. Even if he is executed in Huagua, there is still a chance to make a comeback. It's just that he himself knows that Miao Feng on the other side of the Pacific Ocean will not be him anymore. After the truth came out, Yi Feng, Long Wanner, and Lin Shiqing were released after making some notes, and Lin Dedian called for a conversation. Soon the three of them were released from this secret military base with their faces masked, but for Yi Feng and Long Wanner, masking was of no use at all. In fact, the two of them already knew the secret underground military base when they arrived base location. Of course, if it is not necessary, the location of this secret military base will also be sealed in the hearts of the two of them, unless they may still be able to use this information if they encounter something in the future. 2 hours later, the three of them finally returned to Yanjing City. According to Lin Dishan's instructions, the driver took them directly to the gate of Yanqing University. At this time, it was evening, the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun filled the entire Yanqing University campus, embellishing this entire palace of knowledge, and the students were busy coming and going. When Yi Feng, Long Wanner, and Lin Shiqing appeared together, many people at the gate of Yanqing University turned their attention to the three of them. Of course the two beauties, Lin Shiqing and Long Wanner, were the most numerous. Even at the level of the two daughters of Yan Xiang, where beauties are born in large numbers, they are top beauties. Lin Shiqing was quickly recognized, and Yi Feng's identity was also exposed. Isn't it Lin Shiqing's fiancé? It's just that no one can guess who the cute girl next to the two of them is. Long Wanner is not a student of Yen University, nor does she have the idea of coming to Yen University to study, nor does she want to know a student of Yen University. She immediately took Yi Feng's arm and wanted to go home with him. This scene surprised everyone in the eyes of the surrounding students. What is going on? Yi Feng is so intimate with another beautiful woman in front of his fiancée. Isn't he afraid of Lin Shiqing's anger? Reminiscent of the day when school just started, this Yi Feng seemed to have a conflict with the school and Shen Tianjiao because of another beauty. He is really a romantic and lucky boy. Yi Feng's deeds have already started to spread in Yen University. If it continues like this, it will be known soon. It's a pity that Yi Feng didn't make much trouble in Yen University for a long time, and he didn't even appear in Yen University. Because the next 3 months are an extremely important period of time for Yi Feng. There are only more than 20 days left before the martial arts conference. It has become an imminent task to use the Helidi Star Sand to refine treasure-level magic weapons. Little Yi. Seeing that Yi Feng was about to leave, Lin Shiqing hesitated for a moment and then called out. Miss Lin, what's the matter? Yi Feng turned around and smiled. I really didn't know that something like this would happen this time, but the nuclear submarine exploded. Are you really okay? And Wanner, how could Wanner be with you? Lin Shiqing asked with some concern, and at the same time, her tone was full of guilt. If she hadn't applied to let Yi Feng go to the nuclear submarine, this kind of thing probably wouldn't have happened. But what she didn't know was that this matter had no effect on Yi Feng, but it simplified the process of obtaining Haridi Star Sand for him. If it weren't for this incident, no matter if it's Huagua or Migua, the Pecan group would have focused on the Helidi Star Sand, but now the three parties retreated and let him take advantage of it. No matter what kind of power it is, they will not know what kind of treasure they have missed, but Haridi Star Sand seems to have no effect on modern people. So Yi Feng still smiled. Don't worry, Sister Lin, I'm fine, but you were implicated by me and suffered for 2 days. Thank you for your hard work. Anyone can see Lin Shiqing's haggardness. Yi Feng is still a little moved. Under such circumstances, Lin Shiqing still insists on believing that he is precious. Inevitably, even if Lin Shiqing is from the Lin family, there is no exception, otherwise it is easy to be caught by people playing with privileges. That's good, Miss Lin is fine. Lin Shiqing was relieved when she heard the words. She was really afraid that Yi Feng would alienate her because of this incident. Seeing Yi Feng being so magnanimous, Lin Shiqing gave Yi Feng an even higher look. After all, it would not be a good mood for an ordinary person to be tricked into collaborating with the enemy and traitor, but Yi Feng still maintained his normal heart and did not blame her, Lin Shiqing. In that case, see you first. Lin Shiqing waved her hand and was about to say goodbye to the two when her phone rang, as if someone had sent a text message. She lowered her head and quietly saw her complexion changed slightly, and quickly grabbed Yi Feng's other arm. Xiaoya is not well, now I can only trouble you to come with me. What's wrong? Seeing her face change, Yi Feng felt a little strange. Maybe something happened in Yanjing when he was not around? Those beauties in your villa. Lin Shiqing looked a little weird and embarrassed when she said this. They came to the Lin family to find someone to hand you over, you see. When Yi Feng heard it, he suddenly understood. No wonder Lin Shiqing had such an expression. It turned out that Su Menghan and the others went to the Lin family to find someone. Yi Feng could only cry and laugh at this, but he hasn't come back for several days, and even Lin Shiqing couldn't contact Su Menghan and other girls. It's really normal for such a thing to happen. Then let's go, Sister Lin, take me to your house to have a look. Yi Feng nodded but didn't pay much attention. Compared with what happened in the previous interrogation venue, this can only be regarded as a small matter. Besides, Yi Feng doesn't believe that Su Menghan and the others will suffer. Even if the Lin family has the protection of members of the National Security Bureau, it is nothing. Who can resist Zhang Xinyun summoned by the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord? I just hope that Zhang Xinyun will not be so impulsive. But it must be very slow to drive back after get off work now. Lin Shiqing frowned, not knowing what to do. Yanjing, as the capital of China, is rumored to be a city where traffic jams happen when you go out, not to mention that it is faster to ride a bicycle than to drive a car after get off work hours. Wanna help her? Yi Feng waved his hand without thinking at all. Let's go. Of course, Yi Feng's idea was to let Long Wanna run back with Lin Shiqing in his arms. With Long Wanna's current cultivation base, even if he uses the invisibility technique and runs with someone in his arms, there is no pressure at all. Of course, if he uses the invisibility technique and runs at a normal speed, it will be a bit slow. So he should find a route with fewer people and use the swift shadow wizard to run back. Faster. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Long Wanner nodded immediately, while Lin Shiqing was a little curious about what else Yi Feng could do in the face of this situation. But soon she understood Yi Feng's thoughts. Ah. Lin Shiqing let out a coquettish cry. Her sexy and mature body was lifted up by Long Wanner's slender waist and gently embraced her in her arms, then rushed towards the side alley. What does she want? Lin Shiqing was a little panicked, but she soon realized that Yi Feng followed quickly, so she was a little relieved. Let's go like this. Yi Feng nodded to the two women. The speed of Suning Xianzong exploded out of the alley, crossed one street and ran into another alley. For Lin Shiqing, Yi Feng felt that there was no need to hide too many things. Anyway, the other party already knew a lot about him, such as destroying nuclear submarines, by himself. Long Wanner followed closely, even though she was supporting Lin Shiqing, her speed was no less than Yi Feng's, crossing the street and even passing between two moving cars. The three of them ran at such a high speed that few people could notice that the people on the street just thought that there was a black shadow flashing in front of them, but they didn't even notice that it was three people. Lin Shiqing has been terrified. Although she often drives a Lamborghini sports car very fast, how can it be as exciting as it is now? What's more, the two of them are running faster than she is driving a Lamborghini. She only felt the surrounding high-rise buildings receding at an extremely fast speed, and Yifeng's fast-moving back was always in front of her. Long Wanner held her with slender, soft but powerful hands, leading her to travel everywhere like lightning. Yanjing, streets full of traffic jams. If it was by normal means, it would take at least an hour for them to return from Yanqing University to the villa park where the Lin family is located. But now, Yifeng and Long Wanner flew down quickly, and only 10 minutes later, Lin Shiqing was brought back to the large villa park located in Chongping District, Yanjing City. From a distance, she saw the gate of the villa park and the surrounding defenses. Iron fence. So fast. In Lin Shiqing's heart, she admired Yifeng and Long Wanner so much that she wanted to die, wondering if people in the martial arts world are so powerful. No wonder they can fight against so many precision guns from the National Security Bureau with their flesh and blood, and Yifeng can even destroy a ship by himself. Nuclear submarines are more powerful than other martial artists. Arrive. Yifeng saw from a distance that the speed at the gate of the Lin family's villa park suddenly dropped. Sweeping forward with his consciousness, he found that at the gate of the villa park, the girls from Qingfeng Huyuan Villa were confronting a large number of soldiers from the National Security Bureau. The Lin family in Yanjing is a key national protection target, so of course they are guarded by soldiers from the National Security Bureau. In fact, the 4 major families in Yanjing have guards from the National Security Bureau in their residences, but the force guarding the Lin family is the strongest. Even when the girls of Su Menghan came here without resorting to any means, it was impossible to break in silently. Yifeng swept his consciousness and found that all the girls in the villa had come. Su Menghan, Xiaoyu, Zhang Xinyun, Zi Jianlan, Xu Shu, and Yu Wendian and Nanfeng followed behind the tree to protect the safety of the 5 girls. Except for Su Menghan, none of the girls knew the invisibility technique, so of course they couldn't sneak in. At the door, they were stopped by members of the National Security Bureau led by Lei Ming. No matter what you say, you can't break in. Lei Ming suddenly felt a headache when facing the girls, but at this moment, of course he could only do his duty and stop them all. Yifeng is not here, even if you break in, it's useless, you better leave. If we don't hand Yifeng over today, we won't leave. Xiaoyu stood at the front and said calmly. She found that Yu Wendian followed her along the way, and she had confidence in her heart. Even in the face of many soldiers from the National Security Bureau with live ammunition, she was not afraid at all. What's more, there is Zhang Xinyun, the big killer. Humph, how is it proper for you, a large group of people, to be so noisy here? An angry, but somewhat majestic voice came from the villa park, obviously aimed at all the girls. As soon as they heard the voice, they knew that it was Lin Rendian, the president of Yanjing Court. You women, don't think that you can come here to show off your power by relying on that kid Yifeng. As Lin Rendian walked out, he glanced at all the women with contempt in their eyes. Now that he has committed a crime, it is hard for him to protect himself. If you dare to break in here, you can't save him. If you have the courage, just break in. What he said was completely deliberate to lure all the girls into taking the bait. If he deliberately ran into the Lin family villa park, the National Security Bureau could arrest them all based on this alone. Being able to deflate the people around Yifeng, Lin Rendian is of course secretly happy. Ever since he was forced to apologize to Yifeng's home, Lin Rendian's prestige has plummeted. Finally, Yifeng committed a major crime and was arrested for interrogation. Of course, he will take this opportunity to rise again. Up. And dealing with Yifeng's woman is an excellent opportunity and signal. If the elites from all walks of life in Yanjing know that Lin Rendian has dealt with Yifeng's woman, they will know that Lin Rendian is no longer afraid of Yifeng. It's a pity that Yifeng might not survive tonight. Lin Rendian felt a little regretful that he couldn't personally seek revenge from Yifeng. The crime of collaborating with the enemy and treason is enough to kill Yi Feng 10,000 times. After hearing Lin Rentian's obviously provocative words, Zhang Xinyun couldn't hold back her expression. I let the calf bite him. Mavericks, of course, refers to the soul of the fire cloud demon master, who has 50 years of true qi cultivation, which means a martial arts master with 100 years of cultivation. In a fight, the actual combat effectiveness will never be inferior to Yi Wendian. If Zhang Xinyun really let the fire cloud demon master come, it would be a big deal. Yi Feng, who came from afar, was shocked. Zhang Xinyun, this little girl is really impatient. If he came really late for a while, wouldn't the soul of the fire cloud demon lord appear and wreak havoc? In that case, Zhang Xinyun will definitely be caught by the National Security Bureau and even sliced for research. No matter what, Yi Feng will not allow such a thing to happen. The most important thing is that he is fine now, so there is no need for all the girls to break into the Lin family villa park. Stop. Yi Feng let out a soft drink, and the figure in the black shirt jumped up almost from the sky and fell in front of the girls, also appearing in Lin Rentian's sight. When Yi Feng's figure descended on the scene, everyone's expressions all changed. The faces of all the girls in the villa suddenly beamed with joy, whether it was Su Menghan, Xiao Yu, Zhang Xinyun, Zi Jianlan, and Shu Shu, they all felt relieved and thought to themselves that they finally saw Yi Feng, otherwise they really didn't know what was going on. When? It's just that Lin Rentian said that Yi Feng committed a crime just now. Could it be a lie? Otherwise, how could Yi Feng appear here? Soon the expressions of Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, and Zi Jianlan changed even more, because the three of them are people with spiritual consciousness, and they suddenly noticed that Yang Shunning and the 82 souls who followed Yi Feng were all just beginning to practice soul repair. Where did Yi Feng find so many soul cultivators? This made the three women understand that Yi Feng must have had an accident when he went out this time, otherwise it would be impossible for so many soul cultivators to suddenly appear. Judging from the temperament and expression of these soul cultivators, they were definitely not ordinary people. Navy nuclear submarine crews are certainly not ordinary people. On the other hand, when Lei Ming, who was leading the National Security Bureau, saw Yi Feng appearing, he immediately stood straight with his chest up and his abdomen in, "Shut your gun and salute." As soon as the words came out, the members of the National Security Bureau led by him put away the guns that were aimed at the girls just now without any hesitation, and then pointed at Yi Feng and gave a military salute to show respect. Just now Lei Ming received news from Lin Dedian that Yi Feng has returned to Yanjing. If you see him, you must show respect to him, because Yi Feng just made a great contribution. Although Lei Ming didn't know exactly what happened, when he saw Yi Feng, he still obeyed Lin Dishan's order and saluted Yi Feng. In addition, Lin Rentian's expression is funny. Originally, he was so arrogant to the girls because he got the secret information from above that Yi Feng had committed a crime, which is said to be a very serious collaborating with the enemy and treason. This time, he will never come out alive, which makes him extremely happy. But just as he was about to strike at the girls, he saw Yi Feng's figure in a black shirt suddenly appearing in front of him, making his breathing stagnate, almost as if he was suffocating. How could this not mean that Yi Feng was collaborating with the enemy and treasonously? He would definitely not be able to get out. Why did he appear here so quickly? Besides, I also said before that Yi Feng returned to Yanjing so quickly in that military base. With Lin Rentian's level, it is not easy to get in touch with the highest level interrogation meeting before. His information is all based on what other people say. Naturally, the transmission of information is a bit slow. What's more, it's impossible for someone to remind Lin Rentian of the news that Yi Feng is fine. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone think that Lin Rentian would be afraid of Yi Feng's face-to-face insult to Lin Rentian? This made Lin Rentian completely unprepared for Yi Feng's arrival. You can't just let something like Xiao Zhan Xiaoniao out to bite people. When Yifeng appeared, he ignored the soldiers from the National Security Bureau who were saluting, and he didn't even glance at Lin Rendian, who was stunned and stiff. He just turned around and smiled at Zhang Xinyun. As soon as she heard what Yifeng said to her, Zhang Xinyun immediately blushed a little, but she still raised her hand and brushed her short hair lightly, pretending to be indifferent, and said, "Okay, then I will definitely do it before I listen to what you want to do in the future. Ask for your consent first." Yifeng smiled wryly when he heard the words, and the Ling Miao fairy voice passed over. "It's not just that you think that if that thing appears, you will be arrested and studied by the country like a monster." When Zhang Xinyun thought about it, she smiled embarrassedly and stopped talking. Yifeng. Su Menghan crashed into Yifeng's arms all of a sudden. She was tired of it and didn't want to come out. Originally, she heard Lin Rendian say that Yifeng had committed a crime. Needless to say, how nervous she was. Now suddenly seeing Yifeng appear, she was full of joy. "Good." Yifeng patted her head, then nodded to Xiaoyu with a smile. Compared to Su Minghan's little girl, Xiaoyu is obviously much more mature. She didn't rush at Yifeng as soon as she saw Yifeng, but she could still clearly see the joy in her eyes. That Yifeng is safe and sound is the greatest comfort to her. In addition, Xu Xu and Zi Jianlan were relieved to see that Yifeng was fine, but the feelings in their hearts are naturally different from those of Xiaoyu and Su Menghan. "Let's go home." While talking, Yifeng glanced at Lei Ming and waved his hands in puzzlement. "Uncle Lei Ming, we are not outsiders, so we don't have to be so polite." Because of exposing Miao Feng's crimes of collusion and treason and allowing Miao Feng to tell about the research status of Pecan Group's cloning technology, Yifeng has changed from a former criminal to a current hero, but the title of this hero is only Huagua. The higher-ups just know. This made Yifeng very helpless. On the surface, he didn't do anything. Everything was explained by Miao Feng himself, but under Lin Dishan's enthusiasm, he still had no choice but to accept this title as a great contribution to the country. This is something that Yifeng did not expect. When Lei Ming heard Yifeng's words, he waved his hands to make many National Security Bureau soldiers put down their hands. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Shiqing, who was walking not far away, and then at Yifeng. Everyone could see the ambiguity in his eyes. "We are not outsiders." Isn't Yifeng talking about his relationship with Lin Shiqing? Lei Ming thought so, of course, but he didn't know that he was wrong. What Yifeng meant was that we are all from Huagua, and just for such a little credit, there is no need for people to salute him. It's a pity that Yifeng is too lazy to explain this kind of thing. Just now Long Weiner and Lin Shiqing showed up because they were running fast and tidying up their hair, so they came a little later than Yifeng. When they came, they saw that Yifeng had already settled everything. "Ahem, uncle, I think you should go back first." Lin Shiqing coughed awkwardly when she saw Lin Rendian, who was so stiff that she didn't dare to say a word. Lin Rendian was awakened by her words, and the president of the Yanjing court didn't even dare to look at Yifeng. He hurriedly turned around and ran into the villa park before disappearing. "Since Sister Lin is fine, I'll go back first." Yifeng raised his head and smiled at Lin Shiqing. "By the way, thank you for sending me to a nuclear submarine this time." "Fuck you, isn't this a good thing? You also know that everyone on the nuclear submarine except you has already." As Lin Shiqing spoke, her expression was a little sad. She never thought that the time when she saw Lieutenant General Yang shunning outside the cave by the sea turned out to be a farewell. "Sister Lin, you don't have to worry too much. I believe you will be pleasantly surprised one day in the future." Yifeng smiled mysteriously. When Yang Shunning and the others reach 10 years of cultivation and can condense their souls and bodies, these brave and fearless naval soldiers will reappear in the world. Lin Shiqing didn't know the profound meaning of Yifeng's words, she just felt that Yifeng was comforting her. She waved her hand and watched Yifeng lead the girls away before turning around and entering the community. Yan University has started a new semester from today, and her life will be busy again. It's just that she couldn't calm down in her heart. All this was because of Yi Feng. By the time Yi Feng brought the girls back to King Fengyuan, night had already fallen. "I'll make dinner first." When Shu Shu got home, she ran into the kitchen in a hurry because she was afraid that something might happen to Yi Feng. She didn't cook anything tonight. She didn't even cook the rice. Now that everyone has returned safely, they can finally prepare a full meal. Now that there are so many people gathered in the villa, Yi Feng is undoubtedly the backbone. Once Yi Feng and his daughters are gone, they will lose their centripetal force. And Yi Feng has been busy for the past few days, and he really needs a good night's rest, but even if he rests, he is constantly broadening his meridians and improving his upper limit of cultivation. Wasted. For the next 20 days or so, Yi Feng already has a complete plan, that is to go to the cave of Quokang Mountain, the mountain gate of the former Inxian sect, together with Zhang Xinyun and Long Waner, to conduct hidden training while preparing for refining weapons. Practicing in the cave sky will increase the speed of cultivation by 30%, whether it is to broaden the meridians or the speed of cultivation. This will undoubtedly be of great help to Yi Feng. In addition, Su Menghan and Zijianlin don't have to go with Yi Feng because they want to go to school, and this time there are too many people. It's not good. As for Shu Shu, they will stay in the villa to take care of their two daughters, and Yi Feng won't take her away. In fact, to put it bluntly, the main forces that Yi Feng can use at the martial arts conference more than 20 days later are the two daughters Zhang Xinyun and Long Waner. The fighting power of the refined treasures can also be the best among all heroes. In addition, Yi Wendian, who has cultivated for 100 years, is also one of the strongest around Yi Feng. As for what kind of help Yi Wendian can get, Yi Feng doesn't know. In addition, Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan, Shu Shu, Nanfeng, Dao Scar and others must be soy sauce existences, because their cultivation base is not high enough for the time being. Facing the top masters in the martial arts world who have been in the martial arts world for hundreds of years, even if they absorb the power of Heilidi Xingsha Zisha will not have the strength to compete. In a short period of time, if Yi Feng wants to improve the strength of the people around him, he can only focus on the key figures. In the past 20 days, he will train Zhang Xinyun and Long Waner. Zhang Xinyun also wants to go to Yanda to study, but at Yi Feng's request, she can only follow Yi Feng to the Quokang Mountain cave. After cultivating immortals, Zhang Xinyun's life goal has changed. So she was very happy with Yi Feng's request, but because she didn't want to disappoint her father, she didn't choose to drop out of school, but asked Yi Feng to let Yi Feng explain to Lin Shiqing and say hello to Yan's courtyard. For this, Yi Feng felt that he was really a bad person and made Zhang Xinyun, an ignorant girl, embark on the road of no return of cultivating immortals. Yi Feng summarized the refining materials he owns now. The mother sand of Heilidi star sand is the most precious refining material in Yi Feng's body, and it is also the most important material for refining treasure-level magic weapons. It is very difficult to melt. Fortunately, Yi Feng has already comprehended the third core of the red flame immortal art. When the fire explodes, control it and make a small-scale explosion. The ultra-high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees is enough to melt the mother sand of the Heilidi star sand. The silver meteorite sand found in the old lair of Kalinzi in the cave of Quokang Mountain is a precious material for refining spiritual weapon-level magic weapons. Of course, it will be better if it is used together with Heilidi star sand, and there will be greater confidence in the successful refining of treasure-level weapons. Magic weapon. The spider teeth, spider legs, and spider shell of the giant black spider in the ancient temple are also very precious refining materials. Adding the magic weapon can greatly improve its hardness and sharpness. The body of the fire cloud demon lord was also processed by Yi Feng, and several pieces of flame spirits were collected. This is where all the essences that make up the fire cloud demon lord's body are. It can add flame energy to the magic weapon and launch a fire attack to cause extremely difficult fire damage to the opponent. Eradication is like Su Feiying's burn wound. As for the main body of the Fire Cloud Demon Master, the Bull Demon, Yifeng also took 2 huge horns, which can be integrated into it to increase the hardness of the magic weapon again, so that the refined magic weapon has super hardness. Yifeng pondered for a while, then synthesized Long Wanner's opinion, and decided to refine this magic weapon into the appearance of a flying sword. First, the flying sword is one of the most commonly used magic weapons in the world of cultivating immortals. Second, Long Wanner is also relatively handy with long swords. After all, the Long family has the wind, flowers, snow, and moon swordsmanship. Long Wanner is quite good at using swords. Then it was decided to be a flying sword. Yifeng was thinking. After a night's rest, Yifeng set off with Long Wanner and Zhang Xinyan the next day to Quokang Mountain Cave, which is located inland near the East China Sea. As for the military training that Yen University had just started, Yifeng had directly ignored it. Now, how could he participate in any military training to waste time and prepare for the martial arts conference that will come in more than 20 days? Lin Shiqing was very helpless about this, because Yifeng and Zhang Xinyan didn't go to the military training, and she needed to explain to the school to help them out, otherwise they would never graduate if they didn't participate in the military training. On the contrary, Yi Wendian expressed his approval of Yifeng's actions, because the martial arts conference is imminent. Yifeng went to Quokang Mountain to strengthen his strength, he was eager to see it. Not long after, Yifeng brought the 2 girls to the foot of Quokang Mountain again. After replenishing some food in the storage space of Dragon Sword Ancient Ring in the town, they walked towards the mountain together. This is the only cave that Yifeng can freely enter and exit. At this stage, his cultivation here is the best. Since he left the Immortal sect last time, he never came back. When he brought his 2 daughters to the moat, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Not long ago, he and Zi Jianlan met near here, and now Zi Jianlan has passed away. Became one of the people around him with great development potential. If it wasn't for the people from the Yinxian faction to sneak attack and threaten Yifeng, he wouldn't be able to get acquainted with Zi Jianlan. From this point of view, he really has to thank those guys from the Yinxian faction before. Let's go. Yifeng said softly to the 2 women. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he raised his hand. The second layer of Dragon Claw Hand was instantly cast, and he grabbed the iron chain that had been cut off by him before and threw it to the other side of the cliff. Yifeng can't fly. If he wants to pass this cliff, this is the only way. It's just that I don't know what kind of scene it is now in the Immortal sect that Yifeng cut off the iron chain and closed it after not coming for a long time. I hope it doesn't make a mess in the cave. The corner of Yifeng's mouth curled up, and he led the 2 women to step onto the iron chain, hidden in the mist surrounding the mountain stream, and walked towards the opposite side of the cliff. Ever since Yifeng left, the hidden Immortal sect has fallen into chaos. Hundreds of disciples of the Immortal sect, including Jian Yixing, soon discovered that the iron chain, the only passage leading from their Quokang Mountain cave to the outside world, had been cut off. Not only that, even the iron chain that led their sect to the back mountain was cut off, preventing them from entering the real Quokang Mountain cave to practice. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yinxian sect had always grown their own crops in the mountain gate, the food problem alone would have driven them crazy. Because of this phenomenon, several battles broke out within the Yinxian faction under the leadership of several people, but in the end it was Jian Yixing who won the victory, led the remaining 80 people to start the Iron Blood policy, and implemented military-like management, while it no longer looks like a martial arts school. No matter who is disobedient, he will kill with one sword. All this is because Jian Yixing picked up the token of the head of the Yinxian sect, and thus gained the support of many diehard members of the Yinxian sect. Jian Yixing enjoys the life of controlling power like this. The only thing that makes him unhappy is that he can't go out to the outside world unless he works hard to cultivate to the state of letting go of his internal energy. Therefore, during this period of time, Jian Yixing's main job was to cultivate, but a few powerful people under him were drunk every day, playing with all the female disciples in the Ancient sect, and soon got tired of them. On this day, Jian Yixing practiced on the edge of the cliff, near the back mountain as usual. The closer to the back mountain, the richer the aura of heaven and earth, which is naturally more conducive to cultivation. This is Jian Yixing's exclusive place. After training that day, Jian Yixing experienced the changes in his cultivation, and his face grew more joyful. He has almost touched the realm of releasing internal energy to the outside world. At the age of less than 40, he has comprehended the realm of exhaling internal qi, and he can be regarded as a highly talented person in the entire martial arts world. Now that the Ancient sect is shattered, of course it is not a suitable place to stay in the long run. With his talent, after going out, he can find any sect at random, and the other party will definitely entertain him. After all, his joining will greatly enhance the strength of the other sect. Even the Tai Chi Hall cannot refuse this temptation. This made Jian Yixing see his bright future, as if the world of martial arts would be his world in the future, and sooner or later, Jian Yixing could become the master of martial arts. But in Jian Yixing's heart, there was always a figure, that devilish figure, Yi Feng. The scene of Yi Feng killing Kalinzi that day still often flashed in Jian Yixing's dream, which woke him up. This Yi Feng not only smashed their immortal sect to pieces, but also took away his favorite purple gladiolus. It is simply unforgivable. Jian Yixing gritted his teeth as soon as he thought of Yi Feng, and at the same time felt a deep fear in his heart. Just because Zi Jianlan left, the entire hidden immortal sect had no beautiful women, so he didn't even have the interest to play, so he could only call a few female disciples over to enjoy it when he wanted to vent. He shook his head, there was no other way, but he would be able to reset up the iron chain on the edge of the cliff and leave this ghostly place as long as he realized the release of internal energy. When the time comes, the sky will be high enough for birds to fly, and the sea will be wide enough for fish to swim. Where can we not go? After choosing a sect to join, they can also use the power of that sect to encircle and kill Yi Feng, and take back his favorite purple sword orchid. It's just that during this period of time, Zi Jianlan followed Yi Feng, so she must have been beaten by him. Jian Yixing was indignant, but there was nothing he could do. If Zi Jianlan was really taken by Yi Feng, he could only accept the reality, but it didn't mean he would let Zi Jianlan and Yi Feng go. As long as there is a chance, he will definitely attack the two of them. A beauty like Zi Jianlan can only belong to Jian Yixing alone. He got up and walked towards the front hall of the Ancient school. Halfway there, he suddenly saw two people running over in a panic. "What's the matter with you?" Jian Yixing immediately stopped the opponent and gave a sharp shout. "It's not good, head, there are two beautiful women coming up the mountain." The two hurriedly reported the situation, and before they finished speaking, they saw surprise and joy appearing on Jian Yixing's face. He didn't ask who those two beautiful women were first, but since someone was able to come up from the mountain, doesn't it mean that the iron chain has already been connected? And, beautiful woman. Even if there are masters who release internal qi and external energy, Jian Yixing is confident that with the mechanism of the Ancient sect and the remaining 80 people under his control, he can definitely eat the other party. How long has it been since he saw a beautiful woman? This time, we must grab the other party and ravage and enjoy it. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, he waved his big hand with joy on his face. "Come here, gather everyone has something to do." After Jian Yixing finished speaking, he ignored the two of them and walked forward quickly. He was so excited to hear the news. Seeing Jian Yixing's reaction, the two couldn't help but look at each other, wanting to shout something from a distance, but hesitated to speak. "I said Jiazi, let's run away first." Those two women are not easy to mess with, not to mention that Yi Feng came together last time. Yizi, you are right. Jian Yixing is such a fool. If he runs to die, let him go. Let's hide and go down the mountain when we find a chance. The two whispered for a while, then quickly hid in a hidden building beside them. Yi Feng took Long Wanner and Zhang Xinyun all the way up the mountain, and of course the organs of the immortal sect couldn't play any role. In the square in front of the hall, Yi Feng encountered a few disciples of the immortal sect, so he tidied up casually, deliberately leaving two guys to run in to report to others. Let's go. Yi Feng took the lead and walked in front, Long Wanner and Zhang Xinyun followed closely, and soon entered the front hall of the Ancient sect, and found a familiar guy walking out with a large group of people at the same time, instantly surrounded the three of them. Sword Yixing? Yi Feng has a good memory, and he still remembers that guy's name. As soon as Jian raised his head, when he saw Yi Feng, his original happy expression froze in an instant, and turned into a trembling. How could it be Yi Feng? This is impossible. This Yi Feng has made the hidden immortal sect like this. What is he doing now? I'm coming back to do some errands. You tell your people to be careful, and no one is allowed to approach the back mountain. Yi Feng looked at Jian Yixing, said calmly, and then walked straight through the front hall, regardless of the stunned Ancient faction. The people from the immortal sect were terrified when they saw Yi Feng, and they couldn't even say a word. Even Jian Yixing was like this, let alone other people, but when Yi Feng led the two women away, Jian Yixing immediately reacted. This is a good opportunity. A look of ecstasy appeared on Jian Yixing's face. Yi Feng brought the two girls all the way to the back mountain, and his spiritual sense detected that Jian Yixing had sent someone down the mountain to check if the iron chain going down the mountain had been connected. How can I give you a chance? The corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up. This group of hidden immortal sect members were social instability factors, of course he would not let them out. After he picked up the iron chain and led the two women through the cliff, he immediately cut off the iron chain again. At this time it was the same when they arrived at the back mountain. After taking the two women through the back mountain and entering the cave of Quokang Mountain, they still cut off the iron chain to prevent anyone from coming over. In this way, Jian Yixing and the others can't leave, and they can't disturb Yi Feng. They still continue to live as before, as if Yi Feng and the two women never came. However, for Jian Yixing, the following days became a torment. On the one hand, life is the same as before, without any hope and motivation. On the other hand, he can't practice near the back mountain, and he is very afraid of Yi Feng. Quickly comprehend the realm of letting the inner energy out, and all problems will be solved. Jian Yixing gritted his teeth and thought about it, and once again entered the state of retreat. Of course this has nothing to do with Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng had brought Long Wanner and Zhang Xinyun to Quokang Mountain Cave, and found a stone room where he could live, and took out all the things stored in the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring. Quilts, bed sheets, and other daily necessities. Even he directly moved the two beds here, in order to live here for more than 20 days, and even after the martial arts conference, he still wants to come back here. As for taking a bath, when he and Zi Jianlan came here before, he felt that there was a waterfall pool not far away, and the environment was not bad. After Yi Feng brought a lot of daily necessities with the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, this place is simply a paradise for life, the kind that countless people would envy if they knew about it. Of course, it may not be suitable for modern people, because there is no electricity or internet, but this is not a problem for Yi Feng and the second daughter. They came here to practice, so what does it matter if there is no TV network? Yi Feng put a bed in one stone room, then went to another stone room and put another bed, let Zhang Xinyun sleep in one, and he and Long Wanner slept in one. He had already considered this point. Then he immediately ran to another stone room and told Zhang Xinyun and Long Wanner not to disturb him if they had nothing important to do. He took out the Haredi star sand, the silver meteorite sand, the spider teeth, spider legs, and hard shell of the giant black spider, plus the flame essence and flame horns from the fire cloud demon lord. Ready to start refining. The Star Grave Sex Artifact Refining Immortal Technique, Star Calcination Ju, can be performed after 20 years of cultivation, but in addition to this immortal art, the refining weapon also needs as high a flame as possible, which is very important for Yi Feng. Now, it's not a problem. Immortal Art, Nuclear Explosion. With one hand held, Yi Feng swallowed an elixir for restoring true qi, and finally exhausted the whole body's true qi, and cast the third layer of the red flame fairy art, creating an extremely high-temperature blast in the midair of the stone chamber. Fireball. If the fireball was not created by Yi Feng himself, he would have been melted by the fireball, and even the stone wall beside the stone room would have started to melt. The temperature of this white fireball is really too high. Yi Feng had been preparing and planning for this refining for a long time. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the star forging art. A trace of true energy circulated, wrapped up all the refining materials he had prepared, and then combined while making fingerprints. They threw those materials into the high-temperature fireball in the middle one after another. Not having an alchemy furnace is just a little uncomfortable. The temperature of the high-temperature fireball is dissipating all the time, and Yi Feng has no power to continue, so he must complete the alchemy in a short time. If there is an alchemy furnace that can keep it warm, it won't be such a pain in the ass. Therefore, this refining is very difficult for Yi Feng. If he is not careful, the refining will fail. Refining a treasure-level magic weapon into a spirit-level weapon, the effect will be a lot worse. Up. The 9 subsands of Helidi star sand had been separated by Yi Feng long ago, and what was thrown into the fireball was only the mother sand of Helidi star sand. This precious refining material is extremely difficult to melt in a high-temperature fireball, and with the assistance of the star forging art, its shape changes little by little, and it is gradually elongated into the shape of a long sword. Then Yi Feng threw the silver meteorite sand, the hard horn of the fire cloud demon master, the hard shell of the spider teeth, the spider legs, etc. into it, and each piece began to melt slowly. The high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees can't melt these things instantly, which shows the hardness of these things. The Helidi star mother sand mixed with these materials began to become harder and harder, and soon due to the temperature drop of the fireball, it solidified into the shape of a flying sword, revealing a deep and mysterious luster. Yi Feng didn't dare to waste any second, raised his hand, and threw the silver meteorite sand and flame essence into the high-temperature fireball. At this time, the temperature of the high-temperature fireball formed by the nuclear explosion has dropped by 20% compared to the initial one, but it is still quite easy to melt the silver meteorite sand and flame essence. After finishing it, Yi Feng combined his handprints and used the technique of star forging to separate the two things, and began to engrave the magic weapon on the flying sword. Magic weapon engraving is the most important part of the entire refining process, which determines the degree of magic weapons' increase in immortality. Treasure-level materials can withstand up to 3 engravings, overlapping and multiplying, resulting in an increase of more than 50% in the performance of fairy arts, which is double the effect of spirit weapons. 3 Galaxy Tomb engravings. Yi Feng had already decided on the type of engraving on the flying sword. Only in this way can the attacking power of the flying sword be maximized. In the Star Tomb Sex Artifact, Refining and Immortal Art, Yi Feng was taught more than a dozen engraving methods. Among them, the Xinghe Tomb engraving is the second-ranked engraving in the attack engraving. The power of tomb markings. For the highest level of attack engraving, even Healy Di Xingsha could not bear it and collapsed. Yi Feng didn't think about it. It is not uncommon in the whole world of cultivating immortals to use flame essence and silver meteorite sand to engrave, but with Yi Feng's 20 years of cultivation, it is already heaven-defying to be able to get these two materials. The engraving time is short. In the short moment when the magic weapon melted to solidify, Yi Feng had to complete the engraving of the 3 extremely complicated Xinghe tombs, otherwise, after the magic weapon was completely solidified, it would not be possible to engrave it anymore. Yi Feng's whole body was tense, and the true energy in his whole body was slowly flowing. The next step was technical work. This was the reason why Long Wanner had already reached 20 years of cultivation, but he didn't let Long Wanner refine weapons. Immortal cultivators who have not been trained will definitely not be able to do a good job in the process of engraving. The effect of the magic weapon refined in that way will be greatly reduced. Even for Yi Feng, it was the first time to engrave Xinghe Tomb, but fortunately, the principle of engraving the magic weapon of Star Tomb sect is the same, and he is 50% sure to complete all 3 engravings. Yi Feng is a genius. Not only a genius in cultivation, but also in understanding the engraving of the magic weapon, she is much better than Su Feiying. Because of his experience all the time, Yi Feng dared to try to imprint the Xinghe Tomb imprint on this treasure. A magic weapon at the level of a magic weapon can only be stamped with 1 engraving at most, otherwise it will not be able to bear it. A magic weapon at the spirit level can only have 2 engravings, while a treasure can only have 3 engravings. This is the main reason why the treasure is more powerful than the first 2. And the reason why the Heli Di Xingsha can refine treasure-level magic weapons is mainly because it can withstand 3 engravings. If there is a Xinghe Tomb engraving on a magic weapon, and the immortal cultivator holds the magic weapon to perform the immortal technique, the Xinghe Tomb engraving on this magic weapon will automatically operate, absorbing the power of the stars in the Milky Way to increase the power of the immortal technique. The 3 Xinghe Tomb engravings together are enough to increase the power of immortality by 60%. In other words, Long Wanner holding a flying sword with a 25-year cultivation base casts a red flame fireball, which is equivalent to an immortal cultivator with a 40-year cultivation base casts a red flame fireball empty-handed. Year became a major weapon of Yi Feng's men. After more than 20 days, Long Wanner should be able to raise the upper limit of her cultivation to 33 years, thereby absorbing the Zisha of Heli Di Xingsha. Coupled with this flying sword, her strength can instantly be comparable to Yi Wentian's level, the top martial arts master. As for Yi Feng himself, it is easier to use the true Qi sword of Longjian Gujia, but if he changed to the flying sword, he is not sure about using the void sword technique, so of course he would not change it. In this way, Yi Feng would have a total of 3 masters at Yi Wentian's level, and he himself would have 4, even if he confronted Tai Chi Hall head-on, it would be worthwhile. Xinghe Tomb engraving. Xinghe Tomb engraving. Xinghe Tomb engraving. Yi Feng moved quickly. At this level he could only rely on his spiritual sense to perceive everything, and he couldn't catch it with his naked eyes. The magic weapon that is about to be formed in his hand has increased its attack to the extreme because of these 3 engravings. On the contrary, there are some defensive engravings and auxiliary engravings in the Star Forging Ju. For example, the previously damaged Jade Spirit Bracelet and Purple Spirit Bracelet are all marked with a defensive engraving. It's done. When the high-temperature fireball in the center of the stone room gradually dissipated, Yi Feng finally held a flying sword exuding star brilliance in his hand. This is a streamlined long sword 4 feet long, which is 1.3 meters long. Its whole body is star blue, and it also exudes the brilliance of stars. Originally bright white Haredi star mother sand, after being forged, it becomes star blue, which looks deep and mysterious. Faintly, there is still fire flowing under the surface of the long sword, which is the effect of the flame essence. When necessary, as long as the true energy is urged, the power of the flame will be attached to the immortal technique performed, making it more powerful and unstoppable. Xinghe Yan dances the sword. Yi Feng held the flying sword in his hand and gave her a name. He was sweating profusely, but there was a satisfied smile on his face. When he just imprinted the Xinghe Tomb engraving, he almost failed, but finally got it done with his rich experience. Immortal Art, Star River Flame Dance. Yi Feng waved the long sword in his hand, and with just a urge of true energy, he aroused the 3 Xinghe tomb engravings in the Xinghe Yanwu sword, as well as the flame essence hidden in it. This flying sword itself has a powerful attacking immortal technique, which Yifeng called Xinghe Yanwu. Even an immortal cultivator who has just started cultivating immortals holds this flying sword, and can perform galaxy flame dance with the urge of true energy. The power is of course related to the level of his cultivation. This trick can produce a miraculous effect when the true energy is exhausted, because it doesn't need to consume too much energy to activate the fairy art of Feijian itself, as long as the engraving is activated to absorb the power of the stars. With Yifeng's true energy, a burst of starlight flame shot out from the tip of the flying sword, sweeping across the entire stone room. Originally, the stone walls around the stone chamber were melted by the high-temperature fireball from the nuclear explosion, but now it is even more horrible. There is a direct rumbling sound, as if it is about to collapse, making Yifeng quickly withdraw his true energy, and no longer test the power of Xingyan dance sword. Next, it's time for Xuanhuan to get acquainted with this flying sword. It's a pity that it takes 50 years of cultivation to learn the Star Tomb Sect's sword control technique, and now this flying sword is still a bit of a misnomer. Yifeng thought, even after 20 days, Xuanhuan can only reach more than 30 years of cultivation, and there is still a long way to go if he wants to fly with the sword. When Yifeng called Xuanhuan and Zhang Xinyun, and then handed the Xinghe Yanwu sword to Xuanhuan, the eyes of the two girls lit up at the same time. What a beautiful flying sword. Xuanhuan couldn't wait to hold the Xinghe Yanwu sword in her hand, and she could easily feel the powerful power flowing in it, which made her feel like her fighting power had improved by leaps and bounds. For her now, it feels like the dragon in the past is standing indifferently in front of her, and she is not afraid at all. Holding the sword, Xuanhuan's demeanor also changed, becoming more fairy-like and ethereal. It seems that because of this sword, the 7 hidden acupoints on her whole body are more transparent, the true energy flows more smoothly, and the whole person feels much more comfortable. A high-quality magic weapon has a subtle effect on the body of a cultivator. This Xinghe Yanwu sword will be yours, Xuanhuan, from now on. After Yifeng finished speaking, he felt a burst of exhaustion. Not only was his true energy exhausted, but he was also slightly relieved, because he had finally completed this task. Xuanhuan couldn't hold back her joy. Seeing Yifeng's tired face, she was very moved. Zhang Xinyun was a little envious, but thought to herself, she and Yifeng are just a cooperative relationship, and she still doesn't know what to do after a month. How could she expect Yifeng to give her such a flying sword? Come on, Xuanhuan, let me know immediately when the upper limit of cultivation has been raised to 33 years. Yifeng said, at that time, Xuanhuan's strength will improve by leaps and bounds again. As for Yifeng himself, he also needs to broaden his meridians all the time, and strive to absorb the Zisha of Heilidi Xingsha as soon as possible, so that he can reach 28 years of cultivation and become a stronger level. At the same time, there is still some silver meteorite sand left that has not been used up. Combined with the remaining hard shell of the black spider, it can also be considered to refine a spiritual weapon-level defensive magic weapon, which has a greater guarantee of survival. There is also Shaozhong. Yifeng turned his head and glanced at Zhang Xinyun. I will often discuss with you these days. You have to be mentally prepared, you may be very tired. I'm not afraid of being tired. Zhang Xinyun shook her head before he finished speaking, and said firmly. That's good. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Although Zhang Xinyun has already controlled the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Master, she has no combat experience at all in her secular life. Although the Huiyun Demon Master's soul has a fighting instinct, but in many cases, fighting is not a problem that can be solved by instinct. If you don't train, Zhang Xinyun will only be able to display half of her actual fighting strength, which Yifeng doesn't want to see. After more than 20 days, all 3 of them will undergo earth-shaking changes. 20 days passed in a flash. When the warm sunlight shone into the stone room in the early morning, Zhang Xinyun got up with dark circles under her eyes. yawned lazily, washed up briefly and went out. Yi Feng and Long Wanner came face to face. Morning, Yi Feng, Wanner. After 20 days of getting along day and night, Zhang Xinyun and the two have long been very familiar, and they waved hello as soon as they met. Morning, didn't you sleep last night? Yi Feng also said hello, but he felt a little strange looking at Zhang Xinyun's dark circles. Slept, didn't sleep well. Zhang Xinyun pouted, you guys were too loud last night, how could you sleep well next to you? These words made both Yi Feng and Long Wanner blush. Look, it's all your fault, who made you scream so loudly? Yi Feng lowered his head and whispered. Also, if you didn't use so much force, huh? Long Wanner was upset, and pinched Yi Feng's waist, making him grin in pain. Yi Feng thought to himself, didn't you tell me to work harder? But I still didn't say this, otherwise I would have been tortured to death by Long Wanner all day long. Seeing the two flirting and cursing, Zhang Xinyun was puzzled. Thinking of what happened between the two last night, her pretty face flushed. Of course she understood what the two of them were doing, and with the relationship between Yi Feng and Long Wanner, this was normal, but when she heard the movement next door, she couldn't help but her heart beat faster. She couldn't help but draw that scene in her mind. Although she felt evil, she was naturally curious. Of course, she would not show this kind of thought in front of Yi Feng. Okay, Xiao Zhang, today your upper limit of cultivation has been raised to 18 years, right? After Yi Feng finished fighting with Long Wanner, he turned his head and asked Zhang Xinyun. Well, just arrived last night. Zhang Xinyun nodded when she heard the words, and then thought that when she was woken up by the movement of the two last night, she happened to widen her meridians to a certain extent, and she had the upper limit of 18 years of cultivation. It just so happens that we each have a share of this thing, and we will absorb it today. With a wave of his hand, Yi Feng took out the 3 grains of Helidi Xingsha. Every piece of Zisha can improve the cultivator's cultivation level for 8 years, but there is only one chance. And after these 20 days, under the effect of Dongtian's accelerated cultivation, Yi Feng, Long Wanner, and Zhang Xinyun have all raised the upper limit of their cultivation to a new level. Long Wanner was 33 years old, Zhang Xinyun was 18 years old, and Yi Feng was 33 years old. At this time, the 3 of them can absorb the Zisha of Heili Di Xingsha, allowing the 3 of them to make a leap in strength. It's a pity that Yi Feng only has 28 years of cultivation after absorbing Zisha, otherwise he would be able to use the alchemy celestial art of the Star Tomb sect, the Star Alchemy art, and there will be more pills that can be refined by then. Like before, he could only refine elixirs for restoring true qi and healing wounds, and consumed a lot of precious medicinal materials. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them began to absorb the aura of heaven and earth in the sand of Haridi Star. This kind of opportunity, even in the world of cultivating immortals, is extremely rare, let alone on Earth. The opportunity to improve one's 8-year cultivation level in one fell swoop is not something that everyone can meet. Most immortal cultivators will not be able to obtain such a treasure in their entire lives. Recalling the time when Heili Di Xingsha appeared in the world of cultivating immortals and the blood flowed into rivers, he knew how rare this thing was. However, with Yi Feng's hard work, he and the people around him finally had such an opportunity. He still kept one, which he planned to absorb for Su Feiying when the time came. 8 years of cultivation could directly improve Su Feiying's actual strength. The combat power has nearly doubled. Of course, that would have to wait for Su Feiying to wake up, even if there are still 2 months after the martial arts conference. The aura of heaven and earth in the sand of Heili Di Xing quickly turned into pure true energy and dissipated into the meridians and acupoints of the 3 people, which greatly enhanced the cultivation of the 3 people. Yi Feng has reached 28 years of cultivation, his strength has greatly increased, and now even if he meets Yi Wendian alone, he is 80% sure of defeating him. Of course, his void sword dance is murderous, so it is impossible to use it on his own people. If it is a sparring, his strength is really not good. Long Wanner's 33-year cultivation base filled her whole body with a sense of strength. With Xingqian's sword dance, she was able to display 53-year cultivation base of true energy, which is equivalent to 106 years. The cultivation base of inner energy is stronger than Yuandian. Coupled with the various fairy arts she learned from Yifeng, her strength is already stronger than Yuandian, but she lacks in combat experience and skills, and it is hard to say whether she will win or lose in a real fight. Zhang Xingyun raised her cultivation base from 10 years to 18 years in one fell swoop, which greatly increased her control over the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Master. Of course, this guy is now also called Maverick by Yifeng. In the past 20 days, Yifeng and Zhang Xingyun summoned the soul of the Huiyun Demon Master many times in actual combat, taught Zhang Xian the method of allowing more control of the soul, and gave her a certain ability to fight alone, such as Qi Yanxian art, invisibility, and the Wizard of the Shadows have all been taught to her. Now that she has reached 18 years of cultivation, she can even begin to practice star-burying arrows. However, for Zhang Xingyun who owns the flaming calf, it is likely that she will rarely use these combat fairy arts. Boom! With the urge of true energy, Yifeng condensed the true energy sword of Dragon Sword Ancient Ring in his hand, and found that the color of this true energy sword was finally showing signs of changing, from the dark green before, to a little bit of Danqing. Yifeng guessed that when his cultivation reached 30 years, the color of the true energy sword would change to blue. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. According to this trend, if 100 years of cultivation can condense a purple true energy sword, how powerful would that be? It's a pity that the current Yifeng is still too far away from 100 years of cultivation. You must know that it is the level of Su Feiying's cultivation, which he can reach in a short period of time. The effect of the cave is really good. Feeling the great increase in his own strength, Yifeng couldn't help but sighed. If it wasn't for Quokang Mountain Cave Heaven to speed up their cultivation by 30%, it would definitely take them several days to raise the upper limit of their cultivation to the current level. If you come, you won't be able to catch up with the martial arts conference. But at this moment, there are only 3 days left before the start of the martial arts conference. It's time to go back. Yifeng thought in his heart, if there is another treasure of heaven and earth that allows him to reach 30 years of cultivation, then his fighting power must be stronger. You must know that every time the color of the ancient dragon sword ring changes, its power will almost double. Times. This made Yifeng full of expectations for the Danqing, true Qi sword. He casually put all the things in the back mountain stone room into the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring, and then took the 2 girls out of the back mountain and headed for the front mountain. And not long ago, Jian Yixing, the current head of the Yinxian sect, finally managed to comprehend the realm of letting go of internal energy. This made Jian Yixing vaguely feel that his era in the martial arts world is coming, but why does he always feel a little restless? He sent people to guard the place leading to the back mountain, and soon there was news that Yifeng had returned from the back mountain with his 2 daughters. Jian Yixing retreated for 20 days, and finally comprehended the realm of letting the inner energy out, and finally he was able to leave this closed ghost place. But at this moment, he got the news that Yifeng and the 2 girls came out from the back mountain. This news made him frown slightly, and then his expression relaxed. He didn't take it to heart. Now that he has reached the realm of letting go of his inner energy, he thinks that even if he can't beat Yifeng, since ancient times, the achievement of great things does not depend entirely on force, isn't it? He quickly thought of a plan and decided to attack Yifeng. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take revenge if he has a grudge, and Jian Yixing is not a gentleman, but the previous grudges must be avenged. Not to mention anything else, Yifeng snatched Zijianlin away, which made him feel overwhelmed with pain. So he decided to come to Yin and keep Yifeng here forever. After ordering a few words to his confidants, he tidied up his appearance and instantly turned into a dignified appearance, looking like a talented person, and then led the other two convincing people towards the back mountain. Yifeng took the two girls all the way out of Quokang Mountain Cave, and then cut off the iron chain again to prevent others from entering the back mountain. He wanted to leave just like that, but three people came in front of him, and it was Jian Yixing who led two subordinates. "Brother Yifeng, you must have gained a lot from this retreat?" Jian Yixing laughed heartily, pretending to be hearty. "I welcome the return of eldest brother." He said so on the surface, secretly looked at Long Wanner and Zhang Xinyun beside Yifeng, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. This Yifeng, relying on his cultivation, played with women everywhere. No, he took these two beauties no less than Zi Jianlan to the back mountain to play for 20 days. This kind of treatment made Jian Yixing even more jealous. He decided not only to snatch Zi Jianlan back from Yifeng's side, but also snatch all the other women from Yifeng's side to become his playthings. "Can you release your internal energy and external energy? It's pretty fast." Yifeng didn't care about the other party's compliments at all, but glanced at Jian Sheng. His spiritual sense scanned the situation in the back hall, and found that someone was pouring poison into the tea. This scene made Yifeng sneer in his heart. Jian Yixing wanted to use this method to deal with him, but it was a wrong idea. Originally, he didn't want to do more evil here. After all, the remaining disciples of the Immortal sect were all living beings, but since Jian Yixing had his intentions wrong, then no one could blame Yifeng. Any forces that threaten oneself must be uprooted, leaving no future troubles. Even for the Immortal sect who seemed harmless for the time being, Yifeng did not dare to let them go now. Jian Yixing comprehended the release of internal qi. Who can guarantee that there will not be a second one among the Inxian sect? If people like Jian Yixing were allowed to leave Quokang Mountain, it would be a big trouble to the world, Yifeng, and even the country. In this case, Yifeng had the idea of killing them all. With this kind of thinking, and with the absolutely crushing strength, Yifeng certainly won't talk nonsense with Jian Yixing anymore. Jian Yixing saw that Yifeng saw his current state at a glance. His face changed slightly. He was about to say something, but found a white fireball swept towards him, followed by a loud bang. The extreme flame fireball instantly turned Jian Yixing into ashes. Even if he had comprehended the realm of expelling internal energy, it was impossible for him to avoid Yifeng's blow. The sudden sight stunned Jian Yixing's two confidants. They thought that Yifeng would definitely be able to handle Yifeng this time, and after Jian Yixing got tired of playing with these two beauties, it would be their turn to play, but they didn't expect Yifeng to throw a fireball out of Jian Yixing leader, burned to ashes. "Ah, murder!" One of the servants was terrified, and turned around in a hurry to escape, but then a starlight accompanied by fire, condensed into a beam of terrifying sword energy, suddenly caught up with him from behind, and killed him on the spot. Star River Flame Dance. It was Long Wanner who made the move with Xinghe Yanwu sword. Since Yifeng made a move, of course she wouldn't hold back. People in the rivers and lakes killed each other, and the country just turned a blind eye. Even if they were all killed, it wouldn't cause any trouble. Boom. Another fireball flew out of Yifeng's hand. The white flame only burned for a moment before disappearing, but it took away a Jian Yixing follower who was still alive and kicking just now. It's a pity that the idea of these two servants wanting to play Yifeng's woman fell through. The three continued to move forward, and at this time the rest of the Immortal sect disciples finally came to their senses, looking for cover one by one, and using the assassination techniques taught by the sect since childhood, they began to attack the three of them wave after wave. Flying knives, flying needles, cross darts. All kinds of hidden weapons of different shapes swept over quickly, which made Yifeng a little surprised. The people from the Immortal sect reacted quite quickly, or in other words, this group of guys there was the idea of mobs besieging him, that's why they had such a tacit understanding. Yifeng didn't think much about it, and with a wave of one hand, a ring glowing with starlight appeared in his hand. Immediately after he pushed his true energy, he quickly formed a handprint, which inspired the ring. A protective cover with starlight appeared directly beside Yi Feng and the two women, and the three continued to walk forward. Wave after wave of highly poisonous concealed weapons shot at the starlight protective cover quickly, but they didn't even make a ripple. They just flew off and fell to the ground, looking so weak and powerless. This is the defensive magic weapon that Yi Feng refined from the remaining silver meteorite sand in the previous 20 days, the Feng Yin Spirit Ring, which belongs to the level of spiritual weapons. When Yi Feng was refining it, he put 2 defensive marks on the Feng Yin Spirit Ring, which increased its defensive ability by 30%. Unless they have a super powerful magic weapon, people weaker than Yi Feng will definitely not be able to break through the defensive cover of the Feng Yin Spirit Ring, and the same is true for these members of the hidden immortal sect. Seeing the surrounding hidden weapons falling to the ground one after another, Yi Feng's expression also changed a little. This immortal sect really deserves to be a sect proficient in assassination. A sneak attack, I'm afraid it would be embarrassing, let alone a counterattack. If it wasn't for Yi Feng's strength, he would have been eaten up without bones, so he didn't have any sympathy for those around him. Xiao Zhang, leave this to mavericks. Yi Feng left a sentence, and took the 2 girls away, quickly. The protective cover of the Feng Yin Spirit Ring lasted for a long time, and no hidden weapon could penetrate its defense. Just as many disciples of the immortal sect were stunned and unwilling, and wanted to catch up and kill Yi Feng, a flame tauren with a height of 4 meters suddenly appeared in front of them, just like the violent bull demon king in the Journey to the West TV series. Roar! The flaming tauren didn't talk nonsense at all. As soon as he opened his mouth, several balls of flame spewed out, drowning several hidden immortal sect disciples in an instant. Then he waved his arms, and 2 long flame dragons extended from his arms, sweeping the entire apse of the ancient sect. There was a sea of flames in the mountain, and many hidden immortal sect disciples were engulfed by the flames without even uttering a scream, leaving no bones left. Although Yi Feng wanted to clean up those people from the immortal sect, he couldn't bear to see the one-sided massacre, so he took the 2 girls and left first. The latest chapter of the novel. When they returned to the edge of the cliff outside the mountain gate, the soul of the fire cloud demon lord followed up from behind, and it seemed that they had already dealt with all those people. With a wave of Zhang Xinyin's hand, the soul of the fire cloud demon master was taken back to the innate ghost space, and the flames all over the sky disappeared. Uncle Yang, you go ahead first. Yi Feng looked at the cliff in front of him, raised his head, and said something to the air. In midair, 83 soul cultivators, including Yang Shunning, followed all the way, and they have all cultivated for more than a month now. After practicing the soul control art, the shortest time their souls can exist is 1 year. After 1 year, the time they can exist is linked to their cultivation base. Every 5 years of cultivation base, they can exist for 1 more year. After all, the soul control art is the most basic method of soul cultivation, and the effect is not very good, but it can make Yang Shunning and the others stay for an extra year, which is also very useful for them, not to mention that they have come into contact with this skill that they have never touched before. World. Yang Shunning and the others were very surprised and curious about the soul cultivation technique and soul control art. They all obeyed Yang Shunning and followed Yi Feng's side. As a soldier, the first duty is to obey military orders. Now that they are dead, that habit and belief are still there. Yang Shunning is their chief, and what he says is like an order to them, and he will never violate it. After Yi Feng said a word, Yang Shunning immediately ordered all the soul cultivators to disperse, floated across the cliff, and reached the opposite side of the cliff. Since Yi Feng added the aura of the ancient ring of dragon sword to the soul control formula he taught them, these soul cultivators could not leave him 3 kilometers away, otherwise they would lose their souls due to the loss of the aura of the ancient ring of dragon sword. Yi Feng had no choice but to make this decision. He didn't want the forces he cultivated to stab him in the back. After all, he was a member of the military, so he had to take precautions against this. Immediately afterward, Yifeng took the two girls and left the mountain gate of the hidden immortal sect through the iron chain on the cliff. One of the great assassination sects in the Jianghu, the Immortal sect, which was despised and criticized by everyone, finally completely perished since then, and Quokang Mountain Cave Sky also became Yifeng's rear base. After a while, Yifeng will be able to let Dao Scar and the others come to this place to concentrate on cultivating. No matter when, the cultivation of everyone in his power is very important. If one person rises up, Yifeng's strength will be greatly enhanced. He took his two daughters and 83 soul cultivators floating in the sky all the way down the mountain. Originally, he wanted to go back directly like this, but an accident caused Yifeng to stay at the foot of the mountain for a short period of time. Because on an ordinary street in the city below the mountain, he scanned the surroundings with his consciousness and suddenly found an acquaintance. Li Jibua, when he was in Chongbai Mountain before, his girlfriend was forced to jump off the building by the little white-faced Long Xian. This young man had previously become a subordinate of Yanjing's new Gangbaoshan. After meeting Yifeng, he decided to follow Yifeng, but because Huang Peirong appeared on Tianzhu Mountain, he followed Huang Peirong to practice martial arts. But now when Yifeng saw this young man again, he found that this young man was blind and was huddling in the underground parking lot of a department store, as if he was avoiding someone's pursuit. TXT in full. This made Yifeng frowned. Did something happen to Tianzhu Mountain? Li Jibua is not a bad young man, he traveled so many places to avenge his girlfriend, but now he is blind, and he doesn't know who made it. Yifeng swept his consciousness, and found that Li Jibua's eyes were tightly closed, and the blood on his cheeks hadn't dried up. It was obvious that someone stabbed his eyes with a sharp weapon, causing him to be blind. If it wasn't for Yifeng's spiritual sense, he really wouldn't be able to find Li Jibua hiding in the underground parking lot. He quickly decided to take care of this matter. After all, the two sides still have a relationship, and the life of the other party will be very difficult after the loss of both eyes. Yifeng can still help within the scope of his ability. If he was allowed to cultivate immortality, he would be able to possess divine consciousness after only 10 years of cultivation, and it would not matter if he was blind. Unfortunately, Yifeng would not easily tell others about his cultivation. If possible, Yifeng would take him back first, observe for a while before making a decision. Yifeng, those people are sneaky, what are they looking for? Zhang Xinyun pointed to a group of sneaky young people not far away, with a strange look on her face. Yifeng looked around, but saw a group of people from the rivers and lakes wearing gray cloth shirts, each of which had been cultivated for more than 10 or 20 years, with a pattern of a flower snake drawn on the chest of the clothes. They were searching for something from shop to shop, and their ferocious appearance made every shopkeeper on both sides of the street terrified. A member of the 10,000 snake poison sect. Long Wanner took a look and said, she was originally the eldest lady of the Long family, so she was naturally more familiar with the forces in Jianghu than Zhang Xinyun and Yifeng. After Long Wanner's explanation, Yifeng and Zhang Xinyun realized that the 10,000 snake poison sect is also one of the top 10 sects in the Jianghu, specializing in the use of all kinds of strange poisons. The location is Jukishan Cave Heaven, one of the top 10 cave heavens. Could it be that these people are chasing that young Li Jibua? Go down and have a look. Yifeng waved his hand and walked towards the underground parking lot. Long Wanner and Zhang Xinyun didn't know Li Jibua, and didn't know what Yifeng was going to do, but when they saw the direction Yifeng was walking, they obediently followed. No matter what Yifeng does now, the two women will definitely not refute. When Yifeng brought the two girls down to the underground parking lot and walked towards the corner where Li Jibua was huddled, Li Jibua clearly felt something, and he huddled in the corner even more and did not dare to move. But when he found out that the other party was approaching him directly, his face changed suddenly. How did the other party know that he was hiding here? Don't be delusional, I can't hand over the red thread fruit. Li Jibua gritted his teeth. Even if he was blind to this point, it was still impossible for him to compromise with the evil forces. Listening to Li Jibua's words, Yi Feng couldn't help but wonder, he didn't come here to snatch some red thread fruit, but, could it be that this is a natural treasure? Yi Feng was just 2 years away from cultivating to 30 years. No. Yi Feng shook his head, this Li Jibua is already so miserable, how could he still have an idea about the treasures on the opponent's body? Don't be afraid, it's all right now, I'm Yi Feng. Yi Feng said something while approaching Li Jibua. This sentence stunned Li Jibua, who had originally made up his mind to fight to the death, and stood there dumbfounded. Li Jibua never thought that there would be a turnaround in such a desperate time. How could Yi Feng appear in such a place? Li Jibua didn't know, but he could be sure from the voice that the person who came was indeed Yi Feng. Only in Yi Feng's voice can there be a special calm temperament, which no one else can imitate. People who are blind have extremely sensitive hearing. For Li Jibua, he can only rely on listening to check the surrounding situation at this time. This is undoubtedly extremely difficult for an ordinary person. Even if he has practiced martial arts with Huang Peirong, he has only cultivated for 3 months now, and he will definitely not be able to listen to the voice and argue his position. Yi Feng, why are you here? Li Jibua's voice trembled a little, and he stood up from the corner excitedly. Yi Feng stood between the 2 cars, looking at Li Jibua, who was in a state of embarrassment opposite him, feeling quite emotional in his heart. He shook his head and asked, what happened to you? Where is Mr. Huang? As soon as he mentioned this, Li Jibua immediately became emotional. It's a member of the 10,000 snake poison sect. Because Master found a red thread fruit, he was hunted down by them. Soon after Li Jibua told him, Yi Feng understood the whole story. It turned out that after Huang Peirong brought Li Jibua back to the mountain, he taught him carefully and taught him the Sixxiao Palm method of Tianzhu mountain martial arts. Not long ago, Huang Peirong found a strange fruit for sale in a small town under Tianzhu mountain, so he paid for it. The other party was a villager who went to the mountain to collect herbs, and he didn't know what it was, so he happily collected a few hundred yuan and went home. After Huang Peirong got the fruit, he studied it for a while, only to find that it turned out to be a red thread fruit. After eating it directly or absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it can improve the practitioner's cultivation level for 1 year and 10 months, which is quite a rare treasure. Different fruit. Huang Peirong was worrying that he didn't have the treasures of heaven and earth for Li Jibua, so he was naturally overjoyed. But just at this time, people from the 10,000 snake poison sect appeared, beat Huang Peirong to the brink of death by beating more and using despicable poisoning methods, fled in embarrassment, and finally died after handing the red thread fruit to Li Jibua. But Li Jibua followed Huang Peirong's last words and fled desperately with Hong Xiangguo, all the way from Huizhou to the foot of Quokang Mountain on the East China Sea. He didn't know what this place was, he only knew to escape from one snake poison sect's pursuit first, but it's a pity that one snake poison sect had a special tracking method, and they kept chasing after him, and they also chased him to this place. In the process of chasing and fleeing, Li Jibua was injured in both eyes by the opponent with a hidden weapon, and the poison spread, causing his eyesight to continue to decline. When he arrived in Linhai City, he was finally completely blind and could not see anything. At this time, the people from the 10,000 snake poison sect were still chasing after him outside, and they believed that Li Jibua would be caught soon. Of course, now that Yi Feng appeared, he would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Come with me. Yi Feng said in a deep voice, unexpectedly, the world is so precarious, even seniors like Huang Peirong were killed by the 10,000 snake poison sect. Since Huang Peirong was really gone, only Yi Feng could help Li Jibua. Li Jibua hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. In this case, the red thread fruit will be handed over to Brother Yi. That's not necessary. It's what Huang Lao bought back with his life. How can you just give it to me? Of course Yi Feng would not accept it, but he ignored Li Jibua's thoughts. No, brother Yi, now I, Li Jibua, am a useless person, blind, and you are willing to take me in. How can I follow you shamelessly? Li Jibua said decisively, it's a pity that I only have red thread fruit on my body. Other than that, I can't think of any other way to repay you. I want to live and avenge my master and Lily. Lily was the girl who was forced to jump off the building by the little boy Long Xian in Chongbai Mountain. Li Jibua still remembers this incident until now. Obviously, he has a reason to live, and a reason to become stronger. But now, only Yi Feng can give him this opportunity, so even if it is the incomparably precious red thread fruit in his eyes, he will give it to Yi Feng without hesitation. Yi Feng was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. At first, he finally understood what Li Jibua was thinking, and if he didn't accept it, the other party would not feel at ease following him. Secondly, he really needs this red thread fruit right now. If he absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Yi Feng will be able to get closer to 30 years of cultivation. Alright, let's go. Yi Feng nodded, raised his hand, his true energy rushed out and brought Li Jibua over, guiding him to leave the underground parking lot. Seeing that Yi Feng obtained a red thread fruit without any effort, the two girls couldn't help admiring them from the bottom of their hearts, especially Long Waner. She knew how precious the red thread fruit was in the Jianhu best, but even the 10,000 snake poison sect couldn't help it. The treasure that even Huang Peirong killed. You must know that Huang Peirong is an old man in the world. Killing Huang Peirong will undoubtedly make the reputation of the 10,000 snake poison sect plummet. Of course, the 10,000 snake poison sect will not care about this kind of thing, because they have already done countless bad things. Yi Feng took the two women and Li Jibua all the way to one of the exits of the underground parking lot. A middle-aged man and woman in gray cloth shirts with snakes painted on their chests came to them. Both of them are disciples of the 10,000 snake poison sect. Both of them have cultivated in their early 20s, and they are no threat to Yi Feng. Because Li Jibua could not be found, the members of the 10,000 snake poison sect searched separately, and finally someone found the underground parking lot. When the middle-aged man walked down and saw Li Jibua who was walking with Yi Feng, he couldn't help being stunned. Then why did Li Jibua follow behind such a young man in a black shirt? The man and woman of the 10,000 snake poison sect originally became interested in the search process and wanted to find a place to do some bad things, so they thought of the underground parking lot. How exciting it is to do that in the underground parking lot. The woman was wearing revealing clothes, with white flowers on her chest accompanied by a deep groove, and she was tightly wrapped around the man's body at this moment. He raised his head and saw Li Jibua as well, couldn't help but look happy, finally found it. Now, they have made a great contribution, and after the matter is completed, they don't have to chase people all over the world, and they can find a place to have sex as much as they want. Brat, I finally found you. The man from Wan Snake Poison sect didn't recognize Yi Feng, he just regarded him as a meddlesome passerby, so he glanced at Li Jibua and threatened, hand over the red thread fruit, or kill you all. TSK, these two little girls, it's also quite watery. He glanced over Long Waner and Zhang Xinyun, and couldn't take his eyes off. These two beauties are more than water spirits? She was several times more beautiful than the alluring woman beside him, she was absolutely stunning in the world. When the man from the 10,000 snake poison sect showed covetousness towards Long Waner and Zhang Xinyun, he was already doomed to never leave this place. Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness spread out, and when he found that there was no pedestrian passing by, he sneered, and threw a fireball out with a wave of his hand. Boy! The coquettish woman leaning on the man looked at Yi Feng and the others, and was about to say something when she was startled by the white fireball, rolled on the spot and fled from the man. Bang! The white fireball exploded instantly like explosives, reducing the man from the 10,000 snake poison sect to ashes, and he died tragically on the spot before he could even make a scream. Fear. When the coquettish woman who was nervously running away came back to her senses, the man she had leaned on just now had disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace of his existence in the world. This made the alluring woman look at Yi Feng with horror as if she saw a ghost. Ghost, ghost, ghost. She shouted loudly, but before she could turn around and escape, she was overtaken by another white ball of extremely hot fire. The tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature turned her into ashes and disappeared from this world. On the side, Xuanhuan also just dropped her hand, and just now she casually smashed a surveillance camera on the side, so that this scene would not be seen by others. Under the detection of her spiritual sense, no surveillance cameras around her can escape her detection. As long as she is careful, it is impossible to expose supernatural abilities such as fireballs and invisibility in the world. Xuanhuan, come with me for a walk. Yi Feng turned his head, looked at Xuanhuan and said. Xuanhuan nodded. Of course she knew what Yi Feng wanted her to do, and that was to kill all the other disciples of the 10,000 snake poison sect who were searching around without leaving any flaws. For any potential threat, what can be removed must be removed. For the remaining disciples of the 10,000 snake poison sect, Yi Feng will naturally not let them go and let them go back to report the news. Of course, Li Jibua's appearance by Yi Feng's side will definitely make the others of the 10,000 snake poison sect suspicious, but that will be in the future. Something happened. Not long after, Yi Feng and Xuanhuan came back from two directions and left with Li Jibua and Zhang Xingyun again. Judging from the expressions on the faces of the two of them, it didn't look like they had just killed someone, because to them, killing was just a fireball, and it was easy to destroy the corpse and wipe out the traces. As long as the people from the 10,000 snake poison sect are led to a place where no one is around, they can be easily dealt with. A dozen or so disciples of the 10,000 snake poison sect were eliminated by Yi Feng and Xuanhuan together. Even for the 10,000 snake poison sect, one of the top 10 martial arts sects, the loss is quite huge. After all, the world of martial arts is not like the world of cultivating immortals. There are a lot of talents like that, and any disciple under the sect is an extremely precious asset. However, this made Yi Feng happy. The potential enemy's strength was reduced, which is of course a good thing for him. Soon, Li Jibua knew that he was out of danger, and he admired Yi Feng's methods. Even his master Huang Peirong was helpless when faced with the siege of the disciples of the 10,000 snake poison sect, but Yi Feng took on all the members of the snake poison sect killed Wu Ti's Endless Transformation Rhapsody TXT full volume. As expected of Yi Feng, who made the entire martial arts world fearful. Li Jibua thought in his heart, but soon became a little worried, because he knew from Huang Peirong that there are 3 days before the martial arts conference will be held. Great difficulties and obstacles. I don't know if Yi Feng can survive. Brother Yi, this is the red thread fruit, and I will leave it to you. I hope that the martial arts conference in 3 days will be safe. Li Jibua carefully took out a red fruit from his bosom, a bit like a strawberry but round. It looked very cute. It was the red thread fruit. Yi Feng didn't refuse. He accepted the red thread fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. As soon as he swallowed it, he felt a warm current gushing out from his dantian, which turned into true energy and spread to the meridians all over his body, and his cultivation began to improve again. From 28 years and 1 month, gradually to 29 years, then 29 years and 6 months, 29 years and 7 months. Ripe red thread fruit can increase a person's cultivation base by 1 year and 10 months, and the one that Li Jibua gave to Yi Feng was too ripe. It just added 1 year and 10 months to Yi Feng's cultivation base, no more, no less. The original Yi Feng did not have exactly 28 years of cultivation, but 28 years and 1 month, because usually due to the star tumart, his cultivation is also constantly increasing, so it is natural that there are some fractions. This is the same as Yi Feng sees other people in the martial arts world. Very few people's cultivation base is exactly 1 year old, but there are extra odds, such as 30 years and 2 months, 50 years and 8 months. Like, the increase in human strength is not obvious, Yifeng usually doesn't bother to pay attention. But now, he is facing an embarrassing situation. After absorbing the aura of heaven and earth from the red thread fruit, his cultivation base has become 29 years and 11 months. It is still a few days before they can reach 30 years of cultivation. According to the speed of the star Tungju, they will break through to 30 years of cultivation during the martial arts conference. This may make Yifeng run out of time to experience the changes that 30 years of cultivation had brought to him. 29.9. Long Wanner glanced at the side, and couldn't help but look weird. How could this happen so coincidentally? Ahem. No way, take your time. Yifeng coughed and said something, then looked at Long Wanner enviously. Under natural circumstances, the cultivation base of Yifeng's side would grow the fastest, and that would undoubtedly be Purple Sword Orchid, who had practiced the intermediate-level immortal cultivation method, the Ice Star Immortal art. The natural improvement speed of cultivation base was twice that of Yifeng's. Immediately after was Long Wanner with the 7th rank Immortal Vein Jade physique, whose cultivation speed was 70% faster than Yifeng's, which was a huge change. If one lives naturally for 100 years, Yifeng can only have 100 years of cultivation, while Long Wanner can have 170 years, and Zi Jianlan can have 200 years. This gap is a world of difference, and the actual combat power is dozens of times different. Because of this, it is so important for a sect to have a genius. The improvement of 30% cultivation speed may not be noticeable in a short period of time, but if it is a sect that has gone through 100 years of vicissitudes, the gap will be huge. It is undoubtedly very difficult to occupy a cave in the world of cultivating immortals. You must know that even the Mo family in Nanling only occupies a blessed place, which is far from the effect of the cave. But Yifeng is on the earth, it is easy to occupy a cave. This made Yifeng full of hope for future development. This year's martial arts conference will be held in the Taiji Hall, which is in the cave of Xuanhuan Mountain not far from Yanjing. The trade fair before the martial arts conference will be in a square at the foot of a mountain near Xishan in Yanjing. At that time, there will be people from Jingfeng who will block off the area to prevent idlers from entering. Yifeng brought Long Wanner, Zhang Xinyun and the blind Li Zhibua back to Yanjing King Fengyuan, and let Li Zhibua live in the villa next door. There is no time to deal with Li Zhibua's matter for the time being. Yifeng must do his best to prepare for the upcoming martial arts conference in 3 days, and after returning, Yi Wendian also told him a piece of good news. That was the day of the martial arts conference. Yifeng's grandfather Tang Xiefeng would also come to Yanjing, and together with Yi Wendian, they would go to the cave of Xishuan Mountain where the Taiji Palace is located, and Yifeng's mother, Tang Qingling, would appear at the same time. Both Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng were amazed by what Yifeng had achieved now. After knowing Yifeng's idea of making a blockbuster in the martial arts conference, of course they gave strong support and even brought Tang Qingling along. Regardless of whether Tang Qingling could recover her memory or not, Yifeng was always her son. If Yifeng can really shine in the martial arts conference, those guys who drove Tang Qingling out of the Tang family back, then will regret it. It's a pity that Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng didn't know that Yifeng's goal was not just to make a blockbuster in the martial arts conference, but to show the strength of his power and compete with Tai Chi Hall and other forces. Because he has been living with Yi Wendian all the time, the current Yifeng also vaguely knows the secrets about the martial arts world. Except for these martial arts sects in the world, the peak power in the martial arts world does not often appear in the world. It is an organization purely composed of top masters, with more than 150 years of cultivation, dedicated to maintaining national peace and jointly resistance to foreign invasion. As long as it's not too important, this organization won't interfere in worldly affairs, but if he makes too much noise at the martial arts conference, maybe he will attract the other party. Yifeng kept this point in mind, and he would definitely have to be a little bit more modest when the time comes. But at this moment, rumors spread all over the martial arts world, among which Yi Feng paid the most attention to, of course, the news that the head of the Tai Chi Hall and the ancestor of the Long family had left the customs. It is said that the head of the Tai Chi Hall left the seclusion a few days ago. When he found out that 4 of the 8 elders in the sect were dead, and even Sima Chongfeng was seriously injured, he was extremely angry. Lesson: the head of the Taiji Hall has been cultivated for 130 years, and he is second to none in the world of secular martial arts today. He is the one with the highest cultivation level, and this retreat has finally comprehended the 3rd level of the Taiji sword, xuanhuan. The ancestor of the Long family, who had cultivated for 110 years, ignored the family affairs of the Long family after leaving the customs, but habitually passed on messages to Long indifferently, asking him to exchange martial arts experience in the past. But the real Long Moran had long since died in the East China Sea, and the current Long Moran was just the incarnation of Su Feiying's young god. Su Feiying, who used the Ice Star tomb in the ancient temple, has been unable to control Long Moran's actions, and has already let him retreat. Facing the message from the ancestor of the Long family, Long Moran didn't react at all, which made the ancestor of the Long family keenly aware of something wrong. I don't know what's going on at the Long family. Yi Feng thought in his heart, his brows were slightly frowned. The apprentice is already familiar, the master will use it slowly. If the ancestor of the Long family recklessly broke into the place where Long Moran was retreating, wouldn't he immediately find out that something was wrong? In addition, when the ancestor of the Long family heard about what happened between Yi Feng and Long Moran, he would definitely have a lot of hatred for Yi Feng. However, this kind of thing is not something that Yi Feng can stop, and after the ancestor of the Long family left the customs, there was no other news, and everything in the Long family began to appear mysterious. In addition, as the martial arts conference was approaching, there were rumors all over the world, most of which said that Yi Feng was doomed this time. Even if he did not participate in the martial arts conference, the head of the Tai Chi Hall would chase him to death. Not to mention that Zizhenjian sect later stated that Yi Feng and Yi Wendian, together with Tang Xifeng and others, will participate in the martial arts conference in the name of Zizhenjian sect. This makes people laugh even more. Yi Feng is too stupid, knowing that the head of the Tai Chi Hall will definitely target him in the martial arts conference. How dare he go to the gate of the Tai Chi Hall to participate in the martial arts conference? For all kinds of rumors, Yi Feng naturally laughed it off and didn't take it to heart. His goal is not to dominate the martial arts or something, but to establish his prestige in the martial arts conference, so that people dare not provoke him, so that he can practice with peace of mind and prepare for breaking out of the ancient temple in the future. Is the ancient temple in the world of cultivating immortals? Yi Feng didn't know, and Su Feiying didn't know, but he knew that he and Su Feiying had to break out of the ancient temple to learn the truth. If the ancient temple is full of powerful creatures like giant black spiders, then Yi Feng's current strength is far from enough. Even with Long Water and the others, they are just delivering food. Yi Feng, cultivated in King Fengyuan, and Su Menghan and Zi Jianlan were also happy because Yi Feng returned. Xiao Yu explained to Yi Feng the situation within the past 20 days, mainly because the cooperation between Blade Technology Company and Lu Yingying has brought Yi Feng 45 million yuan in revenue. The main reason was that Yi Feng's jewels were not sold in one fell swoop at the last exhibition, and now they can be used again, and Lu Yingying took them to hold a high-end jewelry auction. Although it was the auction held by the Lu Group, there were very few people who joined the auction at first, but because Yi Feng's jewelry was of high quality and became famous, more and more people attended the auction, and the final turnover reached 6,000. How much? The scale of this auction is not large, but it has laid the foundation for the cooperation between Lu Yingying and Daofeng Technology, and relieved Yi Feng's urgent needs. He was worried that he had no money when he was going to participate in the martial arts fair. With the 45 million, he should be able to solve some minor problems. Of course, he must leave 15 million for Xiaoyu and Obi raw capital, let them go to make more money. Where Yifeng really makes money is because he has a long sword of the sharp weapon level that he got from Chen Yarong of the Tai Chi Hall. In the world of martial arts, sharp weapons are already high quality, and a long sword can definitely sell for hundreds of millions. Even if no one else dares to buy it, the one from the Tai Chi Palace must bid to buy it back. Yifeng was not afraid of making enemies with the Tai Chi Palace again, because the two sides were already immortal, so what if they added fire? 3 days passed in a flash, and before the martial arts conference officially started, the trade fair that attracted people from all over the country to participate in the martial arts finally started. Including the members of Xiangxi exorcism sect, they have also arrived in Yanjing, and they carry the tying grass that Yifeng needs. After making many inquiries, Yifeng had a general understanding of the situation of the trade fair, and then set off towards the venue of the trade fair alone. This is just a prelude to the martial arts conference. It is a place where people from various factions of the martial arts trade medicinal materials, pills, and weapons. There is no need for Yifeng to bring other people along. Will show up. The most important thing is that it is impossible for Yifeng to appear in front of everyone openly. For him, as long as he finds someone from Xiangxi exorcism sect and gets the tying grass, that's all. From the news he inquired before, Yifeng knew that this time the people from the Xiangxi exorcism sect brought 2 tying grasses. It was just as Long Wanner expected, which made Yifeng feel a little happy. 2 tying grasses. One of them can be refined into a healing elixir to heal the injuries of Zhaoyi and Ling Chen. The other can be refined into a solid soul elixir, stabilizing the 3 souls and 7 souls of the soul cultivator. Increase the upper limit by 10 years. This is of great significance to Yifeng and Zhaoyi Bei. If you want to quickly increase the overall strength of your forces, the most important thing is not to let everyone develop in a balanced manner, but to quickly build top-notch combat power. For example, Long Wanner, Zhang Xinyun, etc. The combat power is already comparable to Yifeng. The top combat strength is the strength that a sect relies on to survive. No matter how many other middle-level strength people, when the other party comes to a high-level point, they will all be wiped out. It is like a martial arts person who has cultivated for 30 or 40 years. No matter how many times you come, it is impossible to defeat Yifeng. Therefore, Yifeng must quickly raise Zhaoyi Bei's cultivation base. That way he can guide other soul cultivators to practice, and be on his own. As for Yang Shuning and the others, due to lack of resources, we can only wait for a while. If Yifeng could have sufficient resources, like those large sects in the world of cultivating immortals, then he could instantly make the people around him have dozens of years of cultivation and easily sweep the entire earth. Unfortunately, that is impossible. As night fell, Yifeng left the villa alone and walked towards a square near Yanjing, Xishan. Along the way, the police have made a relatively large blockade of the square. Ordinary people are not allowed to approach the square. Only people with ID cards can enter. Yifeng naturally ignored these policemen. If he wants an ID card, it's very simple. Just find someone in the martial arts and grab one. Or ask for one from Zhizhenjian, who is temporarily living in Yanjing. But he doesn't want others to know that Yifeng has also come to trade. Meeting. Now is not the time for him to show off. Invisibility. Yifeng quietly passed through the police cordon and walked to the road leading to the square at the foot of the mountain. His spiritual sense swept the surroundings. It was easy to find that there were teams of martial arts people walking towards the square. I didn't know it before. Yifeng didn't know it until now. There are so many people in the entire Huagua martial arts circle. Just the way Yifeng went, there are at least 200 or 300 people, not to mention those who are already in the square. As Long Weiner said, the number of participants in the entire martial arts conference will definitely exceed 1,000. Yi Feng moved forward quietly. No one found his trace. This is a grand event in the martial arts world. In the square at the foot of the mountain, many sects have already set up stalls. They took out all the income of their own sects over the years. Either sell money or exchange for what they need. Yi Feng came to the square. He scanned casually and found many treasures of heaven and earth, which can make people absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve their cultivation. Wanhongguo. Immortal loquat. Yuan magnet, Yuehua stone. The number of treasures of heaven, material and earth in the entire square is actually more than that of fairs of the same size in the world of cultivating immortals. It is obvious. This is not to say that people in the martial arts are better at discovering treasures of heaven, materials and earth. There are more worlds of cultivating immortals. In the world of cultivating immortals, heaven, material and earth treasures can never escape the detection of many people with special magic weapons. They will be snatched away shortly after they appear. Unlike the earth, it may take a long time before they are discovered. It's just that there are fewer and fewer wild and natural places on the earth. The total amount of natural materials and earth treasures produced is much less than that of the world of cultivating immortals. Of course, the number of people in the martial arts world on earth is far less than that of cultivating immortals in the world of cultivating immortals quantity. There are some natural and earthly treasures that Yi Feng has not absorbed in the square trade fair. Adding them up can increase his cultivation base for a year or two. But of course, he will not try to snatch them in this place without quality. After all, there are many people with mixed eyes, yes. He doesn't want to attract attention at this kind of martial arts event. It will be 30 years of cultivation soon. There is no need to take risks here. Yi Feng thought in his heart. He walked back and forth in the square with a radius of 2 kilometers. Be careful to avoid those guys with relatively deep cultivation. 700 or 800 people had already come to the whole square. It was as bustling as a vegetable market. Yi Feng noticed that a 10,000 red fruit that has been improved for 6 months can be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. The immortal loquat with a yearly cultivation base is marked with a sky-high price of 1 billion. Of course, for some people in the martial arts, money is just a thing outside of the body. The most important thing is to improve their own strength. Only in this way can they have a higher status in the martial arts and occupy more resources. For example, the Hall of Tai Chi, because of its strength, it has the most abundant resources in the martial arts world. Its property is in the trillions. It is almost inexhaustible. Only some people at the bottom of the martial arts world. For example, the Jianghuai Shuangsha that Yi Feng met before. They will still be short of money. That's why they will do that kind of robbery of fellow martial arts. There is no way. If you rob ordinary people, you will be targeted by the National Security Bureau. They are not capable of confronting the National Security Bureau. As for the Taiji Temple, it cooperates with many groups in the secular world and provides services such as bodyguards. It even has its own company property, so it has sufficient funds. Yi Feng scanned the entire square at the foot of the mountain as if looking at the flowers on horseback. He found that there were so many people that he couldn't tell where the corpse exorcist was. He has always been invisible. He didn't want to just appear in front of others to ask questions. Therefore, he wandered around for a while to familiarize himself with the general distribution of power in the martial arts world. Not long after, there was a sudden exclamation from a corner of the square at the foot of the mountain, which attracted the attention of all martial arts people in the square. How dare you openly poison here? A young girl's voice came to Yi Feng's ears. The tone was angry and frightened. Yi Feng turned his head and took a look. But he saw that it was a young girl wearing a blue robe. wearing a wreath on her head. Two shiny earrings shining brightly under the starlight. Red lips and white teeth. It's a pity that at this moment, the young girl's fair skin was somewhat black. She was staring at the group of guys in front of her with a look of shock and anger. She didn't know what to do. Standing in front of her was a group of martial artists wearing gray cloth shirts with a poisonous snake carved on their chests. They all smiled indifferently. A member of the 10,000 snake poison sect.